Chapter 1. Has the child disappeared? I truly envy your sister-in-law. Not only has she transformed you, the heir of the Chen family, into the household's mainstay, but she has also brought a renowned physician all the way from the capital for consultation. If I encounter a man even half as good as my brother, I will certainly marry him. In Hangzhou, at the Wutong Mansion, within Villa number 18, a tall woman in her early 20s was surveying her surroundings. In the living room, Chen Yang was preparing tea while curiously inquiring, "Ruolan, what brings you to Hangzhou?" "You know the Chen family's rules. We do not support idleness. Everyone must contribute to the family." "Time flies. Ruolan has already graduated," Chen Yang remarked with a sense of nostalgia. "Who told you to abandon your family for love?" 6 years have passed, and not a single phone call was made, Chen Ruolan thought bitterly. Has it been 6 years? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Time truly does pass swiftly. He had thought it was just a short while. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a car horn echoed from outside. His wife, Su Hanyin, had already exited the vehicle, her complexion somewhat pale. Chen Yang hurried over to support her as they made their way to the living room. Expressing his concern, "Darling, has the pregnancy faltered again? Rest assured, I have invited a distinguished gynecologist to examine you. After Dr. Su diagnoses you and you take his medicine, everything will be fine." The child is gone. Gone? Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. Chen Ruolan exchanged a shocked glance with Dr. Su. Chen Yang felt dizzy. He hastily steadied himself against the nearby sofa. "Why didn't you discuss this with me? Would it have made a difference?" Su Hanyin retorted, "Can you think of a solution, or can you take over the management of the company for me? The Dr. Su I invited will certainly resolve the issues with your health," Chen Yang asserted confidently. "Have any of the doctors I've seen previously been of any help?" Su Hanyin cast a dismissive glance at Dr. Su. "As long as you ask, I can assist you in alleviating the pressure at the company." "Please, what else can you do besides laundry and cooking?" Su Hanyin scoffed. "Su Hanyin, my brother willingly took on household chores for you, and now you dare to say such things? Do you have no conscience?" "And you are? What does my matter have to do with you?" Su Hanyin shot a cold glare at Chen Ruolan. "I am his." As Chen Ruolan began to speak, Chen Yang interrupted his cousin. "All right, Ruolan, Hanyin has her own plans. The child is gone. We can consider having another once you recover." "That's acceptable." Dr. Su nodded and stood to prepare for a pulse diagnosis. "There's no need. The hospital's physician has already prescribed medication." Su Hanyin waved her hand dismissively. Completely unconvinced by Dr. Zu's medical skills or perhaps by the qualifications of the person Chen Yang had summoned. "Dr. Su is different, he is." Chen Yang was about to elaborate when Su Hanyin interrupted. "I'm tired. I wish to rest." "Unappreciative, Dr. Su. We shall take our leave." Chen Ruolan spoke coldly. "Mr. Chen, we bid you farewell." Dr. Su rose to his feet. "Thank you for coming all this way." Chen Yang stood to see Dr. Su out. "Chen Yang, next time, don't bring just anyone home," Su Hanyin coldly advised. Both Dr. Su and Chen Ruolan heard her words, leaving Dr. Su feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chen Ruolan was ready to explode, but upon seeing Chen Yang's flushed face, she held back her anger. Chen Yang apologetically escorted the two to the courtyard outside. Chen Ruolan turned, her expression complex as she regarded her cousin, hesitating to speak. "Since we have no secrets between us since childhood, feel free to speak your mind," Chen Yang said earnestly. "Take a look for yourself. I initially did not intend to give this to you." Chen Ruolan retrieved a document envelope from her bag and handed it to Chen Yang. "But it seems I truly do not wish for you to continue wasting your life here. Dr. Su, take care." Chen Yang waved goodbye, watching the car drive away. Even after undergoing a miscarriage, she did not forget her work. "Why are you acting so petulantly, as if you were a woman? Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my work," Su Hanyin said with a displeased expression. "Then you carry on. I shall prepare your medicine," Chen Yang replied, turning to head downstairs to boil the traditional herbal medicine. Upon returning to the living room, he opened the document envelope his cousin had given him. After reading, he sat dumbfounded on the sofa. After a prolonged moment, he dragged his leaden feet toward the study on the second floor. "Didn't you say not to disturb my work? Leave." Su Hanyin glared at Chen Yang as he entered. Ji Yanhang was Su Hanyin's high school classmate and her first love. However, both families were strictly controlling, leading to their forced separation. After graduation, Ji and Hang went abroad for further studies while Su Hanyin enrolled in Hangzhou University. They maintained close contact until their sophomore year, but for reasons unknown, they completely lost touch by the time they reached their junior year. The next day, when Su Hanyin awoke, she accepted his pursuit, and they officially became a couple. Now, Chen Yang understood that the night Su Hanyin got drunk, it was due to a fallout with Ji and Hang. Is it true? Su Hanyin nodded. You terminated the pregnancy for him? Su Hanyin fell silent. You married me to get back at Ji and Hang, to retaliate against your family for tearing you two apart? Not all. A flicker of panic crossed Su Hanyin's eyes. Isn't he now the vice president of the company? Are you having someone spy on me? So andensi expression hardened. Im exhausted. He crouched on the ground, burying his head between his knees. He found himself utterly ridiculous. Not only had he been a backup for 6 years, but now Su Hanyin had lost a child, and he continued to care for her unwaveringly. The most laughable part was that he even made excuses for her. Inviting Dr. Su had been meant to treat her ailments, yet it turned into a mere farce. His cousin claimed he was happy yet. In a blink of an eye, Hanyin had aborted the child. Chen Yang felt like a clown, pathetic and pitiable. He realized that love is not merely about yielding and accommodating. It was time to bid farewell to the past. Chen Yang took out his phone and made a call. When the line connected, he found himself at a loss for words and simply uttered, "Dad." To be with Su Hanyin, Chen Yang had relinquished his claim to the family inheritance. He tore up the marriage contract arranged by the Chen family, allowing them to bear the shame of being untrustworthy. His mother fell ill with rage, and his father distanced himself from him, forbidding him from stepping foot in the Chen family again or utilizing any of its connections. For over 5 years, Chen Yang had not bowed his head to the Chen family. The only exception was when he had to shamelessly seek help from Dr. Su, who had a good relationship with the Chen family, to help Su Hanyin's health. He owed his parents and family far too much. His father's voice remained as familiar and loving as ever. The only difference was the noticeable tremor in his father's tone, as if he had been waiting far too long for this call. Chen Yang nearly choked on his words, but he did not cry. Instead, he asked solemnly, "Dad, has something happened at the Hangzhou branch? This is my son. Chapter 2, let's get a divorce. Let's get a divorce. You can go back to your white moonlight. I shall live my own life." In the study, Chen Yang handed over the divorce agreement. His tone was calm, devoid of hysteria. "My health is poor. Do you really want to discuss divorce now?" Su Hanyin expressed her profound dissatisfaction. 3 days from now, we shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Are you certain you've thought this through? I am certain, Chen Yang affirmed with a nod. As for the company's shares, my brother will not agree to give them to you, but I can privately offer you 5 million as compensation. Su Hanyin presented a check. That is unnecessary. I will leave with nothing. Are you expressing your dissatisfaction? Su Hanyin grew increasingly angered. These past few years, you have brought no benefits to the Su family. Brought no benefits? Chen Yang clenched his fists, enunciating each word. Therefore, I should not take anything. Then hurry and leave. God, I do not wish to see you again. Su Hanyin began to roar. Chen Yang tossed the agreement onto the table, grabbed his suitcase, and turned to leave. He didn't even bother to drive the car used for grocery shopping instead. He dragged his suitcase out of the villa complex, heading towards the main road. A sleek black business Mercedes approached from behind, stopping beside Chen Yang. A middle-aged driver alighted, reaching for Chen Yang's suitcase while explaining, "Young master, Miss N instructed me to wait for you here." It was a car arranged by Chen Ruolan. In Chen Yang's life, there were a total of 9 cousins, with Chen Ruolan being the third among the sisters. "It has been a week," Chen Yang casually responded, gazing out at the scenery that blurred past the window, lost in thought. The vehicle arrived in the western part of the city, entering a secluded villa nestled beside Westlake. The villa was backed by a bamboo grove and faced the shimmering surface of the lake. After arranging the rooms, Chen Yang made his way to the pavilion on the lake, where the tranquil atmosphere and fresh air alleviated the heaviness in his heart. Chen Yang turned to his cousin, who was playing in the water barefoot. "Is the source of funding for the Su Group in recent years my mother?" "There's a 99% probability that your mother is involved," Chen Ruolan replied. "Otherwise, we at Huifeng wouldn't even consider the Su Group." Huifeng International Financial Investment Company, operated by the Chen family, ranks among the top 5 investment companies in China, boasting substantial capital and managing over 500 billion. With a total of 27 branches nationwide, Hangzhou is one of them. Countless enterprises aspire to secure investment from Huifeng, yet the company has remarkably high standards, rendering ordinary businesses unworthy of their attention. Is that truly the case? Chen Yang murmured to himself. His grandfather had once declared that no member of the Chen family was permitted to assist him, otherwise they would be cast out. Yet, his mother, risking expulsion from the family, still chose to support him. She refrained from giving him money directly, knowing he would refuse it, and instead assisted the Su family through the family company's Hangzhou branch. In recent years, the Su family had risen rapidly, and to outsiders, it appeared to be the result of Su Hanyan's keen insight and extraordinary capabilities, marking her as a rare commercial genius. In reality, it was Chen Yang's mother who tirelessly funneled funds into the Su company, facilitating their swift ascent. His mother remained unable to let go of him, however. He had previously angered her to the point of hospitalization in his pursuit of being with Su Hanyan. At that moment, Chen Yang felt as though his heart was being squeezed in a vice, constricting relentlessly and nearly suffocating him. The pressing question now is whether this money is your mother's own or if it involves company funds. Chen Rulin stated seriously, if company funds are used, the exposure of this matter would severely damage the Chen family's reputation and dishearten investors. Regardless of the outcome, if it is traced back to your mother, she may face expulsion from the Chen family. Misappropriating company funds to assist her daughter-in-law's family, particularly one with a mediocre rating, would constitute a misuse of public funds, undoubtedly harming Huifeng's reputation. I should have suspected this long ago. Chen Yang lamented. If I had only heeded my mother's advice, things would not have escalated to this extent. Given your mother's character, I believe she would not resort to using company funds, Chen Rulin explained. However, the issue remains, your mother's salary over these years is far from 800 million. Where did her money originate? If it were your father's money. She hesitated, not daring to continue. Chen Yang understood Chen Rulin's implication. His mother could manage 1 or 200 million without issue, but 800 million would be beyond her means. Unless his father had also contributed, which would complicate matters significantly. If Chen Yang's father, the current head of the Chen family, defied the elder's edict, the ramifications could lead to the forfeiture of his position. The Chen family was not a monolith. Many were eyeing the headship. The family has tasked me with 2 matters while in Hangzhou. If it truly leads back to your parents, I will assist you in keeping it concealed. Rulin, thank you. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude. Why the formality? When we were younger, none of the other older cousins played with me. You were the one who let me follow you around every day. Chen Rulin reminisced fondly. Whenever I was bullied, you were always the first to stand up for me. When I got into trouble, you took the blame for me. Do you remember that time you took the fall for me, nearly getting yourself hurt? Chen Yang chuckled at the memories. By the way, what about the second matter? The second is to unearth the traitor. Someone within the branch has leaked company secrets to competitors, resulting in significant losses for us. Chen Yang's mind raced. It was now time to atone for past misdeeds, lest his parents be implicated. Arrange for me to join the company tomorrow. As an ordinary employee, you will operate in the light, while I work in the shadows, Chen Yang resolved. Understood. Chen Rulin nodded. By the way, Ji Yanheng has been claiming to Su Hanyan that he has been supporting the Su family all these years. Simply because he has a distant uncle working in our branch, he believes he holds some significance. What does he even count for? What does his uncle amount to? How could he persuade Huifeng to allocate 800 million to the Su group? This fellow is utterly hypocritical. Had I not intended to leave this matter for you to handle, I would have dispatched someone to break his legs and silence him. No wonder Hanyan trusts him so implicitly. Chen Yang took deep breaths, suppressing his fury. You were right. I will personally deal with Ji Yanheng and ensure he is disgraced in Hangzhou. Chapter 3. Unexpected Delight. Su Hanyan maintained a remarkably regular routine. Even if she stayed up late until 1 or 2 in the morning, she would still rise promptly at 7 the next day. After 20 minutes of grooming and 10 minutes for breakfast, she would spend a little over 20 minutes commuting, generally arriving a few minutes early. Today, as was customary, Su Hanyan descended the stairs, instinctively making her way towards the dining room. However, upon reaching the threshold, she found herself momentarily stunned. The dining table was devoid of any food. In the past, Chen Yang would always prepare her breakfast. Due to her weak stomach, he would cook her millet porridge. And considering her frail constitution, he would also make pig liver porridge and ginseng porridge. She adored the mille-feuille from a particular pastry shop, and Chen Yang would ensure she had it, fresh and warm. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over her, but she quickly turned away. In her heart, Chen Yang might be considered a good husband, but that was where it ended. On her way, she casually instructed the driver to purchase some breakfast. Upon arriving at the office, just as she was about to eat, the finance manager rushed in without knocking, exclaiming, "President Su, I've just received internal news that Hui Feng is coming to audit our accounts." "What is the fuss about?" "Isn't this quite normal?" Su Hanyan replied, perplexed. "But they only conducted an audit 10 days ago," the finance manager stated gravely. "Unexpected inspections can happen, as long as the company's finances are in order. There is nothing to fear, but that your elder brother has withdrawn 15 million from the company account, leaving a deficit of the same amount." "What?" Su Hanyan dropped her breakfast, staring incredulously at the finance manager. "How was I not aware of this? I called him, and he said he couldn't replenish it in the short term. So I had no choice but to come to you that if Hui Feng arrives for the audit and we cannot explain where the money went, what will happen when they withdraw their funds? You are truly more of a hindrance than a help." Su Hanyan scolded. The finance manager dared not speak further, as Su Hanyan had no choice but to pull out her phone and call her brother Su Wenyong. "Tell me the truth. Where did you spend the money?" "I lent it out," Su Wenyong replied. Su Hanyan nearly fainted. "You took company funds to lend out? Are you engaging in illegal activities? There were no issues before. Our father did not entrust you with the company because he feared you would ruin it." Su Hanyan inhaled deeply. "Yet, you have managed to withdraw such a substantial amount from the company while not even being present. You truly are something else. Do you understand the repercussions of Hui Feng withdrawing their investment? This could sever our cash flow, not to mention new projects. Even the existing ones would struggle to survive. The company could face bankruptcy. Do you comprehend?" Su Hanyan's tone was stern. The potential consequences she articulated were grave. The company was in the midst of expansion, with significant financial commitments looming at the end of the month. Now, it was imperative not to offend Hui Feng, their principal investor. "Isn't Ji Yunhong's cousin at Hui Feng? He should be able to find a way to help us smooth this over," Su Wenyong said, seemingly unconcerned. "You had best return the money to you." Su Hanyan, furious, slammed her phone onto the table. "President Su, the people from Hui Feng are already on their way," the finance manager cautioned. "Bring in Manager Ji," Su Hanyan ordered coldly. The finance manager quickly exited, and Su Hanyan's icy voice rang out again. "After the audit from Hui Feng, report to the production department." "This leave?" "Yes." The finance manager hurriedly scuttled away. Before long, Ji Yunhang entered, his expression filled with concern. "President Su, what has you so upset? Be careful not to harm your health." "Yesterday, Chen Yang proposed a divorce," Su Hanyan replied. Her tone layered with complexity. Yunhong's heart leapt with joy, though his face betrayed none of his happiness. Instead, he appeared furious. "That man has been living off you for 5 years, and he dares to initiate a divorce. Who does he think he is?" "Hanyan, I'll go settle the score with him, and if a divorce is to happen, it should be you who casts him aside. And no need for that. Let's part amicably." Su Hanyan waved her hand dismissively. "I brought you here mainly to discuss the financial issues. The finance manager has briefed you, hasn't he?" Ji Yunhang nodded. "Currently, without any cash influx, we may need your cousin to intervene." Hoping to navigate through this crisis, Su Hanyan's expression turned serious. "Can you accomplish that?" "I will do my utmost. With your assurance, I feel more at ease," she replied, before coughing slightly. "Anyan, what's wrong?" Ji Yunhang quickly approached her, offering water with an expression of genuine concern. "Perhaps some after effect from the miscarriage. It should be nothing serious. I heard from a friend that a renowned gynecologist from the capital is visiting Hangzhou for just a few days." "All right, I appreciate your help. Surely you don't hold my past against me, do you? My marriage and miscarriage? How could I ever look down on you? Your willingness to terminate the pregnancy for my sake fills me with gratitude and admiration." Ji Yunhang spoke with deep sincerity. "It's just unfortunate that there is no way to transfer pain. Otherwise, I would gladly bear all your suffering." Su Hanyan smiled blissfully. Just then, her assistant rushed in. "President Su, the representatives from Hui Feng have arrived downstairs." That quickly, Su Hanyan was taken aback. Han Yin, you should have breakfast while I handle everything, Ji Yanhang reassured, patting his chest. Very well. Cousin, I never expected this audit would yield such unexpected findings. The purpose of the audit was to ascertain the amount Hui Feng had invested in the Su Group and to ensure no one was embezzling funds, yet it had uncovered a financial loophole. Chen Yang frowned upon reviewing the reports that a deficit of 15 million. What did they do with the money? Su Wenyong. I see, he must have taken the company's liquid funds to lend out. Chen Yang had previously overheard Su Wenyong's secretive phone conversations regarding lending. Lending public funds? Chen Ruolin fumed. This is money invested by Hui Feng. They must withdraw their investment. How much can the Su Group even produce if they withdraw now? They might only have around 10 to 20 million in liquid assets, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. Without sufficient funds, we can only consider debt-to-equity swaps, but we do not want their shares. Then we should pause the investment for now. Chen Ruolin inquired. Yes, they made a mistake and must be penalized. We will put the investment on hold. Chen Yang declared coldly that Su Han Yan has been too easily granted funds in the past, leading to her arrogance. Now that she has lost our investment, I am keen to see how she manages. Chapter 4. Deepening misunderstandings pause the investment. Upon receiving this news, Su Hanyan's expression darkened considerably. She glanced at Ji Yunhang beside her. Manager Ji, didn't you say you could handle this? Hanyan. While at work, please address me by my title. President Su, this isn't my cousin's fault for not trying hard enough, Ji Yunhang replied with a look of feigned innocence. There's been a personnel change in the Hui Feng Hangzhou branch. The former general manager has been reassigned. The new general manager is determined to withdraw the investment. My cousin had to leverage many relationships to ensure Hui Feng did not fully pull out. Given the magnitude of the financial issues at Su Group, Hui Feng only pausing their investment is already a favorable outcome. The finance manager chimed in, nodding in agreement. Su Han Yan rubbed her temples. However, the company is expanding, and we have a 50 million expenditure due at the end of the month. What are we to do? We still need 30 million. In the past, Su Group had borrowed from banks. But since partnering with Hui Feng 5 years ago, they had not taken out any loans. Even if they approached a bank now, the credit limit would be low and interest rates would be high. Su Group had secured 700 to 800 million from Hui Feng. Would the bank lend them that amount? Su Hanyan shook her head. Let us first speak with the person in charge at Hui Feng. Hopefully, we can gain their understanding. She rose decisively. I will go in person to apologize to them. Very well. The group made their way to Hui Feng's office, only to be met with a closed door. Even Ji Yunhong's attempt to leverage his cousin's influence and offer a substantial bribe proved futile. Su Hanyan's carefully prepared apology fell by the wayside. However, Ji Yunhang did not leave empty-handed. Hanyan, guess who I just saw when I went to find my cousin? I don't enjoy riddles, Su Hanyan said, her expression darkening. Chen Yang. Chen Yang. What is he doing here? Su Hanyan asked, astonished that I saw him sitting among the regular employees. He must be working here. Working here. Su Hanyan found it hard to believe that he doesn't even have a background in business or finance. How could he possibly be employed by Hui Feng? Both had attended Hangzhou University, where she majored in business administration and he in Chinese language studies. Their acquaintance stemmed from Su Hanyan's elective course in Chinese, and they both participated in the university's literature club. How could someone like him be hired by Hui Feng? As one of the top 5 investment firms in Huaxia, Hui Feng's hiring criteria are exceptionally stringent, typically requiring candidates to hold a master's degree from a prestigious university or possess extensive experience and a solid reputation within the industry. Chen Yang does not meet either of these qualifications. It is likely that he provided information about your elder brother's embezzlement of company funds to Hui Feng, which led to his employment there. Ji Yunhang speculated. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Last night, he proposed divorce, and this morning, Hui Feng came to audit the accounts. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyan furrowed her brow. Moreover, Chen Yang is well aware of your family's affairs. He undoubtedly knows about your elder brother's misappropriation of funds. Ji Yunhang continued, Go find him. Su Hanyan said in a low voice. Ji Yunhang led the way as they descended the stairs to the office below. The Hui Feng Hangchang branch had rented the 27th to 30th floors of Xinglong building, utilizing a total of 4 floors as their offices. The 27th floor housed the general staff. The 28th floor was designated for management. The 29th floor contained the general manager's office and meeting rooms, and the 30th floor served as the storage for machinery and documents. Their destination was the 27th floor. Upon reaching the 27th floor, before stepping out of the elevator, Su Hanyin turned to Ji and Hang and the others. Please wait for me downstairs. Hanyin, let me accompany you. What if that guy goes berserk? Ji and Hang expressed his concern. He wouldn't dare. Su Hanyin retorted disdainfully. Very well. We shall await your return downstairs. Su Hanyin exited the elevator alone, traversed the reception area and lounge, and arrived at the general staff office, which contained around 40 to 50 busy individuals. She made her way to the rightmost window and indeed spotted Chen Yang seated there as Su Hanyin quietly approached, standing behind him. Chen Yang was engrossed in filling out forms, appearing somewhat clumsy, likely due to an extended absence from such tasks. The piles of documents on either side of his computer reached over 20 centimeters high, evidencing the workload. Nevertheless, he remained meticulous. Su Hanyin suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. However, recalling how Chen Yang had rejected her offer of $5 million the previous night, and considering that he might be the instigator behind the Su family's loss of funding, that fleeting sympathy vanished without a trace. Anger took its place. She felt a need to erupt, yet restrained herself. Striving to maintain her composure as she asked, "Can we speak privately?" Upon hearing her voice, Chen Yang was not taken aback. He had noticed Ji and Hang earlier, knowing he would undoubtedly inform Su Hanyin. "Are you already so impatient with me?" Su Hanyin could not contain her rising ire, her tone escalating significantly. "Impatient? Compared to your demeanor when interrupted at work, I am currently being exceedingly docile," Chen Yang mocked. Su Hanyin was left speechless. While working in her study, she would often disregard Chen Yang, and at times even chastise him for minor disturbances. Taking a deep breath, Su Hanyin lowered her voice. "Do you want me to argue with you here?" Chen Yang stood up and walked towards the distant lounge, positioning himself by the window with his back to Su Hanyin. "Speak quickly if you have something to say. I merely terminated a pregnancy." "And you intend to ruin the Su family business?" Su Hanyin said coldly. "Chen Yang, I misjudged you. I never anticipated your desire for revenge to be so profound." "Merely," Chen Yang chuckled, "so, in your eyes, terminating a pregnancy is so trivial. I understand now. You only care for your child, disregarding me," Su Hanyin scorned. "Only caring for the child and not for you. After 5 years of marriage, forget it. I do not wish to dwell on the past." Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Now, I can tell you that the one who will ruin the Su family business is not me, but you yourselves. Have you finally admitted it? What is there to admit? You used the information about my brother's embezzlement of Su family funds as a ticket to join Hui Feng, did you not? Ridiculous. I had no knowledge of your brother's embezzlement and could not care less." Chen Yang replied. "Then how did you gain entry into Hui Feng? Surely, it was not due to your professional skills." Su Hanyin sneered. "That is none of your concern," Chen Yang retorted, uninterested in further explanation, but he turned to leave. "If you have come to argue, I shall not entertain you. Also, if you can make it to Hui Feng, it seems your health is not as frail as you claimed. See you tomorrow morning at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau." Su Hanyin stamped her foot in frustration. "Chen Yang, let me tell you, even if you reported the Su family, causing Hui Feng to suspend its financial support, our company will not collapse. With you as a useless individual, it is utterly impossible for the Su family to fall." Chapter 5. Who is truly useless? Hanyin. "Are you all right?" Ji and Hang hurried towards Su Hanyin as she stormed out of the elevator. "Waiting in the lobby. Take care, don't strain yourself. That despicable Chen Yang. I truly misjudged him," Su Hanyin fumed, still seething. "Should I have someone teach him a lesson?" Ji and Hang inquired tentatively. "No." Su Hanyin shook her head. "He is heartless. We must not act unjustly." "Indeed, what status do we hold? And what status does he have? It is not worth our time to stoop to his level. I have already arranged meetings with several bank managers. We will discuss matters with them tomorrow." "Very well." Su Hanyin cast a grateful glance at Ji Yunheng. She valued him not only for their past affection, but also for the significant assistance he had provided to the Su family, as he often took the initiative without needing her reminders. Upon exiting Xinglong Building, the group got into their vehicles and departed. Back at the company, Ji Yunheng entered the general manager's office and took out his phone. Dialing Su Wenyong. Are you saying that my brother-in-law Chen Yang betrayed me? Su Wenyong exclaimed in shock. Brother-in-law. He has already proposed divorce to your sister. Tomorrow morning, they will head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Did your sister not inform you of this? Not at all. Su Wenyong shook his head. She tends to keep many things from the family. Perhaps you or your family do not hold any sentiment for him? Sentiment? No one in my family respects Chen Yang. That useless individual. Su Wenyong scoffed. If it weren't for knowing my sister's stubborn nature, my parents would not have worried about Hanyan's well-being. How could Chen Yang have married my sister? He is merely a sycophant, attempting to please her at every turn. Compared to you, he is insignificant, unworthy to even carry your shoes. If it were not for my sister being pregnant with a child, I would have advised her to divorce Chen Yang and reconcile with you. The child has already been terminated, Ji Yanheng replied. Terminated? When did this happen? Just yesterday morning. I personally accompanied your sister to the hospital for the procedure. Well, that is splendid. Finally rid of that useless person. Ji Yanheng. You wouldn't mind my sister, would you? Of course not. Then it is settled. As long as you do not mind, I will handle matters with my parents. Thank you, Su brother. Ji Yanheng expressed his gratitude. Very soon, we will be family. Why be so formal? By the way, Chen Yang informed Hui Feng about your embezzlement. What do you plan to do about him? Naturally, I shall deal with him. I have long found him displeasing. Su brother. I have said nothing, Ji Yanheng cautioned. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility if anything goes awry. I am merely concerned for Hanyan. She seems reluctant to go to extremes with Chen Yang. That is fine. I will ensure she does not suspect you. I will call the financial manager shortly, feigning an inquiry. That is good. Chen Yang did not finish work until after 10, burdened with tasks primarily due to his long absence from computer work, which had left him nearly rusty. His cousin, Chen Rulin, had intended to send someone to assist him, but he had declined. Such work posed no challenge for him. After taking the elevator to the underground parking lot, he approached the second-hand Volkswagen Passat that his cousin had purchased for him. Chen Yang, come over. Let us have a chat. A familiar voice called from the front left. It was Su Wenyong, seemingly having waited for some time. Chen Yang smiled, glancing around with his peripheral vision. If everyone is here, why hide away? From behind several support columns emerged 5 middle-aged men. You certainly think highly of yourself, Chen Yang quipped. To deal with a useless person like you. I can manage alone. Su Wenyong retorted disdainfully. I can knock you out with a single punch. Let them come. It is merely to prevent you from escaping. I cannot be bothered to chase you. He was indeed unafraid of Chen Yang. Although Chen Yang was slightly taller, their physiques were not on the same level. Standing at 1.82 meters, Chen Yang was slender, while Su Wenyong was approximately 1.75 meters, but weighed nearly 200 pounds. 4 to 5 years ago, Su Wenyong had been as thin as a stick, but after marrying, he had rapidly gained weight. However, he did not possess a beer belly, as he regularly worked out at the gym. Maintaining a strong yet not overweight physique, Su Wenyong flexed his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, brimming with eagerness, and looked at the little brothers beside him. What do you think we should do with this pathetic lickspittle who has brought shame upon all men? Ideally, we should sever that thing, forcing him to lick himself. Ha, what a clever idea. The crowd erupted into unrestrained laughter. The lickspittle. Chen Yang managed a bitter smile. The term was indeed apartment. He did not become enraged, but instead regarded Su Wenyong with mockery. I certainly won fleet. As for the worthless. The colossal Su group is left in the hands of a woman. Has the male lineage of the Su family perished? I may be a lickspittle, but you are the true embodiment of worthlessness. How dare you? Su Wenyong exploded infuriated. Am I not speaking the truth? Chen Yang retorted with disdain, the esteemed heir of the Su family. Instead of managing the company, secretly absconds with its liquid assets to engage in loan sharking. You are not only worthless, but also a peculiar fool. Most importantly, you are a simpleton. How dare a worthless man speak against me? You are courting death. Su Wenyong charged forward, aiming a punch at Chen Yang's face. Bang! Before his fist could reach Chen Yang, Su Wenyong felt a kick to his abdomen, and without even seeing how Chen Yang moved, his corpulent body was sent flying, crashing to the ground on his knees. Enraged, Su Wenyong disregarded his earlier words and commanded his subordinates, attack, render him incapacitated. 5 burly middle-aged men lunged at Chen Yang. But before they could even graze his clothing, they were met with slaps and kicks. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 of them lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, with such feeble strength. You dare label me worthless? Chen Yang scoffed at this as Wen Yong rubbed his eyes. Convinced he was hallucinating, he gazed incredulously at Chen Yang. How could this so-called worthless individual possess such formidable strength? Chen Yang turned, striding towards Wen Yong, and derisively asked, "Who is the true worthless one?" "Why you? Don't come any closer." Wen Yong retreated, but was still seized by the collar by Chen Yang, who effortlessly hoisted the 200-pound man. Smack! Chen Yang delivered a resounding slap to Wen Yong's cheek. "Over the years, you have mocked and ridiculed me, yet I refrained from causing you trouble, and now you come knocking on my door? What gave you the audacity? Chen Yang, that I was wrong." Smack! "Now tell me, who is the worthless one?" "I am worthless," Wen Yong pleaded repeatedly. "Chen Yang, for the sake of our shared past, spare me. I swear I will never do it again." Slap! 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 Chen Yang continued his relentless assault, and Wen Yong's cheeks swelled crimson. "Do you know why I am still beating you?" Chen Yang inquired. Chapter 6. The Death of the Pig. Wen Yong was too pained to respond. His mind clouded, merely shaking his head in confusion. "The entire company's power rests with your sister. With a brother-in-law like me who is neither ambitious nor greedy, you should be secretly rejoicing." Chen Yang looked down on Wen Yong. "If any brother-in-law with ulterior motives regarding your family's wealth were to take my place, the Su group would no longer bear the Su name. Take Jianhang, for instance. Does he truly not mind that your sister has been married before and has suffered a miscarriage? If it were you, would you be indifferent? You call me a lickspittle, yet the one I admire has never been married nor suffered such loss." Han Yen. "What of Jianhang pursuing a divorced woman who has had a miscarriage? Consider this a reminder, for in 5 years of cohabitation, I caution you to avoid Jianhang's schemes, being sold and still counting the money for others. What a fool." Chen Yang released his grip and swaggered away. Wen Yong collapsed to the ground, his expression a tumult of emotions, even one as dense as he was beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. A married daughter is like spilled water. Han Yen is ultimately a woman, not a son of the Su family. Wen Yong had faith in his sister's character. She would not surreptitiously abscond with the family fortune. Was the entire Su group now entirely under Jianhang's influence? He could do as he pleased. This thought crossed his mind. A chill ran down Wen Yong's spine. "Brother Yong, what do we do? Should we call for help?" one fallen subordinate tentatively asked. "Not yet." Wen Yong waved his hand. "I underestimated him. I did not expect him to possess such strength, which indeed make him worthy of being the son-in-law of the Su family. At least he need not worry about me seizing his assets. Had I wanted to, I would have done so long ago. Are we to let it go?" The subordinate sounded somewhat discontent. "If he does not divorce my sister, then we can consider the matter settled. But if he does, then I will undoubtedly seek revenge." This was the Su family's ancestral home, located in the city, a quintessential southern Chinese courtyard. Wen Yong noticed that the study on the left side still had its light on. From Jianhang, he learned that his sister had terminated her pregnancy and was preparing for divorce, and he intended to inform their parents. After contemplating, he walked toward the left annex and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came Han Yen's indifferent inquiry from within. "It's me. Is there something you need? Big brother wants to discuss the divorce with you." "Come in." "All right." Wen Yong pushed the door open. Han Yen was still engrossed in her documents, not even glancing up at him. "Han Yen, you've had a miscarriage and are weak. You ought to rest early," Wen Yong advised, "if you hadn't misappropriated company funds. I wouldn't be scrambling to prepare loan documents for the bank. I would have been asleep long ago," Han Yen replied coldly. Awkwardly clearing his throat twice, Wen Yong shifted topics. "Han Yen, I think Chen Yang is quite commendable. His kindness toward you over the years is apparent to anyone with eyes. I believe Jianhang is not necessarily superior to Chen Yang." Han Yen abruptly lifted her head, her face a mask of astonishment as she regarded her unfamiliar elder brother. Not just unfamiliar. It felt as though the sun had risen in the west. The Su family, who had always held Chen Yang in disdain, now found Wen Yong speaking in his favor. Even more shocking to Su Hanyin was, "How did you become such a fool?" "I fell accidentally." "You are not my brother," Su Hanyin stated earnestly. "Hanyin, it is I. I merely have a swollen face." Su Winyong quickly opened his mouth wide. "Look, and my golden tooth. My brother would never speak well of Chen Yang." That circumstances have changed," Su Winyong replied seriously. "You were beaten by him, and now you defend him. Is that not true?" You're not only despicable, but also incompetent. You cannot even defeat a worthless person. It's just that his strength is indeed enough." Su Hanyin cut him off sharply, her voice icy. "Getting into trouble on your own and then being beaten is enough of a disgrace. Do you wish to willingly become his lackey, his pawn? Do you not care how it reflects on the Su family?" Su Winyong lowered his head, feeling a deep sense of frustration and even self-doubt. Could it be that he and his companions were truly inept? Yet those subordinates were undeniably formidable, capable of overpowering 2 or 3 ordinary people without difficulty. However, they could not even touch the hem of Chen Yang's garment. But Su Winyong also understood that explaining this to his sister would be futile. She would never believe him. Even he found it hard to accept that the usually submissive Chen Yang, who spent his days cooking in an apron, could possess such strength. "I ask you, who told you to provoke Chen Yang?" Su Hanyin's inquiry rang out once more. "I am not asking who incited you. I merely want to know why you sought out Chen Yang. That I have not yet divorced him. I just wanted to discuss the distribution of assets. While he has not contributed much to the Su family, he has endured hardships over the years. He leaves empty-handed, asking for nothing." Leaving empty-handed? Su Winyong was taken aback. Was this truly the Chen Yang he knew? "Get out. I find your presence irritating." Su Hanyin waved her hand dismissively. "Hanyin, you must be cautious of Ji Yunhang. He is likely approaching you with intentions toward our family's wealth." "I understand." Su Hanyin narrowed her eyes. "Not only are you incompetent, but you are also foolish. You failed to see through Chen Yang's simple scheme. Chen Yang wants you to sow discord between me and Ji Yunhang. Do you not grasp this?" Su Hanyin shouted, irritated. "Chen Yang would not think that way. Would he? Would he not? You should know how pigs meet their demise." Su Winyong hastily made his exit, eager to escape further rebuke. After fleeing outside, he felt quite helpless. His sister truly left him no face. "Cough, cough, cough." Su Hanyin began to cough in frustration. Yet the brother who had dashed out did not return to pour her water. In the past, upon hearing her cough, he would come and check on her with concern. Yet tomorrow morning, he would accompany her to finalize their divorce. But reflecting on the earlier events, she felt no lingering attachment, only an increase in resentment. Chapter 7. The backlash comes swiftly. West City Civil Affairs Bureau. The perpetually punctual Su Hanyin, this time, was not on time, arriving nearly 2 hours late. She presumed Chen Yang would be furious. However, he remained remarkably calm. Over the years, it seemed she had seldom witnessed Chen Yang lose his temper. To her, he appeared to have never raised his voice, indulging her every whim. Even when he had proposed divorce the night before, his demeanor was eerily composed. Was it that he possessed an unwavering temperament, or simply an immense inner strength? No, this fellow was simply without anger, a coward at heart. As she reflected on the events of yesterday, Su Hanyin felt a surge of indignation and strode towards Chen Yang, raising her hand to slap him across the face. Chen Yang merely sidestepped slightly, avoiding the blow, and gestured for her to enter. "Please, Su Dong, your time is quite precious. It would be best not to waste it." His action seemed choreographed, as though rehearsed. Su Hanyin discerned the sarcasm in his words, inciting her fury further as she kicked at him. Chen Yang stepped forward, and her kick missed entirely, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Ji Yunhang rushed to help her up, glaring at Chen Yang with rage. "Chen Yang, you scoundrel, striking a woman." It was evident that he was playing the victim. Chen Yang scoffed. "Who is distorting the truth? If you hadn't struck Hanyin, how would she have fallen?" Ji Yunhang suddenly shouted, "Everyone, come and see. This guy is seeking women outside, and when his wife files for divorce, he resorts to violence. Those present, there to register marriages or divorces, turned to gawk at Chen Yang. Murmuring amongst themselves, he appeared respectable. Yet he struck a woman. What a disgrace. No wonder he faced divorce. His wife is so beautiful. yet he seeks other women. Truly, he knows not his fortune. The murmurs and accusations surged. Even Su Hanyan found it unbearable. Yet when she glanced at Chen Yang, he remained unruffled, his expression unchanged. He couldn't even be bothered to explain himself. Simply looking at Su Hanyan with a calm smile. Is this the man you admire? Indeed, Hanyan will marry me. I can offer her true happiness. Ji Yanhang stood tall, declaring, apologize to Hanyan immediately, or I won't let you off easily. Whether you can bring her happiness is uncertain, but I know you will soon face legal troubles. Consider this your chance. Apologize now, or I will ensure you pay the price. Dio, you think I fear you? In this world, it's all about connections, Ji Yanhang brazenly replied. You a good-for-nothing leech, have any. Since you do not cherish it, do not blame me. Chen Yang retrieved his phone. That's enough. Su Hanyan interjected loudly. I fell myself. This has nothing to do with Chen Yang. This matter ends here. Hanyan, I want to stand up for you. Yanhang protested. Did you not hear me say it ends here? Su Hanyan nearly shouted. Yet he still clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of resentment that Su Hanyan appeared to still side with Chen Yang. But what irked him further was when Chen Yang insisted. I said, apologize, Chen Yang. Do not push your luck. Su Hanyan turned, glaring fiercely at him, that if seeking justice also meant pushing limits, then Ji Yanhang had falsely accused her and demanded an apology. What did that signify? Chen Yang smirked. Yu Su Hanyan was left speechless, turning to Ji Yanhang. Apologize? Ji Yanhang was reluctant to apologize. Apologizing is up to you. Su Hanyan hastened towards the divorce window. Ji Yanhang's expression shifted. He knew he could not afford to anger Su Hanyan, nor could he disappoint her, or he would lose her. He must not let a small issue lead to a great loss. A man must be flexible. With that thought, Ji Yanhang finally uttered, I'm sorry. Did you not eat? Or am I deaf? Chen Yang sneered, that I'm sorry. Ji Yanhang shouted. What a clown. Chen Yang cast a disdainful glance at Ji Yanhang before turning to the onlookers. Equally contemptuous, a herd of fools, mindlessly following the crowd. Faces turned pale, as if they had swallowed a fly. With their dignity lost, they turned their ire towards Ji Yanhang. He appears refined and cultured, yet he is a hypocrite. Indeed, one must never judge a book by its cover. The more genteel the facade, the more deceitful the heart. To slander others in public. How base, how vile, how petty. Hearing the insults, Ji Yanhang's face flushed crimson, burning with shame, and he quickly lowered his head, hastening towards the exit. As he passed Chen Yang, his eyes were filled with resentment. You brought this upon yourself. Chen Yang chuckled and approached the divorce window. Where Su Hanyan had already retrieved her documents, he presented his intern to the staff. You two, I will temporarily register your divorce, allowing you a month to reflect. The staff explained, an own need for a month. We wish to finalize it now. Su Hanyan replied impatiently that I apologize, but that is the regulation. Then expedite the process. Do you have any objections regarding the division of assets? None. I do not wish for a single cent. Here is the agreement. We have both signed it. Chen Yang produced the pre-prepared agreement. Please wait a moment. The staff soon completed the registration and returned their identification cards. Despicable scoundrel. Su Hanyan slipped her ID into her wallet. Casting a cold glance at Chen Yang before hurriedly departing, eager to avoid further interaction with him. Despicable? Chen Yang shook his head. He had always acted with integrity. When had he ever been underhanded? Yet now that he was divorced from Su Hanyan, their paths had diverged. There was no need for him to explain himself, nor did he wish to. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, he noticed that Su Hanyan and Ji Yanhang had already left. He exhaled deeply. Over 6 years of affection had finally come to an end. There was still much work to be done. Yet Chen Yang had begun to acclimate, completing his tasks in less time even after taking a leave of absence that morning. On the drive back, he noticed a car trailing him in the rearview mirror, prompting a smile. The IT was likely Ji Yanhang had sent someone after him, though there was also the possibility of Su Wenyong. Albeit that was less likely. Chen Yang chose not to accelerate to lose his tail, but instead maintained his original speed, heading towards the outskirts. His new residence was not far from the company, as he had instructed Chen Ruolin to rent an apartment nearby. Since he opted to let Chen Ruolin be in the open while he remained hidden, living together would expose them. The traitor might send someone to follow Chen Ruolin. Thus, he decided against cohabitation and rented an apartment just a 5-minute drive away. Now, he arrived at the foot of Shaodang Mountain, a place he had often hiked during his school days, relishing the fresh air that lifted his spirits. Especially at this hour, it seemed unlikely anyone else would be around. Yet as he reached the summit, he spotted 2 groups engaged in a brawl. What was going on? Why would anyone choose to fight in such a place at night? If they were to engage in conflict, why here? Chapter 8. Don't be so stubborn in the next life. At the edge of Shaodang Mountain, near the cliff, masked men were assaulting 2 men in suits. Behind the suit-clad men stood a young woman, around 23 or 24 years old. Upon noticing the vehicle's approach, the masked men's expressions shifted dramatically. However, upon seeing a lean man, approximately 25 or 26, exit the car, they quickly dismissed him. Carry on. They won't last much longer. The 4 masked assailants intensified their assault against the suited men. Although the latter demonstrated considerable strength, facing 4 opponents proved insurmountable. And they struggled to hold their ground. It was merely a matter of time before the suited men succumbed. Chen Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, but ultimately decided against it. After all, there were still those who had followed him, and he suspected that once they arrived, the masked men would flee. Just as he was pondering this, the pursuing vehicle arrived. However, upon exiting their car and witnessing the heated brawl, they were momentarily stunned. What on earth? Retreat. The leader, a scar-faced man, observed that the combatants were far superior in strength and hastily ordered his group back to avoid unnecessary entanglements. They were retreating? Clearly, Ji Yanheng had not enlisted anyone formidable. How contemptuous of them! Chen Yang felt a sense of offense. The masked men, initially preparing to withdraw upon seeing the newcomers, noticed them leaving and exchanged knowing smirks, turning back to renew their assault. Completely disregarding Chen Yang. Hey, am I invisible? Chen Yang strode forward. While I do not wish to entangle myself in your feud, I equally dislike being overlooked. The masked man coldly retorted, this is none of your business. Leave now, or we will kill your entire family. You cannot defeat them. Hurry away before you meet your end. The woman recognized Chen Yang and shouted urgently. Yet Chen Yang neither turned away nor slowed his pace. He continued to approach. Old 5, take care of him quickly. The lead masked man commanded. A slender masked figure pivoted and lunged at Chen Yang. Kid, saving a damsel requires skill that if you lack the ability and still wish to play hero, it will lead to your demise. Whoosh! As the voice faded, the masked assailant had already lunged forward. A cold glint flickered, and with a swift punch, he brandished a dagger, its sharp blade aimed directly at Chen Yang's throat. The speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneous. The attack was ruthlessly fierce, intent on claiming a life. The dagger came perilously close. Chen Yang had yet to react, prompting the masked figure to sneer. In your next life, do not overreach. That's so. Just as the dagger was a mere 3 centimeters from his throat, it suddenly halted, unable to advance further. The assailant realized, to his shock, that Chen Yang had seized his wrist. How swift! The masked man hadn't even seen Chen Yang move before his wrist was firmly in the latter's grasp. Yet he was no pushover and exerted force once more. However, Chen Yang's fingers exuded an overwhelming strength. With a twist and a shove, the dagger plunged into the chest of the masked man. How could this be? The masked figure lowered his head, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the blade fully embedded in his own chest. May you be reborn into a better life. Chen Yang smirked, withdrawing the dagger and delivering a swift kick to the assailant's abdomen. The masked man was sent hurtling backward, colliding with another masked figure, both collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, a companion gasped as blood seeped from the corner of the 5th man's mouth, his breath rapidly fading. Old 5, the leader of the black-clad figures, was struck with disbelief. How could Old 5 have suffered a fatal blow in less than 10 seconds? Just as he contemplated turning around, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up from behind. The dagger, illuminated by the distant headlights, radiated a dazzling light. The leader barely managed to sidestep, but the next moment, the dagger struck with even greater speed and a more cunning angle. So fast. As the masked leader contemplated this, Chen Yang's figure zipped past him, the dagger slicing across his neck. The masked man quickly clutched his throat, sinking to his knees. When his hands could no longer muster the strength to hold back the blood, crimson droplets began to cascade through the air. In that moment of collapse, the masked man heard the anguished cries of his companions. It seemed none of them could withstand more than 2 moves against Chen Yang. No, to be precise, they couldn't survive even one. Who on earth is this man? Did he not consult the fortune before stepping out today? The 4 masked figures departed this world with their eyes wide open. Even the 2 bodyguards and the woman stood in stunned silence. Unable to even warn Chen Yang to leave one alive, it was only when Chen Yang casually remarked, "I'll leave this to you," and turned to depart that the bodyguards and the woman finally snapped back to reality. "Wait." The beautiful woman hastened after him. "Thank you for your rescue. My name is Zhong Wenfei. May I inquire your esteemed name and place of residence? This would allow my family to express our gratitude." "No need." Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. "I merely happened to pass by. It is of no consequence." With that, he quickened his pace, entering his vehicle and driving away, leaving no opportunity for Zhong Wenfei to continue her conversation. He had no desire to entangle himself in the affairs of that woman. Depart without a trace. Now that is the mark of a true master, the bodyguard expressed in admiration. "Quick, contact the master. Indeed, also have someone investigate this benefactor's background. I want to know everything about him," Zhong Wenfei added. The following morning, the Zhong family received news about Chen Yang. Chen Yang, 26 years old, had just finalized his divorce from Su Hanyin, the chairwoman of the Su Group. He had a separate household registration, and details about his parents were unclear. Currently, he served as an ordinary employee at Huifeng International Investment Company, Hangzhou branch. Yet, prior to his divorce, outsiders had labeled him as someone living off a woman's fortune. How could someone so powerful be described as living off a woman? Zhong Wenfei found this hard to believe. Zhong Hongtao, her father, shook his head in contemplation. Perhaps being perceived as living off a woman is merely a facade to conceal his true identity, a strategy to mislead outsiders. I shall meet him shortly to express my gratitude in person. "Father, I can go alone," Zhong Wenfei insisted, eager to proceed. "No," Zhong Hongtao firmly rejected. "This man has profound depths. You cannot involve yourself with him." "Father, what do you mean by involve myself?" Zhong Wenfei retorted. "I merely wish to express my gratitude. I harbor no ulterior motives. Besides, it is unlikely your daughter would pursue a divorced man." After some contemplation, Zhong Hongtao relented, but not without cautioning. "Just remember, you are still betrothed." "Understood." "How do you plan to thank him?" "Offering money would be too trite. Instead, why not assist him discreetly, ensuring he gains more recognition at Huifeng? Wouldn't that be more beneficial?" Zhong Wenfei smiled. "I already have a plan in mind, so you needn't worry." Watching his beloved daughter depart, Zhong Hongtao gestured to his personal bodyguard. Once the bodyguard approached, he whispered instructions and handed over a check. "Understood, sir," the bodyguard affirmed, taking the check and hurriedly pursuing Zhong Wenfei. Chapter 9. Targeted by Superiors Chen Yang. This report is due in 20 minutes. Please expedite its completion, as Chen Yang's desk was already piled high. Sun Lizhen nonetheless tossed several reports at him for organization. "I am busy with the files the manager requested," Chen Yang replied, feeling a twinge of helplessness. After 2 days of observation, he had been working overtime, departing last each evening. His colleagues likely thought him lacking in connections, being new, and had shifted tasks that were originally theirs onto him. Indeed, where there are people, there exists a hierarchy. Complete this one first. "Wait a moment for the manager's request," Lu Lizhen said impatiently. Chen Yang glanced around. Everyone else was preoccupied, and he felt too weary to argue, so he acquiesced. However, in less than 15 minutes, the manager's assistant approached. "Chen Yang, where's the report?" Lu Lizhen asked me to prioritize her report. He replied, "Can't you discern priorities?" The assistant's demeanor darkened. "That I explicitly stated it was urgent. Do you not understand the meaning of urgent?" "I'll do it right away," Chen Yang quickly responded. "Hurry up. The Secretary General of the Foundation is on her way. If you don't finish before her arrival, you may as well pack your things and leave," the assistant declared before striding away, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Chen Yang had no time to admire this scene. Rapidly working on the other report. "Chen Yang, is your report ready?" Lu Lizhen reappeared shortly. Honestly, I am overwhelmed. If you need it urgently, perhaps you could work on it yourself. You want me to do the report? What do you think I hired you for? To sit idly. Lu Lijian's face darkened. While others complete their tasks in 10 minutes. You take 20. If this reflects your incompetence, I will give you another half hour. If you fail to complete it, I will report you to HR. Chen Yang felt a surge of frustration. Calm down, my friend. A bespectacled man nearby slid his chair closer, patting Chen Yang's shoulder. Where's the report the supervisor requested? I can help you with it. Finally, a kind soul. Chen Yang glanced at the whispering colleagues around him, none willing to assist, and felt a wave of gratitude towards the bespectacled man. That I've completed half of it. So, I'll send you the file. Just colleagues helping one another. The man replied as he took over the report and began working diligently on it. After a few minutes, Chen Yang pushed himself to the limit, finally completing the manager's report. Yet, the manager's assistant had yet to arrive. Nearly an hour passed before she finally came to collect it, while Lu Lijian had arrived a bit earlier, taking over 40 minutes. Chen Yang felt a surge of frustration boiling within him. Even after finishing both reports, he did not rest, continuing to toil away. Do you intend to ruin me? The errors in this report were not made by me. It was. Chen Yang glanced at the report, noting the mistakes were all in the latter sections, errors made by the bespectacled man. However, recognizing the man had helped him out of goodwill, perhaps rushing led to some oversight. Chen Yang chose not to implicate him. Are you incapable of handling your own responsibilities? You expect others to assist you, yet you do not even check your own work? Lu Lijian shouted. Who knows which fool hired you? I believe you are ill-suited for this job. Perhaps continuing to live off a woman would be better for you, as you would not inflict your incompetence upon us. Living off a woman? Colleagues around him cast him peculiar glances. Chen Yang realized Lu Lijian had evidently been bribed by Ji Yanhang to target him specifically. Ji Yanhang was intent on making his time at Huifeng miserable, even aiming to have him lose his jobs for the well-meaning bespectacled man. It was uncertain whether he was in league with Ji Yanhang or had intentionally made mistakes to embarrass Chen Yang. Lu Lijian, just because I made a mistake does not justify personal attacks. Chen Yang retorted, what's wrong? Did I speak incorrectly? Lu Lijian scoffed at Suhanyan, the chairwoman of the Su group. Was your wife correct? A woman managing a company while you played the role of a house husband. Is that not accurate? If I am mistaken, you are free to sue me for defamation, and I will gladly apologize on my knees. Chen Yang remained silent, his eyes narrowing, a flicker of murderous intent sparking within them. The colleagues around began to murmur in hushed tones. I have heard about Su Hanyan. She's indeed a formidable woman, having multiplied the company's market value several times within a mere 5 years through her own capabilities. Who would have thought her husband is Chen Yang? Indeed, it is quite unexpected, and even more astonishing is the fact that after years of living off her, he still has to seek employment. I suppose his pocket money has been tightly restricted. That is truly unfortunate. Upon hearing her colleagues' remarks, Lu Lijian became even more animated. What a pity that Su Hanyan no longer holds you in esteem, leaving you without her support, forcing you to look for a job. And after your divorce from Su Hanyan, you immediately reported the Su group. Otherwise, with your abilities, could you have entered Huifeng? Heartless, insidious, and cunning. That is exactly the kind of person you are. Shut your mouth. A cold voice echoed from the office door. Lu Lijian turned to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose beauty was almost excessive, with a delicate oval face and hair elegantly styled in a bun at the back. She exuded grace and poise. Her deep red lips added a sensual allure to her appearance. Clad in a light red bodycon dress that accentuated her ample figure, she embodied a true S-shaped silhouette, a figure that could only be described as devilishly attractive. It is rare for women to carry such an ensemble with ease, yet this woman wore it without a hint of awkwardness. Instead, radiating heat, passion, and seduction, evoking a strong desire to conquer. As a woman herself, Lu Lijian felt a pang of jealousy towards this woman's beauty and demeanor. How dare she demand silence from me? This is intolerable. Who does this seductress think she is? I am reprimanding my subordinate. What business is it of yours? Lu Lijian coldly retorted, a seductress. You are the one exposing others' privacy in the office. A truly despicable act. The beautiful woman looked at her with disdain. Is this how Hui Feng's management conducts itself? It seems I must reconsider my investment. The management of Hui Feng has nothing to do with you. Leave my office before I become angry, Lu Lizhen replied impatiently. Otherwise, I shall have security escort you out. Where are the security guards? Where have they gone? Lu Lizhen's loud voice reverberated throughout the office, even echoing into the hallway. Though the security did not arrive, the company's general manager and several senior executives all appeared. What a commotion! Surely, this is not due to her reprimanding Chen Yang. Lu Lizhen felt a sense of foreboding. She glanced at the enchanting woman, her heart sinking. Could she be from the foundation? In the morning meeting, the company had already stated that representatives from the Hangzhou Small and Medium Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Foundation would be visiting. Besides preparing all necessary materials, the office must maintain a rigorous atmosphere to avoid embarrassing the foundation representatives. Lu Lizhen had encountered staff from the foundation a few times, but had never met the current seductress. However, given the current scenario, it appeared that this enchanting woman might be the foundation's Secretary General. Yet, she fervently hoped that it was not. Secretary Zhong, I am Chen Ruolin, the newly appointed General Manager of Huifeng's Hangzhou branch. Welcome! Chen Ruolin stepped forward and politely extended her hand to the beautiful woman. Lu Lizhen felt her vision darken, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was disastrous, and no need for a handshake. Zhong Wenfei showed no courtesy at all. Refusing to shake hands, Chen, ensure all funds are prepared. I intend to take them with me in an hour. Chen Ruolin did not seem angry. She merely inquired, Secretary Zhong, may I ask what Hui Feng has done wrong? I hope you will enlighten us. Didn't T or people reject my funds? Zhong Wenfei countered. She told me to leave. Doesn't T that imply she doesn't T want my funds? Zhong Wenfei expressed her disdain. Chen, I truly did not know she was from the foundation. Lu Lizhen's legs turned to jelly. The foundation had provided Hui Feng with nearly 2 billion in investment funds, if Lu Lizhen's actions resulted in losing such a major client. She could expect to be fired. Being dismissed from Hui Feng would tarnish her reputation, and no other small investment company would dare to employ her, effectively ending her career. So, if I were an ordinary investor and not affiliated with the foundation, you could simply dismiss me, you could insult me as a seductress? Zhong Wenfei sneered at, that was not my intention. Lu Lizhen stammered. Then what was your intention? Zhong Wenfei raised her voice. Lu Lizhen struggled to articulate a response. Unable to produce a coherent thought, she verbally abused her subordinate and publicly exposed private matters. I intervened, and she told me to leave. Is this the kind of corporate culture you endorse, Chen? Zhong Wenfei directed her gaze at Chen Ruolin. Moreover, she insulted my friend. You should handle this matter. Is that so? Chen Ruolin pointed towards the door. Lu Supervisor, you may pack your belongings and leave. Please, don't fire me. I've just gone through a divorce, and I have dependents. Considering my years of service, both in labor and effort, please spare me. The usually fierce Lu Lizhen was on the verge of tears. Is that so? I am not heartless, if you are not dismissed. That is acceptable. Chen Ruolin smiled. You merely need to swap positions with Chen Yang. That should not be a problem, correct? Lu Lizhen understood Chen Ruolin's implication. Chen Yang would take her position, and she would become an ordinary employee. Naturally, she was unwilling to. You think I am negotiating with you? Chen Ruolin suddenly raised her voice in reprimand. You have 10 minutes to clear your office and get out. Yes. Lu Lizhen trembled in fear, hastening towards her office. Secretary Zhong, are you satisfied with my handling of the situation? Chen Ruolin inquired. Zhong Wenfei regarded the younger Chen Ruolin, who, when provoked, displayed a commanding presence that rivaled her own, and smiled very satisfied. Chen Yang, Supervisor, let us convene a meeting. Chen Ruolin turned to Chen Yang. Zhong Wenfei was even more pleased. This was her objective, to have Chen Yang gain prominence within Hui Feng, and Chen Ruolin understood this well, promptly making arrangements. However, what she did not realize was that Chen Ruolin had been observing everything unfold, and while Zhong Wenfei had not acted against Lu Lizhen, Chen Ruolin would not let her off the hook either. Yet, what caught Chen Ruolin by surprise was how her cousin knew Zhong Wenfei. With a sense of curiosity, everyone proceeded to the meeting room upstairs. Chen Yang sat at the back, merely listening as Chen Ruolin and Zhong Wenfei discussed the foundation's affairs. He was not well versed in the foundation's workings and planned to inquire with his cousin later. The meeting concluded in under half an hour, primarily focused on verifying accounts and disbursing funds. Specifically, Zhong Wenfei aimed to withdraw $80 million from Huifeng. Once the arrangements were finalized, Zhong Wenfei and her team departed. After escorting them to the elevator, Zhong Wenfei turned to Chen Yang and asked, "Shall we chat? I still have work to do." Chen Yang declined directly. Zhong Wenfei was not angered. Instead, she smiled. "All right, perhaps another time that I believe we will meet again soon." Watching them enter the elevator, Huifeng's senior management reconvened. Chen Ruan announced, "Starting today, Chen Yang will be the supervisor, collaborating with Manager Xie to oversee the foundation's fund management. Is everyone in agreement?" "No objections." "Then the meeting is adjourned." Chen Ruan waved her hand. "Chen's supervisor, please stay behind. I need to discuss something with you." Chen Yang remained seated until everyone else left. Once the meeting room door closed, Chen Ruan approached him, shedding any semblance of a general manager and instead resembling a gossiping schoolgirl. "So, brother, you're quite impressive, managing to connect with the Zhong family's heiress so quickly. How did you manage that?" "Last night, Ji and Hang sent someone to follow me." Chen Yang briefly recounted the events. "What level of strength have you achieved now?" "Without comparison, I cannot say. Being a stay-at-home husband for 5 years doesn't seem entirely negative. It has afforded you more time to dedicate to your martial arts training. It does seem that way." Chen Yang chuckled. "Without the burden of company affairs, my days consist of caring for Suhanyan and practicing martial arts to pass the time. By the way, the Zhong family must be quite influential. Why would they entrust their money to Huifeng?" Chen Yang pondered. "Truly prominent families have their own professional asset management teams. They would place their funds in investment companies or private equity firms. Their team's capabilities would undoubtedly rival those of investment companies or private equity firms. The Zhong family is indeed significant. They rank among the top families in Hangzhou, with assets in the hundreds of billions." Chen Ruan explained. "They have a professional management team and would not entrust their funds to Huifeng. However, the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce spearheaded the establishment of Small and Medium Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Foundation, where members contribute a sum each year to support the development of small and medium enterprises in Hangzhou. The accumulated funds now exceed 20 billion, a considerable amount that no single member would feel comfortable holding. With bank interest rates being too low, they decided to hand it over to a third party, selecting us at Huifeng for management. And Zhong Wenfei is the Secretary General of the Foundation. So that's how it is?" Chen Yang said, enlightened. "The person fully responsible for the Foundation's funds is Xie Xingrong. My cousin should be able to find a breakthrough with him." Chen Ruan said in a low voice, "This fellow must be problematic." "Understood." Chen Yang stood up, exited the conference room, and made his way downstairs. "There's something you need?" Chen Yang inquired. "This is a small token of appreciation from our master. I hope Mr. Chen will accept it." The bodyguard presented a check. "All right." Without even glancing at the figure on the check, Chen Yang accepted it and turned to enter his office. The bodyguard was taken aback. He had expected Chen Yang to refuse or reject it outright. Yet he accepted it so readily. Chapter 11. Loan Obstruction. Director Chen, please have some tea. It is entirely my fault for not recognizing your esteemed presence. I hope you will not hold it against me. As soon as Chen Yang stepped into his office, the former supervisor Lu Lizhen entered with a flattering smile, carrying a cup of tea. Just moments ago, she had been haughty, but now she was obsequious. Chen Yang found her behavior quite laughable. He accepted the teacup and, rather than showing anger, simply smiled and asked, "It was Ji and Hang who directed you to target me, wasn't it?" "Indeed, it is he." Director Chen is truly astute. A modern-day Zhuge Liang. Lu Lizhen continued her flattery. "Enough." Chen Yang quickly interrupted her sycophancy. "It is not impossible for me to forgive you. How about this? You will take charge of the investment department's reports for the next few days." "All of them?" Lu Lizhen gaped in astonishment. "What? Do you not wish to?" "Director, if I disclose a secret, can I receive some leniency?" Lu Lizhen hesitated. "Are you implying that the bespectacled man is also on your side?" Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. "Yes, he is deliberately helping you make mistakes so that I could be reprimanded by you." "Very well." Chen Yang laughed in exasperation. "You go tell him that both of you are responsible for the entire investment department's reports. Due in 3 days, that if there is even a single mistake, an additional day will be added. I've already been assigned this task. Do I need to do it again? Lu Lizhen protested unwillingly that I do not appreciate others negotiating terms with me. Do it if you wish. If not, submit your resignation. Chen Yang's voice turned icy. Lu Lizhen opened her mouth but dared not protest further. As she turned to leave, she muttered under her breath. It's not like she got promoted through her own merits. Why be so arrogant? A leech. Though her voice was barely audible, Chen Yang still caught her words. 5 days. Do you have dog ears? How could you hear that? Lu Lizhen grumbled internally, hastening her exit. Once back in her office, she summoned the bespectacled man to a corner of the hallway to relay Chen Yang's demands. With so many documents and reports, even if we don't sleep, we can't finish them all. The bespectacled man retorted irritably. What then? Lu Lizhen asked. That I'll only handle my portion. If Chen Yang is making things difficult for me, I'll just lodge a complaint with the manager about his deliberate oppression of employees. And if the manager does not assist you, then I'll simply quit. This left Lu Lizhen momentarily speechless. The bespectacled man could afford to quit. He was just an ordinary employee, young and unmarried, with perhaps less pressure. Yet Lu Lizhen had elderly parents to care for, children to raise. After her divorce, the burdens of life had fallen almost entirely on her shoulders. This was also why the bespectacled man did not approach Chen Yang to apologize. While she was left humbling herself to do so, this task was assigned to us by Ji Yunheng. Now that complications have arisen, we should seek compensation from him, the bespectacled man stated solemnly. If we are truly dismissed, he should bear some responsibility. Shouldn't he? Indeed, Lu Lizhen quickly took out her phone and called Ji Yunheng. Upon hearing the situation, Ji Yunheng expressed jealousy. First it was Han Yan, and now it's Secretary Zhong. Why does Chen Yang have such incredible luck? How can he manage to live off others in every situation? Now that he's become a supervisor, he might seek revenge against us. What should we do? Lu Lizhen asked anxiously. Don't worry. Huifeng is not a company that can be controlled by Zhong's family. The general manager merely promoted Chen Yang to supervisor for her sake. If this escalates, the higher-ups will surely deal with Chen Yang. And if we are dismissed, Lu Lizhen pressed, then I will help arrange positions for you in Su's group with salaries that are only higher, not lower, Ji Yunheng assured. With your word, we can rest easy. Thus, Ji Yunheng was indeed busy, accompanying Su Hanyan. Since yesterday, they had visited several banks with the objective of securing a loan. They were currently waiting to meet with a manager, who was still attending to other clients. Good day, gentlemen. Our manager requests your presence. A staff member approached courteously. Thank you. Su Hanyan stood and entered the manager's office. The manager, a portly middle-aged man, smiled broadly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Once Su Hanyan and Ji Yunheng were seated, he remarked with surprise, I have reviewed the application materials from Su's group. The financial condition is sound. Everything appears satisfactory. But if all is well, why has Huifeng suspended its investment in you? Perhaps they're tightening their funds. Su Hanyan lied. Did I ask that so? The manager shook his head. Huifeng is a top-tier investment firm. Can they really be tightening their funds? Could it be that there are issues within Su's group? If that is the case, do you believe the bank would dare to grant you a loan? I appreciate Mr. G's straightforwardness. Manager Wu chuckled, but 5% seems rather insufficient. Does it not? What percentage do you seek? Su Hanyan lowered her voice. 10%. That is impossible. Su Hanyan immediately rejected. Then I bid you farewell. I shall not escort you out. Manager Wu leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Leave if you wish. I refuse to believe we cannot find funding elsewhere. Su Hanyan, infuriated, grabbed her briefcase and stormed out. Hanya Ji Yunheng had no choice but to follow her outside. Once there, he said, Hanyan, we could negotiate further. Perhaps 8% would be acceptable to the manager. Su Hanyan retorted coldly. What is more important is that I cannot tolerate his opportunistic demeanor. However, such is the unspoken rule of the industry, Ji Yunheng replied helplessly. Especially now that we are in urgent need of funds. We may have to pay a higher price. Su Hanyan opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but words failed her. After these discussions, she had indeed come to terms with the harsh reality. Some banks, upon learning of Huifeng's suspension of investment in Su's group, outright refused to offer loans. Others that could lend to Su's group imposed conditions that were difficult for Su Hanyan to accept. If they secured a loan of 30 million, They would have to pay the manager $3 million upfront, leaving only $27 million. When interest was factored in, the cost became exorbitant, and Su Hanyan was reluctant to bear it. More importantly, she was unwilling to concede to a group of bloodsuckers. She had never faced such difficulties in her 5 years at the helm of Su's group. No, Su Hanyan shook her head. Yet the end of the month was fast approaching. I have another solution. What is it? Isn't there a small and medium enterprise poverty alleviation foundation in Hangzhou? They have funds. We should apply to them. Su Hanyan declared earnestly. Given our conditions at Su's group, they should assist us in overcoming this crisis. A foundation? Ji Yinhang was taken aback. Perhaps we should avoid that. Zhong Wenfei will not likely help us. How can you know the outcome without even trying? Besides, Zhong Wenfei is merely the Secretary General. There are directors and a president above her, Su Hanyan replied coldly. I refuse to believe that one secretary can wield such power over the entire foundation. Chapter 12. Seeking the foundation, the Hangzhou Small and Medium Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Foundation is located in the southern part of the city, within the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. This is a typical Jiangnan ancestral hall-style building, boasting a history of several hundred years and covering an area of over 20 acres. After multiple renovations, it has now been designated as a center for the protection of material cultural heritage. The left wing houses the foundation's offices. The right wing belongs to the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, and the central area is an exhibition center displaying numerous precious artifacts, while the inner courtyard serves as the venue for chamber events. After the company representative expressed his gratitude and departed, the assistant approached and quietly asked, Secretary Zhong, the chairman and general manager of Su's group wish to see you. Should I let them in? The chairman of Su's group? Zhong Wenfei paused for a moment before responding. Let them in. The assistant exited and brought Su Hanyan and Ji Yinhang into the office. Zhong Wenfei studied Su Hanyan curiously. From head to toe and back again, it must be said, Su Hanyan was indeed a beauty, especially with her delicate physique paired with a strong and resolute gaze, a striking contradiction embodied in a single person. She appeared fragile, yet was resilient within. Such a unique temperament was rare. Moreover, this woman possessed some capability. In just a few short years, she had increased the market value of Su's group several-fold and was planning to apply for an IPO. This impressed Zhong Wenfei greatly. Secretary Zhong, greetings. I am Su Hanyan, chairman of Su's group. Thank you for meeting with us. Su Hanyan extended her hand politely. Hello. Zhong Wenfei shook hands with Su Hanyan, then turned to Ji Yinhang, extending her hand again. And this gentleman is? However, Ji Yinhang was staring at Zhong Wenfei, seemingly entranced, his eyes reflecting deep jealousy and animosity, causing Zhong Wenfei's brows to furrow instantly. Ahem. Su Hanyan coughed softly, prompting Ji Yinhang to finally snap back to reality. He realized he had lost his composure and quickly extended his hand, explaining, Secretary Zhong bears a striking resemblance to an old friend of mine, which is why I momentarily failed to react appropriately. He had never met Zhong Wenfei before and had assumed she was of average appearance or perhaps older. However, upon seeing Zhong Wenfei's beauty, he was taken aback. Her grace and charm surpassed even that of Su Hanyan, and she was even younger. How could Chen Yang be so fortunate? All the women he encountered were of such exceptional caliber. Ji Yinhang felt a pang of jealousy towards Chen Yang, and just moments ago, he had inwardly cursed him. What brings you two here? Zhong Wenfei inquired. Our company is facing financial pressures, and we would like to borrow $50 million from the foundation, Su Hanyan stated bluntly. Cutting to the chase. Have you brought the company documents? Yes, she replied. Su Hanyan exchanged a glance with Ji Yinhang, who promptly retrieved the documents and handed them to Zhong Wenfei. Zhong Wenfei glanced through them. Surprised, has Weifeng been supporting you all along? Yes, Su Hanyan nodded affirmatively. Why have they ceased support now? It may be due to tightened funds. When did the collaboration come to an end? Just a few days ago. I see. Zhong Wenfei took out some forms from her drawer. Please fill out the application. Certainly. Su Hanyan accepted the forms, and Ji Yinhang took the initiative to fill them out. Thank you. Then we shall take our leave. Su Hanyan stood and, along with Ji Yinhang, prepared to exit. As she watched the two depart, Zhong Wenfei instructed her assistant, investigate the detailed development history of the Su Corporation. Yes. In the car on their way back. Su Hanyin, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "Is she beautiful? Beautiful? Who are you referring to?" Ji Yunhang was taken aback. "Secretary Zhong." Cough, cough. "Hanyin, you've misunderstood me. Misunderstood." You looked utterly dazed at Su Hanyin replied coldly. "Hanyin, you know I only love you." Ji Yunhang insisted. What I found bewildering about Zhong Wenfei was actually due to Chen Yang. What does Chen Yang have to do with this? Earlier at the bank, my uncle called to inform me that Chen Yang has been promoted to a supervisor. What? He just joined 2 days ago. Su Hanyin exclaimed incredulously. It's all because of Secretary Zhong. How is she involved? The more I hear, the more perplexed I become. Here's the situation. Ji Yunhang recounted all that he could share. Are you suggesting that Chen Yang has become involved with Zhong Wenfei? Su Hanyin narrowed her eyes, but soon she began to laugh. Come on, I could only ever look at him out of momentary frustration. There's no way Secretary Zhong would be interested in Chen Yang. Perhaps they are merely friends. Su Hanyin speculated that I doubt it. It's possible that Chen Yang has long been entangled with Zhong Wenfei. Su Hanyin was skeptical. If that were the case, why would Chen Yang propose a divorce without asking for a single penny, leaving with nothing? Ji Yunhang scoffed. Su Hanyin fell silent, her expression growing increasingly grim, her chest feeling as if it were being compressed by a stone, making it difficult for her to breathe. She began to cough violently. Hanyin, are you all right? Ji Yunhang quickly pulled over and handed her a bottle of water. After sipping some water, Su Hanyin felt a bit more at ease. I'll take you to see that renowned doctor from Yanjing. Ji Yunhang turned the car around. That doctor truly remarkable? Su Hanyin still harbored some doubts. Have you heard of the Mei family from Hangzhou? I have heard of them. They're considered a prestigious family of traditional Chinese medicine in Hangzhou. That doctor is a distinguished guest at the Mei family's clinic, where the owner has even vacated his own office for him. Ji Yunhang explained. Everyone who has been there sings his praises. Daily, countless individuals seek his consultation, with queues stretching for thousands. Is it really that exaggerated? Su Hanyin was astonished. Quite so. I sent someone there 2 days ago to wait, but unfortunately, they still couldn't get a spot, Ji Yunhang said helplessly. Then it would be futile for us to go. We could pay to acquire a slot from another patient. Ji Yunhang stated earnestly, if I can't buy a spot for 10,000, I refuse to believe that I can't for 100,000. Fine, I'll consider it. Su Hanyin contemplated and eventually agreed to the plan. Take a moment to rest. It should be about half an hour to... Su Hanyin closed her eyes, but shortly thereafter, she abruptly opened them and asked, what is that doctor's surname? His surname is Su. Su Hanyin paused. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. Su Hanyin shook her head and then gazed out the window, secretly pondering. It couldn't be the same doctor that Chen Yang invited. Could it? No. That's impossible. How could Chen Yang possibly engage such a renowned physician? Besides, if he were truly a distinguished doctor, he would have surely reacted angrily at being dismissed as an insignificant figure. The temper of exceptional individuals is often eccentric, yet that doctor had remained calm. Chapter 13. Does your father know you changed your surname? At the Mei Luo clinic, the crowd was overwhelming. Compared to usual, the number of patients had increased tenfold or more. This surge was not solely due to the arrival of a renowned physician from Yanjing. He was also offering free consultations, thus attracting over 99% of patients who left satisfied. Another reason for the influx of people was the ongoing East China Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference. It was only upon witnessing this scene that Su Hanyin realized Ji Yunhang's words were not an exaggeration at all. In truth, she had little faith in traditional Chinese medicine and was not well acquainted with it, having thought it to be in decline. Before her pregnancy, she had never consulted a traditional Chinese physician. After becoming pregnant, due to her poor health and severe morning sickness, she had reluctantly followed Chen Yang's suggestion to visit a traditional doctor a few times. However, after 3 visits and numerous medicines that provided little relief, her trust had waned. Moreover, the taste of the medicine was truly unbearable. Hanyin, wait here in the car. I'll go procure a spot, Ji Yunhang instructed, making his way through the throng. Thank you for your efforts. Su Hanyin expressed her gratitude. As long as it benefits you, I would endure anything, he replied. How much did it cost? I'll transfer the money to you. It was merely 80,000. It's no trouble. We needn't be so formal with each other. Jian Hang waved his hand dismissively. However, we must wait a moment. I overheard the staff inside say they are currently holding the East China Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference. I noticed Su Hanyin looked up at the banner overhead, warmly welcoming colleagues from all fields of traditional Chinese medicine to participate in the East China Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference. Are you hungry? Should I go fetch something to eat? Ji Yanheng asked. I am indeed a bit hungry. Then I'll go buy some food. Ideally, they would have gone to a restaurant, but they were uncertain when the conference would conclude. Missing the registration number would render their expenditure pointless. However, their concerns proved unnecessary. The conference continued until 12:30, and afterward, the doctors also needed to take a break for lunch. The two of them snacked in the car to quell their hunger. And by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Dr. Su finally began his consultations. Alas, Ji Yanheng had not secured the earliest number. There were still several patients away. The slots ahead had already been purchased by other wealthy patrons. In the past few days, she had been extremely busy due to Hui Feng's sudden suspension of investments, which had disrupted her original work schedule, forcing her to run between banks and foundations. With work piling up, she had already spent several hours at the clinic. Hanyin, now that we're here, let us wait a little longer. Your health is the most important, Ji Yunheng comforted her. They waited until nearly 4 o'clock before it was finally Su Hanyin's turn. She and Ji Yanheng had been in the waiting area on the 4th floor. Despite the air conditioning, the sheer number of people created an overwhelming stench of sweat. Some genuine patients, who had consumed traditional medicine, exuded a pungent herbal odor. With a long wait and the mingling of food odors with sweat and medicine, Su Hanyin found it increasingly unbearable to remain. Nonetheless, considering they had already waited over 5 hours, she had no choice but to endure. Next, number 17. Hanyin, let us go. Ji Yanheng took her hand and forged a path forward, calling, make way. After a difficult passage into the consultation room, they found 6 or 7 traditional Chinese doctors present, making it seem as though they were competing in a medical contest. Upon catching sight of the elderly man seated at the consultation table, Su Hanyin was momentarily stunned, her feet immobilized. This Dr. Su was indeed the very same physician who had visited her home. Clad in a long black robe, his attire had not changed in the slightest. We are number 17, Ji Yanheng said, presenting the registration slip, but he noticed that Su Hanyin had not moved as he turned. Puzzled, Hanyin, what's wrong? Nothing at all. Su Hanyin shook her head, her expression exceedingly complex. She even felt a faint urge to laugh. Dr. Su had come to her home, and now she found herself looking down on others, not even granting herself the chance to take his pulse. Now, however, she has spent 80,000 in registration fees, endured a 5-hour wait, suffered through an unbearable stench, and set aside numerous responsibilities to seek an audience with the same physician. Reflecting on this, Su Hanyin couldn't help but chuckle, even bursting into hearty laughter. Dr. Su noticed Su Hanyin and smirked, glancing at the name on the computer screen, that I recall the 17th is a surname Wang. This young lady, we do not share that surname, do you? Oh, is your father aware of your unfilial act of changing your surname? Dr. Su inquired with a sly tone. Ji Yanheng's face twitched. I'd had someone register on my behalf. Besides, not everyone here is necessarily a registered patient. Many have purchased their slots. The first several people in line were essentially buyers. Why do you not address that? Bought? Dr. Su expressed surprise. That must have cost quite a sum, right? 80,000? Ji Yanheng replied loudly. That is indeed a considerable expense. I feel quite remorseful. Dr. Su initially berated himself, then turned to Su Hanyin. Miss Su, you truly exemplify a business person. When it was free, you did not seek treatment. Yet now you spend 80,000 merely to register. With such a sum, coming to consult someone like myself, a mere nobody, this puts me in a rather awkward position. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyin's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, wishing fervently to find a crevice to hide in. Dr. Su's words seemed to carry self-reproach, shame, and even praise for her. Yet in truth, they were a veiled insult if business were conducted in this manner. One would have long since lost everything. What sort of person dares to demean Dr. Su as a mere nobody? Having previously looked down on others, why now approach him with such shamelessness? Does wealth truly confer superiority? Are the affluent not also susceptible to illness? This is a waste of our time and slots. Hurry and leave. Do not delay us. They not understand that wasting others' time is disgraceful. The laughter and jeers from the crowd surged towards Su Hanyan like a relentless tide, deepening her humiliation. Let us not stay. We're leaving. Su Hanyan turned to depart. Hanyan, wait. We have spent 80,000. Ji Yanhang, unwilling to relent, grasped Su Hanyan's arm, but she quickened her pace, eager to escape this humiliation. How can you treat patients this way? Refund me my money. Ji Yanhang glared at Dr. Su. Your money is not in my possession, but I can personally reimburse you. Dr. Su produced a check, inscribing the sum of 80,000, which he instructed his assistant to hand to Ji Yanhang. Simultaneously, Dr. Su rose and addressed the other patients with an apologetic demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, my earlier oversight allowed some individuals to consult by purchasing slots. I sincerely apologize for that. I hereby declare that registrants must be the patients themselves. Dr. Su's wisdom shone through. The patients began to shout, directing their gazes toward Ji Yanhang, who still seemed intent on causing a scene. You've been reimbursed. Why not leave? Ji Yanhang cursed inwardly, pocketed the check, and left in a dejected manner. Chapter 14. Zhong Wenfei's discovery, she felt wronged and shed tears. Yet upon seeing Ji Yanhang approach, she quickly wiped her eyes to You truly wish to know? I do. This Dr. Su is the one whom Chen Yang invited to our home a few days ago for a consultation. Su Hanyan suddenly shouted, her tears flowing uncontrollably once more. What are you tearing the check for? That is 80,000. Ji Yanhang tried to intervene, but it was too late. That if you find no shame in this, I feel even more mortified, Su Hanyan exclaimed. The registration slot was purchased with your own money from another patient, and has nothing to do with that doctor. Others paid out of their own pockets. And you had the audacity to accept? Dr. Su provides consultations free of charge. You squandered your opportunity, and now to seek him again is already quite embarrassing. Accepting any payment at this point is truly disgraceful. Just the sight of the 80,000 check being torn made Ji Yanhang feel a twinge of regret. Yet he recognized that Su Hanyan was genuinely angry and feeling wronged. He could no longer pursue the matter, only offering her tissues to wipe her tears. Once Su Hanyan's emotions settled, Ji Yanhang curiously asked, how does Chen Yang know such a renowned physician and arrange for a home visit? She wished to avoid discussing anything related to Chen Yang at that moment. I may have figured it out. Dr. Su came to Hangzhou for a traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference, and Chen Yang must have learned about it in advance and sought out Dr. Su. Ji Yanhang pondered for a moment, slapping his forehead. Hasn't he been helping you find doctors and assist with your health recently? Su Hanyan considered this and nodded in agreement with Ji Yunhong's conjecture. Dr. Su offers free consultations and pretends to regard money as worthless. His pricing is simply not aligned. Ji Yanhang erupted in anger. Once the price escalates, he personally appears for consultations. How hypocritical. I refuse to believe there are no other doctors in Hangzhou capable of assisting you. Hanyan, rest assured, I will certainly find a better doctor for you. A warmth began to thaw Su Hanyan's icy heart, preventing it from feeling too frigid to the Zhong family residence, in the study of the family head. Zhong Hongtao, he was intently reviewing a document, his expression soon revealing astonishment. Dad, are you quite shocked? Zhong Wenfei inquired with a smile. That I was equally astonished upon my discovery 0.5 years ago. The Su Group sought a loan from our foundation, but due to their company's rating falling short of our minimum criteria, we rejected their application. However, following our refusal, Huifeng unexpectedly injected capital into them. Zhong Wenfei continued, Huifeng's requirements for investment are significantly more stringent than ours. The Hangzhou Small Enterprise Poverty Alleviation Foundation is comparable to specialized investment institutions like Huifeng. Not just any company receives assistance, and they dispatch personnel for thorough investigations. They evaluate a company's overall situation, including its growth prospects, internal management, and financial status. Most investment institutions categorize enterprises into grades A, B, C, D, and F. That if an enterprise in Hangzhou achieves a C- rating, our foundation might consider investing, as we operate under the banner of poverty alleviation. For enterprises outside Hangzhou, the rating must be C, and for those from other provinces, it must be B. But Huifeng is different. To attract their interest and investment, a company's rating must be at least B. This applies universally. From the Foundation's database, I found the rating assigned to the Su group back then. They were rated D. Zhong Wenfei continued. If they didn't even meet our Foundation's lowest standard, how could Huifeng possibly consider them? Notably, 1 month prior to Huifeng's investment in the Su group, Chen Yang married Su Hanyin. Dad, do you consider this a coincidence? In business investment, coincidences are rare. Zhong Hongtao stated solemnly. All decisions are driven by profit. Indeed, yet the most amusing part is that despite the rapid growth of the Su group in recent years, it has not yielded substantial returns. Zhong Wenfei chuckled. In 5 years, they have not provided Huifeng with even a penny in dividends. If they were with any other financial institution, the manager responsible for the Su group's investment would have surely been dismissed. Such funds, if deposited in a bank, would accrue significant interest. Investing in the Su group yields nothing. Which company could tolerate such inept management? She now felt a sense of schadenfreude. Could it be that he truly hails from a prominent family? If so, why is he merely a regular employee at Huifeng? Zhong Hongtao frowned. The Huifeng Hangcheng branch has suffered continuous losses for the past 6 months. They may be investigating internal issues. Zhong Wenfei analyzed. They even replaced their general manager with a woman nearly my age. And she shares the surname Chen. Could she be part of Chen Yang's family? There are likely 5 or more employees with the surname Chen at the Huifeng Hangcheng branch. Zhong Hongtao did not dismiss this possibility. The reason I suspect they come from the same family is due to an incident that occurred when I visited Huifeng this morning. Zhong Wenfei continued. A supervisor was humiliating Chen Yang, which I intervened to stop. Soon after, the general manager and vice president of Huifeng arrived, and at that moment, I felt a chilling aura emanating from behind me. The IT felt eerily similar to the murderous intent radiating from Chen Yang when he dealt with those 4 masked men last night. The supervisor made a mistake. Surely, the superior wouldn't consider eliminating a subordinate. Would they? Zhong Hongtao mused. Yes, that's so. He fell into contemplation that I had previously found it peculiar how a man living off a woman could possess such strength. If Chen Yang truly comes from a prominent family, it would explain much. Could he genuinely relinquish a life of privilege for love, choosing instead to become a house husband? Zhong Wenfei expressed her astonishment. If this is indeed the case, this fellow's feelings cannot be deemed anything less than profound. At this moment, she found herself feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Su Hanyin. However, Zhong Hongtao suddenly sprang to his feet. His expression drastically altered. It was not one of anger or joy, but rather an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and awkwardness that nearly spilled over his countenance. Zhong Wenfei had never before witnessed such a look on her father's face, and she immediately inquired, "Dad, what is the matter?" "I instructed Lao Chi to give Chen Yang 1 million as a token of gratitude for his life-saving assistance to you." "What?" A peculiar expression crossed Zhong Wenfei's face. That indeed seems rather awkward. If Chen Yang truly hails from the Chen family behind Huifeng, then Zhong Hongtao's act of bestowing 1 million upon him is quite ludicrous. The combined wealth of the 5 Zhong family members pales in comparison to that of the Chen family. Does 1 million even matter to them? Zhong Hongtao's actions are nothing short of self-degradation. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to meet him later? No, avoiding the meeting would alleviate the awkwardness. Zhong Hongtao firmly resolved in his heart. "Dad, the Foundation's gala is in 3 days. Will you be attending?" Zhong Wenfei inquired. "Dad, I should have the time." "Chen Yang might come," she added with a smile. Suddenly, Zhong Hongtao appeared to recall something significant. "I believe I have a business trip scheduled for that day." I won't disturb your work any longer." Zhong Wenfei swiftly made her exit. Chapter 15. Clothes are merely garments. The Hangzhou Small Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Foundation holds a gala at the end of every quarter. In truth, it serves as a pretext for gathering, discussing business, and fostering relationships. Only members of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce are eligible to attend. The Su Group is not a member and thus lacks the qualification to participate. Yet they receive an invitation, much to Su Hanyin's surprise. "IT must mean our application has been approved," Ji Yunhang remarked with a smile. After Su Hanyin submitted a financing request, they also submitted an application to join the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce the following day. "Isn't that's supposed to be a certainty?" Ji Yunhang replied confidently. The Su Group is currently experiencing rapid growth, with its market value steadily climbing. We are certain to gain entry into the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. I hope our financing application will also be approved. Su Hanyan expressed her concern. Joining the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce is primarily a matter of prestige. While there are some tangible benefits, they are limited. Partnerships must still be sought independently. However, the opportunity to connect with more entrepreneurs may help broaden one's network and potentially yield more business opportunities. Yet, one must still rely on their own abilities. Membership in the chamber does not guarantee financial aid. Even within the chamber, members lacking funds must apply to the foundation for assistance. Only upon passing the foundation's evaluation will funds be allocated. Perhaps, given your status as a chamber member, the foundation might lower its rating requirements for your business that I have already ordered a suit. I will pick it up shortly. Manager Chen, I told you yesterday that you needed to dress formally for the gala today. Why are you still in casual attire? In the afternoon, Xie Xingrong's assistant, Jiang Yani, entered the office and disdainfully glanced at Chen Yang, her tone rife with reproach. Perhaps I shall not attend. Chen Yang was reluctant to partake in such gatherings. This event was not merely about dining and drinking. It also involved discussing the investment direction for the upcoming quarter. Jiang Yani clarified, you are one of the individuals responsible for managing the foundation's funds. And your presence is essential to prevent any disagreements. Will the foundation personnel interfere with the investment of these funds? Chen Yang inquired, perplexed. Not interfere, merely provide suggestions. You know they are business moguls. They have access to more information and possess a sharper commercial acumen. Very well, Chen Yang acquiesced, but you cannot dress like that. It must be formal. It is a sign of respect for others. Understood. If you lack appropriate attire, then you must hurry to purchase something. Jiang Yani shot him a disapproving glance before swaying her hips and departing. Chen Yang felt helpless. He hadn't bought a suit in years, having only acquired one for his wedding, which was far too formal for his liking. After work, he hurried to the Givenchy store in Hangzhou and purchased a casual suit. As he exited the store, Ji and Hang appeared at the entrance, and had Chen Yang not sidestepped, they would have nearly collided. I at you. Ji and Hang squinted before breaking into a smile, buying a suit for the gala. Are we? What concern is it of yours? Chen Yang replied coolly that you know what brand this is. This is Givenchy, hailing from Western Europe, specializing in gentlemanly attire. Ji and Hang scoffed. Gentlemanly attire embodies elegance and poise. You, a mere scrounger, have no association with elegance. Are you not afraid of making a fool of yourself in such clothing? Clothes are merely garments that a person is defined by their attire, while a horse is defined by its saddle. It is those lacking inner refinement who rely on clothing to enhance their image. Then what brings you to the Givenchy store? Hypocrisy. If you have no business here, kindly step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Chen Yang replied coldly. Are you angry? Ji Yunhang's face radiated amusement. Annoying. Chen Yang forcefully pushed past Ji Yunhang and turned to leave. He had come to the store solely because of its proximity to the company. He had no knowledge or interest in the brand's reputation. Yet, Ji Yunhang persisted, loudly mocking from behind. Donning that suit would be a waste of fine fabric. Ji Yunhang smirked and entered the store. I'm here to collect my suit. Mr. De Ji, the suit you ordered is packed and ready. What style did that fellow just buy? Ji Yunhang inquired. The white casual suit. The attendant promptly replied. Is there another in the same style? Just one remains. Bring it to me for a fitting. Please wait a moment. Once the attendant returned, Ji Yunhang tried it on and, standing before the mirror, asked, Who looks more handsome in this suit? Me or that fellow? This that the attendant quickly flattered. I thought the size might not fit, but this suit seems tailor-made for you, Mr. Ji. Then I shall take this one, Ji Yunhang decided without hesitation. And what about the one he just bought? Purchase both. Very well. The attendant chuckled as Ji Yunhang left the store, satisfied. The other attendants exchanged glances. I sent this rather inappropriate. Let us hope they do not cross paths. Otherwise, we may lose a significant client. If he comes to complain, we will be in deep trouble. Hopefully, they one team meet. Night fell, dissipating some of the daytime heat. The venue for the Foundation's gala was set in the inner courtyard of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. Outdoors on a lawn beside an artificial lake, with water and bamboo, the night breeze swept across the lake, bringing refreshing relief. Once the staff completed their preparations, Guests began arriving. Su Hanyan and Ji Yunhang had also arrived early, anxious to avoid giving a poor impression by being late. "Hanyan, I have a surprise plan for you later to help you vent your frustrations," Ji Yunhang said as he stepped out of the car, adjusting his suit with a beaming expression. "Vent? This is a foundation gala, so please do not act recklessly," Su Hanyan cautioned. "If something goes awry and we anger the foundation, we risk losing their funding." "Rest assured, I won't act foolishly," Ji Yunhang assured her. "I hope so. Just wait and watch the show," he replied confidently. The two entered the venue, making their way onto the lawn, where they encountered several familiar faces. Using this opportunity to catch up, Su Hanyan did most of the talking, as Ji Yunhang was not yet well acquainted with the others. He merely exchanged pleasantries while scanning the crowd, appearing somewhat distracted. This displeased Su Hanyan, who pulled Ji Yunhang aside and whispered, "What exactly are you scheming? Is your inattentiveness not a breach of etiquette?" At that moment, Chen Yang, Xie Xingrong, and assistant Jiang Yani entered. Manager Xie. Supervisor Chen Ji Yunhang called out loudly as they approached. The previously hushed conversation ceased as all eyes turned towards him. "Are you out of your mind?" Su Hanyan exclaimed, pulling her hand away in annoyance. Even Xie Xingrong was taken aback. Ji Yunhang's manner of greeting suggested a level of familiarity. However, upon noticing that Ji Yunhang's suit was the exact same color and brand as Chen Yang's, he quickly understood the reason behind it. Su Hanyan too realized this, but she suddenly found herself frozen, staring intently at Chen Yang, who stood just a few steps away. It felt as if she had not seen him in a suit for 5 years. Though he had once been tall and sunny, the aura he now exuded was entirely different. The white casual suit accentuated his figure, making him appear even taller, and his features were now sharply defined. Most importantly, there was a remarkable poise about him, radiating an air of effortless confidence. He appeared ordinary, like an average person, yet simultaneously extraordinary, resembling a true scion of a prominent family. Even though he was acutely aware of Ji Yunhang's schemes, Chen Yang's expression remained utterly unchanged, his eyes as tranquil as a deep well, seemingly unperturbed even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. He exuded an aura of safety and approachability. What could this possibly signify? Chapter 16. You look better in this just moments ago. When Su Hanyan beheld Ji Yunhang donning that exquisite white suit, she indeed felt he exuded an air of gentlemanly nobility. Having studied in Western Europe, Ji Yunhang had long immersed himself in the etiquette of the aristocracy, and he did possess certain traits reminiscent of a privileged scion. However, when placed beside Chen Yang, there was an undeniable sense of dissonance, an inexplicable gap that was difficult to articulate. Oh, what a coincidence to have a wardrobe clash. "Let me take a look," said Zhong Wenfei as she approached, seemingly relishing the situation, beckoning those around her. "Come, everyone, judge for yourselves who wears this outfit better." The crowd gathered, while Su Hanyan and her companions instinctively retreated, placing Chen Yang and Ji Yunhang in the spotlight. Ji Yunhang promptly straightened his posture, maintaining a gentlemanly smile. "Boring," Chen Yang remarked nonchalantly. At first glance, both appeared quite dapper, yet upon closer inspection, they both looked quite well. The businessman, eager to avoid offense, quickly chuckled. The others, seasoned in the ways of the world, refrained from hasty judgments. "Indeed, both are quite splendid, Mr. Chen. Come, let's head inside. Allow me to introduce you to a few acquaintances." Zhong Wenfei, wishing to steer clear of further commentary, laughed lightly and pulled Chen Yang along. The others turned away, leaving Ji Yunhang, still reluctant, casting a glance at Su Hanyan. "Hanyan, do weigh in on this matter," as Su Hanyan observed Zhong Wenfei intimately linking arms with Chen Yang. She felt a twinge of discomfort, barely registering Ji Yunhang's query. Hanyan, Ji Yunhang persisted, unwilling to relent. "What is it? Who do you think wears this attire better? Stop being ridiculous. That I'm merely trying to elevate Chen Yang standing for your sake. What is so absurd about that? You look far better in it. Is that satisfactory?" Su Hanyan replied curtly. Ji Yunhang opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further inquiry, merely gazing at Chen Yang's retreating figure, silently cursing. "Even if Zhong Wenfei has aided you, your demeanor will eventually reveal your true ineptitude," Zhong Wenfei introduced Chen Yang to the president and board members of the foundation. Chen Yang remained poised and articulate, further solidifying Zhong Wenfei's earlier assumptions. Aware that Chen Yang was not particularly fond of such gatherings, she refrained from introducing him to more individuals, instead leading him to a shaded area beneath a sycamore tree by the artificial lake. By the end of August, the sycamore leaves began to show hints of yellow, though not yet prominently. Zhong Wenfei mused, "If we return here in a little over a month, the leaves will be entirely golden." Reflecting beautifully upon the water's surface, "Make sure to remember to come back. When does the exchange meeting commence? Aren't you even a little curious about my circumstances? Which family do I hail from? And why was I abducted?" Zhong Wenfei inquired with genuine curiosity. "That has no bearing on me," Chen Yang replied indifferently. "This exchange, to put it nicely, is our way of offering you insights. Your Huifeng boasts professional market analysts. Your team is among the industry's finest. Manager Xie must have received the investment proposal from headquarters. While he may not be privy to all the details and wouldn't be foolish enough to divulge everything, he will likely share certain insights. This could serve as a reference for us." Chen Yang was left speechless. It sounded suspiciously like a trap. Could the Hangqing branch have encountered issues in such a manner? No, that seemed implausible. Xie was merely a manager and could not possibly possess the entirety of the headquarters' investment analysis documents. It was inconceivable that headquarters would disseminate the complete investment directives of financial analysts to every branch. Adjustments to investment strategies were constant. It was impossible for them to remain static according to the proposal, as the market was ever-changing. "Quite unscrupulous, wouldn't you agree?" Zhong Wenfei queried. "Not entirely unscrupulous. The business realm is akin to a battlefield. Are you not upset? What is there to be upset about? Is that so?" Zhong Wenfei fixed her gaze upon Chen Yang's eyes. "Stop probing. I have nothing for you to uncover," Chen Yang admonished, his tone suddenly more severe. "Also, do not use me as a pawn. You seem to be well informed about my affairs," Zhong Wenfei noted, now fully convinced of her suspicions. "However, you need not worry. I have not treated you as a pawn. I have already agreed to marry him. The date is set for New Year's Day." As she uttered these words, her eyes dimmed. Chen Yang remained silent, prompting Zhong Wenfei to roll her eyes. "Shouldn't you inquire about what is wrong with that fellow? Why am I reluctant to marry him? That is your affair." Chen Yang maintained his indifference. Zhong Wenfei was left utterly speechless, realizing that a man wounded by love had hardened his heart to steel. With Chen Yang's silence creating an awkward atmosphere, Zhong Wenfei sought to change the topic. "My interest in you stems solely from a desire to repay my debt of gratitude for saving my life and to assist you in gaining prominence at Huifeng. However, it appears you do not require my assistance. Perhaps I have overestimated my relevance. After today, I shall largely fade from your view. But first, you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" Chen Yang inquired. "Assist me in awarding the Su Group with their membership certificate for joining the Hangqing Chamber of Commerce. Why should I issue it? If you refuse, I shall pester you daily." After some contemplation, Chen Yang acquiesced. "Very well. Let us proceed to discuss matters of importance and not waste your time." Accompanying Zhong Wenfei to the tea room, they enjoyed a cup of tea, and shortly after, Xie arrived, along with several directors, to discuss the general investment directions for the upcoming quarter. Approximately half an hour later, the discussions concluded and the banquet officially commenced. Zhong Wenfei presided over the event, offering a brief opening address before summarizing the foundation's investment situation in a concise 5-minute speech. The vice president of the chamber also provided a summary, taking about 6 to 7 minutes. The foundation's investments were transparent, requiring little elaboration, and the applause was thunderous as Xu Hanyan and Ji Yunhang were momentarily taken aback. Having not anticipated Zhong Wenfei would publicly commend the Su Group, effectively promoting them. "Now, may I invite the representative of the Su Group to the stage to receive their membership certificate," Zhong Wenfei announced with gravity. "Hanyan, hurry," Ji Yunhang urged. "Come up together." Zhong Wenfei continued. Ji Yunhang, eager for exposure, stood up alongside Su Hanyan, hurrying to the stage. "Today, the chamber president is away on business and could not attend. The president has entrusted Mr. Chen Yang to present the certificate. Please welcome Mr. Chen Yang to the stage." Zhong Wenfei proclaimed with a smile. What is the meaning of this? Why is Chen Yang presenting? Su Hanyin exchanged bewildered glances with Ji Yunhang. Did Chen Yang have connections with the president? What scheme was Zhong Wenfei concocting? Chapter 17. Hang the photos on the wall. Chen Yang ascended the stage, receiving the certificate from the attendant and presenting it to Su Hanyin. She did not take it. Feeling the sting of humiliation, Ji Yunhang accepted it instead, though he too felt disgruntled. However, to refuse the certificate would imply a rejection of the Su Group's membership in the Hangqing Chamber of Commerce. For the sake of the Su Group, he had no choice but to accept the certificate and endure the loss of face. After receiving the certificate, they intended to exit swiftly, but Zhong Wenfei had already summoned a photographer. Let's take a group photo. Su Hanyin and Ji Yunhang found themselves awkwardly positioned alongside Chen Yang, their expressions sour. Click, click, click. 4 or 5 photographers capture the moment, and after a few minutes of fussing, it finally concluded, returning to their seats. Su Hanyin's face was a picture of fury as she turned to Ji Yunhang. What is wrong with your attire? Why did you have to wear this? What is wrong with my outfit? Ji Yunhang queried, perplexed. Go ask the photographer for the photos and see for yourself. View the photos? Ji Yunhang rose and approached the distant photographer. Excuse me, could you send me the photos you just took? I would like to keep them as a memento. Of course. Do you prefer the digital version or printed photos? The photographer asked. Send me the digital version first. All right, I will add you. After adding each other as friends, the photographer sent the photos to Ji Yunhang. Upon opening the images, Ji Yunhang's face flushed crimson. A wardrobe clash was not the issue. It was the comparison that was truly daunting at first glance. The outfit appeared to enhance Chen Yang's innate charisma, complementing his overall demeanor seamlessly, while Ji Yunhang's attire only served to highlight his shortcomings. Standing next to Chen Yang, Ji Yunhang felt as though he exuded a certain air of pretentiousness. It must be the photographer's fault, Ji Yunhang thought, refusing to accept defeat, and sought out other photographers, but the results were the same. One even captured a photo of Ji Yunhang that made him appear somewhat sleazy. No wonder the expressions of those in the audience had seemed odd during the group photo. Many were whispering amongst themselves, and some were even laughing. Ji Yunhang had initially thought their laughter was one of congratulations. But now it was evident that it was mockery. He mistakenly believed himself to be exceptional, thinking he could overshadow Chen Yang, only to realize that he was the true fool. It is likely that many were secretly cursing themselves for their foolishness. Right at this moment, his head buzzed with chaos. If there had been a hole in the ground, he would have gladly burrowed into it. Yet he could not fathom how Chen Yang, that sycophant who had been a stay-at-home husband for 5 years, such a waste, could don such attire so effortlessly. Shouldn't it have been he who outshone Chen Yang? Was it possible to delete this photograph? Ji Yunhang seethed as he inquired. If this weren't a gala hosted by the Foundation, he would have undoubtedly lunged at the photographer to seize their camera. What? Ji Yunhang's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Now he comprehended why Zhong Wenfei had orchestrated things this way. Firstly, to further elevate Chen Yang's notoriety. Secondly, to expose Ji Yunhang's disgraceful demeanor to everyone present. It was not merely a showcase wall. It was, in fact, Ji Yunhang's wall of shame. Just moments ago, he had presumed that Zhong Wenfei had good intentions. This woman not only lacked benevolence, but had also dug a deep pit for Ji Yunhang to fall into. A malicious woman. In that moment, Ji Yunhang felt an urge to commit murder, but he suppressed the fury bubbling within him and approached Zhong Wenfei step by step, striving to maintain his composure. Secretary Zhong, has the financing application from the Su Group been approved by the Foundation? I'm afraid not, Zhong Wenfei replied, shaking her head. Zhong Wenfei, you are being excessively tyrannical. Ji Yunhang could no longer contain himself and erupted. I can endure your humiliation, but denying our Su Group's financing application is a personal vendetta. I intend to file a complaint against you. I refuse to believe you can wield such power within the Foundation. As he shouted, all eyes turned to him. Chairman Yao, you've arrived at the perfect moment. I wish to lodge a complaint against Zhong Wenfei for her personal vendetta. Ji Yunhang pointed at her. Season G, if you claim that Secretary Zhong is seeking personal revenge, I shall be the first to contest that. A portly middle-aged man stepped forward. Indeed, Secretary Zhong's integrity is evident to all. We do not believe she would act out of spite. Secretary Zhong has served for 3 years, displaying unwavering impartiality. The enterprises she has supported do not merely receive financial assistance. She actively engages with her team to provide strategic counsel, helping them navigate through difficulties. Just last month, she worked tirelessly for 4 consecutive days until past 1 in the morning to assist our Ruei Central Control Company. Earlier, she facilitated your Su Group's entry into the Hangqing Chamber of Commerce. How dare you accuse her of personal grievances? The group of entrepreneurs surrounded Ji Yunhang, their indignation palpable. It seemed he'd stir the ire of many that Ji Yunhang had not anticipated such support for Zhong Wenfei. He recoiled slightly but quickly stepped forward again, that if there is no personal vendetta, then why was our Su Group's financing application denied? It is likely that Zhong Wenfei suppressed the application entirely, not even allowing you to see it. We have reviewed your financing application. It has been discussed by the board, and your rating does not meet our investment criteria, Chairman Yao stated gravely. I refuse to believe that. Ji Yunhang retorted. You will surely defend her to cover up her misdeeds, trivializing significant matters. Had I known you would resort to such desperation, I would have prepared accordingly. Finally, Zhong Wenfei spoke, gesturing for a staff member to approach. The staff member retrieved a document from a briefcase and handed it to Ji Yunhang. Last night, we worked late to discuss your Su Group's financing application, Zhong Wenfei stated coldly. There are signatures from 7 board members, 3 vice presidents and the president. 11 in total. 8 of them do not support the investment, and the reasons are clearly outlined. Ji Yunhang took the document and saw the 11 signatures, but did not review the discussion outcomes. In a fit of rage, he tossed the document to the ground. This is a forgery. Most of the signatories are present. Ask them if they signed in person. Zhong Wenfei replied coldly. This is the result of our foundation's deliberation. Chairman Yao added. You are all in cahoots. Are you suggesting that our entire foundation has conspired to deceive you? Zhong Wenfei retorted. What does the Su Group represent to us that we would bother to deceive you? The expressions on the other board members and the president darkened. Ji Yunhang began to argue, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Hanyin's sharp voice. Ji Yunhang, have you not caused enough chaos? Do you not feel embarrassed? Chapter 18. The unhinged Ji Yunhang looked incredulously at Su Hanyin, realizing that even she would not support him. It felt as though he stood alone against a multitude. Acutely aware of the scornful gazes directed his way, those eyes were akin to spectators watching a fool's performance, except that everyone knew the jester was merely acting. Yet Ji Yunhang was not performing. He would not receive applause, but rather contempt and derision. Get out! You are unwelcome here! The entrepreneurs roared, and in that instant, Ji Yunhang felt utterly humiliated. He had not anticipated such overwhelming support for Zhong Wenfei. He stood there, paralyzed, neither able to remain nor to leave. Chairman Yao, esteemed guests, Mr. Ji has had a bit too much to drink and has lost his composure. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you can forgive him. Even Su Hanyin, with her usual haughtiness, was now compelled to make a sincere apology. She bent down to pick up the financing application that Ji Yunhang had discarded. If those documents remained on the floor, trampled upon, it would signify a complete fallout with the foundation and tarnish the reputation of the Su Group. She collected the papers. She glanced at them briefly. They contained suggestions from the foundation that were quite detailed. It seemed the foundation had not misled her and Ji Yunhang. They had indeed conducted a thorough discussion and reviewed the Su Group's documentation meticulously. Ji Yunhang had truly misunderstood the foundation's intentions. Chairman Yao appeared somewhat satisfied and decided not to pursue the matter further. Since the issue has passed, let us move on. We shall take our leave, Su Hanyin said, pulling the still-dazed Ji Yunhang away. At that moment, Ji Yunhang resembled a mere shell of a man, his confidence utterly shattered. Make way, make way. Suddenly, a group of burly bodyguards pushed through the crowd, roughly shoving aside the members of the foundation. The abruptness and aggression caused some to stumble. These individuals were all members of the Hangqing Chamber of Commerce, many of whom boasted fortunes in the hundreds of millions, if not billions. Chairman Yao furrowed his brow, but refrained from reprimanding anyone. Instead, glancing at Zhong Wenfei. Zhong Wenfei's expression darkened. Liao Yuanming, this is the foundation, not your backyard. Apologize immediately. Apologize? Why should I? Liao Yuanming glanced at a middle-aged, portly man who had been shoved aside, wearing a mocking expression. I merely stumbled. It has nothing to do with young Master Liao, the overweight man hastily replied. And you lot? Liao Yuanming turned to several others and no need. They hastily waved their hands. Who is this person? How audacious! Among the entrepreneurs, Ji Yinheng recognized one named Wang, whose company was valued at least 70 to 80 billion. Outside, he was undoubtedly respected, yet now, confronted with Liao Yuanming, he resembled a mouse in the presence of a cat. How he wished to possess Liao Yuanming's family background. He would crush Chen Yang without hesitation. Ji Yinheng was consumed by jealousy. Look, they said I need not apologize, Liao Yuanming shrugged. Do you know what I despise most about you? Your arrogance stemming from your family's influence. If the Liao family fell into your hands, it would eventually meet its ruin. Zhong Wenfei showed no signs of yielding. Liao Yuanming, however, was unfazed, his smile broadening. That is precisely why my father wants me to marry you, to manage this household. Ensuring the Liao family does not meet its demise. Wouldn't you agree? You are truly unrepentant. Even Zhong Wenfei, with her cultivated demeanor, felt the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. However, I am not here to argue with you. I came to meet Chen Yang. I heard he saved you. Liao Yuanming stated earnestly. I must meet the person who rescued my fiancée, and express my gratitude, correct? I have already thanked him. Your gratitude is unnecessary, Zhong Wenfei replied impatiently. Now, please leave and do not disrupt our enjoyment. Of course, Liao Yuanming chuckled, surveying the room. Who is Chen Yang? I am he. What might you require? Chen Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Not bad-looking, but a bit slight of build. You hardly seem like a formidable opponent. Liao Yuanming approached Chen Yang, circling him as he assessed. Leaning in closer, he whispered, You aren't the mastermind behind those kidnappers, are you? Otherwise, how could you have dispatched 4 of them so swiftly? Moreover, why did you choose to eliminate them all? Are you concerned that leaving a survivor might lead back to you as the mastermind? This not only cast doubt on Chen Yang's capabilities, but also on his character, suggesting an alliance between him and the kidnappers. Liao Yuanming, Mr. Chen is not as despicable as you. Zhong Wenfei was furious. He merely passed by chance. Passed by chance to the summit of Shaodang Mountain? Who would believe that? Liao Yuanming shrugged. Whether you choose to believe it or not, starting tomorrow, you will have no further connections with the Zhong family. I advise you to refrain from causing any more trouble. Zhong Wenfei warned. If you bring disaster upon the Liao family, do not blame me for not giving you a heads up. I am so scared. Ji Yinheng was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to see Chen Yang suffer, and he suddenly spoke up, exclaiming, Young Master Liao, Chen Yang is definitely not there by mere coincidence. He is quite treacherous. Zhong Wenfei had almost relaxed her anxious heart, but upon hearing this, it tightened once more. She genuinely feared a conflict between Liao Yuanming and Chen Yang. If Chen Yang hailed from an ordinary family without any backing, perhaps he would be wary of the Liao family's power, and with a gentle persuasion from Zhong Wenfei, the matter might be settled. However, Chen Yang came from the prestigious Chen family in Yanjing. Why would he fear the Liao family? If Liao Yuanming dared to act, he would surely face a ruthless retaliation from Chen Yang. Zhong Wenfei knew she could not dissuade him, given Chen Yang's viciousness. If he were to kill Liao Yuanming, how would she explain that to the Liao family? She truly wished she could silence Ji Yinheng. Indeed, Liao Yuanming halted, looking curiously at Ji Yinheng. Do you have evidence? While I have no evidence, I know Chen Yang is quite vile. He's been living off the Su family for 5 years, explained Ji Yinheng. After Han Yin divorced him, he lost his financial support and undoubtedly set his sights on Secretary Zhong. Is that so? Liao Yuanming chuckled meaningfully. Furthermore, on the very day he proposed divorce to his wife, he reported the Su group. Would you not deem that insidious? Ji Yinheng stated through gritted teeth that it seems you have a rather strong agenda. Liao Yuanming's gaze towards Chen Yang gradually became frigid. The surname Ji should understand that speaking requires evidence, not baseless accusations. Zhong Wenfei coldly interjected. You are hardly a paragon yourself, Ji Yinheng retorted. Even Zhong Wenfei had begun to insult him. Young Master Liao. Just now I saw her being intimate with Chen Yang beneath the parasol tree, At this pronouncement, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on Ji Yunhang. Even Liao Yuanming's face turned pale. The atmosphere was dead still. Chapter 19. Must you show off your intelligence? Ji Yunhang noted the peculiar gazes from those around him and the seemingly frozen air, realizing the gravity of the situation. You may use me as a pawn. I can pretend not to notice, as that would lend an illusion of your cleverness. Just moments ago, Liao Yuanming had been grinning, but now his expression darkened, his eyes and tone turning frigid. Yet you insist on showcasing your wit and treating me as a fool. The last person to regard me as such as grass over his grave a meter high. As his words fell, he waved his hand that, no, I did not deceive you. I truly saw it. Ji Yunhang continued to defend himself. Two burly men approached Ji Yunhang. Yet he showed no fear in broad daylight. What do you intend to do? Send you to your end. One bodyguard sneered. Feeling the icy, murderous intent radiating from the two, Ji Yunhang's hair stood on end. He sensed that they might genuinely kill him. Save me! Ji Yunhang suddenly shouted. Let him go! Su Han was the first to admonish. Otherwise, I shall call the police. Call the police? Huh. Liao Yuanming laughed heartily. You truly are Navi. I shall have him killed right now. And I shall watch to see if they will hold me accountable. Ew. What will you do? Get lost? Or you shall meet the same fate. Enough? As Zhong Wenfei witnessed the two burly men preparing to strike, she urgently shouted, Liao Yuanming, how you deal with him is irrelevant to me. However, this is a foundation, and he is my guest. You cannot kill him here. Drag him out and kill him. Liao Yuanming smirked. Dragging him out is also out of the question. Zhong Wenfei waved her hand, her bodyguard stepping forward, coldly staring down Liao Yuanming's bodyguards. The two sides faced off, the tension palpable, even if they might become family in the future. In their eyes, a single command from their master could ignite a conflict at any moment. This fellow slanders you, and you still protect him? Liao Yuanming inquired. Slandering me and protecting him are two separate matters. Your foul temper is indeed a headache. Liao Yuanming rubbed his forehead. A death sentence may be averted, but a living one is hard to escape. Bang! A bodyguard's fist struck Ji Yunhang squarely on the chin, sending two teeth flying amidst a spray of blood. Yunhang collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Liao Yuanming's bodyguard contemptuously remarked, Young master, this fellow is utterly useless. Let him die. Liao Yuanming shrugged nonchalantly. Zhong Wenfei's expression darkened to an extreme. She took a deep breath to suppress her tumultuous emotions and instructed her bodyguard. Take him to the hospital. Yes. The bodyguard carried the unconscious Ji Yunhang away, while Su Han turned with a complex expression to glance at Chen Yang, seemingly wanting to say something, yet ultimately said nothing and swiftly pursued after him. The respect the Foundation holds for you is indeed well earned, Liao Yuanming remarked to Zhong Wenfei, reflecting on her effectiveness in handling matters. However, the more exceptional you are, the more you will resist this marriage. Ultimately, we are merely a union of interests. At this point, I no longer find such interests appealing. To what do you mean? Zhong Wenfei looked at Liao Yuanming in astonishment. I propose a duel with Chen Yang. Should he win, the marriage between the Zhong and Liao families is nullified. Liao Yuanming pointed at Chen Yang, adding, if I win, the engagement is also cancelled. This Zhong Wenfei's heart raced. She had dreamed of dissolving this engagement. Liao Yuanming's outrageousness was one reason, but more so, she yearned to take control of her own life, free from familial arrangements, yet having enjoyed the most advantageous conditions provided by her family. She must contribute in return to an arranged marriage is a form of contribution. One cannot escape it. It is not solely for profit. The previous generation merely wishes to spare their children from hardship. Even if it is not true love, marrying into a family of equal standing ensures a life of comfort and wealth. Young people may act irrationally for love, but the elders have experienced life. Zhong Wenfei had once quarreled with her father. For instance, just days ago, upon learning that her father had confirmed the engagement date with the Liao family, she had a fierce argument with him and secretly ran away. She went to Shouting Mountain to clear her mind. However, upon regaining her composure, she did not harbor hatred towards her father. In fact, when confronted by kidnappers, she felt more regret for having sulked. nearly resulting in the demise of her two bodyguards who were covertly protecting her. Now, with the opportunity to dissolve her engagement with the Liao family, Zhong Wenfei hesitated. No, I cannot agree to that. Do you not wish to dissolve the engagement? Liao Yuanming was taken aback. Or are you concerned that I might kill him? Rest assured, I would never kill him. Chen Yang is not involved in this matter at all. I will. Chen Yang suddenly interjected, Mr. Chen, do not fall for his provocations. This fellow is treacherous and would never confront you alone. Zhong Wenfei urged anxiously. He has gathered several skilled fighters around him, each possessing formidable strength and ruthless tactics. Am I truly that vile? Liao Yuanming's face turned pale. He was about to retort when Chen Yang stepped forward. Let them come together. What is there to fear? Arrogance. Having dealt with a few kidnappers, do you believe yourself invincible? Ignorance. Seeking death. The bodyguards brought by Liao Yuanming all cast murderous glares at Chen Yang. One middle-aged man with a hooked nose approached Chen Yang. Flexing his muscles with a sinister smile, I will tear your mouth apart and break your hands, Mr. Chen. Zhong Wenfei continued to persuade him that I do not fight for you. I simply wish to teach a lesson to someone who, having gained some strength, believes himself untouchable. Chen Yang stated coldly, Oh, you have seen through it. It seems you indeed possess some skill. Liao Yuanming remarked, removing his flip-flops, smiling. Do not worry. In light of your saving Zhong Wenfei, I will certainly spare your life. As his words fell, his smile vanished, and his demeanor shifted entirely. Moments ago, he had been playful and carefree, resembling a good-for-nothing rogue. Now, his expression was stern, his gaze sharp, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. This was certainly not the demeanor of an inept person. Rather, it was a fade to conceal his true prowess. That aura is formidable. Young Master Liao has hidden himself well. After all, how could a member of a top-tier family truly be so inept? Chen Yang was in for a rough time. The two were no longer on the same level. He had only himself to blame for agreeing to duel with young Master Liao. Certainly, like the outside world, many believe that Master Liao is devoid of knowledge and skill. Now, he is about to face a significant setback. Zhong Wenfei, today I shall demonstrate my true prowess. Liao Yuanming's resonant voice reverberated. Behold clearly. Is it I who am unworthy of you, or are you the one unworthy of me? Chapter 20. A displayed momentum? Zhong Wenfei sensed Liao Yuanming's imposing aura, and she was taken aback. This presence, though slightly inferior to that of her father as personal bodyguard, Lao Qi, was still formidable. Lao Qi was reputed to possess late-stage first-tier strength. Ascending beyond the first tier signifies the attainment of a master, a figure capable of founding their own sect. Could it be that Liao Yuanming has already crossed into first-tier strength? If that were indeed the case, he would be regarded as a paragon among the prominent families of Hangqin. How had she misjudged him? With such power, he had maintained an air of nonchalance, concealing his true capabilities to a remarkable extent. Had it not been for the provocation from that scoundrel Ji Yanhang today, Liao Yuanming would likely have continued to hide in the shadows. Chen Yang, you must tread carefully, Zhong Wenfei cautioned. Chen Yang, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, appeared oblivious to her warning, seemingly indifferent. Until Liao Yuanming's hand, slicing through the air, was about to strike his chest. Only then did he raise his hand in response, delivering a casual counterstrike. Bang! The palms collided. Liao Yuanming's expression shifted drastically as he felt a terrifying force emanate from Chen Yang's palm, crashing into his own, reverberating through his arms, and ultimately assaulting his internal organs. Damn it! Liao Yuanming was propelled backward, struggling to dissipate the force, yet at least half of it still wreaked havoc within him. Umph! Liao Yuanming stifled a groan, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous energy surging within him. Oh, you possess some skill. Chen Yang smirked, advancing as he aimed a palm towards Liao Yuanming's face. Come on. Liao Yuanming did not retreat, but instead surged forward, clasping his hands towards Chen Yang's palm. That seemingly light touch sent Liao Yuanming's hands flying apart, delivering a blow to his cheek. It was as though he had intentionally lunged forward, arms outstretched, presenting his face to Chen Yang's hand. Slap. In an instant, Liao Yuanming was left dazed, his previously aggressive aura utterly vanquished by that slap. The other executives were left astonished. They had not anticipated Liao Yuanming's defeat to be so decisive. Exhibiting no resistance whatsoever, was Master Liao's imposing presence merely a fade? It appeared far too fragile. Just moments ago, those who believed Chen Yang would suffer a great loss now stood agape. They could hardly fathom that Chen Yang had delivered a slap to the face of the Liao family's young master, an affront to the entire Liao family. Clearly, Liao Yuanming had not concealed his weakness. He was indeed inferior. Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanming's anger boiled over. Am I weak? With first-tier strength, how many in the younger generation could match him? Achieving first-tier status by the age of 30 was already considered exceptional. And he, Liao Yuanming, was merely 25. I will kill you. Liao Yuanming erupted in fury, charging forward once more. Slap? Chen Yang struck again, delivering another resounding blow. Before Liao Yuanming could even reach him, his face met yet another slap. The overwhelming force spinning him around, rendering him unsteady and tumbling to the ground, that I refused to submit. Liao Yuanming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, attempting to rise, only to have a foot come crashing down. Mr. Chen, do not. Zhong Wenfei shouted urgently. Bang. Chen Yang's foot pressed down upon Liao Yuanming's chest. Liao Yuanming felt as though he were being crushed under a mountain, unable to move, even struggling to breathe. My word. Not only had Chen Yang struck the young master of the Liao family, but he had also trampled him beneath his foot. The onlookers were left in shock. The Liao family would undoubtedly seek retribution. They wished they had not been present today to avoid being entangled in the aftermath. This is over, Zhong Wenfei murmured to herself, while she hoped for Liao Yuanming to be taught a lesson. The last scenario she wished to witness was a confrontation between him and Chen Yang, but if it escalated into a real fight, the worst-case outcome would be Chen Yang killing Liao Yuanming. Chen Yang's actions were tantamount to a death sentence for Liao Yuanming. Do you yield? Chen Yang inquired from his elevated position. Liao Yuanming's previously pale face flushed with color, embarrassment, frustration, and unwillingness. He had thought that attaining first-tier strength would elevate him, only to find himself bested in a single exchange, akin to an adult besting a child. Stop. It was not Zhong Wenfei who cried out, but Liao Yuanming himself. Young master. The others looked on in confusion at Liao Yuanming. Liao Yuanming bellowed. Having been so thoroughly humiliated and trampled underfoot, was it truly wise to engage in a group assault? Would that not confirm Zhong Wenfei's assertion that they were a pack of despicable wretches? His decision to reveal his strength today was an attempt to alter Zhong Wenfei's perception of him. Recently, he had learned that Zhong Wenfei had nearly fallen victim to kidnappers during a late-night outing to Tangshan. This news had unsettled him because that day coincided with the confirmation of the engagement date between the Liao and Zhong families. Zhong Wenfei's quarrel with her family must have been related to this marriage arrangement. Zhong Wenfei looked down upon him, believing him to be but a fool, yet she felt powerless against familial obligations, leading her to seek solace outside. Liao Yuanming wished to prove himself. He was not the useless individual others perceived him to be. If he so desired, he could silence any who had mocked him from the shadows. Yet today's defeat was utterly humiliating. You may retain some semblance of integrity. I shall spare your life today. Chen Yang stepped back, refraining from further aggression. I am ever ready for a rematch. Chen Yang replied indifferently. Our engagement is hereby terminated. Liao Yuanming cast a glance towards Zhong Wenfei. We shall take our leave. With a sweeping gesture, he instructed his companions to assist the hawk-nosed man, and they made their way toward the exit. He walked with his hand clutched to his chest, limping, and when someone attempted to assist him, he forcefully shoved them away. Get away. I am not that weak. Was he truly departing like this? Was this the same overbearing, unreasonable Liao Yuanming of yore? The executives exchanged bewildered glances, while Zhong Wenfei's expression turned complex. Perhaps he was not as inept as they had thought. As they watched Liao Yuanming's figure vanish from sight, Zhong Wenfei turned to Chen Yang. Thank you. Shall I send someone with you? She remained concerned about potential reprisal from Liao Yuanming, unable to fully trust his character. For years, Liao Yuanming had epitomized the spoiled scions of Hangshan, leveraging the Liao family's influence to engage in all manner of misdeeds. No need. Chen Yang waved his hand, turning to leave. If Liao Yuanming truly sought to act against him in secret, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson that would be long remembered. Do take care. Zhong Wenfei watched Chen Yang depart, letting out a sigh. The others wore expressions of complexity. None had expected such an outcome, and the proceedings had even taken on a humorous tone. Although Chen Yang had emerged victorious, the Liao family would undoubtedly seek revenge. Chapter 21. What of your threats? Shall we ambush Chen Yang at the intersection? In the car on the way back, a middle-aged man clad in black tentatively inquired, "Do you think I am the sort to present one face while harboring another?" Liao Yuanming, now regaining his composure, shot a cold glare at the middle-aged man. Hadn't things always been this way? The man thought to himself, yet dared not voice his sentiments. Damn it, where did this Chen Yang come from? Liao Yuanming cursed. Why had I never heard of him before? Investigate his background. Such a waste of time, as long as the engagement is annulled. Zhong Wenfei may well marry Chen Yang. I merely need to keep her within sight. Liao Yuanming waved dismissively that moment. His phone rang. It was his father calling. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Have you caused a scene at the foundation? His father interrogated before he could speak. Liao Yuanming remained silent, too weary to fabricate lies. Knowing his father would inevitably learn the truth. You lost a fight and were trampled underfoot? Yes. And you took it upon yourself to cancel the engagement? I merely wished to demonstrate my capabilities before her. Who would have known? Zhong Wenfei insisted the engagement continue, but on the condition that the Liao family refrain from any actions against Chen Yang. What? Liao Yuanming, who had been prepared to let it go, was now genuinely enraged. She would go so far for a mere Chen Yang. His anger was accompanied by jealousy. Was Chen Yang truly so exceptional? Did Zhong Wenfei truly understand him? Clenching his fists, Liao Yuanming spoke in a low tone. Dad, I've made my decision. I will go to Master to postpone the engagement banquet. What about the family? Dad, you know I have never enjoyed managing the family. I prefer wielding swords and guns. Liao Yuanming explained. Let my younger brother handle the family affairs. I shall serve as a guardian instead. That suits me just fine. This sigh? Liao's father sighed heavily. Suit yourself. Manager Xie, there seem to be some irregularities in the funding direction of the foundation that I in the manager's office. Chen Yang sat opposite Xie Xingrong, a puzzled expression on his face as he studied the figures on the laptop. Xie Xingrong produced a cigarette, lit it, and leisurely exhaled, diverting the topic. I hear Manager Chen still resides in a modest apartment. Is there a problem with that? Chen Yang retorted. There is no problem per se. I merely feel that such a humble dwelling does not befit your stature. Xie Xingrong once again inquired, what identity can I possess to have brutally beaten Liao Gongzi, and yet it remains unremarkable? This is indeed a first in Hangqing. Xie Xingrong chuckled. This does not elevate my status. Furthermore, Secretary Zhong has ceased all communication with me. Why does Supervisor Chen still assist her? When did I claim to have aided her? Wasn't it merely to oversee the funds? Chen Yang replied with a serious demeanor. If I refuse to speak, I shall have no choice but to report truthfully to General Manager Chen. What will your report accomplish? She wouldn't dare escalate the matter. If this leaks, it would severely tarnish Hu Weifeng's reputation. Xie Xingrong spoke with confidence. In fact, should the Foundation's personnel become aware, they might withdraw the over 2 billion, incurring losses for Hu Weifeng. Not for me personally. At worst, General Manager Chen might impose a fine. Dismissal is out of the question. Even if she were to fire me, what benefit would that yield you? I have labored at Hu Weifeng for over 20 years. Half of the staff here are my friends, and General Manager Chen is merely here for experience. She will depart in a year or so. How long can she shield you? When my friends succeed her as General Manager, your days will not be pleasant. Are you threatening me? Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. And, if I am, Xie Xingrong smirked. Do not be misled into believing that defeating Liao Yuanming makes you formidable. Moreover, in this day and age, brute strength is of little consequence. Connections and influence far outweigh mere physical prowess. As someone who has relied on others for 5 years, if the Zhong family has distanced themselves from you. What connections do you possess? Indeed, Lu Lizhen had spoken of him a few days ago, and now the entire company was abuzz with gossip. Wherever he went, Chen Yang felt the weight of judgmental gazes upon him. Yet he refrained from defending himself. Not because it was untrue, but because his marriage to Su Han-yin did not render him a mere son-in-law. After their union, he had spent not a single cent of the Su family's money. Although he resided in a house purchased by Su Han-yin, all his daily expenses were covered by his own finances. As one of the heirs of the Chen family, he possessed considerable red envelope money and a substantial monthly allowance. Unlike other wealthy heirs, he was not fond of flashy cars or ostentatious displays. He remained low-key at school, with most of his money still in the bank. Su Han-yin had given him a supplementary card, stating she would deposit money into it monthly. Yet he had no idea how much was in it because he had never spent from it. Previously, he had kept the card in his wallet. But upon leaving the villa, he had placed it on the bedside table and returned it to Su Han-yin. Did they truly believe he was living off the Su family? He owed them nothing and had certainly not been dependent on them. Moreover, let me share another detail. General Manager Chen is here to investigate the Hangqing branch. After such an extensive inquiry, what progress has she made? Even if she uncovers something, would she dare to act rashly? A glimmer of malice flickered in Chen Yang's eyes. The personnel at Huifeng's Hangqing branch had largely banded together. They united in solidarity, emboldened and unrestrained. Xie Xingrong, in his audacity, even disregarded General Manager Chen Ruolin. Here, I possess 300,000. Xie Xingrong produced a check, tossing it to Chen Yang. Take the money, remain silent, and we shall all be content. Chen Yang hesitated, torn between action and accepting the money. He yearned to eliminate Xie Xingrong then and there. But he realized that such a move would certainly alert others. Ultimately, he accepted the check. That I have said nothing. Chen Yang rose and strode towards the door. I was never here. Huh. Now you understand reason. Xie Xingrong laughed triumphantly. Once Chen Yang departed, Assistant Jiang Yani entered. Manager, is it resolved? Controlling him is like managing an ant, isn't it? Xie Xingrong scoffed. If he refused the money, there are countless ways to deal with him. I thought I'd have to step in and sacrifice my charm, yet it was surprisingly easy to dismiss him. Jiang Yani mused silently. His tone seemed tinged with disappointment. You little vixen, seeing someone young and handsome has stirred your passions. Hasn't it? Xie Xingrong grumbled, pulling Jiang Yani into his embrace and playfully groping her. Manager, we are still in the office. Oh, please, if that Chen Yang were here, you wouldn't care whether this was an office or not. Look at what you say. That guy is merely somewhat handsome, yet he is nothing but a soft rice king. I find him utterly unimpressive, Jiang Yani derided. Yet he seems to favor you. Outside, Chen Yang released his foot from the door, squinting before turning to leave. Chapter 22. Kneeling in supplication when Ji and Hang awoke, it was already past 11 the following day. The glaring sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, prompting him to open his eyes. You are awake? I had warned you against associating with Su Han-yin. Are you satisfied now? A stern voice echoed. The Ji and Hang turned his head to see his father, typically a figure of authority. How can you still scold him when the child is so injured? His mother interjected disapprovingly. Scold him? With so many women to choose from, he insists on pursuing a divorced woman and has stirred such a great calamity. Is it wrong to utter a reprimand? Ji's father's expression darkened. If you are so capable, go apprehend the culprit. Apprehend the culprit? Are you aware of the mischief your son has instigated? Ji's father retorted. He accused the eldest daughter of the Zhong family of being intimate with another man in front of her fiancé. And who is the Zhong family? Are you truly unaware? The president of the Hangqing Chamber of Commerce, with assets reaching to 500 billion. What? Zhong Wenfei's father is the chamber president. Ji and Hang was left speechless. He had assumed that someone as extravagantly adorned as Zhong Wenfei was merely a decorative figure, a plaything for the foundation's president, elevated by her beauty. Yet her appearance was far too flamboyant to resemble that of a refined lady from a prominent family. Furthermore, do you know who that man is? The eldest son of the Liao family. Ji's father continued. While the Liao family may not rival the Zhong family in wealth, they have been entrenched in Hangqiang for centuries. Their depth unfathomable. How dare you tarnish another's reputation? Is that not courting death? I trust Yun Hang would not lie. Seeing something and remaining silent is not an option, Ji's mother stated firmly. Where is your evidence? Is your word enough? Even if you did witness such impropriety, it is hardly admissible. Ji's father was infuriated. Their families were betrothed, on the verge of engagement, and with one careless word, would the marriage still proceed? This Ji Yunhang felt a chill run down his spine. Their families were indeed formidable. The Zhong and Liao families were titans in Hangsheng, akin to the pinnacle of a pyramid. To oppose them was like crushing an ant. Moreover, as his father had articulated, even if he had witnessed the event, he could not speak of it openly. He could have discreetly recorded evidence and provided it to Liao Yuanming. However, he had neither evidence nor the discretion to voice it before hundreds. The Liao and Zhong families would lose face. With evidence, he would be annihilated by them, and without it, he would face dire consequences. What then? Ji Yunhang stammered, "I shall swallow my pride and apologize. Only then will they spare you." Ji Yunhang exhaled deeply, relieved that they would not pursue the matter further, for otherwise he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Thankfully, his father was an academic. If not for that, neither family would likely extend him any leniency. "Mother, what of Miss Sue?" Ji Yunhang cautiously inquired. "You still think of her?" Ji's father raised his hand, poised to strike. "What are you doing?" Ji's mother quickly intervened. "The child is merely asking." "Enough," once the door was closed. Ji's mother whispered, "Miss Sue was here, but your father drove her away." "What?" Ji Yunhang's heart sank. This that he lowered his head. Indeed, Su Hanyin was still upset. "Oh, not dwell on it. Focus on your recovery." "Mother, I still wish to see Hanyin. Please assist me," Ji Yunhang pleaded. "This, mother, and your injuries?" His injuries were not overly severe. He had lost 3 teeth, and, after treatment last night, the swelling in his face had subsided. His mouth had been stitched. And as long as he avoided hard foods, he would be fine. After his mother had successfully diverted his father's attention, he quietly left the hospital and made his way to Su Hanyin's family home, where she had been staying recently. After knocking, the door was opened by Su Wenyong, who promptly attempted to shut it upon Sing. "As you go, I wish to speak with Hanyin." Yunhang blocked the door with his foot. "Speak of what?" "Your father berated my sister last night and ordered her to keep her distance from you," Su Wenyong retorted, clearly irritated. Ji Yunhang had expected Su Wenyong to mention the affair involving the Zhong and Liao families. But instead, he spoke of this, that it seems Su Wenyong was unaware of the recent events. As Su Hanyin was not one to spread gossip, Ji Yunhang explained, "You know, my father is an old-fashioned man. I currently live with my mother, and he cannot control me." "Control you?" "He still scolded my sister last night." "Leave at once. I have no desire to see you, Han Yan." Su Wenyong forcefully slammed the door shut. Thud! Ji Yunhang immediately fell to his knees. "Brother Su, I implore you. I truly love Han Yin. Please allow me to enter." With a look of disdain, Su Wenyong replied, "Your pleas are futile. Even if I let you in, my sister would not meet you. Tell Han Yin that if she refuses, I shall remain on my knees." "Kneel if you wish," Su Wenyong said curtly before turning to enter the house. Han Yin. That fool Ji Yunhang is actually kneeling outside, devoid of any masculinity. Inside the study, Su Wenyong scoffed, "This guy is utterly useless except for making you angry. How can he even be compared to Chen Yang? Although Chen Yang has been a stay-at-home husband for 5 years, at least he wouldn't kneel and beg. He has some dignity. This marriage should be terminated." Su Hanyin fell silent, recalling Chen Yang's actions over the past 5 years. Perhaps Chen Yang lacked capability, but he never acted presumptuously or provoked her anger. He was unambitious, yet dutifully fulfilled his role as a husband. Su Hanyin believed Chen Yang could not assist her, while Ji Yunhang could alleviate the pressures of running the company. But thus far, what exactly had Ji Yunhang contributed? Not only had he failed to help, but his involvement had only complicated matters. His recent actions had angered the Foundation, and that morning a partner had called to terminate their collaboration. Despite Su Hanyin's humble pleas, the other party reluctantly agreed to continue until the end of the contract, which was at the end of the month. With funds severed and partnerships dissolved, troubles were piling up. Any of these matters could spell the demise of a company, and now both were occurring simultaneously. This seemed to be the legacy Ji Yunhang had left for Su Hanyin. Chapter 23. The Orphanage Volunteer Han Yin. Han Yan. Su Wenyong noticed his sister lost in thought and prompted her. "What shall we do about Ji Yunhang? Will you see him or not? If not, I'll have someone drive him away." Seeing Ji Yunhang still kneeling on the ground, her face turned pale. "Get up." Do you not know that a man's knees are worth their weight in gold? Han Yan, for you, I would do anything, Ji Yanheng said earnestly. I was reckless yesterday, but I truly had no idea they were so formidable. Get up, Su Hanyan emphasized. If you forgive me, I will rise. Su Han Yan took a deep breath. Very well, I forgive you. Only then did Ji Yanheng stand up and follow Su Han Yan into the Su residence. Arriving at the study, how is your injury? Su Han Yan asked. It's nothing serious. You should buy a plane ticket and leave Hangzhou. The Zhong family and Liao family will not let you off easily. My father has personally intervened and resolved the issue. Neither the Zhong family nor the Liao family will pursue me further. My mother's agreement is all that matters. As you know, my parents divorced 8 years ago. Your father would not harm you. Su Han Yan fell silent. Han Yan, just give me another chance to stay in the company and relieve your burdens. If you truly dislike me, once the company overcomes its difficulties, I will leave. Is that acceptable? This, with such words spoken, Su Han Yan found it hard to refuse any longer. Very well, but you must not act presumptuously again. Han Yan, I understand. I shall never act on my own accord again. I will heed your every command. Ji Yanheng patted his chest in assurance, but in his excitement, he inadvertently tugged at the wound in his mouth, causing him to wince in pain. Does it still hurt? Su Han Yan gently caressed Ji Yunhong's cheek. Doesn't hurt at all. This was the closest they had been in a long time, and Ji Yunheng felt only exhilaration. You should rest in the hospital for a few more days. I feared for your worries. The company's finances are still uncertain, so I came to find you. That's good, Ji Yanheng sighed in relief. You know the background of Zhong Wenfei? I do, Ji Yanheng nodded. I never expected her to be the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. It truly caught me off guard. I didn't anticipate it. Su Han Yan lamented. It seems our intelligence gathering was severely lacking. This is not your fault. With so many affairs falling solely on your shoulders, how can you find the time to manage everything? Ji Yunheng reassured her. Indeed, the rapid development has caused us to overlook many matters. Su Han Yan stated seriously, the Foundation's advice was also brutally honest. There are numerous issues within the company that we will address these gradually. Ji Yunheng changed the subject. By the way, what transpired after I lost consciousness yesterday? Did Liao Yuanming kill Chen Yang? I specifically inquired about it. It seems Liao Yuanming used Zhong Wenfei's marriage as leverage and challenged Chen Yang to a duel, which he lost terribly and suffered great humiliation. What a fool! Why would he choose to fight himself when he has such powerful subordinates? Ji Yunheng scoffed. He probably wished to prove himself in front of Zhong Wenfei, given that Liao Yuanming suffered such a significant loss. The Liao family target Chen Yang? The Zhong family intervened, and both sides reached an agreement. The engagement remains, and the Liao family is prohibited from pursuing Chen Yang, Su Han Yan stated seriously. But Zhong Wenfei has also made it clear that she must distance herself from Chen Yang and cannot have further interactions. Does the Liao family not worry that Chen Yang may engage with Zhong Wenfei? Ji Yanheng, still feeling the situation was not chaotic enough, questioned. I have inquired. She truly is as those entrepreneurs mentioned last night. Impartial, broad-minded, and exceptionally capable, Su Han Yan explained. Given her character, it is unlikely she would engage in any indiscretions with another man right before her engagement to Liao Yuanming. Such actions would not only tarnish her reputation, but also that of both families, potentially leading to a complete rift. Naturally, the Liao family trusts her integrity. You should refrain from belittling her further. Had she not assisted you last night, you would have perished at the Foundation. Ji Yunheng reflected for a moment and realized it was indeed true. Liao Yuanming had genuinely wished to kill him, and he owed his life to Zhong Wenfei's willingness to overlook past grievances. How could he have saved the eldest daughter of the Zhong family? Ji Yanheng mused to himself. Could it be? Suddenly, he recalled the previous nights when he had sent some thugs to gather information. Those thugs had followed Chen Yang to the summit of Shaodang Mountain. Witnessing a fierce brawl, fearing entanglement, they had retreated. Could it be that it was then that Chen Yang saved Zhong Wenfei? It seemed likely. If his men had not followed Chen Yang, perhaps Chen Yang would not have gone to Shouting Mountain. If he had not gone, Zhong Wenfei would not have been saved. Damn. Upon this realization, Ji Yanheng almost slapped himself. What had started as an attempt to deal with Chen Yang had inadvertently aided him instead. What's wrong? Su Hanyin inquired. Nothing at all, Ji Yanhang replied. Feeling guilty, he could not let Su Hanyin learn about his schemes against Chen Yang. Furthermore, those worthless bastards had taken his money and had yet to make a move. Had they acted before the banquet, all of this chaos could have been avoided. It was all the fault of those incompetent fools, Ji Yanhang silently cursed, realizing he needed to hire new experts. The last check he had received from the Zhong family's bodyguards had also been donated to the orphanage. After putting down the check, he turned to leave. After walking 20 to 30 meters, he heard someone calling from behind. Sir, wait. A young woman in her early 20s, with a delicate oval face lightly made up and her long hair, simply tied back, radiated a fresh and unassuming charm. There was a faint dimple at the corner of her mouth, giving her an endearing neighborly quality that evoked a sense of familiarity. Mr. Chen? She exclaimed, surprised to see him. You are? Chen Yang had not expected her to recognize him. I attended the foundation banquet with friends yesterday, but you likely didn't notice me. The woman extended her hand. By the way, I'm Shan Jun, a volunteer at the orphanage. Hello. Chen Yang took her hand. I suppose I need no introduction? None needed. The benevolent Mr. Chen who does good deeds anonymously. It's merely material possessions. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Have you eaten? Not yet. Chen Yang shook his head. Hui Feng did not provide meals, but offered a stipend. I'll treat you. That's unnecessary. Chen Yang declined. It's a must. Shen Jun insisted, pulling Chen Yang along. Chapter 24. Shen Jun's strength indeed. Shen Jun led Chen Yang to the orphanage's cafeteria, where over 30 small children were preparing to eat. Their meals already served. Shen Jun's meal was also ready, seemingly prepared for herself. But upon seeing Chen Yang, she dashed out without eating. This Uncle Chen is the kind-hearted person who has donated a great deal of money to you all. Everyone, thank him, Shen Jun announced loudly. Thank you, Uncle Chen. The children all stood up, and even the staff of the orphanage rose to thank him with deep bows. Chen Yang, taken aback, quickly waved his hands. No need for such formality. You must be hungry, right? Hurry and eat. Go ahead. Shen Jun smiled as she waited for the children to sit down. Then she went to help Chen Yang serve food. The meal was quite sumptuous and clean, featuring fish, chicken legs, cauliflower, shredded potatoes, and milk. However, Shen Jun did not serve Chen Yang much. He understood her intention. She was concerned that he might not be accustomed to the food here, so she served less than the children's portions. After all, it was likely that truly affluent individuals would look down upon such fare. Shen Jun was quite perceptive. Yet, seeing Chen Yang eat with great relish, and then return for a large bowl to finish off the meal, she felt her concerns were clearly unnecessary. She stared at Chen Yang, asking, Is it to your liking? Very much so. He replied with a smile that I'm actually wondering if I should come here often for meals since the company is not far from here. I believe the director and the children would welcome your visits. Shen Jun responded. Then it's settled, he affirmed. Great. After finishing their meal and resting for a short while at the orphanage, Shen Jun seemed to feel a bit guilty and invited Chen Yang for coffee. You must know that the Liao family is eager to devour me alive. Do you not fear that being so close to me might bring trouble to you and your family? Chen Yang inquired. I am not afraid of them. Shen Jun playfully retorted. They may be powerful, but surely they cannot act without reason. Then they will be at odds with the Zhong family entirely. I heard that Sister Zhong did not agree to terminate the engagement. She merely postponed it. She didn't agree? Chen Yang was taken aback. Indeed, she is truly an extraordinary person, capable, wise, and adept at discerning right from wrong. Sometimes I envy Sister Zhong that if she were a man, I would undoubtedly marry her. Unfortunately, she is a woman and must marry that scoundrel Liao Yuanming. How unfair. Liao Yuanming is not as terrible as you imagine. In fact, he is quite formidable in his own right, Chen Yang stated seriously. Are you actually defending him? I am merely speaking the truth. You aren't trying to elevate him to make yourself appear more impressive. Are you? Shen Jun laughed. Did you see through me? Chen Yang pretended to be embarrassed. He that I was joking, but I am serious. Shall we go for coffee? Not today. I tend to attract trouble. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and walked outside. I am not afraid of trouble. Shen Jun thought for a moment and chased after him that I felt quite bad about inviting you to eat at the orphanage earlier. Are you sure you don't mind? As Chen Yang stepped out of the orphanage, he glanced at the streets on either side and smiled as he asked. Not at all. Then let me take you to meet some trouble. The sky had darkened, and night was about to envelop the earth. The lights in the alley had yet to illuminate, casting a dim shadow as Chen Yang led Shinjun across the street and into the dark alley. He deliberately walked slowly, and sure enough, within 3 minutes, they were surrounded and a dozen adversaries appear before them. And Chen Yang recognized a leader, a scar-faced man who had previously followed him to Xiaotang Mountain. He didn't pay attention to the others. In broad daylight. What do you intend to do? Shinjun questioned, unwavering and righteous. Little girl, this doesn't concern you. Be off with you, the scar-faced man said coldly, drawing a dagger. If you don't leave, be wary of me carving a few lines on that pretty face of yours. Leave now, or I won't be polite, Shinjun responded, standing her ground. In that case, let's fight together, she declared. The scar-faced man waved his hand and charged at Shinjun. Chen Yang was about to pull Shinjun behind him, but she was quicker and lunged forward, seizing the scar-faced man's wrist. The sequence of actions, disarming, throwing, and subduing, was executed with fluidity, showcasing a standard military combat technique honed over at least 5 years. The scar-faced man fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. Realizing he had underestimated her prowess, Shinjun continued to engage the other thugs, easily taking them down as they approached. Chen Yang suddenly offered a reminder, like a tea that moment. Shinjun confronted the last man in black. Even as the others fell, he showed no sign of concern. That it was only when the thugs were down that Chen Yang finally noticed this man. He was around 1.60 meters, slender, and entirely inconspicuous among the crowd. As Shinjun reached for his shoulder, he suddenly reacted, brushing her arm aside with a swift motion. A glint of cold steel flashed as he swung the dagger upward toward her neck. Shinjun gasped, realizing his speed far exceeded that of the ordinary thugs. He was a hidden master, far more powerful than the scar-faced man. She barely had time to react as a chilling presence surged toward her throat. In that fleeting moment, a large hand grasped her shoulder, pulling her back. The dagger grazed her chest, narrowly missing her neck. That was close. Shinjun, still shaken, noticed another assailant approaching point 2. Hidden masters, fierce and direct, aimed straight for her vitals. The previously diminutive enemy charged again, knowing Shinjun was the weak link and targeting her specifically. The dagger lunged toward her chest. Chen Yang could not free his hands. He pivoted his body and used his shoulder to intercept the blow. Thud! The dagger sliced through flesh, drawing blood. Chen Yang retaliated with a powerful kick to the enemy's chest, but another dagger was already on its way. He sidestepped, pinched the dagger between his fingers, and with a violent shake, it snapped. Leaning in, he sent the slender adversary flying. In the next instant, he seized the broken dagger and hurled it like a concealed weapon at the downed enemy, who was charging back. Thud! The dagger struck true, embedding itself in the center of the heart. The enemy collapsed, gasping for breath. Junior brother, the slender enemy cried out but did not continue the attack. Instead, he turned and fled, decisive in his retreat. Chen Yang did not pursue. There were still a few thugs left, and he could not abandon Shinjun. The remaining thugs, realizing their situation, also fled. Shinjun wanted to give chase, but Chen Yang stopped her, saying, "Don't pursue them." Chapter 25. Do you take me for an ATM? Shinjun halted, reluctantly watching the assailants escape, feeling it was too lenient to let them go. They should have been captured and imprisoned. That would require unearthing the mastermind behind this. Chen Yang remarked that, "I know who it is, but I haven't felt inclined to confront him yet." The Liao family? Not the Liao family. Chen Yang shook his head. They would not stoop to associating with a bunch of street thugs. Then who? It's better that you don't know that you're injured. Only then did Shinjun notice the blood seeping from Chen Yang's arm. Is it serious? Let me see. She followed him closely. Cough, cough. Your buttons are all undone, Chen Yang reminded her. Shinjun glanced down to see the dagger had torn her clothing, even undoing her bra. Earlier, it had been fine. But after chasing the fleeing assailants, her outfit had completely come undone, exposing a significant portion of her fair skin. Shinjun squealed, turning her back, her face turning crimson. There's a bit of blood. But it's better than being exposed. Chen Yang removed his t-shirt and handed it to her. Without hesitation, Shinjun put it on. She then took out her phone and made a call. After finishing the call, she hurriedly said, "Let us go to the hospital." Once outside the alley, they took a taxi to the hospital, which was not far away, arriving in just 5 minutes after the doctor examined him. He noted the wound was 6 centimeters long and deep enough to reach the bone. Most people would have been writhing in agony by now, yet Chen Yang remained composed throughout the journey. What immense fortitude he possessed! But what astonished her even more was Chen Yang's strength, snapping the dagger between his fingers and using it as a deadly projectile. The fight at the Foundation last night was not a testament to Liao Yuanming's incompetence, but rather to Chen Yang's formidable prowess. When Chen Yang claimed Liao Yuanming was not as bad as she thought, she had been skeptical, but now she believed it. Alongside her astonishment, guilt washed over her. Her arrogance and recklessness had nearly cost her life and had led to Chen Yang's injury. Had he not saved her, he undoubtedly would have emerged unscathed even against those 2 men in black. "I'm so sorry." Shen Jun expressed her remorse. "You were merely trying to help me." Chen Yang smiled gently. "But I only caused trouble." "Not at all. You took down 6 or 7 thugs, after all. Stop teasing me." "My skills are only sufficient to handle a few ordinary thugs," Shen Jun sighed. "I'm not joking. You are a woman and only about 21 or 22 years old, yet you possess second-tier strength. That is indeed impressive. Are you first tier? Guess again." "Master," Shen Jun exclaimed in surprise. "Try again." "Grandmaster?" Shen Jun was even more astonished. Chen Yang merely smiled enigmatically. "Here, put this on." Shen Jun handed him the freshly bought t-shirt. As he donned the garment, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. The physique is indeed remarkable, almost approaching a bronzed hue, complemented by perfectly balanced muscle definition. Simply exquisite, however, as I gazed. Her face flushed crimson. "Let us go," Chen Yang prodded, rising to his feet. "Not going to hospital?" "Hospital? Why would I? Aren't you still supposed to treat me to coffee?" Chen Yang chuckled. "Now that you're aware of my troubles. Have you decided against it?" "Of course I will treat you," Shen Jun quickly replied. The following day at work, Chen Yang returned to Xie Xingrong's office. "Manager Xie, there seems to be unusual activity with the Foundation's funds." "What is going on?" Xie Xingrong looked at Chen Yang in shock. "Have you forgotten everything? My apartment is too dilapidated. I want to buy a house." "What does your house purchase have to do with me?" "You know the housing prices in Hangzhou are exorbitant. 300,000 won't even cover the down payment." Xie Xingrong's face darkened, his teeth clenched. "This is your problem. Then I shall seek out General Chen and request permission to review the funds flow." Chen Yang stood up. "Stop," Xie Xingrong barked. "Are you determined to oppose me? How much more do you want?" "I've set my sights on a spacious flat in Jinxiu Garden. The total price is 13 million. And a down payment of around 3 million should suffice." Chen Yang feigned seriousness. "That still leaves a gap of 270,000 to Xie Xingrong." Contemplating the situation, felt a surge of anger. Did this fellow expect to buy a house without spending a dime? Treating him like an ATM? "Manager Xie, you should take some time to enjoy the scenery there. It's truly wonderful," Chen Yang continued. Xie Xingrong was well aware of the beauty, for he resided there. "I can give you a maximum of 500,000. No more." Xie Xingrong produced a checkpoint. 70,000 would make a nice round figure. "I shall find a way to manage the rest myself. I suppose I should seek out General Chen." Chen Yang turned to leave. "That I'll provide it." Xie Xingrong retrieved another check, inscribing the amount before tossing it to Chen Yang. "Many thanks, manager," Chen Yang expressed, kissing the check with a broad smile as he departed. Xie Xingrong squinted, cursing inwardly. "Greedy fool, I'll grant you the means to acquire money, but you'll have no chance to spend it." Yet, thoughts of the Zhong family caused him to frown. He couldn't eliminate Chen Yang, so perhaps a different approach was in order. That evening, Chen Yang once again deposited the check into the orphanage's donation box. Just as he prepared to leave, he spotted Shen Jun waving at him. "Do you volunteer here every day?" Chen Yang inquired with curiosity. "I come frequently during the holidays, but with school starting tomorrow, I'll only be able to come about once a week." "You're still studying?" "Yes, at Hangzhou University. So, you're actually my junior," Chen Yang grinned. "You graduated from Hangzhou University as well?" Shen Jun laughed. "It seems we indeed share a connection. Is dinner ready?" Chen Yang glanced towards the orphanage. "I was thinking of treating you to a meal outside. When there are many people, the appetite tends to be better." Chen Yang unceremoniously entered the orphanage. By the way, do you earn a lot of hui feng? What money do I have? I'm merely aiding others in their donations." Chen Yang chuckled. "Aiding others in donations?" Shen Jun paused, then hurried to catch up with him. After their meal, Chen Yang and Shen Jun ventured to a CF, ordering 2 cups of coffee. Being alumni, they found themselves with plenty of common topics, chatting late into the night without a hint of departure. Across the street, in a black van, a man with a horse-like face fixated his gaze on the CF. Upon seeing Chen Yang and Shen Jun preparing to leave, he quickly retrieved his phone and called Xie Xingrong. Mr. Xie, I noticed that Chen Yang fellow is with a woman. Should we take action? A woman? Xie Xingrong hesitated. Is she dressed in an alluring manner? He genuinely feared that the woman beside Chen Yang was Zhong Wenfei. If that were the case, he would certainly refrain from any aggression. However, logically speaking, Zhong Wenfei had reached an agreement with the Liao family and would avoid contact with Chen Yang to prevent suspicion. No, she appears quite innocent. Quite innocent. Xie Xingrong's stern expression softened considerably, yet he still cautiously inquired, Do you know anything about this woman's background? We don't have specifics, but Chen Yang left the orphanage with her and then went for coffee. They seem poised to leave together now. The orphanage? Xie Xingrong pondered. Then she is likely a staff member there. It's of no consequence. Women working in such places typically lack any significant background. Proceed with the plan. Understood. Chapter 26. Framed Chen Yang claimed to reside nearby, but Shen Jun insisted on escorting him to the entrance of his apartment. Perhaps Shen Jun believed that since Chen Yang had sustained an arm injury, she could shield him from any trouble that might arise. Despite being 4 or 5 years younger, her thoughts were quite astute. Since you're still injured, I must accompany you, she insisted. Why must you involve yourself in this mess? Well, Shen Jun lowered her head. Let us go. Chen Yang was unperturbed. Even with an injured arm, he wouldn't allow Shen Jun to come harm. Last night, it was Shen Jun who had acted recklessly. Had she remained by his side, he wouldn't have been injured. As they walked under the night sky, the streets were still bustling with people. Suddenly, a group of dyed-haired ruffians approached. They walked in a line, forcing Chen Yang and Shen Jun to step aside, but one of the ruffians deliberately bumped into Shen Jun, clearly intending to take advantage of her. Chen Yang swiftly pulled her into his embrace, narrowly avoiding the encounter. Turning to face them, before he could speak, the leader of the gang interjected, What is the matter? Looking for a fight. How much did they pay you to risk your life? Chen Yang questioned, Are you suggesting we can take your life? The ruffian smirked. Apologize to my friend, and I'll let it slide. And if I refuse to apologize, you'll receive a harsh lesson. I'll give you the first lesson. The ruffian swung a fist towards Chen Yang's face. Chen Yang swiftly grasped the ruffian's fist, twisting it upwards. With a sickening crack, the wrist broke immediately. The ruffian howled in agony. Get him! Several thugs lunged at Chen Yang, but Shen Jun intervened, effortlessly handling the scoundrels. Yet one short-haired man sprang from behind Chen Yang, wielding a knife. It didn't stab Chen Yang directly, but lunged at him, only to be sent flying by a swift palm strike. As he lay on the ground, he clutched his abdomen, screaming, Help! Murder! Chen Yang glanced up, observing the short-haired man with a knife protruding from his abdomen, blood oozing out. Now it all made sense. Chen Yang understood but maintained his composure. The life has been lost. Hurry, call the police. The ruffians were the first to pull out their phones, dialing for help. Still pretending? Mr. Chan would need a knife to kill you? Shen Jun spoke coldly. Say nothing, do nothing, just observe, Chen Yang instructed softly. Are you suggesting? Shen Jun comprehended and promptly sealed her lips. Within a minute and a half, officers from the precinct arrived. 4 in total. Their speed was astonishing. They photographed the scene, gathered evidence, and when the ambulance arrived, they transported the injured man to the hospital while taking Chen Yang and the others to the nearby station. After registration, the station chief coldly scrutinized Chen Yang. Why did he use a knife to injure someone? Speak honestly, we were walking when they nearly collided with us. Before we could say anything, they provoked us. Shen Jun interjected. My friend demanded an apology. Instead, they threw the first punch to you resorted to stabbing. The chief narrowed his eyes that we did not stab anyone. The knife belonged to the injured party. He must have harmed himself while trying to attack my friend. Shen Jun continued. Bang! The chief abruptly stood, slamming his hand on the table. I'm asking your friend, not you. Is your friend mute? I'll say this once. Don't let money distort the truth. Chen Yang closed his eyes after speaking. What do you mean? Are you implying we're accepting bribes? The chief's anger flared. Chen Yang chose silence, prompting the chief to grab his collar. If you don't cooperate, do you really think I want to take action against you? Try me. Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes, fixing an unwavering gaze on the chief, causing the latter to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This gaze was more terrifying than any he had encountered. He retreated a couple of steps. You may remain silent now. But when evidence surfaces, your punishment will be more severe. Chen Yang shrugged. The chief exchanged glances with his colleagues before departing. After about half an hour, the chief returned, this time with a broad smile. Chen Yang, we extracted your fingerprints from a knife. How will you squirm out of this one now? Impossible. Shen Jun vehemently protested. You're framing him. That knife absolutely does not belong to Mr. Chen. Surveillance, bystanders, fingerprints, all point to you. And you still call it a frame-up? Our forensic team wouldn't conspire against you. The chief sneered. However, I'm too lazy to argue with you. It's futile. You had better pray that the individual has not sustained any fatal injuries. Otherwise, should he perish, your culpability would become grave. By the way, the captain turned his gaze towards Shen Jun. You are merely implicated in a brawl. If you can identify Chen Yang as being armed with a knife, perhaps you might receive a lighter sentence. Dream on. Shen Jun scoffed, stating, Now I comprehend. The entire affair is a trap. From the moment that group of yellow-haired ruffians deliberately collided with me, you had orchestrated this scheme. That crew-cut fellow lunging at Mr. Chen was not attempting to kill him, but rather to inflict harm upon himself. Moreover, your timely arrival suggests that you were lurking nearby. Am I correct? How much did the mastermind behind this pay you to wrongfully accuse and ensnare an innocent individual? Shen Jun seethed with anger. Are you not afraid of being discovered, losing your jobs, and bringing shame upon your families? You clever girl, it is a pity that your realization comes too late. Blame this fellow for offending those he should not have. The captain finally revealed his true nature. With irrefutable evidence, Chen Yang is doomed. Attempted murder is sufficient to secure him a sentence of over 10 years. You ought to hire a competent lawyer. Now, if you release the handcuffs, all may yet be salvaged. Chen Yang interjected. Huh? Are you jesting? The captain laughed heartily. Oh, you truly believe I am making light of the situation? Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze onto the captain. Oh, you know what I despise most. The captain leaned forward, his hands pressed against the table, fixated on Chen Yang. I loathe your despicable expression and your indifferent gaze. Who do you think you are, daring to be so arrogant here? I perceive ignorance in individuals who bear such a countenance. Chen Yang retorted with disdain. You dare provoke me? The captain, having been in this line of work for so long, had never been challenged in such a manner by a mere offender. He swung his fist directly at Chen Yang's face. Chen Yang's hands trembled. Bang! The chains binding the handcuffs shattered upon impact. In that instant, the captain was taken aback. He had presumed Chen Yang, restrained by both handcuffs and chains, to be a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet to break free from such sturdy restraints required an unimaginable strength. Chapter 27. The harbinger of death, the captain's fist came to a halt just centimeters from Chen Yang's face, caught firmly in his grasp. Despite the captain's extensive training, no amount of force, pulling or pushing could free himself from Chen Yang's grip. Who do you think you are? Have you ever witnessed absolute power? Chen Yang smirked, his arm quaking as a terrifying force reverberated from his wrist into the captain's shoulder. Bang! The captain was hurled backward, crashing against the wall, his right arm hanging limply in the air. His AR-MDIS ruined. Ah, how dare you strike a member of the staff here? You are doomed. The captain's colleague glanced at Chen Yang, his voice trembling. You are no saint yourself. Chen Yang rose and approached the staff member. Wait, Mr. Chen, do not resort to violence. I have a solution. Shen Jun hastily interjected, pressing a button on her wristwatch. You may enter now. Chen Yang disregarded Shen Jun's words and advanced directly. The staff member attempted to flee the interrogation room. As he opened the door, a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. Damn it, I will fight back. He turned, elbowing towards Chen Yang's face, but as he moved, the hand on his shoulder suddenly yanked downward, instantly robbing him of all strength. The next moment, he felt himself being lifted into the air. Indeed, he was airborne, As Chen Yang hurled him toward the wall. No, he screamed, barely managing to shield his head with his arms before crashing violently against the wall. Had he not protected himself, he would have sustained severe injuries, with blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Chen Yang seized the captain, lifting him as one would a mere duck, his tone chilling. "Have you ever felt despair? Help me," the captain cried out in terror. "You were given opportunities, yet you squandered them." Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, exerting his right hand. "Then, perish, Mr. Chen, do not." Shen Jun shouted. "No," the captain screamed in utter despair. Crack! A sharp sound resonated, and the captain's eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow actually dared to commit murder here. He is indeed a harbinger of death. How did I ever agree to assist Xie Xingrong in dealing with such a fiend? Thud! Chen Yang released his grip. The lifeless body collapsing to the ground, he turned his attention to the other staff member, striding toward him. "It is your turn. No, do not kill me. I will confess everything. It was Xie Xingrong who instructed us to act." The staff member's face drained of color, his eyes brimming with terror. Yet he is not destined to escape death. Chen Yang prepared to strike again. Bang! The door was kicked open with force. Miss! Two crew-cut men rushed in. They had assumed Shen Jun was in danger, but she appeared unharmed. It was the staff member who crawled towards them, crying out for salvation. What on earth is happening? Both men were dumbfounded, especially upon seeing the severed chains on the table and the scattered handcuff pieces on the floor, leaving them astounded. Chen Yang refrained from further violence for fear of collateral damage. He merely glanced at the blood seeping from his shoulder, furrowing his brow. "The stitches have come undone. I shall need to have them restitched." "What a nuisance!" "Miss!" One man kept a wary eye on Chen Yang while the other rushed to release Shen Jun from her handcuffs. "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Shen Jun shook her head, requesting her phone. Both her and Chen Yang's phones had been confiscated upon entry. Acquiring the bodyguard's phone, Shen Jun swiftly dialed. "Uncle, I am at the West Street substation. There's been an incident. Please send someone to handle it." After hanging up, she instructed the bodyguards. "You must maintain vigilance outside. Until my uncle's men arrive, no one is allowed to enter." "Understood." One man exited. Hearing the commotion, other personnel from the substation hurried over, and the bodyguard barked, "I am Mr. Shen Nanshan's guard. No one is permitted to approach. Step back." Shen Nantian. The staff members who heard that name immediately stood in reverence, retreating hastily. This is a formidable figure retired from the war zone. And both of Shen Nanshan's sons are no less impressive. One serves in the war zone, and the other in the provincial hall. They are not to be trifled with. Among the crowd, two individuals, upon hearing the name, were startled and quickly slipped away to a corner to make a phone call. "Manager Xie, it's over." "What happened? Did you fail to apprehend anyone?" There was a commotion in the interrogation room, and the screams were harrowing, seemingly belonging to Captain Liu and old Xie. If Chen Yang dared to act in the interrogation room, he would surely meet a more gruesome fate. Shen Nanshan's guards also appeared at the substation. "Are you referring to that Shen Nantian? Otherwise, how could there be a guard? What is the situation here? It must be related to that woman. You do not mean to suggest that the woman is Shen Nanshan's granddaughter?" "It is highly plausible that such close protection would indicate she is indeed his granddaughter." Xie Xingrong was left utterly bewildered. "What shall we do now? I recall that the Shun family is exceptionally discreet and protective of their reputation." "Then let us hope that is the case." Both could only offer silent prayers. Within half an hour, Shen Yawu arrived at the substation, and upon his arrival, everyone was once again astonished. Shen Yawu entered the interrogation room. "Uncle, it is as follows. Shen Jun approached, detailing the entire sequence of events, shaking her wristwatch. "That staff member has confessed everything, and I have also recorded the captain's admission of his false accusations." "Scoundrels, utter scum!" Shen Yawu glared at the two staff members, cursing vehemently. Only then did he fix his gaze upon Chen Yang, his expression laden with reproach. "Although they deserve their fate, justice must be served through the law. Your unilateral actions disregard the very fabric of justice that I, Chen Yang, need not explain my actions to you." Chen Yang stood resolutely. "How arrogant!" Shen Yawu was incensed. "Do you truly believe that with Xiao Jun's support, I will overlook your actions? You may test that theory." Chen Yang remained undeterred. "You, uncle!" Shun Jun quickly intervened, pulling her uncle aside into a corner of the interrogation room, whispering, "It was the captain who struck first. Should Mr. Chen refrain from retaliating? Would he simply wait to be beaten? He should not have killed directly. Yet if Mr. Chen had not acted decisively, that CF fellow would not have confessed. Those are two separate matters." Chen Yawu replied sternly, "If he refrains from action, I can still compel that Xie to speak. Yesterday he killed one person, and today he has taken another life. This individual is a cold-blooded killer, utterly disregarding the law, and must be punished. I can assist him this time, but you must sever ties with him. I require no assistance from you." Chen Yang spoke again, "You need not concern yourselves with today's matter." "Very well, we shall take our leave. I am quite curious to see how you handle this," Shen Yawu declared with a sweeping gesture. "Uncle, bring the young lady away," he commanded. Chapter 28. Is this considered a heavy hand? In the car on the way back, Shun Jun still implored her uncle for assistance. "Uncle, Mr. Chan may have acted a bit too harshly, but he is truly a good person. Not a bit too harshly? Is killing someone merely a slight overreaction?" Shun Yawu retorted. "If we go by your definition, then true severity would mean obliterating the entire task force." Shun Jun lowered her head. Her emotions were indeed quite complicated. Although she had felt anger earlier, her thoughts were primarily focused on bringing these individuals to justice, not personally executing them. She had even attempted to stop Chen Yang, yet he refused to listen, insisting on taking lives. Had the guards not intervened swiftly, even that man surnamed Xie would have met his demise. What had transpired with this man? Why was he so bloodthirsty? If he approaches you, he undoubtedly has ulterior motives. You must cease all contact with him, Shen Yawu stated unequivocally. "Little uncle, his intentions in approaching me are purely innocent," Shun Jun replied earnestly. "Our acquaintance stems entirely from my initiative. Not as that I believe he is a good person. Otherwise, how could he have anonymously donated over 10 million to the orphanage? Donated over 10 million to the orphanage." Shen Yao was taken aback. Indeed, he simply dropped the check into the donation box and left. Shun Jun affirmed. Upon learning of this, the director wished to find this anonymous benefactor to express her gratitude in person. "That I set the surveillance at the orphanage's entrance to trigger an alarm should anyone resembling Mr. Chen appear again. The second time Mr. Chan came to donate, we were just about to eat when the alarm went off, and I chased after him. Had it not been for a red light obstructing his path, I would not have caught up to him that day, and we would have remained strangers. This man? Indeed, while he left with his niece and guards, he left one subordinate at the interrogation room's entrance. The first purpose was to maintain order, and the second was to observe how Chen Yang would handle the situation. That, if mishandled, he would report back, and Chen Yang would not escape unscathed. Boss, Chen Yang. The bodies and those 3 from the task force have all been taken away. Taken away? How could you allow them to be taken so freely? They are from the Special Operations Group. The Special Operations Group? Are you certain? Absolutely. Is their influence not considerable? Shun Jun pondered. If that is the case, it would clarify much. Clarify what? He dared to strike Liao Yuanming and step directly on him. Shen Yao's face twitched. He truly is a harbinger of doom. Xie Xingrong had not slept a wink all night, overwhelmed with anxiety. None of the 4 personnel involved in apprehending Chen Yang could be reached. He called other members of the task force, but they were utterly unaware of the deeper circumstances, only knowing that higher-ups had taken Chen Yang and others away, with 2 being carried out to AS for whether they were alive or dead. That remained uncertain. Who had taken them away was equally unclear. All he knew was that Shan Yu had departed first, followed closely by higher-ups who took Chen Yang and the others. It seemed that the Shun family had indeed intervened. They prefer to operate discreetly and orchestrated such a FA deliberately. Xie Xingrong sighed. How fortunate Chen Yang is, first with Zhong Wenfei and now with the Shun family's eldest daughter. Jealousy aside, Xie Xingrong now had to consider his next steps. Should he return home to pack and flee? He pulled out his phone and called his wife. Did anyone come knocking last night? No, not all. No. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Xingrong said, "All right, I understand that if Lao Xie and Lao Lu had confessed, the municipal police would surely dispatch personnel to Xie Xingrong's home to apprehend him, but if they could not find him there, they would search elsewhere. even issuing a wanted notice. Xie then called another individual, someone who was specifically responsible for contacting the thugs and keeping watch that he managed to reach him. And although the other party was fine, he was in hiding. Xie, cautious, took a leave of absence in the morning and remained concealed in a hotel. After confirming with his assistant Jiang Yani that Chen Yang had gone to the company and everything was normal, he finally returned to work in the afternoon. "Manager, Mr. Chen requests your presence," his assistant informed him shortly after he sat down. "What does Mr. Chen want from me?" Xie was momentarily taken aback. "Unclear." "Understood." Xie rose. Curiosity piqued and made his way to the general manager's office. Seated at the desk, facing away from the entrance, was a figure he could not clearly identify. It certainly wasn't Chen Ruolin, as she was currently brewing tea. Personally, a significant figure from headquarters had arrived. Xie was momentarily stunned but felt no fear. They had operated in Hangzhou for many years, deeply entrenched, and even if a bigwig from headquarters arrived, they would find nothing amiss. Chen Ruolin presented the brewed tea to the person seated behind the desk before taking her place and looking at Xie. "Manager Xie, we have discovered irregularities in the funds under your management. Could you elaborate?" That Chen Yang had indeed informed Chen Ruolin. Since evasion was impossible, Xie decided to be forthright. "I use it to invest in stocks to recover losses. You utilize the fund from the foundation to replenish your own investments?" She suddenly raised her voice. "Are you attempting to tarnish our Hui Feng's reputation?" "It was a moment of folly," Xie admitted. "Was it solely your decision, or did others from the Hangzhou branch partake?" "I cannot speak for others. Did Director Chen also take part?" "Yes, he learned of it a few days ago, but did not report it. Instead, he blackmailed me for 1 million to purchase a home. If evasion was futile, then let us drag Chen Yang down with them." "Brother, he claims you were involved as well," Chen Ruolin said with a smile. "Involved?" The chair turned around, and Chen Yang looked at Xie with a mocking expression. "I knew you would try to drag me into this." "Chen Yang, brother?" Xie eyes widened in shock. Chapter 29. This despicable scoundrel. Xie instantly understood that Chen Yang was collaborating with Chen Ruolin to investigate the Hangzhou branch. Chen Ruolin was in the light, yet she had not sent anyone to probe the various departments. To outsiders, she appeared to be merely gaining experience. Previously, members of the Chen family often came to the branch for training, and Xie had encountered several. This time, they assumed it would be no different. However, to their surprise, Chen Yang was the one conducting the covert investigation. With a sudden flicker of inspiration, Xie felt less apprehensive. As one of the key figures controlling Hui Feng, if Chen Yang were to use company fund for personal gain, the backlash on Hui Feng's reputation would likely be even more severe. "Even at this juncture, you still threaten me?" Chen Yang laughed. "I speak only the truth. What if I never took your money?" "Preposterous. That million has already been withdrawn from my account. Do you think I am unaware?" "Bring in Director Yang," Chen Yang commanded. The office door swung open, and a woman in her 50s stepped in. It was Yang Xiaoying, the director of the orphanage. She looked at Chen Yang. "Mr. Chen, do you require something from me?" Wasn't Director Yang eager to discover the identity of the anonymous benefactor who donated 1 million? "It is none other than Manager Xie." Chen Yang rose to introduce. "That million was all thanks to Manager Xie, who performed a good deed without seeking recognition, and I merely assisted in the donation." "Manager Xie, I cannot thank you enough," Yang Xiaoying said as she approached and bowed, "on behalf of the 30 children at the orphanage. I express our deepest gratitude for your generosity." "What donation? What gratitude?" Xie bellowed in anger. "I do not even know you." Director Yang, "Manager Xie is simply someone who appears cold but is warm-hearted within. Please do not take offense." Chen Yang chuckled. "Now I understand. Manager Xie, surely good deeds will be rewarded," Yang Xiaoying realized. "Manager Xie, I once again express my gratitude on behalf of the children." As she departed, she did not forget to express her thanks once more. Xie stood there, utterly stunned. How could he possibly accuse Chen Yang of using company funds for personal benefit? This despicable scoundrel! What further words could he muster? Chen Yang looked down upon him. "At worst, fire me. I do not believe you dare expose my misappropriation of foundation funds." Xie, feeling cornered, declared defiantly. At that point, Hui Feng would offend the entire Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. resulting in losses amounting to billions. I anticipated you would respond this way. Chen Yang produced a voice recorder and pressed a button. It was all Xie idea. He offered us 1 million to collude with those thugs and frame Chen Yang for attempted murder. This was indeed the voice of the old Xie from the task force. With a sudden thud, upon hearing those words, Xie Xingrong's complexion drastically changed, and he staggered backward. In truth, we are indifferent to the company's loss of reputation or the depletion of billions in funds. Chen Yang rose to his feet, his tone frigid. When some branches of a towering tree wither, they must be decisively severed. Otherwise, innocent passers-by beneath may suffer. However, the pests that cause these branches to wither must be severely punished. They must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Previously, when we apprehended you, it was merely for the embezzlement of company funds for personal gain, which would warrant a sentence of 3 to 5 years at most, a mere slap on the wrist. Yet, if we add bribery, framing others, and the resulting sacrifice of public officials, then it will be far more than just 3 to 5 years. You shall never see the light of day again. Who has died? Xie Xingrong quivered as he asked. Lu Dui is dead. I personally crush him to death. Chen Yang scoffed that I despise people like him the most that I see. Xie Xingrong collapsed to the ground. You deliberately extorted me, provoking me to act. Indeed, you're not entirely foolish, Chen Yang smirked. What do you truly desire? I want a managerial position. The managerial position? Xie Xingrong quickly grasped the implication. You desire more than just my managerial position, do you not? As Chen Yang is the elder brother of Chen Zong, a scion of the Chen family, acquiring a managerial position would merely be a matter of a word. Clever, Chen Yang praised. I also require you to recommend me to your accomplices that he intended to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and ensnare all involved parties. No, that is impossible. If it is ultimately exposed, they will kill me. Xie Xingrong shook his head vehemently. Then prepare yourself for prison, Chen Yang chuckled. After you are incarcerated, I shall randomly apprehend someone and claim they were your accomplice. Your associates, fearing for their own safety, will likely turn against you and silence you for good. You are despicable. Thank you for the compliment, Chen Yang replied, unfazed. Xie Xingrong lowered his head, aware that he had lost, utterly defeated. The cunning Chen Yang must possess other means to ensnare his other accomplices. At that time, Xie Xingrong would undoubtedly be the first suspect. Those individuals would still seek to eliminate him, perhaps even targeting his family that I can recommend you. But you must agree to one condition. Xie Xingrong raised his head. To protect your family, correct? Yes, that as long as you confess everything, I can guarantee your family's safety, Chen Yang stated solemnly. Agreed. Now, tell me, how many people are involved? I did not know the exact number. But the managers assist one another. If I lack funds, I can temporarily borrow from other managers. Who disclose the company's secrets? I truly do not know. I am merely a manager under the company's trust investment department, and I am unaware of the true extent of the company's confidential information, Xie Xingrong replied candidly. The Huifeng Hangqing branch has many departments, including the trust department, project department, risk control department, and finance department. Among others, Xie Xingrong is indeed just a manager under the trust investment department. Above him is the department's general manager, followed by the deputy general manager, and finally, general manager Chen Ruolin. There are 5 managers like Xie Xingrong in the trust department. Calling him a manager is a misnomer. Professional manager would be more fitting that he might understand some aspects of the company's investment directions, as the department's general manager occasionally shares insights during meetings. But the details are certainly limited. Very well, I shall continue my inquiries at a leisurely pace. Chen Yang waved his hand. Now, please sign the sick leave form. Xie Xingrong stood up and approached the desk. Chen Yang had already prepared a justification for him. Due to illness, treatment is required, and I must take a temporary leave of absence. Xie Xingrong was taken aback and felt a sense of dread. Was it possible that if he perished in the office, Chen Yang had already prepared a cause of death? Chen Yang and Chen Ruolin were indeed terrifying figures. They must be core disciples of the Chen family. For it was inconceivable to mobilize such considerable power otherwise. Simultaneously, this indicated that the higher-ups were genuinely infuriated with the Hangqiang branch and intended to investigate thoroughly. All he could do was wish for better luck for those other individuals. Chapter 30, 20 billion in investment funds assistant Jiang. From now on, you will assist Manager Chen in managing the foundation's funds. As Xie Xingrong packed his office belongings, he instructed the assistant nearby. Treat him as you would me. No mistakes must occur, understood? Manager, why are you suddenly leaving? Jiang Yani inquired, utterly puzzled. Alas, see for yourself. Xie Xingrong handed over the hospital examination report. Last night, I felt unwell and went to the hospital for a checkup this morning. Heart failure. This. Jiang Yani's expression fluctuated, her tone laden with reproach. Then why didn't you recommend me for this position? I am more familiar than Chen Yang. Chen Zong asked me to recommend 2 individuals. You were my first recommendation, and Chen's supervisor was second. Xie Xingrong lied without a hint of guilt, but Chen Zong, in an effort to establish a good relationship with the foundation, allowed Chen's supervisor to take over my position. You also know that although the Zhong family has distanced Zhong Wenfei from Chen Yang, they have not withdrawn the funds they placed here, indicating that the Zhong family still supports Chen's supervisor. Of course, if you wish to take Chen's supervisor's position, I can assist you in that. Take Chen Yang's position? Jiang Yani contemplated for a moment before dismissing the idea. The authority of Chen Yang's supervisor is not substantial. If it weren't for Zhong Wenfei's influence, Chen Ruo and likely Wu Ti have allowed Chen Yang to manage those funds alongside Xie Xingrong. The previous supervisor Lu Lizhen did not assist in managing the foundation's finances at all. It was solely Xie Xingrong's domain. Perhaps the supervisor's base salary is higher than Jiang Yani's as an assistant, but in terms of gray income, Lu Lizhen undoubtedly earned far less than Jiang Yani. Of course, this is contingent upon whether the newly appointed manager Chen Yang is willing to engage in gray income and share it with the assistant. Suit yourself. Xie Xingrong did not press further. After packing his belongings, he did not rush to leave, but instead went upstairs and knocked on the office door of Tian Song, the general manager of the trust department. Lao Xie, I just received an email from Chen Zong. I was just about to find you to discuss it. Tian Song inquired with concern. Is your health all right? Hospitalized for treatment, followed by recuperation. Alas, one of the greatest fears in life is falling ill. Tian Song lamented. However, with the advancements in medicine, heart failure is no longer an incurable condition. You will surely recover. By the way, is that Chen Yang reliable? Tian Song lowered his voice. Reliable, Xie Xingrong nodded. A few days ago, he noticed discrepancies in the funds and came to consult me. I have since resolved it. Oh, how did you solve it? It cost $1 million, Xie Xingrong lamented. Were it not for that, I would not have entrusted this responsibility to him. I was just curious why it was handed to him. Now that he has become one of us, it is easier to discuss. By the way, I received news that a prominent family has put forth $20 billion for Huifeng to manage. Xie Xingrong continued. Chen Zong will directly allocate it to Chen Yang. I suspect this money comes from the Zhong family. Previously, Chen Yang saved Zhong Wenfei, and the Zhong family offered Chen Yang money which he declined. The Zhong family intends to assist Chen Yang through other means. $20 billion. That is indeed no small sum. Merely investing it could earn several million in commissions. Tian Song felt envious. Indeed, this effectively means the Zhong family is covertly gifting Chen Yang money. This fellow truly is fortunate that you know where he plans to invest it. Not clear, Xie Xingrong shook his head. Perhaps Manager Tian can inquire or have Jiang Yani probe subtly. All right, I will give it a try. Manager Tian, I shall take my leave for now. I wish you a swift recovery, and we shall share jovial moments together upon your return. Absolutely, Xie Xingrong responded with unwavering determination. Yet as he turned to leave, his gaze darkened. This departure would see him temporarily placed under house arrest by Chen Yang, not for medical treatment. If both Chen Yang and Chen Ruolin managed to unearth all the internal traitors within the Hangxing branch, they might spare him if they were pleased. Regardless, his fate appeared grim. He only hoped for the safety of his family, that they would not suffer the consequences. Manager, the $20 billion has already been credited to the account. Here are several investment targets I have compiled for your review. In the manager's office, Jiang Yani entered Chen Yang's office, respectfully presenting the documents. Come, sit here, read it to me. Chen Yang patted his thigh. Jiang Yani hesitated but eventually complied, sitting on Chen Yang's lap. Chen Yang's hand wandered over her long legs, and Jiang Yani did not flee. Rather, she leaned closer to Chen Yang. Manager Chen, you are so naughty. Truly a seductress. Assistant Jiang, what do you think I should invest this $20 billion? Chen Yang inquired. There are several commendable financial products from banks. However, to be frank, the current interest rates are rather low. Yet, it seems that when Chen Zong allocated funds to you, there were no restrictions on which products you could invest in. Indeed, I am not entirely certain about the matter. Perhaps General Manager Tian is more informed. If not, would you consider having a conversation with him? However, I am not well acquainted with him. Shall I attempt to speak with him? How about this? In the evening, could you assist me in reserving a restaurant? We can invite General Manager Tian and engage in discussion over dinner. Excellent. I shall make the arrangements promptly. Chen Yang lifted her chin and said, If you diligently assist me, I assure you will not be left wanting. Understood. His broad and sturdy chest, coupled with those deep-set eyes, left Jiang Yani momentarily dazed. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Chen Yang encouraged Jiang Yani to rise. Then I shall attend to my tasks. As Jiang Yani exited his embrace, a hint of disappointment lingered. After leaving the office and ascending to the upper floor, Jiang Yani arrived at Tian Song's office. General Manager Tian, Manager Chen mentioned he would like to invite you to dinner this evening. He wishes to discuss some product offerings with you. Is that so? I did not anticipate his initiative. Tian Song chuckled softly. Continue to keep a close watch on him. It would be prudent to grasp his intentions thoroughly. I assure you, you will not be overlooked. Very well. Chapter 31. Evidence is essential. Manager Chen, despite his youth, oversees the management of over 4 billion in funds, and his future is undoubtedly promising. That I raise my glass to you. Manager Chen, I reciprocate the toast and hope for your continued guidance in the future. That evening at the Tai Ding Sienta restaurant, 7 or 8 middle-aged men were gathered, flattering Chen Yang while toasting to him. Among them was Tian Song, the general manager of the trust department, along with various project managers. Besides the managers from Hui Phone Company, there were also 2 business owners present. This gathering was not initiated by Chen Yang. It was arranged by one of those business owners. Their intentions were quite evident. They sought investment funds from Chen Yang. As several rounds of drinks were consumed, the atmosphere became slightly tipsy. One of the business owners, named Du Kaicheng, produced their company's documents and presented them to Chen Yang. Manager Chen, here lies our company's financing application report. Everything appears favorable. Please take a look. Upon opening the document, Chen Yang discovered a check enclosed within, with an impressive number of zeros. 1 million. Very well. Splendid indeed. Chen Yang exclaimed, tucking the check away and swiftly signing his name with a flourish. Those present, including Tian Song, were taken aback. You did not review the company's financial status? Nor did you peruse Huifeng's research report and ratings? Manager Chen is quite forthright. Allow me to toast you again. No, I shall down 3 glasses in your honor. Manager Chen, feel free. Du Kaicheng's grin widened, even altering his address. Shortly thereafter, another business owner produced documents and likewise slipped in a check. Chen Yang signed without hesitation. Thus, 200 million simply vanished. It is not his own money. How liberally he spends. Tian Song mused to himself. The 2 business owners were now regretting not having applied for a larger sum initially. They had originally sought 100 million in financing, pondering whether it might be excessive, but now it was evidently insufficient. Chen Yang's generosity, however, greatly enhanced the conviviality of the gathering. The 2 business owners not only toasted Chen Yang, but also extended their regards to Tian Song and others, fully aware that Tian Song would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits as well. After dinner, they all proceeded to a high-end foot massage center and did not disperse until the early hours of the morning. Du Kaicheng's arrangement of a beautiful companion was declined by Chen Yang, who instead placed a hand on Jiang Yani's shoulder, casting a meaningful glance at Du Kaicheng. Manager Chen, it was my folly. I was too forward. Du Kaicheng quickly apologized. Time for rest. Chen Yang waved his hand, and with Jiang Yani's assistance, he entered his room. Manager Chen, I shall take a shower. Jiang Yani set Chen Yang down, closed the door, and entered the bathroom. However, when she emerged after a shower, she discovered Chen Yang sprawled on the bed, fast asleep. Manager Chen. Manager Chen. Jiang Yani called out while nudging him, but Chen Yang slumbered soundly. Unresponsive. Momentarily perplexed, Jiang Yani chose to disregard it. The following morning, upon waking, Jiang Yani found that Chen Yang had already vanished. After completing her morning routine, she retrieved her phone and called Chen Yang that I drank too much last night and have an awful headache this early. I had to rush to the hospital. Manager Chen, I understand what I must do now. Jiang Yanni into the call. Chen Yang had merely gone to the hospital for a bandage change and did not suffer from a headache. For him, that amount of alcohol was inconsequential. Over the next 3 days, he attended no social gatherings, yet he met with those business owners at the company and signed 4 investment contracts with 5 individuals. Additionally, he temporarily loaned $500 million to Tiansong and $300 million to manager XU in just 4 days. From an initial $20 billion, merely $6 billion remained. Ji and Hang received the news and erupted in curses. This scoundrel has truly extraordinary luck. However, daring to recklessly invest the Zhong family's funds, he ought to brace himself from his fortune that he arrived at the Hangzhou Small and Medium Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Foundation. He walked past the display wall. He spotted a photograph of himself with Chen Yang prominently displayed, taken by 4 or 5 photographers, and to his dismay, it featured his most unflattering expression. Ji and Hang nearly smashed the display wall. Damn you, Zhong Wenfei. He cursed inwardly, but he suppressed his anger, composed himself, and knocked on the Secretary General's office door. Come in, Secretary Zhong. Good day. Ji and Hang entered and greeted her politely. Mr. Ji, what brings you here? Zhong Wenfei inquired. Puzzled, some personal matters. Speak plainly. Zhong Wenfei did not extend any warmth toward Ji and Hang. May I request that you remove my photograph with Chen Yang from the display wall? First, state your reasoning. Zhong Wenfei was taken aback. Quickly grasping the implications, the Zhong family had not provided Chen Yang with any funding. This was evidently the Chen family's backing, granting Chen Yang the means to elevate his status swiftly within the Huifeng Hangzhou branch. However, Ji and Hang mistakenly believed it was the Zhong family's investment. That's so. Everything requires evidence. One cannot simply utter baseless claims. Zhong Wenfei waved her hand dismissively. As long as I receive a word from Secretary Zhong, I will procure the evidence. Upon exiting the foundation, Ji and Hang called his supervisor, Lu Lijin. Is it possible to obtain the contract for the companies Chen Yang has invested in? Can we steal them? It's not as simple as that, Lu Lijin replied helplessly. The company security patrols every night, and even if we circumvent them, I lack the key to Chen Yang's office. What if I were to obtain the key? Then do you not wish to take revenge on Chen Yang? He is the one who cost you your supervisory position. I do not seek revenge. I simply need money now, Lu Lijin replied earnestly. 200,000.50,000 that Lu Lijin spoke in a serious tone. This cannot be accomplished by me alone. I will require someone to keep watch. Your appetite is quite large, Ji Yunhang retorted. I am not asking you to steal. Merely to photograph the documents will suffice. If it is below this amount, seek someone else. Very well, Ji Yunhang reluctantly agreed, albeit with a warning. If anything goes wrong, do not implicate me. Understood. If anything indeed occurs and I am terminated, I still rely on you for employment. Just be aware of that. Chapter 32. Seeking mercy now, Lu Lijin and the bespectacled man worked overtime until late, around 10:30, while the rest of the staff had finally departed. Yet they remained. Once the others left, Lu Lijin switched off the office lights, and the two made their way to the 28th floor. The company security conducted patrols approximately every 30 minutes, a fact that both Lu Lijin and the bespectacled man were acutely aware of. Lu Lijin, being somewhat plump, took on the role of lookout, while the bespectacled man donned the security uniform, pulling a cap low to obscure his face from the surveillance cameras, and began his operation. Upon reaching Chen Yang's office door, the bespectacled man produced the office key and effortlessly unlocked the door. He dared not turn on the lights. Instead, he used his phone's flashlight to navigate to the cabinet behind the desk, where the recently invested contracts were stored. Generally, there would be 3 copies, one retained by Chen Yang as the responsible party, one for the financing enterprise, and one filed in the company archives. However, access to the archives was typically restricted to department heads. Lu Lijin could not enlist the help of a department head, nor could Ji and Hang, whose cousin was merely a professional manager within a department, overseeing bulk futures investments with a rank comparable to Xie Xingrong. Found it. The bespectacled man produced another phone and began snapping photos. Click, click, click. Outside, footsteps echoed, somewhat hurried. It was certainly not Lu Lijin, as she remained outside on lookout. If someone were to approach, she would immediately call him. It was not the security either, as the last patrol had occurred merely 3 minutes ago, well ahead of the next scheduled round. Who could it be? The bespectacled man quickly turned off his phone's flashlight, striving to make not a sound. The footsteps drew nearer, and he then heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. Someone was entering the office. What on earth? Could it truly be Chen Yang? Or perhaps Jiang Yani? No, it couldn't be Jiang Yani, as she consistently wore high heels. The footsteps he heard were unmistakably not from high heels. The bespectacled man glanced around frantically and swiftly concealed himself beneath the desk, his mind racing. What if he were discovered? Should he rush out? Or perhaps confront Chen Yang first? Yes, he would deal with this fellow before making his exit. No, bring this guy down, vent your anger, and then acquire the desired information before leaving. After all, Chen Yang had previously insisted that he and Lu Lizhen be responsible for the Department S reports. He has always been dedicated to fitness, so he couldn't believe he wouldn't triumph over the slender Chen Yang. Just as the bespectacled man resolved to act, the office lights flickered on, accompanied by Chen Yang's mocking voice. Come out. You've been discovered. No, perhaps this was a trap set by Chen Yang himself. The bespectacled man crawled out from under the desk, squinting at Chen Yang. How did you find out? There are many things you simply do not understand. Chen Yang smirked. You steal company secrets for a little money. You truly are living too comfortably. What's the worst that could happen? Dismissal. Dismissal. Someone from the Hangzhou branch leaked company secrets to competitors, leading to 6 months of continuous losses. This is far from a simple dismissal. Chen Yang scoffed. You'll rot in prison. Don't try to intimidate me. I merely sought to review the research ratings of a few companies you've invested in. The company's research ratings are also considered confidential. Chen Yang derided. Moreover, those traders leaking secrets are currently worried about being discovered, and your appearance is the perfect opportunity for them to shift the blame onto you. They will find a way to eliminate you. While you take the fall, the bespectacled man lowered his head, genuinely alarmed, as he was well aware of the insidious and ruthless nature of those bigwigs. They would indeed go to great lengths to silence anyone. No, he absolutely could not be caught. He could not allow Chen Yang to divulge this matter. The bespectacled man revealed a sinister expression. Too bad you came alone. You should have brought security. Oh, are you implying that you can easily handle me? Chen Yang asked, astonished. Indeed, a man who has climbed the ranks by living off others. I can easily beat you down. And no sooner had he finished speaking than the bespectacled man lunged forward. Fist clenched, aiming for Chen Yang's face. Just as it seemed he would connect, Chen Yang remained completely unperturbed, prompting a contemptuous smile from the bespectacled man. But in the next moment, his smile vanished abruptly as Chen Yang's foot struck his abdomen, sending him flying into the cabinet behind him. Bang! The bespectacled man's back slammed against the cabinet, and as he fell to the ground, he gasped for breath, clutching his back. You think you can intimidate me? Chen Yang approached, stepping on the bespectacled man's body, looking down upon him with disdain. How are you so strong? The bespectacled man exclaimed in disbelief that I told you, there are many things you simply do not understand. Yet you insisted on being the one to stick your neck out. Chen Yang took out his phone and dialed, No. Manager Chen, please don't call the police. I beg you. If you do, my life will be ruined. The bespectacled man clung to Chen Yang's leg, pleading for mercy. Now you understand the importance of pleading for mercy. It's too late. Chen Yang sneered. Last time you deceived me, you didn't even offer an apology. I only asked you to help a colleague with the reports, but not only did you neglect the reports, you also ignored me, continuing to spread rumors about me with Lu Lizhen at the company. Did you truly think I would remain unperturbed? I have always viewed outsiders with goodwill, granting you an opportunity, yet you chose to confront me. Oh, do not blame me. This is all self-inflicted. That moment. The call connected. It was the head of the security department. Hello, I am Supervisor Yang Yibing. Who is this? I am Chen Yang. I've caught a traitor stealing secrets in the office. Please send someone quickly. We'll be right there. After hanging up, within 2 minutes, hurried footsteps and screams echoed from outside. Lu Lizhen was the first to be apprehended, and soon, security rushed into the office, taking the bespectacled man into custody. He has my office key, and he is wearing your security uniform. He must have other accomplices that we need a thorough investigation, Chen Yang advised. Understood. The security personnel nodded, dragging the bespectacled man out. Chen Yang, let us see how long you can live off others. In the end, you will not have a good outcome. The bespectacled man roared in resentment as he was taken away. Rest assured, you will be sorely disappointed, Chen Yang replied with disdain. Once the others were taken away, Chen Yang locked the office again and headed downstairs. It seemed security had not taken the bespectacled man and Lu Lizhen to the police station, but had first brought them to the security department. Chen Yang did not intervene, nor did he feel disappointed. Instead, he wore a knowing smile. The big fish had begun to bite the bait. The business department primarily focuses on creating work plans or implementing the directives issued by headquarters. Jianhang claimed that the funding for the Su Group was entirely facilitated by Run Hanxiang, which was a blatant lie. The Su Group could not even meet the minimum requirements set by Huifeng. No investment manager, regardless of their relationship with Ren Hanxiang, would dare invest in the Su Group lightly. Chapter 33. Promoted again. Jianhang, you have doomed me. Late at night, Jianhang, still awake, received a call from his uncle. Ren Hanxiang. What is wrong? Jianhang, initially a bit groggy, instantly perked up upon hearing the news. Lu Lizhen and Peng Fei were caught red-handed. They both confessed. Ren Hanxiang sighed. What? They had clothes and keys, and even the person reviewing the surveillance was one of our own. How could they have been caught so quickly? I wanted to ask you, did something leak from your end? For instance, does Su Hanyan still have feelings for Chen Yang? Hanyan doesn't even know about this. Jianhang shook his head, but the next moment he slapped his forehead. I know. It must be Zhong Wenfei. Yes, it has to be Zhong Wenfei. She asked me to find evidence to prove that Chen Yang was making reckless investments. But she didn't genuinely want evidence. She was notifying Chen Yang and setting a trap for me. This woman is so despicable. You should have gathered evidence before approaching Zhong Wenfei. What about the Liao family? I considered it, but after what happened last time, Jianhang recalled the events of that day at the Foundation Gala. Still feeling a chill, he truly dared not approach the Liao family, fearing he might be killed there. Never mind, discussing this is futile. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Ren Hanxiang sighed again. With this incident, I will spend the rest of my life in prison. Is it really that serious, just for glancing a research rating? Jianhang was taken aback. It involve a lot of issues. Ren Hanxiang replied solemnly. The reason I'm calling you is to ask for your help with something that if you handle it well. This incident 1T implicate you that if you can't do it, I 1T help you. Peng Fei and Lu Lizhen have already implicated you. Ji Yunhang's heart sank, and he quickly patted his chest in assurance. Uncle, whatever you need, I will see it through. Don't you have some connections in Western Europe? Hurry and get my wife and child immigrated to Western Europe, help them with the paperwork, and settle them in. Ren Hanxiang instructed seriously. All right, I'll get it done tomorrow. Remember, ensure they're settled well. They must not be bullied. Otherwise, even if I end up in prison, I will make you pay. After Ren Hanxiang hung up, Jianhang sank into his chair, a chill creeping over him. Arranging for Uncle Ren's family was no simple task. Moreover, obtaining immigration now was much more difficult than before. His mother managed to do so smoothly because she was recruited as a high-end educational talent by a university there. Before going abroad, she was a doctoral advisor at a university, teaching at Hangzhou University. But Ren Hanxiang's wife does not possess such qualifications. Never mind. Let us at least arrange for a tourist visa, allowing his mother to take them to Western Europe for a while. They can think of something later. Jianhang resolved firmly. If all else fails, perhaps he could arrange for Ren Hanxiang to meet an untimely end in prison. Dead men tell no tales. The next morning, upon arriving at work, Jianhang noticed numerous officers from the city police department in the company. An announcement was also released in the company group. Business Department Manager Ren Hanxiang, Logistics Department Supervisor Zhang Jin, Security Department Deputy Supervisor Li Jie, and employees Peng Fei and Lu Lizhen have been caught colluding to steal company secrets, with irrefutable evidence. They have already been apprehended and are cooperating with the city police for further investigation. The announcement sternly warned. Other participants are urged to come forward voluntarily. Otherwise, severe penalties will be imposed upon discovery. After the announcement was made, no one came forward. The police officers left around 10 o'clock in the afternoon. A company-wide meeting was held. Chen Ruolin announced an important decision, due to Chen Yang's capture of the traitor Peng Fei, thereby uncovering the entire criminal gang at the Hangzhou branch. The company is awarding him a promotion, elevating him to general manager of the Huifeng Trust Department. Tian Song, general manager of the trust department, is also being promoted to general manager. The meeting room erupted into whispers. Everyone regarded Chen Yang with looks filled with envy and jealousy. How long had he been at Huifeng? Not even half a month. Yet he had risen from an ordinary employee to the general manager of a department. This was unprecedented in the Hangzhou branch of Huifeng, excluding those who had been parachuted in from headquarters. I hope everyone can unite to turn the Hangzhou branch's losses into profits, Chen Ruolin declared loudly. The meeting is adjourned. As she left, Chen Ruolin cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yang. Next, the issues concerning the Hangzhou branch will be entirely entrusted to Chen Yang. This had been a plan long discussed between the two. As long as Chen Ruolin remains in the Hangzhou branch, those traitorous spies leaking information will behave themselves and refrain from rash actions. Once she departs, however, those vermin will undoubtedly resume their activities. Chen Yang is contemplating having Chen Ruolin leave Hangzhou ahead of schedule, for her absence would allow him to draw closer to those parasites. Naturally, his first objective is to root out some internal traitors and achieve tangible results. This incident, where Jianheng sent someone to pilfer the research report and contracts, offers Chen Yang the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, the shadowy figures orchestrating events behind the scenes desire Chen Ruolin's departure as well. Her constant vigilance has made them feel like they are walking on needles. With Peng Fei and Lu Lizhen encountering trouble, they would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Having already committed one transgression, they would not mind taking on additional blame if the payoff is right. Peng Fei and Ren Hanxiang may be concerned, but if the money is substantial, they'll overlook it. The true traders have likely invested heavily in Ren Hanxiang and his associates, which is why they managed to shoulder all the burdens. This explains why Chen Yang did not intervene when the security personnel took Peng Fei and Lu Lizhen to the security room yesterday. Congratulations, Chen, Tian Song exclaimed to Chen Yang. Congratulations to you as well, Chen Yang replied. Tonight, you must host a banquet. Absolutely, you are not permitted to claim a headache again today. Tonight, we drink until we drop, Chen Yang declared with exuberance. Very well, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated. Tian Song beamed with delight. Chapter 34. The master of the craft with Chen Ruolin finally gone, we can proceed with our plans. After dinner, on the 5th floor of the Jinfeng Footbath Center, Tian Song and others gathered in the sauna room. The steam enveloped the entire space that a pressing question emerged. Should we invite Chen Yang into our fold? A general manager from a nearby department tentatively inquired. The others fell silent, ultimately looking to Tian Song. Among the group, he had the most interactions with Chen Yang. This man currently wields control over more than 4 billion in funds, making him a significant asset. Yet, Tian Song hesitated. While he is indeed greedy and could be lured into partnership, there remains that, but what? We cannot uncover any relatives of his, aside from slight connection to the Su family. He appears to have no friends in Hangzhou. Tian Song continued. Moreover, he has divorced Su Hanyin, severing any remaining ties. Without a grasp on his weaknesses, controlling him will be exceedingly difficult. The room fell into contemplation again. A person without ties will act without hesitation and becomes uncontrollable. Everyone present has family, and while one might escape alone, their loved ones would not be so fortunate. Mutual interest can draw people together, but true trust is forged through the leverage of mutual secrets. Chen Yang, devoid of connections, could betray us without concern for retaliation, and presently, we have no leverage against him. Before we consider bringing him in, we must ensure he signs a loyalty pledge, a department general manager stated solemnly. Indeed, we must devise a plan, Tian Song nodded. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded from the door, and a manager rose to answer it, and, upon opening, encountered Tian Song's anxious driver. Manager Huang, it's bad. Downstairs, Manager Chen is about to get into a fight. A fight? Tian Song's expression shifted alarmingly. Let's go. The group descended from the 5th floor, and as they walked, the bodyguards recounted the events leading to the commotion. Chen Yang's assistant, Jiang Yani, had not gone for a massage, but was waiting in the 3rd floor lounge to tea that moment. The bodyguards were present, but Jiang Yani stepped out briefly and was accosted by a wealthy young man, who likely mistook her for a massage therapist. Not only did he verbally provoke her, But he also laid hands on her, prompting Jiang Yani to retaliate with a slap. The young man fought back, and unable to overpower him, she sought out Chen Yang. Upon reaching the third-floor staircase, the group witnessed a heated argument unfolding, with a server attempting to intervene. Otherwise, a physical confrontation would have erupted. Tian Song squinted to observe. Isn't that young man the son of Pan Yunxiang, chairman of Honghu Group? Indeed, I had drinks with Pan Yunxiang a few days ago. This fellow was also present. I believe his name is Pan Xianhai. Manager Huang confirmed. He grew bored drinking with a bunch of old geezers and sought amusement elsewhere. Just when our drinking reached its peak, he crashed his car while driving under the influence and injured someone. Pan Xianhai has a history of such debauchery, and Pan Yunxiang has spent considerable sums trying to cover up his son's indiscretions. This Pan Xianhai is indeed a wasteful heir. Their company is facing financial ruin, and he bears significant responsibility. The last time he treated me to drinks, he was attempting to borrow money from me. Let's go, we must intervene. Pan Xianhai is capable of anything. Wait, Tian Song halted Huang Zongxin. What is it? Huang Zongxin queried, puzzled. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to uncover leverage against Chen Yang? Tian Song chuckled. Indeed, others chimed in with smiles. Though Pan Xianhai is ne'er-do-well, he possesses some clout, and Chen Yang could find himself at a disadvantage. Huang Zongxin expressed concern. While Chen Yang may have bested Liao Yuanming, everyone knows Liao Yuanming is a weakling. Regardless of the outcome for Chen Yang, we must ensure that Pan Xianhai is dealt with. Tian Song narrowed his eyes. A splendid idea. Huang Zongxin and the others shared knowing smiles. When the time comes, ensure Pan Xianhai suffers internal injuries, preferably fatal ones. Tian Song instructed his bodyguard. Should you accomplish this, each of us will contribute 300,000 to you, understood? The bodyguard nodded. Kneel and apologize, otherwise you will not leave this footbath center today. At the entrance to the private room, Chen Yang glared coldly at Pan Xianhai across from him. Apologize? Kneel. Pan Xianhai scoffed derisively. Oh, you know who I am. Didn't your mother tell you? You are beneath my notice. Chen Yang retorted disdainfully. You. Pan Xianhai's expression darkened. Let me make it clear. My father is Pan Yunxiang, chairman of Honghu Group. Manager Chen, let's just forget this matter. Jiang Yani quickly interjected in a low voice. We cannot afford to offend Honghu Group. They're a publicly listed company with assets exceeding 5 billion. They have connections in every department in the city that I haven't suffered any real loss. Let's leave. Chen Yang shot Jiang Yani a glance. Did she truly believe she was offering him sound advice? The position of manager Xie Xingrong, which should have been taken by Jiang Yani, had been usurped by Chen Yang. She would relish his downfall, for his misfortune would likely pave the way for her ascension. She was merely feigning weakness to provoke his pride, that a man must never appear weak before a woman. Inciting drama is far more rudimentary than adopting a strategy of retreat. Jiang Yani is indeed an astute woman. Look, this woman knows her place. Pan Xianhai laughed triumphantly. But for you, I am more than sufficient. One person is enough? Chen Yang stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Pan Xianhai. Pan Xianhai, realizing too late, attempted to block the blow but failed. Smack. The slap landed solidly on Pan Xianhai's cheek, causing him to spin on the spot. Damn it! I'll kill you! Pan Xianhai roared, enraged, charging at Chen Yang with a leaping elbow strike. His momentum was indeed formidable, revealing he was not entirely a weakling, though he likely only ranked at the pinnacle of the third tier, far from the second. Get lost! Chen Yang countered with an open palm. The two forces collided, and Pan Xianhai was sent flying. Crashing heavily to the ground, he turned to his bodyguards, shouting, "What the hell are you doing? Get in there and kill him!" "Ha! Is this what you call being more than sufficient?" Chen Yang mocked. "As long as I can kill you." Pan Xianhai bellowed, "Stop!" As Pan Xianhai's bodyguards closed in on Chen Yang, Huang Zongxin, observing from a distance, shouted loudly, "Who the hell dares to meddle in my affairs?" Pan Xianhai cursed vehemently. "Pan young master, I am that man." Huang Zongxin replied coldly. "Huang." "Manager Huang." Pan Xianhai was taken aback. "You dare to strike someone from Huifeng? It seems your Honghu Group is not interested in Huifeng's financing that from Huifeng. Indeed, he is Chen Yang, general manager of Huifeng's trust department. That Huang Zongxin spoke. He and Tian Song approached Pan Xianhai. positioning themselves between him and his bodyguards. The bodyguards stared in disbelief at Chen Yang, failing to notice what was unfolding behind them. Pan, young master, allow me to assist you, a bodyguard offered, bending down to help Pan Xianhai. However, as he did so, his palm pressed firmly against Pan Xianhai's chest. Pan Xianhai instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shock written across his face as he gazed at the bodyguard. You, Pan, young master, what troubles you? The bodyguard pressed down harder. Pan Xianhai's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. His final words, unspoken, he was at least a late-stage first-tier master, having reached the level of transformation. Chapter 35. Framed, only Chen Yang noticed the events unfolding behind him. He did not see them, but rather heard the faint sound of a palm exerting force. It was so subtle that others likely could not perceive it. Only a master at the late stage of the first rank could achieve such a feat, where the force appears weightless yet possesses terrifying strength. The first rank, also known as transforming strength, has a power that can strike directly at one's internal organs, shattering them to pieces. What were Tian Song and his companions up to? Chen Yang squinted, and soon he relaxed his brow, coming to a realization. First, they intended to frame him for imprisonment. However, such a scheme would hold no benefit for Tian Song and his group. The people from Huifeng speculated that the more than 4 billion funds Chen Yang currently possessed were half provided by the Zhong family and half in the foundation managed by Zhong Wenfei. What could Tian Song and his associates possibly gain? This left only a second motive, to frame him, to seize his leverage, possibly enticing him into their illicit dealings, for instance by leaking company secrets, colluding with outsiders, and shorting investment targets. This would require substantial funding. And previously, Chen Ruolin had also analyzed that the individuals in the Hangzhou branch had utilized similar methods to cause severe losses for the branch. Not good, young Master Pan has fainted, a bodyguard shouted loudly. The bodyguard of Pan Xianhai quickly turned and rushed over. Hurry, take him to the hospital. They disregarded Chen Yang for the moment. Treating the young master was paramount. If anything happened to him, they would be held grossly negligent. 4 bodyguards helped Pan Xianhai downstairs and into the parking lot, driving him to the hospital. However, en route, one of the bodyguards sensed something was amiss as Pan Xianhai's body temperature dropped and his complexion grew increasingly dire. Screech! The car screeched to a halt, and all 4 were startled. Is he dead? Try checking. There's no breath. A nearby person felt for a pulse at his neck. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't checked for Pan Xianhai's breath earlier because they believe he had trained in martial arts for several years and should not be so fragile. Moments ago, observing Chen Yang's strike, it seemed not particularly forceful, certainly not enough to kill with a single blow. Yet now, he was indeed lifeless. What now? One bodyguard asked anxiously. The master will hold us accountable for this. Another replied, should we flee? They exchanged glances, quickly dismissing the thought that if they ran, the Pan family would hold them responsible, and they would become the murderers. Better to report to the master honestly, someone suggested. Call the master then. Yes, inside the foot massage parlor, everyone gathered in the tea room, sipping several cups of tea. They praised Chen Yang, exclaiming, President Chen is incredibly formidable. A single palm strike rendered Pan Xianhai unconscious. That rascal had it coming. Come, Brother Chen, let's toast you with tea instead of wine. Tea at such a young age, achieving such success. Your future is boundless. They took turns extolling Chen Yang, nearly elevating him to the heavens. After finishing a few pots of tea, Huang Zongxin's phone rang. Upon answering, he was astonished. What? Your son is dead. How can this be? Brother Huang, where is that fellow now? I want him to suffer, came the furious roar of Pan Xianhai's father, Pan Yunxiang. Through the receiver, Brother Pan, this was merely an accident. Your son and President Chen were just sparring. An accident? He struck my son with such severity. How could it be an accident? This fine. I will find him myself. Very well. I will give you 10 minutes. After the call ended, Huang Zongxin turned to Chen Yang. President Chen, you have killed Pan Xianhai. He deserved it. Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. The Pan family is not weak. What if they seek retribution? Do you not have connections? We are all in the same boat now, are we not? Chen Yang countered that if you do not intervene, they will. However, they cannot act openly, especially since they have already provided me with funds. Chen Yang said, stopping abruptly. Upon hearing this, Tian Song and the others exchanged disdainful smiles, realizing Chen Yang had inadvertently revealed that the funds came from the Zhong family, which had already breached its promise. With this information, they had seized leverage over Chen Yang and the Zhong family. Coupled with Chen Yang's killing of Pan Xianhai, they could completely control him and potentially align themselves with the Zhong family through him. Today has been quite fruitful, Tian Song declared. Do not panic. Though the Zhong family may be unable to assist you further, if you trust us, we will do our utmost to help. Moreover, since Pan Xianhai initiated the confrontation, it could merely be deemed excessive self-defense. Let's see if he refrains from calling the police and resolves this privately. After all, not many know of this incident yet. It hasn't escalated. Then leave the matter to you, Chen Yang said as he stood. Rest assured, I will do everything within my power. Good. The bodyguards rose, and once the tea room door closed, Huang Zongxin remarked, Actually, when Chen Yang was promoted consecutively, I speculated whether Chen Ruolin had some connection with him. Tian Song interjected, but now that speculation has vanished completely, he dared to strike Liao Yuanming, clearly relying on the Zhong family's influence. Had it not been for Zhong Wenfei's presence, he would not have dared to act against Liao Yuanming even with tenfold courage. In these times, there are far too many who are emboldened by the powerful. Everyone expressed their disdain. Let us meet Pan Yunxiang and see what choice he makes, whether for wealth or vengeance for his son. Huang Zongxin said seriously, if he insists on avenging his son, this matter could become quite troublesome. After all, it is the death of his son. Such a grudge is not easily resolved. If it were us, we would not compromise easily. Others' expressions turned grave. If this matter was mishandled, Chen Yang could very well lose his life. The Pan family might not call the police, but instead resort to underhanded means to eliminate Chen Yang. They did not wish for Chen Yang's demise just yet, as he still held significant value, and aligning with the Zhong family would grant them considerable power in Hangzhou, even if they could not align with the Zhong family. Handing over this leverage to the Liao family could establish connections. Chapter 36. One must be more ruthless. Oh, my unfortunate son. In the Pan family, Pan Xianhai's corpse lay in the hall, surrounded by a multitude of mourners. Pan's mother was sprawled over her son's body, weeping inconsolably. He was her only child, cherished since childhood, and now he was gone. To lose a child to death is a fate no parent should endure. The Pan family's bodyguards stood at either side, many of whom had already been resting but were now summoned. Their sole purpose, to exact vengeance for Pan Xianhai. Pan Yunxiang was aware of the circumstances. His son had instigated the confrontation and had been the first to strike. In a legal battle, Chen Yang would likely be charged with negligent homicide, which would not merit the death penalty. Yet, Pan Yunxiang wanted Chen Yang dead. If the bodyguards were willing to kill him, the Pan family would offer 50 million. 50 million was enough to make the bodyguards go red with greed. Now, he awaited Huang Zongxin and his associates, who had promised to come and explain in person. He was curious to hear what they would say. Master, Mr. Huang and the others have arrived, one bodyguard announced. Show them to the gazebo, Pan Yunxiang commanded coldly. Huang Zongxin, Tian Song, and the others entered, following the bodyguard to the Pan family's gazebo. Huang Zongxin, with a somber tone, advised, no one wished for this to happen. It is distressing for all involved. Chen Yang, emboldened by the Zhong family support, acted ruthlessly, and we were unable to intervene in time. Does he truly have the Zhong family's backing? Pan Yunxiang asked, momentarily taken aback. Were you not present at the Foundation's gala? Huang Zongxin inquired. I was not. I was on a business trip. I had intended for Xianhai to attend, but he refused, Pan Yunxiang replied, shaking his head. The Foundation's gala was quite formal, primarily an event for investment discussions, with few young attendees. Given that Zhong Wenfei hosted it, most would not dare to act recklessly. Pan Xianhai was not the type to engage in business discussions. He preferred revelry over such formalities. That day, very few young masters and ladies attended the Foundation Gala, as it was not arranged with high specifications. The usual crowd of young elites likely looked down upon it. Chen Yang was fortunate to have previously saved Zhong Wenfei, which is why the Zhong family continued to extend financial support, allowing him to rise from a mere employee to a general manager. If it were not for the Zhong family, he would be nothing, Huang Zongxin affirmed. He saved Zhong Wenfei. Pan Yunxiang's expression darkened. I have come here to counsel you to think carefully. If you truly kill Chen Yang now, the Zhong family may retaliate. Then my son will have died for nothing. Pan Yunxiang fumed. You must wait before acting. Otherwise, if the Zhong family investigates, it will quickly lead back to the Pan family. Huang Zhongxin warned gravely. Moreover, your family requires funds, and Chen Yang happens to possess them. Temporarily allowing him to offer some funds could help your family through this crisis. Once the tumult surrounding the demise of your son has subsided, you will be able to deal with Chen Yang. The Zhong family will find it difficult to suspect your Pan family, and having secured funding, this would be a double victory. Upon hearing these words, Pan Yunxiang immediately fell into deep contemplation. The company indeed required funds. He had previously approached Huang Zhongxin, but after Hui Feng sent someone to conduct a survey, it appeared that the rating did not meet Hui Feng's investment criteria. The company had already borrowed a considerable amount from the bank, leaving him with no choice but to seek loans for financial institutions. Other financial entities were also unwilling to lend money to Honghu Group. Why do you wish to assist Chen Yang so fervently? Pan Yunxiang inquired. To be frank, we covet the funds in his hands, Tian Song replied. Once we acquire the fund from him and drain him dry, we will deliver him to you on a silver platter. Will Chen Yang acquiesce? Knowing that your son has passed, his face will turn pale with fear, and he will surely comply. Huang Zhongxin sneered. I demand 500 million. This cannot be given freely, as the investors have also signed a contract with us at Hui Feng. Huang Zhongxin reminded that, I am aware, I am not asking for it free of charge. Merely seeking 500 million in financing that I will grant you a maximum of 1 month. After that, I will take vengeance for my son and eliminate Chen Yang. Pan Yunxiang declared coldly. This stopped very well. Huang Zhongxin pondered for a moment before agreeing. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Yang revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. This group of individuals possessed audacity indeed, willing to eliminate an outsider to frame him for their misdeeds. Initially, Chen Yang assumed these people were merely pilfering Hui Feng's wealth, without resorting to murder. What evidence could they possibly have? Yet, the manager refrained from revealing any accomplices even in death. This indicated that they were all holding each other as secrets, willing to die rather than betray one another. Otherwise, they would face even graver consequences, potentially endangering their families as well. This further suggested that there existed a vast organization with stringent regulations. Ultimately, Chen Yang resolved to adopt a subtle approach, gathering intelligence on all participants before striking decisively. The participants undoubtedly extended beyond Tian Song and Huang Zhongxin. They included competitors as well. Without their support, Tian Song and his cohort would lack the capital to short-sell Hui Feng. The previous actions of his family had not been ruthless enough. Buzz. The phone rang. It was Tian Song calling. Chen Yang answered swiftly, inquiring, will the Pan family pursue this matter? Pan Yunxiang is aware that his son was at fault. Under our warning, he is willing to set aside grievances but requires compensation, Tian Song responded. What compensation? You must lend them 500 million at the same interest rate as the bank. Agree to it. Chen Yang stated without hesitation. Very well, Tian Song chuckled. Thank you, Tian Zong. Once I am profitable, I shall personally express my gratitude to all. Brother Chen, you are being overly formal. Indeed, we are all on the same side. Now, Brother Chen, please rest well and do not worry. Thank you, elder brother, Chen Yang replied, hanging up the phone with narrowed eyes. For now, I will allow you to revel, but soon you shall all weep. Chapter 37. Delivering yourself to the door. The money will not be granted so swiftly. I will send someone to conduct a new survey and reassess Honghu Group. In the previous survey, Honghu Group's rating fell short of Hui Feng's investment threshold. It is imperative that Honghu Group meets the investment requirements of Hui Feng. Chen Yang must not invest recklessly. As the newly appointed general manager, Tian Song cannot allow Chen Yang to act without restraint. If investing in Honghu Group leads to significant losses and the headquarters dispatches personnel to investigate, discovering that Honghu Group does not meet the investment criteria, Chen Yang will face dire consequences. And Tian Song will not fare much better than the general manager. He bears an undeniable responsibility. Thus, a new survey and reassessment must be conducted to ensure Honghu Group meets the investment standards. This requires the cooperation of the research department. From this, it is evident that whether or not they meet Hui Feng's investment criteria is determined by Tian Song and his associates. with their influence permeating the organization. In fact, the business leaders such as Du Kai-chung, who were entertained a few days prior, also have enterprises that meet Hui Feng's investment standards. When sending individuals for the survey, they had already manipulated the results. Ji Yanhang secretly dispatched someone to copy the survey report. Even if he succeeded, he would find it impossible to target Chen Yang. Tian Song and his associates operate with precision, not easily revealing their flaws. This explains why several groups sent by the headquarters to investigate previously returned empty-handed. The survey took 3 days, and the funeral of Pan Xianhai concluded. The Pan family claimed he succumbed to a sudden illness, and no one pursued the matter further. On the afternoon of the 4th day, after managing family affairs, Pan Yunxiang arrived at Hui Feng's Hangzhou branch and entered Chen Yang's office. This marked Chen Yang's first day back at work after several days of absence, during which he had feigned illness and entrusted all company matters to Jiang Yani. When it came time to sign contracts, Chen Yang had been reluctant to attend, yet Jiang Yani insisted she lacked the authority to sign in his stead. In truth, she sought to evade responsibility. Should the investment turn disastrous, it would surely fall upon her. Upon entering the office, Pan Yunxiang's gaze could have killed. Had looks possessed lethal force, Chen Yang would have perished countless times. His bodyguards were equally furious, rolling up their sleeves and preparing for a confrontation. With a mere command from Pan Yunxiang, no, merely a glance, they would eliminate Chen Yang right there in the office. The atmosphere grew tense, palpable with hostility, as if the air had solidified. Jiang Yani's heart raced, fearing she might provoke Pan Yunxiang's wrath and find herself entangled in the consequences. The root of this entire affair lay with her. Had she not happened upon Pan Xianhai's harassment and slapped him, scolding him in the process, the situation might not have escalated to this extent. I could see that moment. She wished to kick Chen Yang several times. Just as Tian Song and the others managed to quell the situation and appease Pan Yunxiang's anger, why did he choose to provoke them anew? Although the primary blame did not rest on him. A father mourning his son deserved empathy. Indeed, this man was a bully, emboldened by the presence of Tian Song and others, now feeling invincible. Continuing as this man's assistant would eventually lead to her downfall. Were it not for her ambition for the managerial position, Jiang Yani would have departed already. Just one more month to endure, and once Chen Yang faced ruin, the managerial position would be hers. Jiang Yani reassured herself. Meanwhile, Pan Yunxiang was consumed by a different train of thought. He inhaled deeply, continually reminding himself to endure. Once the funds were secured, he would eliminate Chen Yang, offering the man's life as a tribute to his son's spirit. As for Tian Song's demand for a month's grace, Pan Yunxiang had no intention of granting them such a luxury. Once the funds were obtained and the company weathered the storm, he would no longer require Tian Song and his associates. At that point, he would have no reason to heed them. Were it not for the company's financial plight, Pan Yunxiang would have preferred to avoid dealing with these individuals altogether. With that in mind, Pan Yunxiang gestured for his assistant to present the contract to Chen Yang. After securing the funds, he planned to leave this cursed place as swiftly as possible. Chen Yang accepted the contract and briefly scanned it before turning to Jiang Yani. Assistant Jiang, have you reviewed the research rating? Yes, is it confirmed to be at AB? Indeed, Jiang Yani nodded. If it truly has attained AB rating, Honghu Group should not be lacking in funds, as banks and other institutions would readily extend loans to them. Chen Yang shook his head. Have the research department reassess it that a higher rating signifies better financial health and operations, indicating profitability, that a company that can generate returns for shareholders is one that investors would eagerly support. Who wouldn't want to profit? The better the rating, the easier it is to secure financing, often without needing to beg for it, as investors might approach them directly. Chen Yang, do not overreach. Pan Yunxiang could no longer contain his outburst. Please, Chairman Pan, do not be angry. Should any issues arise, and the headquarters dispatches personnel to investigate your company's situation, discovering a significant discrepancy with the current research rating, both I and the company will face trouble. How about this? I will personally visit, and we can make minor adjustments then. Oh, Pan Yunxiang smiled, his expression exceedingly bright. It would be most excellent for General Chen to take the initiative. General Chen, Jiang Yani desperately tugged at Chen Yang's sleeve, but he feigned ignorance, waving his hand. Assistant Jiang, prepare. We're going to Honghu Group. This, Jiang Yani pondered before replying. I will first visit the research department to retrieve their report as well. Very well, Chen Yang nodded. Jiang Yani hastily exited the office, heading to the research department while calling Tian Song. If the research rating is too high, Chen Yang intends to personally assess Honghu Group. ISNT that courting disaster? Pan Yunxiang assured us he would not act against Chen Yang within a month, so there should be no issues. Chen Yang is delivering himself to be scapegoated. Why not take advantage of it? I understand now. Jiang Yani finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 38. The noisy woman of the research department is found to have misjudged the evaluation of Honghu Group. There will surely be consequences for them. Chen Yang bears some responsibility, albeit not an overwhelming amount. If he were to take charge personally, the rating would still hover around AB. However, should an incident occur, his culpability would drastically increase. The decision to adjust the current rating to AB does not solely rest with Tian Song and his associates, as Honghu Group demands a substantial sum, 500 million. A lower rating would preclude the possibility of securing such a significant loan in one go. Although Tian Song and his team intended to disperse the funds to Honghu Group in installments, Pan Yunxiang insisted on a lump sum, necessitating an elevation of the rating. Consequently, Tian Song found himself compelled to instruct the research department to collude with Honghu Group in fabricating financial records and misleading research reports. Should this deception be uncovered, the blame would fall squarely on one of the research department's subordinates. Currently, with Chen Yang willing to shoulder the blame, Tian Song could not be more pleased. Honghu Group, situated in the eastern part of Hangzhou, specializes in the export of automotive components and boasts a massive scale, with factories spanning several dozen acres. After 2 to 3 hours of investigation, upon entering the office, Chen Yang furrowed his brow and remarked, Mr. Pan, the current rating of your company is far from reaching AB.at best. It would qualify as a mid-level C, and the 500 million would likely need to be dispersed in phases. In truth, even a mid-level C rating is an overestimation. Honghu Group is not as illustrious as it appears, lacking proprietary core technology. With rising labor costs, the group's profits are dwindling, and without a shift in strategy or the discovery of alternative avenues for growth, bankruptcy looms as an inevitable fate for Honghu Group. Mr. Tian has insisted that the 500 million must be provided in one transaction, Pan Yunxiang asserted, leaving no room for debate. That contradicts company policy. You killed my son, and I refrained from notifying the authorities, yet you dare to discuss adherence to company policy? Pan Yunxiang seethed. Let me make this clear. Today, you will comply, as his words echoed in the room. The office door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a dozen bodyguards blocking the exit. Chen Yang remained unfazed, leisurely taking a seat and changing the subject. Mr. Pan, have you ever contemplated a particular question? Spit it out. Pan Yunxiang retorted. What do you think of my abilities? Chen Yang inquired. Yeah. Pan Yunxiang hesitated. Having thoroughly investigated Chen Yang's background in recent days, he discovered that Chen had married Su Hanyan, serving as a stay-at-home husband for 5 years. They had signed a divorce agreement, currently in a cooling-off period, but the separation had become a foregone conclusion. Chen Yang had saved Zhong Wenfei, aligning himself with the Zhong family, and with their backing. He had ascended rapidly within Huifeng, so much so that describing his rise as smooth sailing seemed inadequate. It was more akin to a rocket launch. Regarding Chen Yang's prowess, while he had rescued Zhong Wenfei from kidnappers and triumphed over Liao Yuanming, the true strength of the kidnappers remained unknown. They likely lacked significant capability to AS for Chen Yang's agreement with Liao Yuanming. That was a matter easily dismissed, given Liao's notorious ineptitude. What exactly do you wish to convey? Pan Yunxiang, perplexed by Chen Yang's inquiry, could only respond with a question of his own. Your son succumbed to my strike within 10 minutes. Chen Yang stated with gravity. He perished from internal injuries. Do you truly believe I possess such formidable strength to kill your son with a single blow? This revelation left Pan Yunxiang momentarily speechless, as he had not previously contemplated this angle. Having been consumed by hatred and fury, because he had not called the police, there had been no autopsy, and ultimately, the body was cremated. The Pan family would never consent to an autopsy. The killer's identity was already known. So why subject the deceased to further indignity? As he glanced back at Chen Yang, his expression grew markedly more complex. Was Chen Yang truly as powerful as suggested? Or was another party responsible? Who stands to gain from this? Chen Yang pressed on. Gains? Pan Yunxiang pondered. In losing my son, I have incurred a great loss, and Chen Yang has been wrongfully accused of murder. Neither of us stands to benefit. The only potential beneficiaries are Tian Song and his associates. They ostensibly assisted Chen Yang in resolving this matter, yet they have lost nothing of value. Furthermore, Tian Song has requested a month's time to extract every last cent from Chen Yang. What do you imply? Pan Yunxiang narrowed his eyes. Sir, I recall that when Mr. Tian and his associates approached, they positioned themselves between us and the young master. An accompanying bodyguard reminded him. Moreover, it was Mr. Tian's bodyguard who discovered the young master unconscious. That it is highly probable that while assisting him, Mr. Tian's bodyguard took action. Damn it. Damn Tian Song and Huang Zongxin. Pan Yunxiang erupted in a tirade. I have been betrayed. And yet I must thank them? Beside him, Jiang Yani was struck dumb by this revelation. So, the true mastermind was Tian Song and his cohort. Had Chen Yang been framed? When had he uncovered the truth? And had he risked everything to come here merely to address this issue? No, this must be reported to Tian Song. Otherwise, the Pan family would undoubtedly retaliate ferociously. Yet Jiang Yani felt paralyzed, knowing that if she drew her phone in front of so many, she would be discovered. She could only endure and hope that Pan Yunxiang would show mercy upon learning the truth and spare her, Chen Yang. Your adversary is not me, Chen Yang declared. Rising to leave, that if you seek compensation, direct your inquiries to Tian Song and his associates. Stop! Pan Yunxiang also stood, asserting, though you have revealed the truth, you shall not leave without signing the contract. I may have some sympathy for your plight after your son's demise. Chen Yang replied coldly, but should you insist on courting death, I would not hesitate to usher you to reunite with him. Just you, a worthless fool? Pan Yunxiang scoffed. Sign the contract and transfer the funds, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall perish here today, Mr. Pan. This matter does not concern me. Jiang Yani hastily distanced herself from the situation. The death of my son is directly tied to you. Vixen, you are hardly blameless. Pan Yunxiang waved dismissively. Seize them and compel Chen Yang to sign the document for the funds. He asked for this vixen to dispose of her as you see fit. Understood? All the bodyguards grinned malevolently. You dare! Jiang Yani feigned calmness, glaring defiantly at them. Even if I am merely an assistant, I am still a staff member of Hui Feng. Should anything happen to us here, Hui Feng will not let you off lightly. If I expose that Tian Song and Huang Zongxin murdered my son, they will certainly face repercussions. Pan Yunxiang replied coldly. Do not think I would hesitate to let you perish here. They would simply clean up after me. This thought struck Jiang Yani, and her expression shifted dramatically. She turned to Chen Yang, her face a mask of reproach and disdain. What does knowing the truth matter? Can you even escape? Now, I am on the brink of being destroyed because of you. A man who relies on others for his rise. Do you even know your own worth? Encountering you has truly been a stroke of bad luck. Chen Yang retaliated with a swift slap. Silencing her. Chapter 39. Is one strong? The sharp crack of the slap resounded throughout the office, leaving Jiang Yani momentarily dazed. Clutching her stinging cheek, she looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. You worthless fool. How dare you strike me? With another swift motion, Chen Yang delivered another slap. And what of it? Previously, when Xie Xingrong insulted me as a useless leech, I did not hold it against you. You think I'm oblivious to what transpired at the foot massage center? You encountered trouble and could have sought out Tian Song's bodyguards for assistance. They were closer than I, yet you chose to barge in here to find me. Was your intent not to shift the burden onto me? However, upon hearing Pan Xianhai reveal himself, you still had the audacity to feign concern and urge me to let it go. You sought to provoke my pride, hoping to incite a confrontation between myself and Pan Xianhai. Did you not? Jiang Yani touched her burning cheek, feeling not only physical pain but also a gnawing guilt. Yet her words remained sharp. I see you can only strike women. Then watch closely. Chen Yang shot her a disdainful glance before turning to Pan Yunxiang's bodyguard. Beckoning with a finger, oh, you wish to kill me. Come, all of you, let's see what you can do. I acknowledge you possess some skill, but you are hardly worth my effort. The bodyguard military brother scoffed, then instructed his two subordinates beside him. Play with him a bit, but don't kill him. We still need him aside. Rest assured, we shall be gentle, replied the two black-clad bodyguards, moving in to grab Chen Yang's shoulders, just as their hands were mere inches from his shoulders. Chen Yang sprang into action, seemingly invisible to the onlookers as he unleashed a kick. Bang! Bang! Each bodyguard was struck down, one crashing against a cabinet and splintering it, while the other shattered a window, hurtling out of it. What just happened? Pan Yunxiang's expression turned one of disbelief. This fellow possesses formidable strength, military brother remarked coldly, having barely caught a glimpse of Chen Yang's swift movement. You dare claim you did not kill my son? Pan Yunxiang's countenance darkened. Everyone, attack! Kill him and avenge Xian Hai. Kill! The remaining black-clad bodyguards surged towards Chen Yang. Get lost! Rather than retreating, Chen Yang advanced, and wherever he passed, each person merely received a blow, leaving the black-clad bodyguards with either broken arms or shattered legs. In less than a minute, over a dozen black-clad bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, with a few losing consciousness entirely to June. Finish him off. Pan Yunxiang barked furiously. Understood. Ajun's expression had turned grave. This group of subordinates had been meticulously selected by him, all possessing mid-level second-tier strength. They were more than capable of dealing with ordinary foes, yet under Chen Yang's hand, they fell with a single strike. He had underestimated Chen Yang. His strength was at least first tier, otherwise he would not have dispatched his foes so effortlessly. However, Ajun was also first tier and believed he could put up a fight. Don't get too cocky. Let me have a go at you. Ajun charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Chen Yang's face. In truth, this was merely a feint, an attempt to gauge Chen Yang's strength firsthand. Chen Yang disregarded whether it was a feint or not and slapped back. Young man, you underestimate others far too much. Ajun roared in anger, completely ignoring the slap, transforming his punch into a claw, aiming with even greater speed for Chen Yang's throat. Die. Is that so? Chen Yang likewise paid no heed to the claw, his palm moving at a leisurely pace, continuing its approach that Ajun struck first. His 5 fingers gripping Chen Yang's throat, he exerted tremendous force but found it akin to grasping steel and iron, unable to pierce Chen Yang's skin or flesh. What is going on? Ajun was astounded. For Chen Yang's palm had already descended that he attempted to withdraw, but Chen Yang pressed his chin down, firmly trapping Ajun's hand. As Ajun leaned back, that palm seemed to have locked onto him, following him whether he tried to retreat, shift left, or right. Slap. Crack. The crisp sound of the slap coincided with the shattering of Ajun's jaw, and then he collapsed to the ground, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Mumbling incoherently, his jaw had been shattered, rendering him unable to articulate. How could this be? The only ones still able to speak were Pan Yunxiang and Jian Yani, both of whom stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. Especially Pan Yunxiang. He knew well the strength of his personal bodyguard, which had reached first tier. What did you just say? Chen Yang approached, looking down at Ajun. Did you say I'm not worth your effort? Who gave you such confidence? First-tier strength. Ajun lowered his head. Even if he could speak, he found himself at a loss for words. Defeated, he acknowledged the absolute disparity in power. Chen Yang had actually given him a chance. But he proved inadequate. What does first tier even signify? Even my doorman possesses first tier. Chen Yang scoffed that a doorman has first tier. Ajun and Pan Yunxiang both recoiled. What did you just say? Chen Yang turned to Pan Yunxiang. I said nothing. Pan Yunxiang retreated repeatedly, collapsing onto the sofa. Remember, you said it was I who killed your son, correct? Chen Yang moved closer, patting Pan Yunxiang's shoulder. Bang! Pan Yunxiang felt as though a 1,000-pound boulder had crashed down upon him, causing him to slump down, even the sofa sinking under his weight. It was then he truly comprehended Chen Yang's terrifying strength, waving his hands repeatedly. No, I didn't say that. Your son versus your bodyguard. Who is stronger? Chen Yang inquired. Definitely Ajun couldn't withstand even a single slap from me. Can your son? Chen Yang derided. If I truly wished to kill your son with my first strike, he would already be dead. Would a second strike even be necessary? Yes. Pan Yunxiang suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly. Bodyguard Ajun had already informed him that his son had struck first, but was met with a slap from Chen Yang. And in a fit of rage, he had retaliated, only to be repelled by Chen Yang's palm. His son likely perished from that very blow. However, considering that Ajun, with first-tier strength, had his jaw shattered with a single slap, while his son Pan Xianhai, possessing merely third-tier strength and inferior physicality compared to Ajun, had received a slap without serious consequences, something was amiss. He realized Chen Yang had indeed concealed his strength, but had absolutely not killed his son. It was still Tian Song and his ilk who had framed Chen Yang. Someone like your son, I wouldn't even bother to kill. Chen Yang patted Pan Yunxiang's plump cheek. Initially, out of consideration for your deceased son, I had no intention of holding you accountable. Yet here you are, delivering yourself right to my door. So that he paused, glancing at Jiang Yani beside him. One of you two shall live today. What? Jiang Yani was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 40. An unexpected outcome upon hearing Chen Yang's words. Pan Yunxiang's gaze towards Jiang Yani revealed a vicious glint. He had never intended to spare Jiang Yani, and now that Chen Yang had presented him with a choice, he was even more inclined to see Jiang Yani dead. Thud! Jiang Yani rushed forward, kneeling before Chen Yang, clutching his legs. Mr. Chen, please don't kill me. I can still be of use to you. It's futile to plead with me. Go kill him. Chen Yang pointed at Pan Yunxiang. Look, he is eager to see you dead. Jiang Yani glanced at Pan Yunxiang, instinctively shrinking back to save her life. She was indeed willing to kill Pan Yunxiang. But he weighed nearly 200 pounds. How could she possibly do that? She was no match for him. Mr. Chen, save me. Jiang Yani watched as Pan Yunxiang picked up a nearby flower pot, rising to his feet. She was truly frightened. Mr. Chen, as long as you save me, I will do whatever you ask. That's so. Chen Yang seized Jiang Yani's chin, sneering. You thought I had any real interest in you, just because I tease you a bit? Your looks are mediocre. Your figure is decent. But regrettably, it has been played with by countless others. Chen Yang released his grip, his face full of disdain. Someone like you, who sacrifices her appearance to be an assistant, dares to look down on me. To be frank, I truly have no interest. If I had wanted to touch you, I could have done so last time at the hotel. I was not even drunk that day. Not drunk? Jiang Yani was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Chen, give me another chance, and I've already given you a chance. Whether you can survive now depends on your own abilities. Chen Yang walked over to Pan Yunxiang's desk and chair, leisurely crossing his legs. I am alive today because of my own capabilities. Even a freeloader like me can survive. Don't you think you are far superior to me? Surviving should be easier for you. Hurry up. My patience is limited. Die. Pan Yunxiang's expression turned ferocious as he gripped the flower pot and swung it towards Jiang Yani's head. He had to act this way. Chen Yang's terrifying strength and his earlier remark about doormen being first tier had plunged Pan Yunxiang into despair. This fellow's background was undoubtedly shocking. He had researched Chen Yang's information, finding it listed as coming from Yanjing, but the specific location had been omitted. It was evident that someone had deliberately obscured Chen Yang's details. He had also heard some rumors about Huifeng. Chen Yang was likely a scion of a prominent family behind Huifeng. For Chen Yang, killing him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Slap! Thud! Instead of the anticipated sound of the flower pot striking Jiang Yani's head, there was the sound of a dagger plunging into flesh. Pan Yunxiang looked down. The flower pot shattered on the ground, while a dagger had embedded itself in his chest. Blood oozing around blade, soaking through his white shirt. It was Jiang Yani. She had suddenly erupted, brandishing a dagger she had somehow procured, plunging it into Pan Yunxiang's chest. How could this be? Pan Yunxiang staggered back, collapsing to the ground, realizing he was inferior even to a woman. Jiang Yani also staggered back, collapsing beside him, staring at the blood-stained dagger in her hand, lost in a daze, murmuring repeatedly, I killed someone. In the next moment, she broke down into tears. Chen Yang cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yani, somewhat taken aback. Him. Pan Yunxiang should not die just yet, as it would raise suspicions from Tian Song and his group. He had thought Jiang Yani would surely perish. Yet he did not expect this woman to unleash such astonishing strength, turning the tables on Pan Yunxiang. Of course, Pan Yunxiang was still not dead. With appropriate medical attention, he could survive. Pan Yunxiang, if you wish to seek revenge against Tian Song and his associates, do not interfere with my plans. Chen Yang stood up and walked towards Jiang Yani, kicking her. Aren't you leaving? Waiting for his bodyguards to kill you? Jiang Yani quickly got up, resembling a soulless automaton, trailing behind Chen Yang. Master, a few lightly injured bodyguards rushed over to assist Pan Yunxiang. Master, should we call for help? No. Today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. Pan Yunxiang shook his head, weakly saying, Take me to the hospital. Understood. The night wind brushed over the river, cooling against the skin. Carrying a slight chill, Jiang Yani, who had been seated for too long, shivered, unsure whether it was from fear or the actual wind. Only then did she regain some clarity, rushing to the riverbank to wash the congealed blood from her hands. Having washed her face once more, she felt a semblance of calmness envelop her. The reflection on the river's surface revealed her disheveled appearance, fearful and terrified, as though her very soul had been lost. When Chen Yang first learned of Pan Xianhai's demise, his reaction had been one of disdain in Jiang Yani's eyes. Yet now, with Pan Yunxiang's fate uncertain, her demeanor surpassed even Chen Yang's, revealing an authentic terror that threatened to overwhelm her. What right did she have to scorn Chen Yang? Turning to face Chen Yang, who lay leisurely on the lawn gazing at the stars, Jiang Yani's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. She recognized that had she not taken the initiative to save herself, she would have perished at Honghu Group under Pan Yunxiang's oppressive reign. Chen Yang's indifference struck her deeply. However, what astonished her more was the formidable strength and mysterious background he possessed. He was undeniably no ordinary man who had ascended through the favor of women in this light. It seemed plausible that manager Xie Xingrong had not left due to illness, but rather had been coerced into resignation by Chen Yang, paving the way for his rise. Could it be that he truly was related to Chen Ruolin? If so, aligning herself with him would be her only path to survival, lest she risk being eliminated by his own hand. Stepping closer, Jiang Yani expressed her gratitude, saying, Mr. Chen, I am sincerely thankful for your assistance in bringing me here. From this moment forth, I shall heed your guidance and never betray your trust. All I need to do is assist him in fabricating financial statements. And in return, you will distribute funds to me for Tian Song and the others. My knowledge of them is scant. My sole task is to monitor your every move. She continued, by the way. Pan Yunxiang has only promised Tian Song and his associates a month's time. After that, he will take action against you. But they have grossly underestimated Pan Yunxiang. Haven't they? Chen Yang retorted. Indeed. Jiang Yani nodded. Before coming here, I called Manager Tian and he assured me there was no need for concern, as Pan Yunxiang is likely to honor his word. Yet, judging by Pan Yunxiang's earlier demeanor, once he secures the funds, he will surely seek vengeance for his son. I am aware of this, which is precisely why I intentionally ventured into his territory, prompting him to act. A smirk played on Chen Yang's lips. What if Pan Yunxiang is not dead, or if his bodyguards inform Tian Song of your hidden identity? What then? Jiang Yani voiced her apprehensions. He wouldn't dare. Chen Yang replied with a grin. Not only would he refrain from disclosing this matter, but he would also be compelled to beseech my assistance in avenging his son. Such confidence you possess, Jiang Yani remarked, turning to look at him. From his tone and gaze, she could sense his unwavering assurance. He was a transformed man compared to before. Let us agree to a staggered payment over 3 months, he declared. Understood. Also, if a certain Ji Yunhang approaches you with an offer, do not refuse. Accept his money and inquire about his intentions. Understood. Chapter 41. A bit withered Pan Yunxiang, having undergone emergency treatment, did not succumb to his injuries. Thankfully, his corpulence, coupled with Jiang Yani being a mere woman of limited strength, had spared him. Had she plunged the knife a mere inch deeper, it would have pierced his heart, and resuscitation would have been far more daunting. All things considered, he was fortunate, as none of the 16 bodyguards had perished. Though the most severely injured was the formidable bodyguard captain, Ajun, who had sustained a shattered jaw and would require a hospital stay of no less than 2 weeks, eating being a challenge. His prowess, however, paled in comparison to Chen Yang as to earlier, en route to the hospital. Ajun had murmured before losing consciousness. Tian Song is surrounded by experts whose strength far surpasses mine. That it is best to seek Chen Yang aid for retribution. His might may have already reached the level of a master, the kind capable of establishing their own sect. The most terrifying aspect was that he was merely in his 20s. Even if Chen Yang lacked a powerful family backing, his mastery alone would allow him to navigate Hangzhou with ease. Given time, he alone could become a prominent force. Pan Yunxiang internally cursed himself and his deceased son for provoking such a formidable entity. In truth, finding a peak expert was an arduous endeavor. Practitioners of martial arts were scarce. Those who reached the first rank were even fewer, and to attain the pinnacle was exceedingly rare. Most peak experts were cultivated over decades by powerful families. Treated like lords in their households, securing even a second or third rank expert was considered fortunate, let alone a first rank, especially one at the peak. Such individuals were often dubbed half-masters. Often, even wealth could not secure their services. Who would willingly serve as a bodyguard, relegating themselves to a lower status, unless prior connections existed? "Father, I have brought the agreement." A young woman entered the room, pushing the door open. In her early 20s. She was tall, with striking phoenix eyes that sparkled with a captivating light. "Feng, your father is injured and cannot attend to company affairs for the time being. Honghu Group is now your responsibility." Pan Yunxiang instructed gravely. "Tomorrow morning, no, right away, take the company shares and go to Huifeng to find Chen Yang. Hand the shares over to him. Everything must revolve around him. Whatever he dictates goes, even if it means becoming his woman. You must acquiesce if he desires you. Consider it a blessing. But, father, he is the one who killed my brother." Pan Fenger responded solemnly. "You want me to serve a foe? He did not slay your brother. It was Tian Song's bodyguard who did." Pan Yunxiang reminded her. "Tian Song?" Pan Fenger seethed. "You must not speak of this indiscriminately, nor seek revenge against Tian Song on your own. His companions may possess strength at the peak of the first rank." "Understand, father." Pan Yunxiang waved her off. "Chen Yang is at Xinchuan apartment, room 608. Remember, do not mention any conditions." At the door of room 608 in Xinchuan apartment, Chen Yang opened the door and, upon seeing the young woman, inquired, "Is there something you need?" "I am Pan Fenger, the daughter of Pan Yunxiang. My father sent me to apologize," she explained. "An apology, you say?" Chen Yang assessed her before turning and entering the room. Pan Fenger followed him inside and closed the door behind her. Having come alone, leaving her bodyguards downstairs, as soon as the door shut, Chen Yang stripped off his clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Pan Fenger was taken aback. Was he truly going to be so forward? Although her father had specifically instructed her to comply, she wasn't quite prepared for such an eventuality. However, she couldn't help but admire his well-defined physique and smooth skin for the sake of her family's interests. She would offer herself, and encountering a man of such stature didn't seem too regrettable. Yet, this felt far too rushed, devoid of any romantic nuance. "Come in," Chen Yang's voice echoed from the bathroom. Sighing, Pan Fenger resigned herself to the lack of romance. After all, her family had brought about such circumstances. Biting her lip, she tossed her handbag onto the sofa and walked into the bathroom, unbuttoning her clothes as she went. "What are you doing?" Chen Yang inquired, puzzled. "Are you not asking me to..." She stammered. "To what?" "That..." Pan Fenger's voice trailed off, barely audible. Chen Yang urged her. "What are you thinking?" "Help me apply medicine." "Apply medicine." Pan Fenger looked up, her face a mask of astonishment. It was only then that she noticed the long gash on Chen Yang's arm, nearly healed over. This was not a fresh wound. It must have been sustained days ago. This revelation shocked her further, implying that Chen Yang had fought while injured. Yet if he had exerted force with that arm, the wound would have reopened. Therefore, it meant he had battled using only one hand. Just how formidable was he? As she pondered, she began to tend to his injury. However, she had never applied medicine to anyone before, and as she disinfected the wound, she inadvertently jabbed it, while wrapping it with gauze. Her technique was far from refined. "You truly are a pampered young lady," Chen Yang remarked. Pan Fenger lowered her head in embarrassment. Chen Yang donned his clothes and entered the living room, settling onto the sofa. "Now, speak. What brings you here?" "Oh, right." Pan Fenger recalled her purpose, retrieving the agreement and presenting it to Chen Yang with both hands. "This represents half of the shares our family holds in Honghu Group." which we now bestow upon you, Mr. Chen. What are the conditions? Chen Yang asked with a smile. It is our family's fault. These shares are an apology that I hope that Mr. Chen can forgive our transgressions, Pan Fenger expressed regretfully. Your father has a clever plan, Chen Yang scoffed, offering me shares in a company on the brink of collapse. If I were to accept, I could not simply stand by and watch it fail. Could I? Mr. Chen, Honghu Group is not as dire as the research report suggests. That so. If your company does not develop its core technology within 3 years, bankruptcy is inevitable. I acknowledge that, Mr. Chen speaks the truth, but Pan Fenger hesitated. My father has actually invested substantial funds into research and development. While this is mentioned in the report, it does not detail the specifics due to the sensitive nature of the company's core secrets, which will not be disclosed publicly for the time being. I believe that within a year, we will see some results. This is merely your one-sided opinion. How can I trust you? Chen Yang inquired. You know, I hold your Honghu Group in disdain. Can I convince you of my integrity? Pan Fenger hesitated for a moment, then unfastened her skirt's clasp, allowing it to cascade to the floor, leaving her clad only in undergarments. Chen Yang remained seated, utterly unmoving, a bemused expression adorning his face. Emaciated, Pan Fenger glanced down and thought, how could it be as withered as claimed? Frustrated, she stamped her foot, but when she lifted her gaze again, Chen Yang had already entered the room, the door firmly shut behind him. Chapter 42, Remarriage or Company Sale? In the Su residence, within Su Hanyan's study, Su Wenyong lamented helplessly. I have little money left myself. How can I possibly gather 1.5 million? Su Hanyan replied solemnly. Moreover, you must remember that you are the principal beneficiary of the company. All these years, the dividends have been directed to you, not to me. You secretly utilized the company's liquid funds for lending. I have refrained from criticizing you. But now that the company faces difficulties, not only do you refuse to assist, but you also wish to undermine it. Hanyan, your words displease me, Su Wenyong retorted, somewhat irate. In your over 5 years of managing the company, its market value has indeed multiplied several times. However, do you not keep track of the actual dividends? I admit you have only drawn a salary as chairperson, never taking a single cent in dividends, but neither have I profited substantially. The total dividends over 5 years hardly amount to 10 million. The renovation of this house alone cost over 3 million, and I spent over 8 million marrying your sister-in-law. You accuse me of secretly using the company's funds for lending. I had no choice. With my father's health deteriorating, frequent hospital visits have led to significant household expenses. Can I manage on less than 2 million in dividends a year? My car is 4 years old and still hasn't been replaced. Your sister-in-law has been saving for years and only recently bought a new one. Am I to bear the blame for all of this? Should I not strive to develop the company? Su Hanyan was incensed. Enough. Stop your bickering. Su father entered, producing his bank card. Your mother and I still have over 6 million. Take it for emergencies. Father, I believe Hanyan's divorce from Chen Yang was a fundamental mistake. Be silent. Even if they do not divorce, what can that good-for-nothing Chen Yang do to help the Su Group? Su mother glared fiercely at her ineffectual son. Mother, Chen Yang is no longer the same. He has been promoted by Hui Feng to department manager, wielding control over billions in investment funds, Su Wenyong explained. Really? Su mother was taken aback. Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, asked Hanyan, she must have learned this from other sources as well. Su Wenyong turned his gaze to his sister. Hanyan, is this true? Yes. Although reluctant to discuss the matter, Su Hanyan felt compelled to state the facts that I truly misjudged him. He has only recently stepped into his role. Yet he has already achieved such success? Su mother looked at her husband. Don't look at me. How would I know? Su father replied irritably. Father and mother, in fact, my sister and Chen Yang are still merely in the cooling-off period of their divorce. They have not fully separated yet, Su Wenyong suggested. If they do not divorce, could Chen Yang not invest in the Su Group? This is not a matter of mere millions. It could secure billions, effectively resolving all of the Su Group's impending issues. The Su Group must pay 30 million for a project by the end of the month, but that is just the beginning. By year end, over 80 million must be disbursed for another project, and next year. This is all due to the vast expansion requiring substantial funds. Without new sources of financing, the Su Group may not survive past mid-next year. That is indeed a concern, Both Su's father and Su's mother agreed. Enough. Su Hanyan suddenly erupted, exclaiming, "If you wish to remarry him, then go ahead. Do not involve me." Hearing of Chen Yang's promotion to department manager had already put her in a foul mood. Now, her parents were suggesting she reconcile with him. Was that not absurd? Because of past sentiments, because of an idealized love, she had terminated her pregnancy. Chen Yang had not quarreled with her, nor had he claimed a single cent. He had left with nothing, he had not looked down upon her. But now, due to financial issues, she was being urged to remarry him. How would he perceive her? Enough of this discussion. Focus on resting. Su's father, aware of his daughter's temperament and her fragile health, forcibly escorted his wife out, while also giving his son a kick to push Su Wenyong outside. However, that evening, when Su Hanyan stepped into the yard for some fresh air, she overheard a conversation from her brother's room. "Wife, our parents have exhausted their last 600,000 in retirement savings. The company truly needs funds. I do not want much, just $1 million from you." Su Wenyong spoke with an earnest tone. "This is our company. Should it collapse, we will suffer the greatest loss. It is preferable for the company to fail than for it to be taken from us." Sell. Su Wenyong's wife was taken aback. "You are not cut out for managing the company. Your sister is ultimately a spilled cup of water. Did you not say so yourself? Ji Yunhang is merely flattering her to gain control of the Su group." His sister-in-law's voice was cold. "Your sister will inevitably board Ji Yunhang's ship, leading to a rebranding of the company. Rather than continuing to pour money into it, it would be better to sell and minimize losses. I have no ambition to live as a wealthy lady. A life of comfort is enough for me. This is the company our father has toiled for all his life. Hanyan has dedicated over 5 years to it." Su Wenyong protested. "Nevertheless, the company is currently a bottomless pit, unable to secure funds for circulation. Without financing, we are closer to bankruptcy than an IPO," his sister-in-law stated firmly. "Furthermore, has Hanyan managed the company tirelessly without any personal interests?" Upon hearing this, Su Wenyong fell silent. After a long pause, he finally asked, "What if father disagrees?" "Simply inform him that Hanyan has worked herself to exhaustion. It would be best to sell, allowing her to recuperate." Su Wenyong hesitated. "All right, I will discuss it with father tomorrow. So, this is how they perceive me." Su Hanyan staggered back a few steps, a surge of indignation swelling within her, leaving her breathless and coughing. The sound of her cough echoed into the room, prompting Su Wenyong to rush out and find his sister crouched on the floor. Oh no, she heard everything and has fallen ill, he thought. Hurriedly approaching and patting her back, explaining, "Hanyan, your sister-in-law is simply concerned for your health. Get away." Su Hanyan gasped, pushing Su Wenyong aside as she made her way to her room, beginning to pack her belongings. Her parents, awakened by the commotion, found that by the time they rose, Su Hanyan had already left with her luggage. Su Wenyong, sheepishly recounting the earlier events, received a slap from his father. "You wretched child. How could you speak of your sister in such a manner? She certainly harbors no selfish motives. Father, while Hanyan may not be selfish. What of Ji Yunhang?" Su Wenyong countered. "Remarriage or selling the company. It is one or the other. Once sold, we can compensate Hanyan a bit more, and that will suffice. That does seem reasonable. Hanyan would have more time to recuperate." Su mother nodded. "Tomorrow, I will speak with Hanyan." Chapter 43. This is the disparity at the Wutong Mansion. Within Villa 18, the entire residence lay shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie stillness. Su Hanyan sat on the balcony, eschewing air conditioning, yet feeling no discomfort from a heat. Instead, curling her body into a tight ball, her gaze fixated on the distant obsidian sky. Lost in thought, in times of adversity or setbacks, Chen Yang would always offer her solace, devising ways to cheer her up. Often, she felt irritable, even viewing him as childish, believing he could do little beyond making her smile. Yet now, even her irritation had dissipated, leaving her alone in her desolation. Could it be true, as her brother suggested, that he had only pursued the Su group? Now that the Su group faced challenges, had he simply fled? No, that could not be the case. Su Hanyan shook her head, unwilling to dwell on the notion. Upon awakening, she discovered a blanket draped over her. She initially assumed it was Chen Yang's doing. However, it could not be, for she knew he had left the keys on the table, and without them, He could not have entered. Only her mother possessed a spare key. Rising, she refreshed herself before descending the stairs. Her mother was busy in the kitchen, seemingly preparing congee. Han Yen, are you awake? Just a moment. The pig liver congee will be ready shortly. Her mother called cheerfully. Yes. Su Hanyan nodded, settling onto the living room sofa to wait. Moments later, her mother brought in the congee. You are weak and anemic. Drink plenty of this pig liver congee that Su Hanyan approached, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it, and tasting. How is it? It took your mother over 40 minutes to prepare, her mother inquired. 40 minutes. Indeed, preparing porridge is no trivial matter. One cannot simply leave it to boil unattended, as it requires occasional stirring. Mother Su stated earnestly. The longer the porridge is cooked, the more its starch is likely to hydrolyze into dextrin, resulting in a softer and more glutinous texture. If we allow it to simmer for an hour, it would be even better. Su Hanyan glanced at the porridge in the bowl, then at her mother, and suddenly, her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hanyan, what is the matter? Mother Su asked, taken aback. It's nothing, Su Hanyan replied, striving to stifle her sobs and wipe away her tears, but they continued to flow unabated. She recalled the porridge Chen Yang had made for her, which always tasted far superior to her mother's. Despite her mother's 40 minutes of effort, Chen Yang must have spent over an hour preparing it. She had breakfast at 7:20, meaning Chen Yang must have started his preparations by 6 o'clock. And he always brought such freshness after going to the market. That meant he must have risen around 5. Over the past 5 years, with 365 days in a year, she had consumed porridge for at least 200 days. At times, she grew weary of it, yet the one who prepared it never seemed to tire. The more she thought about this, the more her tears flowed. Child, do not cry if you wish to have porridge. I will make it for you every day, Mother Su comforted her. Mother, did I truly make a mistake in divorcing Chen Yang? Su Hanyan inquired. If you had not harbored such grand ambitions and simply sought a stable life, Chen Yang would certainly not be at fault. He knows how to care for others. Both of you are quite fine. It is ultimately your choice. However, as a woman and a mother, I would prefer to entrust you to Chen Yang. Su Hanyan buried her face in her mother's embrace and wept bitterly. Let it go. Sell the company. Yes, Mother Su nodded. I do not expect you to achieve great wealth. Mere stability will suffice, but I am unwilling. Su Hanyan straightened her posture. Mother, grant me one more year, that if I cannot make progress in a year, I will let go. But, Mother, if we sell the company now, others will know we are in a financial crisis, and they will offer us ridiculously low prices that it is uncertain whether that money could even cover Hui Feng's debts, Su Hanyan stated firmly. All our years of effort would be rendered futile. Mother Su pondered for a moment, realizing the harsh truth. The business world is ruthless. Others will seize the opportunity to take advantage of your weakness rather than offer assistance when they see you faltering. This is 1 million from your sister-in-law. Consider it her dowry. Mother Su pulled out a bank card from her pocket. As you know, your elder brother has extravagant expenses and cannot save a penny. This should suffice for now. Su Hanyan nodded. With your brother's 1,500,000, your sister-in-law's 10 million, and our parents' 600,000, it should certainly be enough. However, when Su Hanyan reached for the bank card, her hands trembled. In the past, receiving funds from Hui Feng came in sums exceeding 100 million, and spending it was never a concern. Now, she was piecing together 30 million, and that stark contrast weighed heavily on her heart. Child, if you are tired, take a break. Mother Su reminded her with genuine concern as she departed. Mother, I understand, Su Hanyan replied. She continued her breakfast, which she had grown tired of, yet it now seemed delicious. Upon arriving at the company, Jian Heng was already waiting at the entrance. By the way, I would like to introduce you to a friend, Jian Heng said with a smile, but he's a junior of mine from Western Europe, originally from Aocheng, and he can help resolve our company's current predicament. A friend? Su Hanyan followed Jian Heng into the lounge, where a young man in his mid-20s Saturday. This is my classmate. Yang Su, Jian Heng introduced. Yang, this is the chairwoman of Su Group, Su Hanyan. Hello. Yang Su stood and shook her hand. Su Hanyan politely returned the gesture and asked, Are you willing to invest in our company? Mr. Yang, Chairwoman Su, it is not an investment. I am offering $300 million to jointly develop a new project with Su Group that I do not require much, just half the shares of a new project. Yang Su replied with a smile. Joint development? Just half the shares. Su Hanyin furrowed her brow. And the next moment, she decisively refused. I'm sorry, we do not sell shares. Chairwoman Su. Yang Su began, but was interrupted by Su Hanyin. Please leave. Yang Su's expression darkened immediately, and Ji Yanhang quickly interjected. Hanyin, is this the funding you found? Su Hanyin shot a cold glare at Ji Yanhang. You have truly disappointed me. With that, she swiftly exited. This is what you said. Do not come seeking me later. Yang Su stood and left. Chapter 44. Ji Yanhang approaches Hanyin and I said, refer to me by my title at the company. In the office of the chairwoman, Su Hanyin scolded Ji Yanhang once more. Chairwoman Su, I am doing this for the good of the company. The lack of funds is an undeniable fact. Ji Yanhang replied earnestly. Your so-called good for the company entails stripping away our best project? Su Hanyin retorted coldly. What about the other projects? Remember, the new project relies on the company. It cannot stand alone. Focusing solely on this one project while abandoning others is a short-sighted approach that sacrifices long-term interests. Furthermore, Yang Su's intention to invest is driven solely by profit, with no risk on his part. How could you even consider his proposal? Yet more than half of the other projects do not earn a profit. If they need to be cut, then so be it, Ji Yanhang countered. The profitable projects we currently have emerged gradually from those previously unprofitable, Su Hanyin asserted. According to your logic, what happens after completing that one project? How does Su Group plan to develop? Well, that perhaps we can explore other avenues. Yang Su's family has considerable connections in Aocheng, where there are likely opportunities. Ji Yanhang suggested that we have struggled for so many years in Hangsheng to identify these opportunities. Yet suddenly there are prospects in Aocheng. Su Hanyin scoffed. If there were truly that many opportunities, wouldn't the Yang family seize them for themselves? You are quite naive. I am merely trying to resolve the funding issue. Ji Yanhang insisted. Enough. Su Hanyin stated unequivocally that if he is willing to invest, it will be in Su Group, and I welcome that. If he insists on investing solely in that project, I would rather pay a hefty price to secure a bank loan than accept Yang Su's funds. This matter ends here. Ji Yanhang lowered his head. Visibly displeased, he had put considerable effort into persuading Yang Su to invest, only to be belittled by Su Hanyin, who even accused him of naivety. Was everything he did wrong? Su Hanyin also felt her words were somewhat harsh. She softened her tone. What you said is not entirely incorrect. The company's previous investments were indeed overly complicated, and many projects were losing money. This is a primary reason why the Foundation does not view us favorably, as we are dragged down by those unprofitable projects that I intend to have you form a small team, and you will lead it to reassess these projects that Su Hanyin continued. Sell off the least profitable projects and retain half. All right. Ji Yanhang nodded. Select some individuals from the company and provide me with the list by this afternoon. Yes. Mr. Chen, I have a project here. I wonder if you might be interested in investing. In the office of the general manager at Huifeng's Hangsheng branch, Tian Song asked with a smile that, of course, I am quite eager to invest. I have been looking for opportunities. Chen Yang nodded. The thing is, I may only need the fund for 3 to 5 days, but it won't appear in the company's investment records. Not appearing in the company's investment records? Chen Yang questioned, puzzled. Allow me 3 to 5 days. I will return the principal to you intact, and you can continue investing in wealth management products, and I will privately provide you with some interest. No problem, Chen Yang agreed. However, if the higher-ups pursue this matter, I do not wish to take responsibility. How about this? I will have Jiang Yani take full responsibility for this fund. It is not that I am sending her to supervise you. It is just in case something goes awry. I will have someone hold accountable. Hada, you truly are a cautious person. Tian Song laughed heartily. Very well, let Jiang Yani be in charge and I will have her come find you shortly. Chen Yang turned and left. After 4 or 5 minutes, Jiang Yani walked in. Mr. Tian, you summoned me? How did yesterday's matter with Honghu Group go? Tian Song inquired. Chen Yang was well aware that Honghu Group was currently in need of him, so he deliberately withheld their funds, distributing them in batches rather than in one lump sum. This guy, one might say, he lacks intelligence, yet he possesses a modicum of cleverness. Conversely, one might argue he is clever, but not excessively so. Tian Song scorned. Is he not afraid that Pan Yunxiang might truly eliminate him? Chen Yang certainly knows how to leverage his power to intimidate others. Was he not relying on your support this time? Let's not speak of this any further. Tian Song waved his hand dismissively. Since he has delayed time, it is all the more advantageous for us to drain his resources. Indeed. Jiang Yani produced a bank card. This is the 300 million funds provided by General Chen. He instructed me to monitor the flow of your finances. That I remarked that this fellow possesses a modicum of intelligence, albeit not much. Tian Song took the card. Is he unaware that you are one of us? Or perhaps you are not one of us? As he spoke, his gaze was fixed intently upon Jiang Yani. Do you think I have a brighter future with a sycophant? Or with you? Jiang Yani retorted. Ha! As long as you are clear-headed, Tian Song laughed heartily. Once Chen Yang is eliminated by the Pan family, you will assume his position. You're already responsible for some business, which serves as a preliminary adaptation. Thank you, General Tian. Jiang Yani expressed her gratitude with a beaming face. Work diligently. I have high hopes for you. Tian Song reassured her. Initially, she felt a pang of anxiety, but upon glancing back during a turn and spotting Ji Yanhang, her worries dissipated. Ji Yanhang had indeed followed her. Jiang Yani was quite astonished. Chen Yang's foresight was remarkable. After driving for another 10 minutes, they arrived at a shopping mall, with Ji Yanhang trailing closely behind. His face obscured by a mask. Mr. Ji, why are you following me? Jiang Yani inquired as she concealed herself behind a pillar, watching Ji Yanhang pass by. Assistant Ji is quite vigilant, Ji Yanhang remarked, taken aback. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss? I heard that when Manager Xie resigned, the rightful successor was you, not Chen Yang, correct? And if so, Jiang Yani retorted, are you content to let him usurp what rightfully belongs to you? What can I do about it? Jiang Yani sighed. I lack a powerful backing at Huifeng. Unlike Chen Yang, who possesses substantial funds, his wealth originates from the Zhong family, does it not? Whether it is or isn't, what does it matter? If you help me find evidence, I can ensure Chen Yang's downfall. Once he falters, you can take his place, Ji Yanhang sneered. If the Zhong family discovers this, they will certainly retaliate against me. Can I securely hold this managerial position? Jiang Yani shot Ji Yanhang a scornful glance. Do you take me for a fool, Mr. Ji? This not unless you offer me money. Jiang Yani extended a hand. 500,000? 5 million. 5 million. That is exorbitant, Ji Yanhang protested, lacking such funds. Then forget it, Jiang Yani turned to leave. Wait, that Ji Yanhang caught her arm. I currently lack such funds. Grant me a few days. Whenever you provide the money, I will assist you, Jiang Yani stated before hastening away, contemplating borrowing from Yang Su, unsure if he would be amenable to Ji Yanhang resolved. If Yang Su was unwilling, he would have to resort to the Su family's projects. Chapter 45. Pan Feng as classmate senior. Could you lend me 5 million? Ji Yanhang dialed Yang Su, finding it difficult to broach the subject, yet he had no choice but to seek financial assistance. This expenditure was substantial for settling the affairs of Uncle Ren's family. While Ren Hanxiang possessed some funds, they had yet to be transferred, requiring time. Most of it was drawn from his own reserves. Why do you need 5 million? That amount cannot resolve the Su family's predicament. Yang Su inquired, puzzled that I need to deal with someone and gather some evidence. Deal with someone? Yang Su paused. What kind of evidence do you require? If you provide me 5 million, I can help eliminate him. I don't have 5 million, Yang Su replied. Wait, did you say you would eliminate him? I have 2 capable bodyguards. Just one of them would suffice. Yang Su, confident, offered, since you're my senior, I will give you a discount. For 1 million will do, but I do not have 4 million at this moment. That is fine. You can repay me after you marry Su Hanyan. Yang Su was unperturbed. Of course, if my bodyguard takes action and you fail to pay afterward, do not blame my bodyguard for being ruthless. Rest assured, I honor my word, Ji Yanhang replied. Send me his information. All right, I will organize it and send it to you shortly. Good, let us plan to act within 2 or 3 days. General Chen, Ji Yanhang approached me today in the office. Jiang Yani reported, he is willing to pay 5 million for me to uncover evidence that the 20 billion originates from the Zhong family. Is this fellow still so wealthy? Chen Yang expressed surprise. Perhaps he lacks funds. When I requested 5 million, he mentioned needing a few days, likely to gather the amount. When he acquires the money, you simply accept it. But I have no evidence to present to him. Simply fabricate a transfer record, Chen Yang suggested. Forge. Does Zhong Hongtao not have a secretary or assistant? Use this secretary's name to create a record of a transfer to our company. Chen Yang chuckled, but if the Liao family believes this, they may retaliate against you. Jiang Yani voiced her concerns. What do I have to fear from the Liao family? Chen Yang scoffed, seeing Chen Yang's indifference. Jiang Yani was momentarily taken aback. You are not afraid of the Liao family? Indeed, I understand. If Chen Yang was unperturbed, why should Jiang Yani be fearful? By the way, General Tian has already included me in their plans. Jiang Yani added, continue monitoring to ascertain how many individuals are involved. Understood. Jiang Yani exited that moment. Chen Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Panfonger. Typically, did not instruct her not to contact him. It seemed there was indeed a matter at hand. Chen Yang answered. What is it? General Chen, did I not mention that my father invested a considerable sum into research and development? You did? What is the matter? Actually, we have made significant progress, but it seems we have attracted the attention of competitors. Please elaborate. While studying in Western Europe, I became acquainted with a classmate from Eurocity named Yang Su, whose family is also involved in automotive parts. Panfonger explained, feeling quite fateful. We introduced our parents to one another, and the two companies initiated a collaboration. However, he suddenly arrived in Hangqing today, inviting me out that why father suspects it may be a ploy since my brother recently passed away and they did not send anyone to pay their respects. Merely sending a gift. Now, they have come to Hangqing. They may have learned that my father and Uncle Jun have been injured and might attempt to kidnap me to extort our research data. That is a possibility, Chen Yang nodded. What do you intend to do? Regardless of whether he has ulterior motives, since he has come to Hangqing, I cannot avoid meeting him. That would harm the relationship between our families. I must extend the courtesy of a host, but if he truly intends to act against me, I lack a skilled protector. The experts have all been incapacitated by me and are still hospitalized. Those with lighter injuries are not formidable, probably at most mid-second rank. You want me to accompany you, correct? Chen Yang inquired that I realize this request is somewhat excessive, but aside from seeking your assistance, I have no one else to turn to. Are you currently together? He said he wanted to visit my company. I have yet to agree to him since I have not received your consent. Then here's the plan. I will go to your company. And you can invite him over as well. At that point, you can mention that I just happen to be conducting research at your company. All right. After hanging up, Chen Yang immediately left the office and drove straight to Honghu Group. Upon arriving at Huifeng, Panfunger's classmate Yang Su had not yet arrived, so they waited in the office. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yang Su arrived, accompanied by only two middle-aged bodyguards. He evidently intended to invite Chen Yang to dinner later. Who is this? Yang Su asked, looking puzzled at Chen Yang. The more he looked, the more he felt there was something odd, as if he had seen him somewhere before that I forgot to introduce him. This is Mr. Chen Yang, here for a company research visit, Panfunger clarified. Chen Yang? Yang Su smiled. And no wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. I just saw Mr. Chen's photo on my phone. Chen Yang pretended not to notice Yang Su. Glancing at the time and placing the report on the desk. Pan Zong, since you have a guest, I shall take my leave for now. Wait. Before Panfunger could plead, Yang Su was the first to speak. Mr. Chen, since we have crossed paths, let us dine together later. Chen Yang and Panfunger were taken aback. It was unusual for Yang Su to invite a stranger to dinner upon their first meeting. Moreover, as the host, it was Panfunger who should extend the invitation. Yang Su's initiative seemed impolite. However, since Yang Su had taken the lead, it spared Panfunger the need to fabricate an excuse. She had indeed intended to invite Chen Yang to dinner. Pan Zong, what do you think? Yang Su inquired of Panfunger. Manager Chen, if you are available this evening, would you care to join us for a simple meal? Panfunger asked, looking at Chen Yang. Well, Chen Yang feigned hesitation before agreeing. Then I shall honor your invitation. Very well, let us go and dine. Panfunger smiled, as the crowd ventured outdoors and arrived at the parking lot. Panfunger's vehicle led the way, followed by Chen Yang's second hemigoten in the middle, and finally, Yang Su's luxurious Benz at the rear. Inside the car, Yang Su retrieved his phone and examined the materials and photographs sent by Ji Yunhang once more. There was no doubt. This Chen Yang was indeed the target Ji Yunhang intended to deal with. To his surprise, this visit yielded an unexpected delight. Yang Su glanced at the car ahead, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, In a moment, we shall accomplish a twofold success. Chapter 46. a dual benefit. In the eastern suburbs, at the Xian Feng Resort, a farmhouse-style eatery. Classmate Yang, Mr. Chun, I've chosen this dining spot. I trust you have no objections? Standing by the window of the private room on the second floor, Pan Fenger spoke with a hint of apology. Of course not. Yang Su quickly waved his hand that I quite relish being close to nature. Surrounded by verdant mountains, the resort featured a meandering stream, its gentle flow allowing one to momentarily forget the burdens of work with a deep exhale. Yang Su, however, silently added to himself, "This is indeed a place conducive to action." Chen Yang remained silent, yet he appreciated the tranquility of the environment. Before long, the waiter presented the dishes, which were commendable, rivaling those of a hotel. Having consumed some alcohol, Chen Yang spoke less, with most of the conversation occurring between Yang Su and Pan Fe. They were both 3 to 4 years younger than Chen Yang. Having studied abroad together, their families engaged in similar businesses, thus providing ample common ground for discussion. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Yang descended to the riverside. The stream, spanning about 7 to 8 meters, flowed gently, with a floating bridge crossing to the other side where a large sycamore tree stood, its leaves gradually turning yellow, casting a mottled reflection in the water, illuminated by nearby streetlights. Yet, it paled in comparison to the sycamore tree in the foundation. Here, the water flowed more slowly, rendering the scenery slightly less captivating. However, this did not affect Chen Yang as tranquility. He settled beneath the sycamore, adopting a cross-legged position. He was acutely aware of the bottleneck he faced. Gazing at the lush mountains and clear waters, he felt a flicker of insight. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, completely oblivious to the world around him. Within the farmhouse, Pan Fenger could no longer see Chen Yang and began to feel a sense of unease after sending a bodyguard to inquire. She learned he was beneath the sycamore tree. Aware that it was not an appropriate time to disturb him, she continued to engage Yang Su in idle chatter. As time ticked away, most of the other guests had either departed or were resting. It was already past 11, and Pan Fenger was astonished to find that Yang Su exhibited no signs of displeasure, remaining engaged in conversation with her. This confirmed her father's suspicions. Yang Su had come to Hangzhou with a purpose. Yang Su, too, was merely biding his time, waiting for the crowd to disperse before making his move. The fewer people present, the better. Classmate Pan, I must confess, I am here on a mission. As the time approached, Yang Su ceased his idle chatter. If our two families were to join forces, we could undoubtedly reverse the fortunes of both our companies. The Honghu Group was on a downward trajectory, as was the Yang family business. Both engage in the export of automotive parts. Their clientele primarily traditional fuel vehicle enterprises. With the electric vehicle industry encroaching upon the market, both the Honghu Group and the Yang family were compelled to seek new avenues. Yet, such avenues were not easily found. Without core technology, domestic electric vehicle companies would be reluctant to collaborate. Competing with other domestic firms offered no significant advantages, with dwindling orders for traditional fuel vehicles and no clear path forward. Both companies faced inevitable demise. Join forces? Pan Fenger questioned, perplexed. Are we not already cooperating? Yang Su, I have made it clear that such an arrangement is impossible, she retorted, casting a disdainful glance with her phoenix eyes. Yang Su found her gaze intolerable, a surge of anger rising within him. But it was said that those with phoenix eyes possessed keen insight. The clarity of her gaze revealed her contempt, igniting a spark of fury in an instant. Then let us propose a new project. Yang Su suppressed his anger and settled for a compromise. That I have heard that your father invested heavily 3 years ago into developing core technology. Presently, the Honghu Group is short on funds, and our Yang family happens to have an abundance. That a collaboration would be fortuitous. That a twinge of discomfort coursed through Pan Fenger. The Pan family had squandered vast amounts on research and development, leading to a severed financial chain. Her father was now seeking funding from all quarters. Meanwhile, the Yang family, who had not invested in research, held ample funds and were now eager to capitalize on the Pan family's potential success. Pan Fenger recalled her father discussing the production line with Yang Su's father, only to be met with rejection, roughly 3 years prior. The Yang family had deemed the rapid development of electric vehicles improbable. Regarding substantial investment in new technologies as a waste of resources, This reflected a profound lack of crisis awareness. Pan Feng-er was tempted to voice, "If only you had foreseen this outcome, you might have acted differently." Now that the Honghu Group neared the completion of its expensive research, the Yang family sought to collaborate, eager to reap the benefits without investment. "You propose to secure funding at the cost of your brother's life?" Yang Su scoffed. This. Pan Feng-er bristled, her tone turning icy. "Classmate Yang, if you dare to invoke my brother's death again, do not blame me for severing ties. Let us not dwell on that." Yang Su quickly raised his hand. "Let us focus on the matter of collaboration. Although you have secured funding, it is improbable you can discard your previous production lines entirely and construct new facilities. Moreover, our Yang family possesses channels that the Honghu Group requires. Does it not?" "The Honghu Group also has vacant facilities and personnel," Pan Feng-er replied sternly. "Yet the production capacity remains stagnant. Profits will be minimal. We shall take our time. There is no rush." Pan Feng-er. "Do not provoke me further," Yang Su warned, his patience waning. "Are you intent on forcing my hand? At last, your true nature is revealed," Pan Feng-er derided. "It appears you are aware of my purpose for coming to Hangzhou." "I know," Yang Su retorted, "and why father has long cautioned me that your father seeks to profit unscrupulously. Deep alliances are ill-advised. Even in collaboration, we must maintain a prudent distance. Your character mirrors your father's. There is little trust to be found, which is the primary reason for my rejection of your advances." "How regrettable," Yang Su sighed. "Regrettable about what?" "Given that your father is already aware of the hostile intentions behind my visit, yet you still choose to host me and bring me to this very place. That is your gravest misstep." Yang Su lamented. "What I regret is that you should have never entertained my presence." "Do you genuinely believe you have me cornered? I have learned of your father's severe injuries, and his bodyguard's critical condition as well." Yang Su sneered. "You have no capable defenders left to protect yourself. Tonight, I intend to secure both wealth and power. Once my plans are set into motion, I shall see how your father can thwart me." Chapter 47. A narrow perspective despicable. Pan Feng-er rose, splashing her drink across Yang Su's face. In that moment, she comprehended that Yang Su's intentions extended far beyond merely acquiring the research technology of the Honghu Group. This man aimed not only to capture her, but to marry her, thereby seizing control of the entire Pan family. With her elder brother Pan Xianhai deceased, she stood as the sole heir, and marrying her would equate to acquiring the entirety of the Pan family's assets. Yang Su's scheme was indeed a cunning one that although she had long suspected Yang Su's unsavory character, she had not anticipated such profound treachery. Yang Su remained unfazed, wiping the spilled drink from his cheek with a smile. "Quite the spirited response. Make your move," Pan Feng-er decisively commanded. The bodyguards at her side lunged towards Yang Su, intending to capture the leader first. Meanwhile, Yang Su's bodyguard, seated leisurely and sipping tea, remained unperturbed in truth. Yang Su's bodyguard had been somewhat derelict in their duties. After dining, Pan Feng-er's bodyguard stood beside her, ever vigilant, while Yang Su's bodyguard seemed more focused on his tea. However, when the confrontation ensued, Pan Feng-er's bodyguard had the advantage of proximity and struck first. Yet by the time they reached Yang Su, his bodyguard had already arrived. With a resounding crash, the two bodyguards were sent sprawling backward, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. "What?" Pan Feng-er gasped in shock. These two bodyguards were among the strongest under Ajun, at the pinnacle of the second rank, mere steps away from the first. Yet they fell within a single exchange. Overestimating oneself, the slender bodyguard coldly regarded the fallen adversaries. Even if Ajun were present, they would still be no match, especially in his current injured state. Yang Su smirked. "Mr. Chen," Pan Feng-er shouted once more, "are you hoping that Chen Yang will come to your aid? Or does he serve as your assurance for my hospitality?" Yang Su rose, laughing heartily. "You are in for a disappointment. He has likely sensed something amiss and fled long ago in no way." Pan Feng-er could hardly believe it. "Seize him." Yang Su waved his hand decisively. The bodyguard sprang into action, lunging towards Pan Feng-er and swiftly subduing her with a single move. "Yang Su, let me make this clear. You will never possess me. You will only end up with a corpse," Pan Feng-er bellowed. "Make sure she doesn't bite her tongue and end it all." Yang Su cautioned, "Do not worry, young master. In my presence, she cannot resort to such an act," the bodyguard replied with a cold smirk. As Pan Fenger, who continued to scream, her mouth was silenced by a strip of cloth. "Where is that Chen Yang?" Yang Su inquired. "Still uncertain. We need to search for him. Have the people at the restaurant been taken care of?" "Yes, all set. Let us go." Yang Su gestured, and the three descended the stairs. Arriving at the parking lot to find Chen Yang's vehicle still there, untouched, they scanned the area and spotted Chen Yang beneath a sycamore tree across the parking lot. "Well, he hasn't run away after all." Yang Su chuckled, slightly surprised. "Disable him, especially those eyes of his. It would be best to gouge them out." He harbored disdain not only for Pan Fenger's distinctive phoenix eyes, but also for Chen Yang's gaze, which seemed to view everything with a carefree indifference, as though he could see through it all. Yang Su had felt that penetrating look from Chen Yang earlier, and it left him feeling exceedingly unsettled. Understood, the slender bodyguard crossed the arching bridge, steadily approaching Chen Yang beneath the sycamore tree. As he drew near, Chen Yang remained as immovable as a mountain, causing the bodyguard's expression to grow serious. Although Chen Yang sat still, he emanated an inexplicable pressure. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up," Yang Su urged impatiently. The slender bodyguard suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. The young man before him was merely in his mid-20s. How could he possibly exert any real pressure? The true threats were those at the pinnacle of the first rank, or even masters. The team must be a mere illusion. Die. As he closed the distance to within 3 steps, the slender bodyguard suddenly struck Chen Yang's forehead with an open palm. The movement was swift, arriving in the blink of an eye. Even a peak first-rank expert would likely be caught off guard. Why seek death? Chen Yang's eyes suddenly snapped open, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he deflected the incoming attack, simultaneously striking towards the opponent's chest. He does possess some skill, the bodyguard thought, as he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. The first strike was a feint, as was the second. He intended to use the momentum to retreat and join forces with his companion. Years of experience in the underworld had made him cautious. However, when their palms met, the bodyguard's complexion changed dramatically. He could not leverage any power. The terrifying force emanated from Chen Yang's palm, instantly transmitting through the bodyguard's arm and directly into his chest. This internal energy was at least that of a late first-rank expert, if not the pinnacle. Attempting to prop himself up with both hands, he failed repeatedly, ultimately tilting his neck and losing consciousness. Old Lin, the tall bodyguard opposite, roared, "Is he truly that strong?" Yang Su exclaimed in disbelief. "Kill him." The tall bodyguard released Pan Fenger, intent on avenging his fallen companion, that we must prioritize the matter at hand. "Let's go," Yang Su urged as he hastily opened the car door. "We can seek revenge later." The tall bodyguard's expression fluctuated, yet he decisively forced Pan Fenger into the vehicle. Yang Su took the wheel himself. But after moving a mere 5 meters, the car nearly veered off the road. The rear tires were completely deflated. "Damn it, the tires have been punctured." "Old Wu, you blocked Chen Yang. I'll go to the private room and get the keys to Pan Fenger's car from the security." Yang Su exited the vehicle, heading straight for the farmhouse. Old Wu followed suit, making his way towards the arching bridge. Chen Yang had also approached, appearing calm and unhurried. The two arrived at the bridge simultaneously. "You disturb my cultivation. How do you wish to die?" Chen Yang inquired. "The one to die will be you." Old Wu struck first, both palms aimed at Chen Yang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh's palms sliced through the air with alarming speed, creating a multitude of phantom strikes that, "I shall crush you with my fists." Chen Yang retaliated with a punch, directly hitting the center of Old Wu's palms. As Chen Yang surged forward, his fist quaked. Boom! The force reverberated against Old Wu's palms, then struck his chest. "Damn it!" Old Wu exclaimed in horror. Realizing he could not retreat in time, he managed to step back half a pace, dissipating less than a fifth of the impact. The remainder of the internal force surged through his organs. Puffed. Old Wu collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. "Not a master." Old Wu stared at Chen Yang in disbelief. Cough, cough. Old Wu began to cough violently. Blood spilling forth, mingled with fragments of internal organs. "Damn it!" Yang Su's voice echoed from a distance. Sounding as if he'd seen a ghost, he abandoned the idea of retrieving the keys and instead sprinted towards his own vehicle. Chapter 48. The Leaf That Harms Yang Su. Witnessing Old Wu being effortlessly defeated by Chen Yang felt as though he had encountered a specter. Old Lin was at the initial stage of the first rank, while Old Wu was in the mid-stage. Both were hired at a great cost by his father. The Yang family could neither afford nor dare to maintain such individuals, as they were notorious in the underworld of European cities. Stained with much blood, ordinary families would not dare to employ them. To his astonishment, both had been vanquished by Chen Yang with such ease. Yang Su's only thought now was to capture Panfeng. Only then could he ensure his own survival. Without her, escape was impossible. Even if he fled into the mountains, he could not evade a master like Chen Yang. Desperately, Yang Su raced towards his vehicle. In truth, Chen Yang was closer, yet he did not rush, but walked at a leisurely pace. By the time he reached the car, Yang Su had already dragged Panfeng out and brandished a dagger. Pressing it against her throat, "Oh, not approach, or I shall kill her," he declared. "I am in control now, not you." Yang Su shouted angrily, "Back away, retreat to the bridge." The wind had picked up. Chen Yang neither retreated nor advanced. He simply closed his eyes. Indeed, the wind was blowing from the mountain pass, causing the distant sycamore branches to rustle. The earliest yellowed leaves, caught in the gusts, scattered around, landing atop Chen Yang and the others. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes and moved. With a flick of his right hand, it appeared as though he hurled something at Yang Xu. In the dim light of night, it was indistinguishable. But Yang Su suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His right hand, gripping the dagger aimed at Panfeng's throat, appeared to spatter with blood. Yang Su cried out, dropping the dagger to the ground. He glanced at the back of his right hand, where a line of blood had indeed appeared, akin to a cut from a blade. Yet Chen Yang held no knife. What the hell? Yang Su clutched his hand, gazing at the ground, where he saw a leaf stained with blood. A leaf? Indeed, a leaf. Chen Yang hurled it once more. Whoosh! The leaf sliced across Yang Su's neck, prompting another pained scream as he collapsed to the ground. He was genuinely frightened now. Even leaves could inflict harm? Regrettably, it was still insufficient. It merely grazed his skin. Chen Yang felt a twinge of disappointment, having expected a lethal blow, but it was evidently not enough. He had only scratched the surface. "Did you go out for some fresh air? Are you all right?" Chen Yang approached and freed Panfeng's wrists from their bindings. She tore the tape from her mouth and shook her head. "I am fine." She too was in shock. Her two bodyguards had been effortlessly dispatched by the slender bodyguard, yet Chen Yang had knocked him unconscious with a single strike. The more formidable Old Wu had been sent reeling, spitting blood from a single punch. This alone was enough to astonish her. However, what had truly stunned her was Chen Yang's ability to harm with mere leaves, a scene she had only ever witnessed on television. Now witnessed up close as the leaf grazed Yang Su's hand. Panfeng felt a chill wash over her face. Her father had claimed that Chen Yang's strength was at least at the pinnacle of the first rank and might even reach mastery. At the time, she had wondered if her father was exaggerating. How could someone so young possess such power? Now she realized that it was not exaggeration, but rather a conservative assessment. By the way, "Mr. Chen, what shall we do with him?" Panfeng inquired, glancing at the fallen Yang Su. "Kill him," Chen Yang replied coldly. "Please don't kill me." Yang Su scrambled to his feet, kneeling on the ground. "Mr. Chen, spare my life. I will pay any price. Do you think I need your money?" Chen Yang scoffed. "If you spare my life, I can reveal the mastermind behind your troubles. You dare negotiate with me?" Chen Yang's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe that if you remained silent, I would be unaware? Who else could it be but Ji Yunheng?" The moment they had met, Chen Yang had sensed something amiss in Yang Su's gaze. It was neither jealousy nor resentment. It resembled the way a hunter regards its prey. However, this was their first encounter, and there was no enmity between them. Why would Yang Su view him as prey? Initially, Chen Yang was puzzled, but during their meal, he had overheard Yang Su and Panfeng reminiscing about their time studying in Western Europe. They had both attended the University of Birmingham, where Ji Yunheng had also graduated, making him their senior. It then dawned on Chen Yang why Yang Su regarded him as such, a connection to Ji Yunheng. Yang Su likely contacted Ji Yunheng again, intending to gather for a meeting. As for how the conversation veered towards dealing with Chen Yang, he truly had no knowledge. Ji Hang, that insufferable buffoon, certainly relished making a spectacle of himself. The last time Lu Liz Hen and her associates encountered trouble, they were quick to implicate Ji Hang. Yet, when the investigation concluded, he was ultimately exonerated, which left Chen Yang somewhat astonished. Could it be that Ren Hanxiang struck some sort of deal with Ji Hang? Should he send someone to investigate? Soon enough, Chen Yang shook his head, deeming it unnecessary to squander time. Ji Hang would inevitably find himself within his grasp. Classmate Pan, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, spare me this time. Upon realizing that Chen Yang was aware of everything, Yang Su understood that appealing to him was futile and thus turned to Pan Feng. Do you recall that year in our sophomore class when someone bullied you? I was the one who stepped up for you. Well, Pan Fenger hesitated, a woman's heart ultimately swayed by compassion. Classmate Pan, I truly acknowledge my mistakes this time that I implore you to grant me a chance to survive. I promise I will never set foot in Hangsheng again and will never conspire against you. Yang Su raised his hand, swearing, I vow that if I break this promise, may lightning strike me down and I shall not die a peaceful death. Additionally, if you let me off the hook, I can leverage the Yang family's connections to help you access new product channels, free of charge. Mr. Chen, what do you think? Pan Fenger glanced at Chen Yang, unwilling to act unilaterally. Indeed, I am willing to invest, offering 100 million. Yang Su hurriedly interjected. Only 100 million? Are you attempting to insult me? Chen Yang's expression darkened. 200 million. No, 300 million. Yang Su replied. Would your father truly expend 300 million for you? A good for nothing? Chen Yang scoffed. If my father won't, I have 300 million in my own account, which I initially intended to invest in the Su family group. But they turned me down. Yang Su hastily clarified. Invest in the Su family group? Chen Yang paused, taken aback. And they rejected you? This is rather intriguing. Chapter 49. Yang Su's confession. Your Yang family certainly has a penchant for fanciful aspirations. On the journey back, after hearing Yang Su express his desire to invest in a new project by the Su family group, Chen Yang could not help but curse that it was no wonder Su Hanyan declined. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refuse that a company cannot solely rely on profitable projects. Like Huifeng, it too harbors its share of loss-making funds. However, as long as the overall sum remains profitable, the company can sustain its operations, using lucrative projects to support the unprofitable ones. Perhaps, next time, it could be the unprofitable project that unexpectedly turns a profit. Yet a company cannot have too many loss-making projects. Nor can it stretch itself too far. The Su family group has overreached that it would require cutting at least half of its project to find a viable path forward. Now, tell me about that Ji Hang fellow. Chen Yang shifted the topic. After graduating, he secured a position at a large enterprise, but seemingly failed to make an impact, leading to his resignation. Yang Su stated earnestly. Through my introduction, he joined my uncle's company as a marketing manager. But his performance was abysmal that he left within 3 months and subsequently hopped between several companies, none of which he stayed at for long. Despite his lofty titles as the son of an academician and the progeny of a doctoral advisor, he is merely an empty shell. Had it not been for the assistance of his mother when I attended the University of Birmingham, I would not have bothered with him. Panfer, driving, shot a glance at Yang Su. Realizing his classmate had indeed relied on connections to gain his position, Yang Su also caught her gaze and awkwardly cleared his throat. Oh, right, there's another matter. A few days ago, he suddenly called me, stating he was in Western Europe and wanted me to arrange for a few people to immigrate. Immigrate? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, 3 individuals, a middle-aged woman and 2 children, around 16 or 17 years old. Now it made sense. Chen Yang finally understood why. Despite Ji Hang being implicated, he remained unscathed when the company discovered an internal traitor. It was because Ren Hanxiang had negotiated terms with the behind-the-scenes masterminds like Tian Song. He took the blame while ensuring Ji Hang was spared. Ren Hanxiang needed Ji Yunhang's assistance to facilitate the immigration of his wife and children to Western Europe. It seems you wield considerable influence. Chen Yang mocked. Influence my foot? Immigration is no simple task. Yang Su spread his hands in exasperation. I am utterly incapable of handling it, and have already declined Ji Yunhang's request. Ji Hang, is well aware I cannot assist. But he knows I'm acquainted with some local thugs. His true aim was to have me help him obtain counterfeit documents. Counterfeit documents? Chen Yang chuckled that if Ren Hanxiang realized he was relying on the wrong person, he would likely break out of prison just to deal with Ji and Hang. Yes, for now, just keep that woman placated and find a place to settle her. If it comes to light, we can think of another plan. Yang Su nodded. Oh, you happen to know that woman? I do not, but she is the wife and child of the manager in our Huifeng business department, who was imprisoned for stealing company secrets. Give them to him, Chen Yang stated without hesitation. Give them to him? Yang Su faltered. He mentioned waiting until he secured control of the Su family group before compensating me. Given his character, I doubt he can seize the Su family group. Just give them to him. Why are you rambling on? Understood. Yang Su quickly acquiesced. Then take this fellow away. Chen Yang spoke coldly. Not worry about him fleeing, nor should you fret over any tricks the Yang family might employ. If they truly resort to scheming, tomorrow I shall head to Aocheng and obliterate the Yang family. A chilling intent enveloped Yang Su, who hurriedly waved his hands. Mr. Chen, I assure you I will not resort to any trickery. At this moment, he dared not entertain any schemes in the presence of the formidable Chen Yang, who left him with no opportunity. He had just informed his father of the situation over the phone, and his father was so astonished he could hardly speak, advising him not to act recklessly. The following morning, his father would personally come to negotiate for the release and offer an apology. Understood. Pan Fenger nodded. The next morning, Pan Fenger called. Mr. Chen, Yang Su's father, Yang Xiao, has arrived at in addition to the 300 million ransom. They are willing to merge their company with our Honghu group. Should I agree to this? What do you think? Chen Yang inquired. Their company indeed possesses substantial equipment and personnel that our Honghu group requires. Then agree to it. All right, Pan Fenger responded. They've suggested lunch together. Would you like to join us? There's no need. Understood. The Liao family resides in the southern part of Hangzhou, surrounded by lush vegetation. Their entrance is rather antiquated, evoking a sense of nostalgia and disrepair. The Liao family does not appear to have any particularly renowned enterprises. Do not be misled into thinking they have fallen from grace. They hold numerous controlling enterprises, with their industries spread far and wide. Historically, the Liao family has maintained a low profile, but they became memorable due to Liao Yuanming. Even the guards at their entrance seemed to be dozing off. However, Ji and Hang, lingering at the entrance, hesitated to step inside, fearing he might never return. Once he did, it was not until a Maybach approached that he raised his hand. Do you need something? The window rolled down, revealing a young man gazing at Ji and Hang. This young man bore resemblance to Liao Yuanming, but lacked his flamboyance and capriciousness, instead exuding a calm and reserved demeanor. Truly a young scion of a prestigious family. I have something for the head of the Liao family, Ji and Hang declared mysteriously. Just give it to me. And you are? Liao Yuanqing, so he is the second young master of the Liao family. Ji and Hang had already suspected, but had not dared to confirm. He hastily produced a document, but hesitated to hand it over. Liao Yuanqing frowned. The matter is this. If I provide you with this evidence, could you possibly invest some funds in the Su family group? Ji and Hang asserted, the Su family group is indeed worthy of investment. Uncle Quan drive. Liao Yuanqing prepared to close the window and leave. Clearly uninterested in Ji and Hang. Very well, no investment is fine, but please take a look. Ji and Hang quickly tossed the document through the window. Just as it was about to close, the vehicle stopped at the gate. Liao Yuanqing alighted and walked over to Ji and Hang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You wouldn't happen to be the son of academician Ji, would you? Indeed, that is slap. Liao Yuanqing raised his hand and struck Ji and Hang across the face. Why did you hit me? Ji and Hang touched his stinging cheek, bewildered. Our Liao family respects your father, a patriot devoted to the nation, but that does not mean we will tolerate your repeated provocations and insults towards our family's reputation. Liao Yuanqing said coldly, how could academician Ji have a son like you? Leave now, or my response will be more severe than a mere slap. I am not provoking. This is the truth. Ji and Hang protested indignantly. Liao Yuanqing's expression darkened, prompting Ji and Hang to scurry away with his tail between his legs. This was also why Ji and Hang had hesitated to approach the Liao family previously, even with evidence in hand. He had still been struck. However, he had at least achieved his objective. He refused to believe the Liao family would ignore this matter. Chapter 50. Just a thing of the past, father. This is what Ji Yunhang just handed to me. In the study of Liao Jia, presided over by the head of the household, Liao Hongpei, Liao Yuanqing respectfully presented the evidence he had recently acquired. This fellow actually dares to stir trouble again. Liao Hongpei merely cast a fleeting glance at the transfer record, instantly discerning its falsity. Having spared him once, he has truly become audacious. And you, what brings you here with such a thing? Can't you even discern for yourself? Father, I know it's fake, Liao Yuanqing asserted with gravity. Regardless of whether it is Uncle Zhong or Zhong Wenfei, they would never conduct their affairs in such a clandestine manner. Transferring funds through a secretary's account. How absurd. If they genuinely wished to annul the engagement, a simple statement would suffice. There would be no need for such convolutions. Why present this to me? Liao Hongpei's patience wore thin. For the sake of pride, his elder brother's direct involvement was already a misstep. Liao Yuanqing expressed his dissatisfaction. From the reports of the bodyguards, the disparity between my elder brother and Chen Yang is considerable. If my brother continues to train, he will still not match Chen Yang's prowess. Should the time come when he emerges and fails to prevail, the Liao family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. We must prevent such an eventuality. Upon hearing this, Liao Hongpei fell into silence. Perhaps outsiders perceive his son as inept, but as a father, Liao Hongpei recognized his son's capabilities at the age of 25. He ascended to the first rank, an unparalleled talent in the 3 centuries since the Liao family's rise. In terms of aptitude, there were scarcely a handful within the family who could rival Liao Yuanming. Over 300 years, with more than 300 male heirs from both collateral and direct lines, Liao Yuanming ranked among the top 5. This was despite Liao Yuanming's need to pursue other knowledge. Had he devoted himself solely to martial arts, his current strength might have been even greater. Chen Yang, being of a similar age to Liao Yuanming, and most a year or 2 older, could actually suppress Liao Yuanming, rendering a first-rate master into what outsiders might deem a waste. Such a gap in strength cannot be bridged in a short time. If Liao Yuanming, in his haste for results, were to confront Chen Yang prematurely, he would surely face defeat. If he were to train slowly and remain secluded, would that mean forsaking marriage and progeny? Zhong Wenfei would not wait indefinitely. At most 3 years that I end that span, it is unlikely that my son could catch up to Chen Yang. Yet we have made a promise to Zhong Wenfei. We cannot be unfaithful. Liao Hongpei furrowed his brow. If we were to accuse the Zhong family of breaking their promise using this forged evidence, it would only invite their ridicule. Father, we have not witnessed any evidence ourselves. It is the Zhang and Song families who have seen it and acted against Chen Yang, while we remain in the dark. Liao Yuanqing retorted coldly. Oh, Liao Hongpei chuckled. I had forgotten that your elder brother is accompanied by a cadre of sycophants who look up to him. Liao Yuanming was a quintessential playboy of Hang City, naturally attracting a group of similarly frivolous companions. While these scions may wield less power than the Liao family, they still belong to considerable families within Hang City, some boasting assets in the hundreds of billions. Indeed, upon seeing this evidence, they would be more than willing to assist my brother in dealing with Chen Yang, Liao Yuanqing remarked. Our family must ascertain the authenticity of the evidence we possess. But those ruffians will not care. Even if it is false, they will treat it as truth and act accordingly. Then it is settled. What brings you here? After finishing work in the afternoon, Chen Yang stepped out of the office building and spotted Shun Yun waving at him. Today is Friday. School ends early, so I thought I would come by to see the children at the orphanage. Since I was passing by, I thought I would check in on you first. Shen Yun said, her words lacking sincerity. Is that so? Chen Yang replied with a smile. Shen Yun turned her head slightly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, has your injury healed? Yes, Chen Yang nodded. About the last incident, I apologize. How about I treat you to a meal? Shall we go to the orphanage? The orphanage? They've already eaten by the time I arrived. Shen Yun stated seriously. She was not adept at lying, yet Chen Yang believed her. Then you choose a place. All right. Shen Yun beamed. Let us go. The car is waiting for us. Chen Yang followed Shen Yun into a black Audi. After a brief drive of about 10 minutes, they arrived at a Western restaurant. IT was not the luxurious kind, but rather charmingly decorated, offering a romantic ambience suitable for couples. Most patrons appear to be couples. The desserts here are quite delightful and reasonably priced. I used to enjoy coming here with friends, Chen Yang explained. Not a boyfriend, just a close friend. Oh, Chen Yang replied, taking Chen Yang by the hand and leading him to their reserved table. As soon as they sat down, Chen Yang felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning to look, he was taken aback. Seated diagonally across from him was Su Hanyin. Their eyes met, both expressing surprise at Ji Yunheng. Sitting opposite Su Hanyin, also sensed the tension and stood up, recognizing Chen Yang. "It's you, Mr. Chen. Do you two know each other?" Chen Yun asked, puzzled at ex-wife. Chen Yun was momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. What a coincidence. He is not only a divorced man, but a gold digger. Don't be deceived by him. Ji Yunheng raised his voice, ensuring those around could hear. Gold digger? Chen Yun laughed, turning to Ji Yunheng. Sir, casually slandering others is a crime. You know? Just as Ji Yunheng was about to defend himself, Chen Yun continued. Also, one should refrain from causing a scene in public, particularly in a Western restaurant. It is quite rude. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Laughter erupted from the surrounding tables. Ji Yunheng was taken aback, rendered speechless by a girl much younger than himself, nearly choking on his words. His face flushed with anger. I was merely trying to give you a friendly warning that, oh, thank you, kind stranger. Chen Yun replied with feigned politeness, then turned to Su Hanyin. Sister, let me also be a good Samaritan and warn you. The gentleman before you is likely a hypocritical charlatan, so don't be deceived that you.be quiet. Ji Yunheng flushed with anger. Just now, you didn't even say likely before accusing my brother Yang, yet he remained unfazed. Now, I merely suggest you might be a charlatan, and you're furious? Chen Yun teased. Setting aside the truth of the matter, the character of this individual is readily apparent. I speak the truth. He cannot refute it. He must swallow his anger. You falsely accused me and expect me not to be upset, yet you appear to be the one holding in your anger right now. Ji Yunheng was so incensed he nearly lashed out. Yunheng, we're here to eat, not to argue. Su Hanyin finally intervened, unable to bear the scene any longer. It's all right. It's all in the past. Chen Yang said indifferently, I'm full. Su Hanyin stood up, storming toward the entrance. However, the dishes had yet to be fully served, and she had barely touched her food. You will pay for this. Ji Yunheng glared fiercely at Chen Yang before chasing after her. Hanyin, wait for me. Chapter 51. Why must one seek validation? Hanyin, wait. Ji Yunheng hastily pursued, blocking Su Hanyin at the restaurant's entrance. Hanyin, there is no need for us to leave. Wouldn't he that imply we are cowardly? Su Hanyin hesitated, realizing the truth in his words that it was indeed a matter of the past. In a few days, they could finalize their divorce and sever all ties. Chen Yang had not spoken falsely. Why then was she still angry? Was it because she still harbored feelings for him? No, that couldn't be. She had long since forgotten him. Her anger stemmed solely from his cold demeanor. After 6 years of shared experiences, he had dismissed it all with a single phrase, the past. He was so callous and heartless. She had misjudged him back that Su Hanyin was angry with herself, not with Chen Yang. Chen Yang was simply that cold-hearted and despicable enough to pursue an innocent girl. We must expose his true nature, Ji Yunheng insisted. The one who should be angry is him, not you. Why should you leave? It's absurd. What astonished her further was that Chen Yun was also a student majoring in Chinese at Hang City University, currently in her senior year. This commonality ignited a lively conversation between them. Despicable, pursuing an undergraduate, Su Hanyin inwardly cursed. What infuriated her most was that every utterance of Brother Yang from Chen Yun felt like an invisible hammer striking her heart. So much so that she nearly overlooked the beautifully arranged flowers on the table, almost attempting to eat them. Ji Yunheng, witnessing this, clenched his fists in jealousy, knowing that Su Hanyin still held feelings for Chen Yang. Hanyin, I heard you used to send him living expenses every month. How much was it? Ji Yunheng inquired. His tone was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the nearby tables to overhear. He only handles laundry and cooking, yet he receives a monthly allowance of 100,000. Ji Yunheng scoffed. Brother Yang, you can cook too? Shinjun gazed curiously at Chen Yang. Indeed, my mother says that a man who can cook possesses a sense of responsibility, a delicate mind, and a caring nature, and has a good temper. leading to a happy and harmonious family. Ji Hang and Su Hanyan were both rendered speechless. What was intended as a disparaging remark was, astonishingly, taken as a virtue by this young girl. That Ji Hang chuckled, his laughter tinged with derision. What good is responsibility? A man who cannot make a name for himself in life, who cannot provide his children with the best resources and education, is doomed to remain at the bottom of society, trampled underfoot. Such a man is worthless, and it is laughable and tragic that your family holds him in such high regard. Shinjun did not dispute this. Instead, she continued in kind. Yes, our Shin family may indeed be laughable and tragic, but we are also very happy, and I would choose this so-called tragedy any day. That I wonder, Mr. Ji, is your family blissful? I have heard your parents are divorced. How do you know? Ji Hang stood up, glaring fiercely at Chen Yang. Enough, Mr. Ji. Brother Yang would never speak ill of others behind their backs, Shun Jun retorted with disdain. I not only know about your parents' divorce, but I have also met your father on multiple occasions. He has mentioned you several times, saying you are his pride, but what a pity. What a pity. Ji Hang squinted. What a pity. From what I see, you are hardly his pride, Shun Jun replied, shaking her head. You have met my father? Who exactly are you? I am Shun Jun, daughter of Shen Yanxi, academician Shun. Ji Hang was certainly familiar with that name, as he was a colleague of his father and one of the academicians. The next moment, a thought struck him. Your grandfather is Shan Nantian? Yes, my grandfather is also an excellent cook. Shun Jun smirked. Not just my grandfather, but my father and my second uncle can all cook splendidly. It seems to me that in your eyes, my entire family is worthless. Mr. Ji, I shall be sure to convey this sentiment to you. No, that's impossible. How could you possibly be the granddaughter of Shun Nantian? Ji Hang staggered back, his complexion changing dramatically, his mind buzzing. Who in Hangqing would dare speak ill of Shun Nantian? He was a true war hero, a figure of great repute. That to claim he was worthless would imply that anyone beneath him in status was likewise worthless. If this were to spread, how many people would he offend? His academician father could not protect him. He might even take matters into his own hands. Even Su Hanyan beside him was astonished. She, too, had heard of Shen Yang and Hangsheng. Only a few did not know of such a figure. Yin Hang began to sweat profusely. He never expected the granddaughter of Shen Nantian would appear here, and in such a modest guise that, in fact, Shun Jun had made an effort to dress up today, but she did not favor overly ostentatious attire. She wore a floral dress and light makeup, her hair cascading over her shoulders. She indeed resembled a fresh-faced, unpretentious girl next door, devoid of any airs of a scion from a prominent family. Yet, Shen Jun appeared to be truthful, and few would dare impersonate the granddaughter of Shun Nantian. It must be genuine. But how did Chen Yang come to know such a woman? It was evident that Shun Jun was pursuing Chen Yang, while Chen Yang seemed rather indifferent. How absurd! Even more terrifying was the fact that Ji Hang had insulted a member of the Shun family. Su Hanyan quickly nudged the dazed Ji Hang, and once he regained his composure, he hastily apologized. I am sorry. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me this once. His demeanor and tone were exceedingly sincere, a sincerity he had never displayed before. Mr. Ji, why must you go to such lengths? Let us each mind our own business. Nothing has happened. Shun Jun sighed. But you insisted on seeking attention. Are you satisfied now? Ji Hang lowered his head, not daring to utter a word, resembling a child caught in mischief. You should have learned from the last time at the Foundation Gala that trouble comes from the tongue. Yet you have not taken heed. Are you truly intent on disgracing your father's name? Shun Jun admonished. Yes, I understand my lesson and will remember it going forward. Brother Yang, how should we handle him? Shin Jun inquired of Chen Yang. Yunhan's heart leapt in his throat. If Chen Yang were to deal with this, it would surely spell his doom. Chen Yang would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Yin Hang was left in a state of shock, as was Su Hanyan, unable to comprehend the situation. I will heed my brother's advice. Shun Jun smiled, her dimples appearing on her cheeks. Brother Yang, let's continue our meal. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded. Let him off the hook? Who is so arrogant as to test me? A mocking voice drifted in from outside, as a young gentleman, flanked by two bodyguards, strode over with an air of entitlement. This young man, in his mid-20s, was rather handsome, exuding an even more pronounced arrogance, his gaze dismissively scanning those around him. He approached and fixed his gaze on Chen Yang. "Is it you they speak of? What is it to you?" Chen Yang retorted, "It concerns me greatly. That fellow is my little brother," the young man declared. Pointing at Ji Yun and Ji M, "My little brother has been bullied. So naturally, I must step in. Does he acknowledge that?" Chen Yang laughed. "Are you my little brother?" the young man asked Ji Yunhang. Ji Yunhang's expression shifted rapidly. He possessed his own pride and would not easily acknowledge someone as a superior, especially not someone younger than himself. However, this young man exuded an extraordinary presence, clearly of significant standing. He must have utilized evidence from the Liao family, who, unable to confront Chen Yang directly, sent someone else from another family to intervene. After losing face so publicly, he had to ensure Chen Yang faced repercussions. "What? You don't want to acknowledge me as Yi Yu's little brother? You still refuse?" the young man pressed, his expression darkening. "Why Yi Yu? From the Yi family?" Ji Yunhang felt a mix of anger and delight. He was somewhat familiar with the Yi family of Hangsheng. Not long ago, he and Su Hanyan had even visited the Yi family's company. The head of the Yi family was the vice president of the Hangsheng Chamber of Commerce and their private equity firm. While smaller than Huifeng, was a leading enterprise in Hangsheng, reportedly managing funds amounting to 500 billion that after Huifeng had terminated its investment, Su Hanyan had considered various alternatives, including seeking loans from banks and other financial companies, including the Yi family's private equity firm. However, upon hearing that Huifeng had pulled out, they had not sent anyone to investigate the Su group and had outright refused. The Yi family's firm had even stricter requirements for tangible investments than Huifeng, focusing primarily on stock funds, financial management, and trust funds, with a focus on high-rated investment targets with significant growth potential. The Su group couldn't even meet Huifeng's ratings, so they certainly would not waste their time or resources. Yi Yu is someone he must ingratiate himself with. "Yes, it would be a privilege for young Master Yi to be my elder brother," Ji Yunhang quickly replied. Ji Yunhang, Su Hanyan looked up, incredulity etched on her face. Her eyes filled with dissatisfaction and unfamiliarity. The once confident Ji Yunhang had now become such a figure. The face of academician Ji had certainly been disgraced. Shen Jun sighed, as well, but Ji Yunhang lowered his head. "Silent. Ha ha ha. Good. Splendid. Let's see how my elder brother helps you regain face. Yu laughed unabashedly. "Chen Yang, since my boss does not bully you, I won't either. Let us settle this one-on-one. Young Master Yi, we are in a restaurant, and we are dining. Must you disrupt our enjoyment?" Shun Jun interjected, appearing to admonish him. "Sister Jun?" Yi Yu, though recognizing the voice as familiar, had yet to see her. Chen Yang was facing the entrance, while Shun Jun sat opposite him, her back to Yi Yu, so he had initially failed to notice. Upon turning to look closely, he indeed saw Shun Jun, and his expression soured. Though this group of rascals acted with impunity, indulging in debauchery, they were also aware of certain taboos in Hangsheng that were best left untouched. Shun Jun was one such taboo. Moreover, the Shen family shared a close relationship with the Yi family. His grandfather and Shun Nantian had been comrades in arms. Furthermore, his sister and Shun Jun were close friends. They had attended the previous foundation gala together. Leaving like this would be a significant loss of face. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yu said with a serious tone, "Sister Jun, I merely wish to spar with Chen Yang, that I advise you to refrain. I am doing this for your own good." "For my own good? Are you implying I cannot win against him?" Yi Yu scoffed. "You may have practiced military boxing for a few years, but that little skill is hardly worth mentioning against Brother Yang. Your words offend me. We shall indeed spar today." Yi Yu's expression darkened as he turned to Chen Yang, looking down on him. Will not hide behind a woman. If you have any guts, step up and fight. Boring." Chen Yang replied dispassionately, "I find this sparring tedious. As for little brothers, I have no inclination to take any, especially not a female elder brother." Chen Yang smirked. "Damn." Ji Yunhang cursed inwardly. "You have no choice in the matter." Suddenly, Yi Yu launched an attack, throwing a punch straight at Chen Yang's face, even though they were in a restaurant. He acted without restraint. Chen Yang was reaching for a dish with his chopsticks when he noticed a punch coming his way. He deftly used his chopsticks to deflect Yi Yu's arm and kicked his knee. Bang! Yi Yu, in a moment of chaos, stumbled and fell onto the dining table, Splattering salad and red wine across his face, he quickly regained his footing, still intent on fighting, but a pair of chopsticks whistled past his cheek. Piercing straight into the table, sweat poured down Yi Yu's forehead. It was astonishing that such a sturdy table could be penetrated by chopsticks, which remained unbroken while the table bore a gaping hole. The sheer force was terrifying. Had those chopsticks struck his head, his skull would likely have shattered, impaling him. Young master, two bodyguards in black rushed forward. Stop. Your young master is already lost if you continue to act recklessly. Do you believe I won't call your family head right now? Shun Jun reprimanded angrily. Step back. Yi Yu spoke in a low voice. I concede. Brother Yang, let him go, Shun Jun pleaded, glancing at Chen Yang. Chen Yang took 2 steps back, allowing Yi Yu to rise. Wiping the salad and wine from his face, he looked at the chopsticks in Chen Yang's hand, which were remarkably intact. Yi Yu thought to himself that it was not unjust for Liao Laoda to lose. In truth, he believed Liao Yuanming wasn't entirely inept, but he had never witnessed Liao Yuanming in action. Now, he wished to prove Chen Yang's true strength that I am willing to accept defeat. From now on, I shall address you as boss whenever we meet. Yi Yu respectfully called out to Chen Yang before turning to leave, leading the bodyguard away. What should the little brother call Brother Yang? Shun Jun sneered. Casting a disdainful glance at Ji Yunhang, Ji Yunhang's expression soured, as if he had ingested a fly, and those around him shot him scornful looks. Let us go. Su Hanyin could no longer bear the atmosphere, and stood to leave. I truly feel sorry for Uncle Ji. How could he have such an incapable son? Shun Jun derided. It's one thing to lack ability, but to be so spineless as well did Ji Yunhang, who had not strayed far. Nearly collapsed upon hearing these words, Ji Yunhang, do not follow me. I do not know you, Su Hanyin said impatiently as she exited the restaurant. What happened to your former pride and confidence? You have truly disappointed me. Hanyin, my true intention was not to have Yi Yu deal with Chen Yang. I actually hoped the Yi family as private equity fund would finance us, Ji Yunhang explained. Had it not been for the prospect of their private equity fund, I would never have uttered those words earlier. If he had a reason to confront Chen Yang, he might have been in a good mood and could have funded our Su group. Who knew Yi Yu would turn out to be such a fool, just as foolish as Liao Yuanming? Had he seen the chopsticks pierce the table, he would not have spoken so carelessly. Unfortunately, he was blocked from seeing it by Yi Yu's face. Ji Yunhang had not even noticed the 2 holes left in the table, nor had Su Qingyun. Is that truly the case? Su Hanyin inquired. I swear on my life. If not, may the heavens strike me down. Enough. I hope you refrain from such actions in the future. I would rather see the Su group go bankrupt than exchange my dignity for funds. Su Hanyin replied solemnly. Understood. Ji Yunhang replied earnestly. I am certainly the type who would rather stand and die than kneel and live to be, while selling off a portion of our projects to others. We could gather some capital. That way, we could manage the expenses at the end of the year, of course. This assumes everything goes smoothly, without any unforeseen complications. Otherwise, we may not last until year-and.as for the nearly 200 million in expenses coming in the spring. Su Hanyin had her own plans to be, why cutting more than half of the company's projects. We could lighten our load, potentially improving the company's rating. And wasn't Zhong Wenfei advocating for fairness? Once the Su Group meets the Foundation's investment criteria, Zhong Wenfei should be willing to finance us, right? By the way, how is the situation on your end progressing? Su Hanyin asked. Only 60 million. Su Hanyin was taken aback. This figure was 2 million short of even her worst estimates. It's unavoidable. The acquiring party is aware of our cash flow issues and is deliberately lowballing us. Has it been sold yet? Not yet, Ji Yunhang replied. That I believe these projects are the result of your hard work and dedication. And I hesitate to let them go. There's still some time until the fiscal year ends, so there's no rush. Perhaps we can fetch a better price that you've done well, Su Hanyin said, nodding appreciatively. That is my duty. Shen Jun had originally planned to go to the movies, but Chen Yang declined, citing he had matters to attend to. Shen Jun watched Chen Yang's departing figure with disappointment. Indeed, Chen Yang had matters to attend to. Pan Fenger had called, wanting to meet for a discussion, and Yang Su also had something to report. Chen Yang had little desire to visit the Pan family and instead arranged to meet at a villa by Westlake. When Chen Rulan left, she entrusted the keys to Chen Yang, who had yet to stay there, but the place was always maintained by staff. after sitting by the lakeside wooden corridor for a few minutes. Pan Fenger arrived, accompanied by Yang Su and his father, Yang Xiao. They had been discussing the company's merger for several days, which was not merely a matter of signing a contract. The Yang family would not simply hand over their company to Honghu Group. And their family business, like Honghu Group, was publicly traded, involving numerous shareholders and complex interests. Mr. Chen, this is Mr. Yang Xiao, Pan Fenger introduced. Please, have a seat. There were no seats available within a few meters of them. But there was a gazebo nearby with benches. However, they opted to stand respectfully instead. Mr. Chen, I can stand, Yang Xiao said, not daring to make any demands. Perhaps the Yang family possessed some wealth and could afford to hire top-tier experts. But with mid-tier experts being ruthlessly defeated, it was challenging for him to find stronger allies. By choosing to meet them here, Chen Yang was subtly asserting his power. This property was exceedingly limited in number, and even wealth alone could not secure it. It required influence, which the Pan family could not obtain. However, Chen Yang had no intention of flaunting his strength. He sought a tranquil environment to enhance his capabilities. The bottleneck he encountered could no longer be overcome merely by relentless practice. Earlier in the year, he had trained daily at dawn, but progress was painfully slow. Recently, he experienced a sudden epiphany, leading to rapid advancement. Now, practicing martial arts yielded diminishing returns. Only a few days prior, he had meticulously refined his technique beneath a parasol tree, achieving a profound understanding of his own martial arts and power. It seemed he had reached an apex, with the next level likely requiring the harnessing of natural forces. This was Chen Yang's realization, which is why he had developed the technique of leaf striking. Yet it merely grazed the surface, indicating he had only scratched the surface of this understanding. The noisy apartment was not conducive to contemplation, prompting his choice of this serene location. Speak, what is the matter? Chen Yang inquired. It is like this. Following the merger of the Yang Group and a Honghu Group, due to my limited experience and my father still recuperating in the hospital, could you, Mr. Chen, come aboard as a director? Pan Fenger tentatively asked. Are you worried that the father and son duo may have ulterior motives and wish for me to intervene? Chen Yang narrowed his eyes at Yang Xiao and his no need for such trouble. If you are genuinely concerned, I can eliminate them on the spot. A chilling aura enveloped the space, and Yang Xiao felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, the cold seeping into his bones. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he truly grasped Chen Yang's terrifying presence. Such murderous intent and momentum likely surpassed that of an ordinary mortal realm. It was fortunate he had not found a stronger expert than mid-tier. Otherwise, in a real confrontation, he would certainly be utterly defeated. Mr. Chen, Yang Xiao stammered, my son and I harbor no ill intentions. Should there be any, please feel free to eliminate us both. That would be best. Chen Yang continued. Let Miss Pan serve as the director, and I believe Mr. Yang will fully cooperate with her. Indeed, I will wholeheartedly support Miss Pan. Yang Xiao nodded repeatedly to Mr. Chen. I understand what to do now, Pan Fenger replied, producing an agreement. This is a share of the stock that our Pan and Yang families wish to present to you as a token of respect. It is not much, totaling 20%, and I hope you'll accept it. Chen Yang neither accepted nor rejected. Are there any other matters? Mr. Chen, I have a report to make. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. This involved funds they had invested, possibly even his mother's private savings. Was Su Hanyin finally about to sell at a loss? Had he known it would come to this, he would not have expended such great effort initially. He could simply register a new company and purchase it under that name. Understood. I will take care of it. Chapter 54. Sweet dreams, however. His strength is truly exceptional, and he may possess significant connections. Do not let yourself be ensnared in this situation. My goodness. Lao Yi, when did you become so timid? This is not merely a matter of courage. I genuinely feel that Chen Yang possesses an unsettling aura. Yu stated earnestly. Moreover, this matter has little to do with us. You lost to him and lost face. Are you truly content with that? Fine, I am confident. With 2 late-stage first-tier experts, I refuse to believe we cannot subdue him. My word, your Song family has only 3 late-stage first-tier masters. Are you really sending out 2 at once? Yu was taken aback. This is indeed a considerable commitment. You truly think I am here to court death? Song Lian declared with pride. Even if Chen Yang is at the peak of the first tier, my family's two great experts can still put up a fight together. Well, do as you wish. Yu ended the call. Jing Shu, Sheng Shu, let us depart. Song Lian glanced at the two elderly men in their 50s or 60s seated in the back. Understood. The two elders, dressed in black tang suits, appeared less than pleased based on their tone and expressions that it was already past 10 o'clock, and they would typically be preparing for bed. Being summoned by Song Lian, they were understandably reluctant. This was not a directive from the family head, but rather Song Lian's personal initiative. A clandestine outing. Were it not for Song Lian being one of the heirs of the Song family, they would not have secretly accompanied him. Moreover, to have them come out to deal with a youth of 25 or 26, especially in tandem, what face would they have left if this were spread? Let us go. Song Lian directed the bodyguard in the front passenger seat. The bodyguard nodded, exited the vehicle, scaled the villa's high wall, and stealthily approached the security booth behind the gate, incapacitating the guard before opening the main entrance. Jing Shu and Sheng Shu would not take the back door or climb over. They strode confidently inside. The two bodyguards, one serving as both driver and protector, took the lead in searching the premises. They reached the second floor without success, ultimately spotting a figure by the lake in front of the villa. As they drew nearer, within a dozen meters, illuminated by the bright moonlight, they saw a person sitting cross-legged, utterly still. Jing Shu and Sheng Shu exchanged glances, both taken aback. Chen Yang exuded an air as if he were melding into the environment itself. From him, they sensed very little aura. There were only two possibilities. One, that Chen Yang was indeed an exceedingly ordinary person. The other, that he had returned to simplicity. Yet both men dismissed the latter notion simultaneously. For returning to simplicity was a trait of a master. Chen Yang could not possibly be a master. However, according to Yiyu's account, he had lost to Chen Yang. While everyone considered Yiyu, Song Lian, and Liao Yuanming as spoiled youths, Yiyu is somewhat of an exception. The elder of the Yi family had long since transitioned from the war zone and had single-handedly built the current splendor of the Yi family. Nevertheless, the elder had established a rule that all descendants must serve in the military. Whether it was Yiyu's father, his uncles, or Yiyu himself, all had undergone military training. Jing Shu and the others knew that Yiyu had practiced military boxing under his grandfather from a young age and was indeed quite formidable, having trained in the army for 2 years, easily defeating ordinary individuals. Yet he still lost to Chen Yang, indicating that Chen Yang was no ordinary person. That was indeed troubling. Both Jing Shu's expressions grew somber, and Song Lian beside them looked somewhat astonished, prompting him to instruct the bodyguard nearby. You go and test Chen Yang's limits, and no need. Jing Shu raised his hand, declaring that he and Sheng Shu would take action together. Regardless of whether he was a dragon or a snake, they would force him to the ground. To speak of fear so eloquently. I must commend you. Chen Yang opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at the two elderly men. You. Sheng Shu's face flushed with anger. You seek death. No sooner had he spoken than he charged directly at Chen Yang without waiting for his companion. I could see their age. How could they be so impetuous? Just based on you. Sheng Shu sneered. Die. The two engaged without any tricks, palms meeting palms, inner strength clashing against inner strength, each testing the depth and dominance of their power. Bang! Their palms collided, producing a dull thud. In that instant, Sheng Shu's expression changed drastically. Chen Yang's internal energy was infused with many elements not belonging to internal energy. It was even more domineering. This is bad. As Sheng Shu attempted to withdraw, it was already too late. Poof! Sheng Shu was sent flying, crashing into Jing Shu, who had followed closely behind. Jing Shu reacted quickly, managing to catch Sheng Shu and stagger back, dissipating much of the force. However, when he finally halted, he realized that his companion's vitality was rapidly fading. Sheng Good. This. Jing Shu's face was filled with despair and shock. Big brother, cough, cough, cough. Sheng Shu weakly opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet ultimately could not find the words, as his internal organs lay shattered. Soon his neck slumped, and he perished. Look, he sleeps so soundly now. Chen Yang sneered. Was it carelessness? Jing Shu turned, roaring as he charged at Chen Yang. I will not be careless. Let us see who dies. He was not careless. launching himself with all his strength, channeling every ounce of internal energy, unleashing an enraged palm strike. Bang! Similarly, he too was sent flying, collapsing beside his fallen companion. His breath came in shallow gasps, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his companion's unblinking eyes. He finally understood what his companion had meant. Jingshu. Song Lian rushed over. Big. Jingshu also opened his mouth, intending to express his thoughts, but he died even faster than his companion, uttering a single word before his life slipped away. What was so big? Song Lian was nearly driven to despair to go down and ask them. You'll find out. Chen Yang stepped forward, reaching for Song Lian. Young master, run. The two bodyguards accompanying Song Lian knew they were no match for Chen Yang. Yet they charged forward to block him. Bang bang. With just 2 strikes, Chen Yang sent the 2 bodyguards flying into the nearby lake, before Song Lian could flee more than a couple steps. Chen Yang caught up to him, gripping the nape of his neck and lifting him up, intending to crush him on the spot. Chen Yang, please do not kill me. We are in the same boat. Song Lian exclaimed, in the same boat. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, releasing his grip and looking down at the prostrate Song Lian. Clarify, or I will make your life a living hell. Chapter 55. Flooding the Dragon King Temple. For the first time, Song Lian felt the suffocation of being gripped by the nape of his neck. That it seemed that with just a squeeze from Chen Yang's fingers, he would meet his end. That scoundrel you must have deliberately concealed Chen Yang's strength, or, feeling hopeless, dared not accompany him. This time, the Song family had dispatched 2 late-stage first-tier experts, seemingly confident, yet Yu did not dare to come. This already indicated a significant issue. My patience is limited. Chen Yang's cold voice resonated. Song Lian knelt on the ground, explaining, Mr. Chen, no. Chen Yi, we at Juding Private Equity Fund have a partnership with your Huifeng. My father is very close with your general manager Tian. We are indeed in the same boat. I am the manager of Huifeng, and you are from Juding. What do you mean by being in the same boat? Chen Yang feigned ignorance. You still do not understand? Song Lian was taken aback. You can call General Manager Tian to verify. Kill you, and I shall ask him afterward. No, Chun Yi, please do not kill me. I do not know much about the inner workings, but I do know that General Tian and we have a partnership. Song Lian hastily bowed his head. And you should also be a person close to General Tian. We truly are in the same boat. Call Tian Song, and let him come personally to explain. Chen Yang spoke solemnly. I do not have his number. Then call your father. Yes, I will call him right away. Song Lian took out his phone, and as soon as the call connected, he shouted for help. Father, save me. I am being held by Chen Yang. That he wanted to say more, but Chen Yang had already snatched the phone from him and hung up. Chen Yang sat down, waiting patiently, and sure enough, within 5 minutes, Tian Song called. Brother Chen, I heard you captured Song Lian. If he comes to my house, it would be fortunate if I do not kill him. Chen Yang replied coldly. The Song family's influence is not weak. Their partner, the Yi family, is connected to the war zone. Brother Chen, you should let him go. The Juding Private Equity Fund is not solely owned by the Song family. There are several partners, and the Yi family is among them. Ridiculous, he wants to kill me, and I am to let him go. On what grounds? Tian Song fell silent for a moment. Brother Chen, this matter is significant. Why not release him for now, and I will explain everything to you in detail tomorrow. Whatever you have to say it now. It is about this. Our Huifeng has a partnership with Juding Private Equity Fund. I have never heard of such a thing. It is not something that can be explained over the phone. Then come here to speak in person at Villa number 3 on West Lake Road. Chen Yang replied impatiently. I will give you an hour. After 1 hour, Song Lian will die. Brother Song, your son has intruded into someone else's home. Chen Yang seems to be genuinely enraged. This is a difficult situation to handle. Tian Song called Song Kwa, expressing his dilemma. Do you want me to go personally to explain? If I do not handle it well, your son will die. Does he still hold any value? Song Kwa coldly inquired. Then kill him and take the bank card. How will we explain this to the Zhong family? After all, Chen Yang saved Zhong Wenfei. With the deed set in stone, would the Zhong family truly risk everything for the sake of a Chen Yang? Song Kwa scoffed. Indeed, Tian Song nodded, but it would be wise not to provoke the Zhong family. Here's the plan. I will go over first. If reason fails, then we shall eliminate him. Prepare your men to lie in wait outside. Once I depart, you may act. Tian Song preferred not to get his hands dirty. He wished to avoid inciting the Zhong family's wrath. After all, it was Song Lian who had instigated this situation, and he did not wish to bear the responsibility. And my son must not die, Song Kwa reminded him. Understood. Should negotiations collapse, my men will ensure your son's safety. I can guarantee that, Tian Song concluded, hanging up the phone and heading with his bodyguard straight to Villa No. 3 at Westlake. Upon arriving at the villa, the front door stood wide open, and the hall was brightly lit. Tian Song surveyed the surroundings with envy, remarking, I wondered why Chen Yang, despite saving Zhong Wenfei, remains so impoverished. The Zhong family has not been ungrateful. They have offered a villa instead of cash. This property alone is valued at over 500 million, highly sought after yet scarce. Only a truly prominent family, like the Zhong family, could secure such a purchase. If Chen Yang were to sell, offers of $1 billion would be eagerly accepted. It simply illustrated the Zhong family's generosity. What luck! Tian Song envied Chen Yang's fortune, lamenting why he could not encounter such serendipity. However, he quickly refocused on his mission, hastening his steps toward the illuminated hall. Inside, Chen Yang sat on the sofa, with Song Lian kneeling beside him. He is alive. Tian Song had feared Chen Yang might have killed him, which would certainly provoke Song Kwa's wrath and lead to Chen Yang's demise. He was not yet ready to see Chen Yang dead. He had also promised the Pan family to turn Chen Yang over to Pan Yunxiang for retribution. Pan Yunxiang surely desired more than just a corpse. He likely wished to avenge his son personally. Mr. Chen truly enjoys such a residence. It is quite enviable, Tian Song remarked. Sensing the atmosphere was tense, he intended to initiate some casual conversation. The Zhong family certainly has no grievances against Mr. Chen. The Zhong family? Chen Yang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. This house does not belong to the Zhong family. It has always been a property of the Chen family. Prior to my studies at Hangzhou University, the Chen family acquired it. It has served as a vacation home for family members, and my mother has visited Hangzhou a few times and stayed here. The Chen family possessed numerous properties across the nation. Maintaining such a large villa must incur significant expenses each month? Tian Song inquired. I only visit occasionally. Just a day or two here can be quite refreshing, Chen Yang replied. Tian Song intended to continue the light-hearted conversation, but noticed the resentful look from Song Lian, prompting him to adopt a serious tone. Brother Chen, let us discuss matters of importance. Oh, you still remember to discuss serious matters? Song Lian cursed inwardly. Since arriving with Chen Yang, he had remained on his knees, his legs now numb. Now that you're here, why stray into trivialities? To be honest, Huifeng does not have any business dealings with Zhu Ding, but privately we do have some connections, Tian Song explained. As you know, every industry has its undercurrents. Everyone seeks to support one another. As for the specifics, Brother Chen will gradually come to know. Rest assured, we will not allow you to incur losses this time. Song Gongzi's actions against Brother Chen have been akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King Temple. The Song family is willing to compensate for Brother Chen's losses. Name your price, and let us see how we might let Song Gongzi go. Gradually reveal. Chen Yang laughed. Song Lian knows full well we are in the same boat, yet he still seeks to harm me. He does not regard me as one of his own. This is not a flood overwhelming a temple. It is a deliberate deluge targeting a wild shrine, is it not? He does not know. Tian Song retorted, he knows. Chen Yang asserted that I do not wish to argue about this matter with you. Tian Song, growing impatient, stated, I need only to ask you one thing. Will you let this person go or not? Chapter 56. It is too late to know now. Chen Yang fixed his gaze upon Tian Song. Initially, Tian Song met Chen Yang's eyes without fear, exuding a palpable tension. However, gradually, Tian Song faltered, unable to maintain eye contact, though his tone remained assertive. I must take this person today. It is for your own good. If Song Lian dies here, you shall accompany him. Ultimately, you still look down on me, regarding me as merely a leech, do you not? Chen Yang queried. Were it not for the several billion in funds I hold, I doubt you would even spare me a glance. Chen Yang continued. Had I not retained my value, you would have long since allowed the Pan family to trouble me. You should understand, the Pan family has not sought vengeance against you because we suppressed this matter. Tian Song replied coldly, "Doubt if we do not assist you. The Pan family will come here at dawn to exact revenge for Pan Xianhai. Did I truly kill him?" Chen Yang asked, smiling as he looked at the bodyguard beside Tian Song. "If you did not kill him, then who did?" Tian Song sneered. "You're the only one who fought against Pan Xianhai." Tian Zong, Pan Xianhai died from severe internal injuries. Do you believe I possess such formidable inner strength to shatter his organs? Chen Yang spread his hands. "Come now. Keep pretending. Had I not just witnessed you slay a late-stage master with a single palm strike, perhaps I would have believed you." Song Lian silently cursed Chen Yang in his heart. His sole desire was to escape this cursed place as swiftly as possible, hoping his father would refrain from sending anyone else. Whoever came would surely meet their demise. He did not trust Chen Yang's words. Yet Tian Song seemed to believe him. Narrowing his eyes as thoughts raced through his mind, it appears the Pan family is aware of the truth now. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded. "I see now. No wonder you dare to oppose me. You have already formed a partnership with the Pan family." Tian Song surveyed the surroundings. "Their people must be lying in wait here. Let them come forth." Pan Feng'er emerged from behind the hall, pushing her father, seated in a wheelchair, into view. Having been stabbed by Jiang Yani, Pan Yunxiang had yet to recover, unable to engage in vigorous activity, and could only sit in the wheelchair. "Where are the others? Bring them all out," Tian Song continued. "Ha!" Tian Song laughed heartily. "Brother Pan, you underestimate me too much. Since you are aware it was my bodyguard who acted, you must also recognize his strength. I would relish killing you myself to avenge my son. But alas, this is Mr. Chen's domain. How could I overshadow him?" Pan Yunxiang explained, "Just because he is a leech? I concede he possesses some strength. But it is limited." Tian Song laughed even more recklessly. "I too acknowledge he has some cunning, yet it is hardly abundant that I, in that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Lao Li alone can handle you all. Since the truth is out, no witnesses can be spared. Anyway, with Song Lian here, he came to rescue Song Lian. Let the Song family deal with this mess, perhaps even casting all the blame upon them." "No, Tian Zong, do not act," Song Lian urgently shouted. Bang! Tian Song's bodyguard, Lao Li, stepped forward, his aura erupting at that moment. Moments ago, he had concealed his presence, appearing as an ordinary person, but now he transformed entirely, exuding a menacing energy. "A peak master?" Chen Yang scoffed. "Now you know. To die by my hand would be your fortune." Lao Li coldly laughed, leaping forward, striking towards Chen Yang's face with a swift palm. The action was instantaneous. Bang! Chen Yang met the attack with his own palm. "Oh, dare clash with a peak master. You truly lack judgment." Lao Li felt a jolt as a wave of sinister inner energy surged from within him, colliding against Chen Yang's palm. The inner force was overwhelmingly fierce and domineering, yet to transcend to the realm of transformation, a peak master must learn to balance strength and softness. It is this blend of softness and subtlety that constitutes the lethal technique of transformation masters. Yet today, Lao Li miscalculated. This wave of subtlety failed to penetrate Chen Yang's palm, reaching his vital organs. Instead, upon collision, he was met with a crushing force from Chen Yang. Not only did it fail to injure Chen Yang in the slightest, but an even more peculiar force emanated from Chen Yang's palm, striking Lao Li. Lao Li's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively struck his left palm against his right arm. Crack! His right arm dislocated, dangling in the air, and he let out a muffled groan, stumbling backward. Yet he managed to use the self-inflicted injury to dissipate Chen Yang's power, preventing that strange force from wreaking havoc on his vital organs, a decisive move to preserve oneself. Chen Yang commended, "But does this mean you can escape death?" The second palm followed swiftly. Lao Li no longer dared to clash, not even a counterattack. Having lost one arm, he could no longer unleash his full strength. Now he could only clumsily evade, narrowly avoiding several blows. However, he could not escape the fifth strike. It swept across his arm, sending him crashing to the ground. Chen Yang's attack followed closely, and Lao Li, aware of his imminent defeat, immediately shut his eyes and declared, "I am willing to submit." The palm, mere centimeters from Lao Li's forehead, halted. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded down Lao Li's brow. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. Henceforth, I, Li Wanpeng, am willing to follow you and serve you faithfully. Lao Li said with deep respect. How can this be possible? Tian Song trembled all over. He was acutely aware of Li Wanpeng's prowess, a peak first-tier expert, with few rivals. How could he not withstand even a single strike? Is this truly the Chen Yang who was once considered a parasite? Nothing is impossible, Chen Yang replied with a cold smile. Yet are you truly a member of the Chen family? Tian Song's eyes widened as he stared at Chen Yang. A scion of an ordinary family could not possess such formidable strength unless he were a genuine heir of a prestigious lineage. This thought led Tian Song to associate Chen Yang with the influential Chen family behind Hui Feng and to Chen Ruolin. Tian Song slumped onto the sofa. Yuda, you are quite cunning. I finally understand why Hui Feng provides such generous funding to the Su family. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and commanded, dispose of Tian Song. Understood. Li Wanpeng rose to his feet. Although his right arm was temporarily incapacitated, a peak first-tier expert could easily handle an ordinary person like Tian Song. Li Wanpeng. I saved you, Tian Song protested angrily. Over the years, I have performed numerous underhanded deeds for you. The debt of gratitude from years ago has long been repaid, Li Wanpeng replied sternly. Tian Song suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 57. Grandmaster? Facing imminent death. Isn't it amusing? Chen Yang scoffed. I laugh at you. Chen Yang, the illustrious heir of the Chen family, who has squandered 5 years as a useless person. Tian Song's laughter grew more pronounced. I mock your Chen family for misappropriating company funds to invest in the underqualified Su family. If this gets out, it will be a scandal, and your family will be disgraced. I laugh, because even if you capture me, you will gain no useful evidence from me. Is that so? Chen Yang chuckled. First, although I was a useless person for 5 years, it allowed me to focus on my training, and my strength has surged to an enviable level. Second, the funds invested in the Su family are not from Hui Feng, but from my mother's private wealth. Investments made by a mother for her daughter-in-law's company cannot be construed as embezzlement. Third, I have learned from Xie Xingrong that your group has incriminating evidence held over you by your colleagues. You would rather die than implicate your comrades. Therefore, I never intended to obtain any evidence from you. I have come to realize that dealing with people like you requires no such evidence, that I have plenty of time to root out these scoundrels one by one and eliminate them. Even if your families flee abroad, I will pursue them relentlessly. So, what is there to laugh about? You, a failure, have nothing to be amused by. Tian Song's laughter abruptly ceased, and his already pale face turned crimson with suppressed rage. Remembering his family, he bellowed, Chen Yang, do not bring harm to my family. What did you say? Chen Yang slapped Tian Song across the face, shattering his teeth. Blood and shattered teeth filled Tian Song's mouth. Silencing him. Still laughing? Chen Yang leaned down to ask. Tian Song ceased to smile, his face more sorrowful than tears. If I cooperate fully, will you spare me? Now you're willing to cooperate. Chen Yang laughed. Though his mirth faded within 3 seconds, his tone turning frigid. But as I said earlier, I have no desire to obtain any evidence from you. Did you truly think I was joking? Do I seem like someone who jokes? After finishing his words, he grasped Tian Song's shoulder and flung him aside. Tian Song crashed face first to the ground, sliding until he came to rest before Pan Yunxiang's wheelchair. Mr. Tian, when you killed my son, did you ever consider today? Pan Yunxiang asked, looking down from his elevated position. Tian Song fell silent, unable to utter a word. Kill him. Pan Yunxiang waved his hand decisively. The bodyguards nearby sprang into action. Approaching Tian Song and seizing his head, twisting it abruptly, a sickening crack echoed as Tian Song's neck snapped. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Go and bring in the Song family members outside. Informing them that I have resolved the matter, Chen Yang instructed Li Wanpeng, who stood nearby. Please, Mr. Chen, spare them. Song Lian pleaded, desperately clutching Chen Yang's leg. The Song family currently had only one peak first-tier expert left. The others numbered only 3 or 5, and if they all entered, it would be akin to walking into a death trap that if they perished here, the Song family would be finished. Then it depends on whether your father is sensible. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. I Wanpeng exited, and after 4 or 5 minutes, the sound of vehicles approaching filled the air. They parked directly on the lawn outside the hall. More than 20 bodyguards clad in black disembarked from the cars. Song Lian's father, Song Kuang, entered the hall surrounded by bodyguards, but he did not see what Li Wanpeng had claimed regarding Chen Yang. Instead, he was greeted by the sight of Tian Song's lifeless body. Yet, Song Kuang did not flee in panic. After all, he had brought over 20 bodyguards and several peak first-tier experts. Although there were skilled fighters by Chen Yang's side, he believed that he could overwhelm Chen Yang in a collective assault. Pan Yunxiang, so it was you who aided Chen Yang, Song Kuang said coldly. Are you intent on opposing the Song family? Pan Yunxiang smiled slightly. The Pan family merely pursues M.R.Chen.as for who we oppose. If your Song family stands against Mr. Chen, then you become our enemies, pursuing Chen Yang. Ah! Song Kuang laughed heartily at a parasite unworthy of your pursuit. Dad, I have allied with Mr. Chen. We are on the same side. Song Lian urged, desperately signaling to his father. Had it not been for Chen Yang's earlier warning to speak less, Song Lian would have loudly reminded his father that this was no mere parasite, but a formidable force. You too have allied with Chen Yang. What a disgrace, Song Kuang berated. IKT seems you are unfit to be the heir of the Song family. From now on, you have forfeited your claim to inheritance. Dad, Chen Yang is a grandmaster. Song Lian shouted in a fit of desperation to the grandmaster. Huh. Song Kuang turned to Chen Yang, laughing exaggeratedly. You resort to such lies to coerce my submission, even forcing my son to intimidate me alongside you. Do you think I am easily frightened? Not only did Song Kuang disbelieve, but the 20 or so bodyguard behind him also cast scornful glances at a grandmaster was already an impressive title, a realm desired by countless martial artists. Yet a grandmaster, they dared not even entertain the notion that 25 or 26-year-old grandmaster. It seemed impossible. As Song Lian spoke, tears filled his eyes. Previously by the lakeside, Uncle Jing and Uncle Shang had been effortlessly killed with a single strike. In their dying moments, they had spoken of something grand, yet their words had remained unfinished. Song Lian had pondered what they had meant by grand until just now, when Li Wanpeng, Tian Song's bodyguard, had also succumbed to a single, effortless strike from Chen Yang that a bold, even chilling realization had struck him. Grandmaster, not merely a master, but a grandmaster. Above the first tier lies the master, and above the master lies the grandmaster. Of course, this distinction is relative to experts. Under the guidance of 3 peak first-tier experts, Song Lian had achieved mid-second-tier strength, having cultivated his inner energy, easily capable of handling 10 ordinary individuals, while his strength paled compared to experts. He frequently conversed with Uncle Jing and the others, understanding that beyond the master lay the grandmaster, a realm transcending ordinary mortals. Previously, he had believed that the master was the ultimate limit. However, the path of martial arts knows no bounds. From Chen Yang's display, it was evident that he had exceeded those limits, though it was difficult for Song Lian to believe that Chen Yang had attained the status of grandmaster. He had no choice but to accept it. Bring them in, kill! Song Kuang waved his hand decisively. I am eager to see what kind of grandmaster he truly is. I have never encountered one before. Chapter 58. Curious? More than 20 bodyguards charged at Chen Yang simultaneously. Song Kuang stood at the back, a cold smile on his lips. A grandmaster. In his lifetime, he had never heard of any family producing one-masters, yes. He had even witnessed one, rumored to be impervious to blades and bullets. If you are indeed a grandmaster, then how do you explain the wounds on your arm? If you truly wish to masquerade as a grandmaster, at the very least, conceal your injuries. How laughable! Bang! Bang! The first 2 bodyguards to approach Chen Yang were sent flying with a single strike. The third and fourth These bodyguards, whether at the second-tier or first-tier level, failed to even brush against Chen Yang's garments. With one move, Chen Yang sent them crashing several meters away, shattering glass along the way. Each time a bodyguard fell, Song Kuang's face twitched in disbelief. Chen Yang's strength was undeniably formidable. Absurdly so. He surpassed these bodyguards by an unfathomable margin, existing on an entirely different plane. Even if Chen Yang is not a grandmaster, he is at least a pinnacle first-class expert, or perhaps even a half-step master. Yes, he must be a half-step master. Only then could he sustain injuries. However, even as a half-step master, he is not someone they can contend with, especially at such a young age of 25 or 20-6, in just a couple of years. Given Chen Yang's potential, he will undoubtedly step into the realm of mastery. Song Kuo's smile had already vanished. He had to take action, or else all the members of the Song family would perish here. With this thought, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Chen Yang, we concede, we surrender." It is too late to concede now. Chen Yang showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, his speed intensified, and the weight of his lower body seemed to increase. The intervals between the screams grew shorter, and as these bodyguards were flung away, they spat blood even while still airborne. When they hit the ground, their necks twisted at unnatural angles, resulting in instant death. "Run, quickly!" Song Kuo cried out. He ordered 5 bodyguards to block Chen Yang, while the other 4 turned to retreat, dragging Song Kuo along as they prepared to flee. However, someone was standing at the entrance. It was Li Wanpeng. "Kill!" 2 bodyguards charged at Li Wanpeng. Despite having one arm incapacitated, he was more than capable of dealing with these 2 second-class fighters. "They're all gone, completely gone." Song Kuo slumped to the ground, murmuring to himself, his expression desolate, utterly devoid of spirit. It was no longer about the pain of losing wealth, but rather the anguish of losing kin. The heartache. Many of these bodyguards were nurtured by the Song family themselves. For a family to endure, aside from wealth, a crucial element is the power to protect it. Only those trained from within are truly loyal. His father had emphasized this cultivation, spending 20 to 30 years, only to glimpse a sliver of hope. Now, in this moment, that hope was utterly shattered. 23 had come, and all were dead. No, there might be even more. Song Kuo turned to his son. "Did Uncle Jing and Uncle Sheng come here as well?" "Yes," Song Lian nodded. "What? They really came?" Song Kuo's eyes widened in disbelief. You fool." He wished to strangle this reckless son. No wonder when he sent someone to summon Uncle Jing and Uncle Sheng earlier, he couldn't find them. He thought they were simply out for some urgent matter, as one of the top 3 experts of the Song family. Even these late first-class masters were treated with utmost respect by Song Kuo, the family head. Normally, they were not restricted in their activities. They could go wherever they pleased. Generally, they would only be called upon for truly significant matters and only with the head of the family's consent. But Song Lian had not consulted him, leading Song Kuo to believe that the 2 masters were absent. Little did he know, Song Lian had secretly brought them along. Uncle Jing and Uncle Sheng actually agreed to come. It was truly a stroke of misfortune for the family. Now, all the masters had perished here, and the decades of hard work by the Song family had been obliterated in an instant. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Song Kuo laughed, completely breaking down. "I told you he was a grandmaster." "A grandmaster? Why didn't you believe me?" Song Lian was on the verge of tears. He cannot possibly be a grandmaster. A master is impervious to blades and bullets. How could he sustain a knife wound? Song Kuo's eyes were fixed intently on Chen Yang's arm. Song Lian was also taken aback, and the others turned their gaze toward Chen Yang's arm. Curiosity piqued. Indeed, a master should be invulnerable. A grandmaster, even more so. How could he be injured? From the scar on the wound, it was evidently a knife injury. Can a knife pierce through a grandmaster's defense? Chen Yang approached Song Kuo, who braced himself, assuming Chen Yang intended to kill him. Yet he was not afraid. Instead, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor, as if daring Chen Yang to do as he pleased. Chen Yang did not strike. Instead, he sat down on the sofa and inquired, "Tell me about Tian Song's collaboration with your Juding. Satisfy my curiosity, and perhaps I will indulge yours. Kill me, for I know nothing," Song Kuo replied coldly. It seemed many individuals and families were entangled in this matter. Chen Yang was not disappointed. It was only natural that anyone daring to target Hui Feng would require substantial financial backing. "If you dare to speak, they will likely take action against your Song family. Unfortunately for you, whether you speak or not, I will eventually learn the truth that I will support your son to become the head of the Song family. And he will liaise with your allies. Gradually, I will uncover it all, won't I? You may be tough, but your son is not. You may have lived long enough. He is still young and has much life ahead of him." Song Kuo wanted to refute, but upon considering his son's disposition, he knew his son would undoubtedly act as Chen Yang suggested. "Even if you hadn't come today, I would have visited your Song family. Since you are here, it saves me a great deal of trouble." Chen Yang smirked. "Do you have any last words? After killing so many, it was impossible to erase all traces. My allies would undoubtedly discover it, and they would seek vengeance for me. Song Kuo's eyes fixed on Chen Yang. No matter how powerful you are, you will die in Hang City that I will wait for you below. Very well. You can go down and wait. Chen Yang extended his hand, grasping Song Kuo's neck, and with a single squeeze, he ended his life. Dad. Song Lian shouted, fainting immediately. Pan Yunxiang and the others felt no pity. After all, Song Lian and his ilk had long been arrogant in Hang City, never facing consequences, especially after following Liao Yuanming. They became even more unrestrained. However, vengeance is merely a matter of timing and circumstance. They had just not encountered a more formidable adversary, just like his own son, who was now facing retribution. Due to a single erroneous decision, Song Lian had doomed over 20 members of the Song family, including his own father. The cost was devastating, and surely Song Lian could hardly accept such an outcome, leading him to faint. That Mr. Chen, how should we resolve this? Pan Yunxiang inquired. Chapter 59. Promoted to Deputy General Manager Pan Yunxiang was still in shock. He believed that killing Tian Song would suffice. However, Chen Yang had slaughtered over 20 bodyguards from his Song family, and Pan Yunxiang was at a loss as to how to address this. Pan Feng'er also looked at Chen Yang with curiosity. As Song Kuo mentioned earlier, creating such a commotion would likely complicate matters for Chen Yang. An explanation would need to be provided to the outside world. Whether it was Tian Song or the head of the Song family, both held significant status, and their connections were extensive. If a reasonable explanation were not given, and they simply vanished, Tian Song and the Song family members would undoubtedly utilize their networks to investigate thoroughly. If matters escalated, no one would be able to shoulder the consequences. Tian Song had stolen company secrets and sold them to the Song family. Upon being discovered by Manager Chen, they intended to eliminate him to cover up the truth. Behind her, over a dozen unfamiliar men entered, some taking photographs while others removed corpses. Within 10 minutes, the hall was cleared. Pan Yunxiang suddenly recalled Chen Yang's background and realized his worries were unfounded. Chen Yang would not have acted so decisively without a well-thought-out plan. Mr. Chen, I won't bother with further words of gratitude. Since the matter has been resolved, we shall take our leave, Pan Yunxiang said. Cupping his hands in respect, Chen Yang nodded, and once Pan Yunxiang and the others departed, he turned to Li Wanpeng. Go tend to your injuries, and come to the company to find me tomorrow morning. Yes, Li Wanpeng replied before turning to leave. Chen Yang walked out of the hall and made his way to the lakeside wooden corridor, sitting cross-legged. Brother, suddenly changing tactics and becoming so hard-handed, killing so many may bring trouble, Chen Rulin said, appearing behind him with a note of concern. Trouble? From where? Chen Yang inquired. Internally, Hui Feng will become anxious, which is not conducive to company development. Additionally, Huang Zongxin and his associates may act out of desperation, taking extreme measures. Earlier, I thought it was just a few individuals stealing from the company, but now I realize far too many are involved. Chen Yang spoke solemnly. This group is beyond redemption. Even if I have to sacrifice the entire Hang City branch, I will eradicate them. As for the financial losses, I will find other means to compensate. Yet, because so many were implicated, once the results come out tomorrow, you will become a thorn in the side of many families. Chen Rulin added that it was already known that the Song family was involved, and their Zhu Ding private equity fund company was a partner with the Yi family. On the surface, Zhu Ding was founded by the Yi and Song families, but whether other families were involved behind the scenes remained uncertain. Furthermore, Tian Song and his associates might not only be collaborating with Zhu Ding, but also with other financial firms. The top 5 financial companies in China have branches in Hang City that if they are colluding with other financial companies, the implications could be immense. Let them come. I will eliminate them all. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. But what about the family? Chen Rulin hesitated. What about the family? The family may revoke your status as heir due to your excessive bloodshed. Chen Rulin cautioned that I never wanted it in the first place. If the Chen family truly falls into my elder brother's hands, I do not have much faith in him that he may appear humble. But he is, in fact, insidious and vengeful, Chen Rulin lamented. When the position of family head was given to my third uncle, my paternal uncle's family was already discontented. Those filled with hatred have distorted minds. If he becomes the family head, who knows how he would seek to marginalize you? My elder brother. Chen Yang paused. Taken aback, his elder brother, Chen Rui, was the son of his paternal uncle, and Chen Yang's memories of him were somewhat hazy, due to the significant age difference of 9 years between Chen Rue and him. The two hardly played together during their childhood. Although they lived in the same large compound, it was divided into 4 smaller yards, and they seldom dined together. In his memory, the elder brother was always sensible, obedient, and followed the rules. However, Chen Yang had a deeper impression of the mischievous second brother. That was a matter for the future. For now, addressing the issues concerning the Hangzhou branch was of greater importance. Chen Yang stated earnestly, "Well then, I shall defer to your judgment," Chen Ruolin sighed. For instance, marrying Su Hanyan. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the municipal police department held a press conference to announce the results of the investigation. Although Huang Zongxin did not attend the press conference, his assistant informed him about it. Huang Zongxin and several managers gathered together, all astonished. What on earth is happening? How come we received no prior notice? We have no idea, came the reply. Should we flee? If President Tian and Song Kuo had confessed, we would have already been apprehended. The fact that we haven't been arrested suggests that they only admitted to their own wrongdoing. Indeed, the press conference stated that President Tian sold company secrets to Song Kuo, but did not mention anything about shorting Huifeng. So, for now, we need not worry. Both President Tian and Song Kuo understand the gravity of confessing. Huang Zongxin replied solemnly. Buzzing. Several phones rang out in succession with a text message notifying all employees of an immediate meeting. The group made their way to the conference room, where other employees gradually arrived. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, Chen Ruolin entered. Huang Zongxin cast a glance at his companions, who were equally perplexed, but what surprised them even more was that Chen Yang followed closely behind Chen Ruolin. Their astonishment deepened when they noticed Tian Song's personal bodyguard, Li Wanpeng, walking alongside Chen Yang. Damn it, Chen Yang has already aligned himself with Chen Ruolin, or perhaps they have always been in cahoots. Chen Yang must have bribed Li Wanpeng to set up Tian Song. As for the exact nature of Chen Yang's relationship with Chen Ruolin, they were truly at a loss. Presumably, everyone has seen the press conference. So, I shall not reiterate. Chen Ruolin declared loudly, I had previously suspected that there were leaks among the upper management. A mere Ren Hanxiang could not possibly know so many secrets after a lengthy investigation. We have finally captured the true mastermind, Tian Song. Manager Chen has made a significant contribution. Hence, the headquarters has decided to promote Chen Yang to the position of Deputy General Manager of the Huifeng Hangzhou branch. Along with a reward of the House.as for the General Manager of the Hangzhou branch, it will be taken over by Pang Bin, the Deputy General Manager of the Zhonghai branch, who will report in this afternoon. I warn all present, do not engage in reckless behavior, or you will face the full force of the law. If any accomplices of Tian Song are willing to report or confess, they will be duly rewarded by Huifeng. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 60. The fortunate Li Wanpeng. What is Chen Yang's true relationship with Chen Ruolin? At noon, Huang Zongxin and others gathered in the tea room, all filled with confusion. They surmised that Li Wanpeng had been bribed and had betrayed Tian Song. Yet, what was Chen Yang's actual connection to Chen Ruolin? The extent of his importance remained unclear. Chen Ruolin was certainly not naive. Tian Song's betrayal of secrets was not a solitary act, but indicative of a vast conspiracy. Chen Yang had ostensibly feigned allegiance to Tian Song, subsequently bribing Li Wanpeng to eliminate both Tian Song and Song Kuo, which meant he had irrevocably offended Huang Zongxin's faction, who would undoubtedly seek revenge. Remaining in Hangzhou posed great danger for Chen Yang, regardless of whether he was a legitimate member of the Chen family or not. If Huang Zongxin were in Chen Yang's position, he would immediately request to leave Hangzhou. Staying there would be a matter of life and death. If Huang Zongxin were a senior member of the Chen family, he would also ensure Chen Yang was removed from the vortex of danger. Even if skilled protectors were dispatched to safeguard Chen Yang, the lurking perils would still pose a lethal threat. Unless Chen Yang possessed extraordinary strength that rendered him fearless, or if he were not truly part of the Chen family, in which case they might not care for his life or death. Regardless of his identity, even if they were not profiting, Chen Yang had to die. Indeed, remarked manager Luo Shengwen coldly. The others' expressions mirrored a similar ferocity. They were prepared for investigation and imprisonment, having long since reconciled themselves to the possibility of such outcomes, attributing it to their own misfortune. However, being outmaneuvered by Chen Yang was intolerable. especially following the assassination of Pan Xianhai. When Chen Yang feigned fear, and Huang Zongxin and the others offered consolation while deriding him, they had dismissed Chen Yang as inept, while he had regarded them as fools. Li Wanpeng, the traitor, must also die, Huang Zongxin declared solemnly. But he is incredibly powerful. 5 years ago, Tian Song claimed Li Wanpeng had reached the late stage of the first rank, and now he is probably at the pinnacle of that stage. This was likely why Chen Yang chose to remain. He believed that with Li Wanpeng, a peak first-rank expert, by his side, he could act with impunity. Perhaps he even sought to continue his investigations. Before dealing with Chen Yang, we must suspend all activities that as for Li Wanpeng. Someone will take care of him. After all, he is merely a peak first-rank expert, not a master. In fact, we might be able to utilize Li Wanpeng. Huang Zongxin stated earnestly. Utilize him? Yes, his betrayal of Tian Song and allegiance to Chen Yang indicates that he is an opportunist who will side with whoever offers greater benefits. Huang Zongxin chuckled. We might as well provide him with more incentives. Wouldn't it be even better if Chen Yang perished at his hands? But how can we outbid Chen Ruolin? Money is not the most crucial factor. What Li Wanpeng truly needs are medicinal herbs. Huang Zongxin asserted that I've heard several times that he has been purchasing medicinal materials, likely to aid in his breakthrough to mastery. I recall he sought to acquire a Jilong vine aged over 50 years. But he was unsuccessful. Everyone should investigate where such aged Jilong vines can be found. Once we locate the herbs, I will personally present them to Li Wanpeng. Understood. T Villa number 3 by Westlake. On the wooden corridor by the lake, Chen Yang sat cross-legged while Li Wanpeng respectfully stood behind him. Has your injury improved? Chen Yang inquired. Young master, your internal energy is unparalleled. It will take at least a month for this injury to heal completely. Your desire to submit to me is essentially a wish for me to teach you how to attain the master realm, is it not? Well, that one must look after oneself. There is no shame in that. Chen Yang rose and said, Follow me. Today, I shall formally guide you into the realm of martial masters. Thank you, young master, Li Wanpeng exclaimed, following eagerly. Chen Yang led Li Wanpeng to the villa's backyard, where a newly constructed stove and a large wooden tub awaited. Alongside a plethora of medicinal herbs, the so-called martial master involves refining the entire body's bones and flesh with internal energy, achieving what is known as iron skin and bone. This requires not only specific methods to invigorate the internal energy, but also the nourishing power of medicinal materials. Given the aggressive nature of internal energy, a moment's lapse could lead to broken bones or ruptured flesh. First, stoke the fire and prepare the medicine, Chen Yang instructed. Young master, is this medicinal material prepared specifically for me? Li Wanpeng asked in astonishment. Do you not require it? My internal energy has long reached the limit of transformation, but at that time, I lacked the method to invigorate my bones, so I bypassed that stage, Chen Yang explained. Now, however, I have other plans. Perhaps combining bone refining with channeling the meridians will allow for greater absorption of medicinal power. In less than 2 years since his marriage to Suhanyan, his strength had already reached the half-master level. However, having fallen out with his family, he felt embarrassed to ask them for the method to refine his bones, since there were no pressing threats. He continued to practice internal energy. I see. No wonder you sustained injuries, Li Wanpeng understood. Without undergoing bone refining, Chen Yang lacked the master's iron skin and bone. Yet his internal energy was immensely robust. And Li Wanpeng felt that even 3 of him combined would not compare to Chen Yang. Furthermore, that peculiar force was no longer mere internal energy, but the true essence required for channeling the meridians. Transforming internal energy into true essence signified the path to becoming a grand master. Understood, Li Wanpeng replied earnestly that I will step outside. Once the medicine is ready, you may call for me, and I shall assist you. Yes, Li Wanpeng responded respectfully. Watching Chen Yang leave, Li Wanpeng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Aligning himself with Chen Yang had proven to be an immense stroke of luck. Not to mention the incredible value of the method for invigorating internal energy. Even the medicinal materials were exceedingly rare and difficult to procure in the market. Although Li Wanpeng had gathered some herbs, their ages were nowhere near comparable. Most importantly, Chen Yang's protection was crucial. refining bones and flesh was perilous. The internal energy tumult and the infusion of medicinal power would induce intense pain throughout the body. Should he lose focus and lapse into unconsciousness, the internal energy could wreak havoc, endangering the meridians. That if the meridians were damaged, it would not only nullify all previous efforts, but could also lead to death. However, while Chen Yang was indeed pivotal, Li Wanpeng understood that his own capabilities were paramount. Taking a deep breath, Li Wanpeng sat cross-legged and began to study the method of invigorating internal energy. As the medicinal concoction simmered to perfection, Li Wanpeng summoned Chen Yang, pouring the elixir into a wooden barrel. Noticing the temperature was just right, Chen Yang instructed, "Let us commence." Indeed, Chapter 61. The blessing of rebirth. The sky darkened, the night casting its reflection upon the lake's surface. Chen Yang sat cross-legged, and around 10 o'clock, Li Wanpeng approached, kneeling on one knee, tears brimming in his eyes. "I humbly thank you, my lord, for this blessing of rebirth. Please accept my vowed," he continued. "In the days to come, I vow to follow you to the death, never faltering." For martial artists, the lifelong aspiration is to ascend to the realm of masters. Li Wanpeng's innate talent was exceptional. He entered the first rank at the tender age of 20-4. In his youthful exuberance, he sought sparring partners and nearly met his demise. It was Tian Song who happened upon him and rushed him to the hospital. From then on, he shadowed Tian Song, gradually maturing. By 32, he had reached the mid-stage of the first rank, advancing to the later stage at 35, and finally attaining the pinnacle at 39. Yet he remained stuck at this peak for 5 long years, making no progress whatsoever, a torment that sometimes drove him to despair. He had resigned himself to the belief that he would never become a master, but unexpectedly, he now found himself truly entering that realm. Had he relied solely on his own efforts to gather herbs and refine his bones, he would have undoubtedly failed. "Rise," Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It is not so grave. I merely helped you steady your mind. The greater part lies in your own diligence. Were it not for your assistance in stabilizing my spirit, I would have perished several times by now," Li Wanpeng admitted, still haunted by the memories. His inner strength was sufficient to resonate through his bones and flesh, yet the pain was unbearable. 3 times he had nearly lost consciousness. "How do you feel?" Chen Yang inquired. "I feel splendid. My injured arm is healing under the infusion of the elixir," Li Wanpeng exclaimed with excitement. "Now, I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through me." "Excellent. Then let us test your ability to inflict harm with a leaf," Chen Yang smirked. "Simultaneously, it will help you hone your control over your inner strength." "Yes," Li Wanpeng responded without hesitation. "Here it comes." Chen Yang stood, flicking his wrist to send a falling leaf soaring through the air. Caught off guard, Li Wanpeng felt the leaf slice through his skin, leaving a thin trail of blood. Indeed, the resilience of copper skin and iron bones depended on inner strength. Achieving the master level did not automatically confer invulnerability upon skin and bones. Again, Li Wanpeng laughed. Chen Yang struck once more. This time, Li Wanpeng had learned to harness his inner strength, causing his skin to visibly swell. The falling leaf once again grazed his skin, but this time it was deflected without leaving a mark. Li Wanpeng chuckled, yet Chen Yang was not satisfied. "You are wasting too much inner strength." "Indeed," Li Wanpeng agreed, acknowledging that the area of his arm that swelled was the size of a palm, while the leaf had merely left a faint scratch. Once more. "Yes, Mom and Dad, I have been promoted to the position of Deputy General Manager at the Huifeng Hangcheng branch at the Su residence." During lunch, Su Wenyong burst in with fervor. Upon seeing his sister Han Yan and Ji Yinhang present, he momentarily froze as Su father shot his son a fierce glare. Recently, Su Wenyong had slipped up in a conversation with his wife, which Han Yan overheard, prompting her to leave in a huff. If she were to marry Ji Yinhang, moving out would not be a problem. However, both Su father and Su mother had cautioned their son and daughter-in-law to avoid discussing Chen Yang or company matters in Han Yan's presence, especially to prevent provoking her. Now, Su Wenyong had mentioned it. He had not anticipated his sister and Ji Yunhang's presence. They usually lunched at the office, after all. "Tomorrow is the day your sister finalizes her divorce with Chen Yang. Yang wishes to discuss his intentions regarding your sister's marriage and see when both families can meet. Su's mother explained that, "Oh, I see. That sounds good." Su Wenyong replied insincerely to, "Let us eat, and just pretend I said nothing. There is nothing that cannot be mentioned. It is best to part amicably." "Indeed," Su's mother nodded. Though Chen Yang had been promoted, he had stirred quite the trouble this time. Ji Yunhang remarked with a sneer. "What do you mean?" Su Wenyong and the others looked at Ji Yunhang in surprise. "The waters at Huifeng run deep. My uncle is in prison, and he is merely a scapegoat," Ji Yunhang scoffed. "As for how deep it truly goes, I cannot say for certain, but Chen Yang's report on Tian Song has undoubtedly angered those behind him. This deputy general manager position will not be a stable one for him. He could even face grave danger. Did he truly believe he had struck a bargain by acting as Chen Ruolan's lackey? He will die without even understanding how did I ask that so." A glimmer of concern flickered in Su Hanyan's eyes. "Hanyan, although you are married to him, this matter is far-reaching. It is best you do not involve yourself," Su's father warned, "that I understand. Since the divorce is settled, there is no longer any connection." Su Hanyan waved her hand dismissively. "Let us eat." The conversation moved on, and everyone resumed their meals. After a few bites, Su Hanyan suddenly turned to Ji Yanhang. "By the way, you mentioned Chen Ruolan. Why does that name sound familiar?" "Who is she?" "Her name is Chen Ruolan. Is she quite young?" Their household now had two new faces. One was Dr. Su, a highly regarded physician at the Mei Luo Medical Clinic, and the other was a young woman who did not introduce herself but referred to Chen Yang as brother. Chen Yang called her Ruolan at the time. She had not paid much attention, but hearing Ji Yanning mention the name now made her realize that IT must be a coincidence. She could not believe that Chen Ruolan, the general manager of Huifeng Hangsheng, could possibly be a woman in her early 20s. That IT was no easy feat to attain such a position at Huifeng. "I am not certain what she looks like." Ji Yanhang shook his head. "Did I ever mention her name to you before?" "Never." "Really?" Ji Yanhang pondered, realizing that he had indeed never mentioned Chen Ruolan to Su Hanyan previously when the Su Group's financing was halted by Huifeng. Ji Yanhang had taken Su Hanyan to meet the new general manager, but they had not succeeded. Busy with bank and financial firm meetings for financing, they had not interacted with Chen Ruolan. Ji Yanning only knew the name, but had no idea who she was. Even if Chen Ruolan stood before him now, he would not recognize her. "What is it?" Ji Yanhang asked, puzzled. "Nothing." Su Hanyan shook her head, dismissing it as mere coincidence, convinced they were not the same person. By the way, Hanyan, Huifeng is hosting a banquet to welcome the new general manager, Pang Bin. "Should we attend?" Ji Yanhang inquired. "Did they send us an invitation?" "I haven't received anything." "They did. When I went to report the project to you around 11, someone delivered it to me, and I accepted it. That I forgot about it after the project report," Ji Yanhang explained. Remembering at last, although Huifeng had ceased financing for the Su Group, they had previously invested 800 million. That if the debt were converted to equity, Huifeng would become the largest shareholder of the Su Group. Su Hanyan initially had no intention of attending, but after some reflection, she stated seriously, "Our company has cut several projects, and our ratings should have improved. This afternoon, let us reorganize the company's financing application. Perhaps we can secure Huifeng's investment once again." Good. Chapter 62. A relentless comparison in piano. The welcome banquet for Huifeng Hangsheng was not initially open to the public, primarily intended for internal staff. The scale of this event served to stabilize morale. Following recent troubles and betrayals at Huifeng Hangsheng, even the general manager had become embroiled in controversy, leaving both internal staff and investors anxious. They urgently needed to reassure their employees and demonstrate Huifeng's strength. The banquet was held at the Hangsheng Grand Hotel, which was booked entirely for the occasion. Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng arrived early. He donned the same white suit as before, too lazy to procure a new one. To Ji Yanhang, having learned his lesson, recognized that Chen Yang, as the deputy general manager, would undoubtedly be present. He dared not wear the same clothing again. He even changed the brand of his attire. To everyone's surprise, Zhong Wenfei also appeared at the banquet. Her attire and demeanor had completely transformed. Previously favoring vibrant colors and bold makeup, she now wore a modest white evening gown. Eschewing the revealing styles favored by others, she had traded her former seductive allure for the poise of a true lady. Contrary to external rumors, she maintained a cordial rapport with Chen Yang, openly engaging in conversation without any pretense. Of course, the Liao family was powerless to intervene. As the Secretary General of the Foundation, Zhong Wenfei had over 2 billion invested in Huifeng, qualifying her to attend the banquet. What incited Ji Yunhong's jealousy further was the presence of 2 women beside Chen Yang. On his left was his assistant Jiang Yani, whose long legs captivated the onlookers. On his right stood a stunning beauty in a blue low-cut gown. Her figure voluptuous and her features exquisite, with piercing phoenix eyes that sparkled with vitality. They flanked Chen Yang as though he were the center of their universe. Damn it, how does this guy have such good fortune with women? Ji Tianheng cursed inwardly. Yu Hanyin naturally noticed the change in her complexion. It was far from pleasant. Hanyin, during this month of cooling off, you have adhered to the principles of a virtuous woman, yet Chen Yang has been gallivanting around, engaging in flirtations. This behavior is utterly unacceptable, Ji Yanheng remarked coldly. As the month drew to a close, Su Hanyin had yet to allow Ji Yanheng any intimacy. Deep down, he was anxious to consummate their relationship. But Su Hanyin firmly rejected him, stating that her divorce was not yet finalized. I must put an end to his arrogance. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Su Hanyin warned gravely. This time, I absolutely won't. Ji Yunheng replied earnestly. Piano. Su Hanyin noted the grand piano prominently displayed in the center of the hall. Yet she shook her head. He simply cannot play. Why stir up trouble unnecessarily? If he cannot, then allow me to play a piece for you. It has been many years since I last performed for you. That would be agreeable, Su Hanyin conceded. At last, he opened his eyes and began to play. In an instant, a crowd gathered around him. This was Chopin's Winter Wind, a composition of considerable difficulty. Few could master it well. Observing the onlookers' praise, Ji Yanheng felt a swell of pride within him. The piece primarily assessed the rapid movement of the fingers. Ji Yanheng had deliberately chosen it to showcase his skill. As the final notes faded, applause erupted. However, Su Hanyin frowned. She was not fond of this composition. Ji Yanheng rose, bowing gracefully to the crowd like a true nobleman, and glanced toward Chen Yang, who stood a short distance away. Mr. Chen, I've heard you are quite proficient at the piano as well. Would you grace us with a performance? Me? Chen Yang chuckled. He was well aware that Ji Yanheng was deliberately provoking him, eager for a comparison. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided not to decline. With the divorce imminent the following day, he would play a piece today. Approaching the center, he cast a glance at Su Hanyin before taking a seat at the piano. Closing his eyes, let's go with the Moonlight Sonata. This was Beethoven's tribute to his first love, though they had already parted ways by then. As Chen Yang's fingers danced, gentle melody unfurled, the notes flowing slowly and gracefully. Memories of 6 years flashed through his mind, each frame and second glimmering vividly. His fingertips seemed to summon the surrounding energies as his internal strength surged and transformed rapidly. Chen Yang paused momentarily, then became completely immersed in the music. Waves of sorrow and melancholy surged like a tide, enveloping the space around him. The entire hall fell silent. No one spoke or offered praise. All eyes shut, lost in the tranquil embrace of the melody, as if standing beside a serene lake. The luminous moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the crowd, gently entering their hearts, stirring long-buried memories and illuminating forgotten corners of their souls. Then, the lively notes returned, conjuring images of lovers dancing gracefully upon the lake's surface, reflecting the moonlight. Yet, as the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, a storm erupted, sending ripples across the lake, pushing the entwined lovers toward the distant shore. No, do not leave, they cried out, yearning to grasp each other's hands. The tranquil lake shattered like a mirror, and everything dissolved into a dreamlike haze. The music ceased, yet no one dared to open their eyes. When they finally did, Chen Yang had vanished without a trace. This was the essence of true performance. What had preceded was merely playing the piano. How profoundly must one feel to evoke such music? Could a better partner be found after losing such a lover? Some only learn to cherish what they had after it is lost. Such is the human heart, forever unsatisfied. The onlookers sighed, discreetly wiping away their tears. Ji and Hang felt utterly humiliated, unable to meet the gazes cast upon him, as Hanyin burst into tears, turning and fleeing the hall. Hanyin and Hang chased after her. "Oh, not come near. I wish to be alone." Su Hanyin shouted. Ji and Hang forced himself to halt, striking his own cheek in frustration. What was he compared to the piano? Yet how could Chen Yang possess such skill? Chapter 63. The fiancé arrives, taking a deep breath on the rooftop of the Hang City Hotel. Chen Yang exhaled a long sigh, his eyes gleaming with determination as a powerful aura radiated from him. He inhaled deeply once more, concealing the brilliance in his gaze, his energy fully contained. Indeed, who would have thought that a single performance could convert a third of his internal strength into true essence? It seemed that at this level, one's mindset was of utmost importance. Though only a third had been transformed, and such a state was rare, Chen Yang felt immense satisfaction. This surpassed the gains of his 3 to 4 years of effort. Once his entire internal strength transformed into true essence, he would be poised to break through to the next realm. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists and turned to descend the stairs. The banquet was already well underway. Upon finding Pan Fenger, she promptly informed him, "Young master, Mr. Li has been looking for you everywhere. For me?" "What is it?" Chen Yang inquired, puzzled. "I am not sure. He did not specify." "Then I shall call him." Just as Chen Yang pulled out his phone to dial, he spotted Li Wanpeng hastily approaching through the crowd, a look of urgency on his face. "Young master, we must leave at once." "Leave? What has happened?" Chen Yang asked. "Miss Ruan called you. When you did not answer, she contacted me, saying your fiancée is on her way and you should leave quickly," Li Wanpeng whispered urgently. "What? She's coming here?" Chen Yang exclaimed in shock. "Yes. Why did you not tell me sooner?" Chen Yang pivoted and hurried toward the exit. Zhong Wenfei and Pan Fenger exchanged glances, aware of Chen Yang's prowess and his usual composure in any situation. Yet today he was suddenly flustered. "Should we follow him?" Zhong Wenfei suggested, her curiosity piqued. "Is that appropriate?" Pan Fenger inquired. "Let us go." "Very well. When did my sister call me?" Chen Yang asked as he hurried along. 40 minutes, AGSO. I've been sitting upstairs for so long. Countless dark lines formed on Chen Yang's forehead. "This is a disaster. We must flee." "Young master, is it really that serious?" Li Wanpeng questioned. Confused. After all, she is just a fiancée with your grandmaster-level strength. Why be afraid of a woman? "You do not understand." Chen Yang sighed, his thoughts racing. He had only one fiancée, arranged by his grandfather many years ago. A match of equal standing. They had played together since childhood and were seen as childhood sweethearts by outsiders. However, as time passed, Chen Yang felt no romantic attachment to her. She felt more like an older sister. His fiancée, Nangong Yinqing, was 2 years his senior and had always looked after him, both in play and at school. No one could bully Chen Yang, except for Nangong Yinqing, that in his younger, more mischievous days. He would have been scolded by her, and he would have dared not act out. In truth, Nangong Yinqing regarded him as a younger brother, and they commonly addressed each other as such. Chen Yang felt respect and a sense of indebtedness toward her. He had shattered their engagement, leaving the Nangong family's reputation in tatters, and subjected Nangong Yinqing to ridicule and scorn. Despite the years that had passed, she remained unmarried and still single. Why had she chosen to come to Hang City now after all these years? Chen Yang was unsure how to explain things to Nangong Yinqing, especially with Su Hanyin present. He was worried that Nangong Yinqing might confront Su Hanyin. Even if she did not, a few barb remarks would be too much for Su Hanyin to bear. In truth, Chen Yang feared being publicly chastised by Nangong Yinqing. She had done so on numerous occasions. He could not retaliate, nor could he seek solace from his parents, lest he be reprimanded further. It is only natural for a wife to manage her husband. "Chen Yang, stop." Just as he was about to exit the hall, Su Hanyin's voice rang out, blocking his path. "Let us discuss this tomorrow." Chen Yang replied sternly. "Are you so impatient that we must wait until tomorrow to address this? Is tomorrow indeed the day we finalize the divorce? Is tomorrow when the divorce certificate is processed?" Chen Yang retorted. "Has the month of the cooling-off period passed so quickly? Do not feign ignorance. I genuinely do not recall." Chen Yang raised his hands in exasperation. After all these years, can you not speak a single truth? Su Hanyin shouted, is the truth so significant? Is it not important? It is that, but I will not argue about this today. Chen Yang attempted to sidestep her, but Su Hanyin spread her arms wide, blocking his way resolutely. You must clarify today. Otherwise, I will not consent to the divorce tomorrow. Can we not postpone this discussion until tomorrow? No, Chen Yang hesitated, taking a deep breath. Very well, you may ask. What is your true background? Is Chen Ruolin your biological sister? Chen Yang was about to explain when the elevator doors opened. Revealing his cousin Chen Ruolin, he shot Li Wanpeng a warning glance and dashed back into the hall. What kind of woman is this? Li Wanpeng wondered to himself, turning to see Chen Ruolin following another woman out of the elevator. The woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, possessed a delicate oval face, her hair elegantly styled into a bun at the back of her head. Adorned with exquisite white gemstone earrings, a black qipao enveloped her voluptuous and curvaceous figure, exuding an air of opulence and grace. She was a true scion of a prestigious family, born into affluence. At first glance, she exuded an aura that was to be admired from a distance, not to be trifled with. Even the most beautiful women would pale in comparison to her. Su Hanyin was momentarily entranced. And even the onlookers, Zhong Wenfei and Pan Feng'e, were rendered speechless. Despite her unwavering confidence, Zhong Wenfei found herself questioning her own beauty, particularly in the presence of such innate nobility, a quality she could not rival. Despite her own esteemed lineage in Hangzhou. Where is she? Chen Ruolin inquired. I heard that his wife is also here. I'm quite curious to see who she is. Nangong Yinxing interjected, we've met before. Do you like Chen Yang, have a penchant for deceit? Su Hanyin retorted disdainfully, I do not know you. Chen Ruolin said, pulling Nangong Yinxing away, intent on leaving. I am Chen Yang's wife. No, his ex-wife, Su Hanyin declared solemnly. Oh, it is perhaps my fault for having been somewhat harsh with him in the past, leaving a psychological scar. Who are you to concern yourself with my affairs? Su Hanyin replied coldly. Did he not tell you? Nangong Yinxing asked. He is nothing more than a complete fraud. I suspect Chen Yang intended to wait until your child was born before revealing the truth to you. Alas. Alas what? Su Hanyin snapped. Let me remind you, it is better for you not to know, lest you be filled with regret. Nangong Yinxing chuckled before turning to depart. I wish you happiness. Stop. Su Hanyin commanded fiercely. You must clarify this for me. Nangong Yinxing disregarded Su Hanyin entirely, and Ji Yinheng rushed forward. Hanyin, did you not hear her? Stop right there. Forget her. How about you and me? Nangong Yinxing asked with a smile. What? Chapter 64. Deliberate Bullying. Ji Yinheng thought he must have misheard. This stunning and regal woman was suggesting something with him? He could hardly fathom such a notion, knowing full well he was unworthy of her. This was the first time he encountered a woman he dared not fantasize about, as if they existed in entirely different realms. Yet, in an instant, Ji Yunheng felt a flicker of attraction. He believed any man would feel the same upon hearing such words, unless he were not a man at all. However, he also noticed the sly smile playing at the corners of Nangong Yunxing's lips, realizing she was toying with him, the not attempt to sow discord. My affections for Han Yan are unwavering, Ji Yunheng hastily clarified. But you hesitated for quite some time, and your eyes betrayed you just now. Clearly, you were moved, were you not? Nangong Yunxing teased. Yuta, what do you mean? Ji Yunheng stammered. Nangong Yunxing raised her hand and slapped him. You think you can command me to stop? Who do you think you are? You struck first, Ji Yunheng scoffed, raising his left hand to block her slap while his right fist aimed for her cheek. Smack! Ji Yunheng was unable to withstand the force of her blow. The impact sent his hand crashing against his own face, and he fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nangong Yinxing cast a disdainful glance at Su Chenyun. Is this the man you chose after abandoning Chen Yang? Fickle and superficial, weak and fragile. Yuta, you are nothing but a harlot. Su Hanyin spat that I will take that as a compliment. Nangong Yinxing replied, unperturbed. Shameless. I may be shameless, but I still adhere to the most basic principles of womanhood. Nangong Yinxing chuckled. You value your dignity, yet you sacrificed a child for another man. I admire your resolve. Yuta, Su Hanyin's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Nangong Yunqing sneered. Even after the divorce, he still considered your feelings. Ask yourself, have you ever considered his? There are times I wish I could just slap you into oblivion. But then I remember you were once his shining moonlight. I cannot shatter his moonlight. After uttering this, she turned to Chen Ruolin. Let us go. Claiming not to know you is for your own good. You choose to suffer. Chen Ruolin shot a cold glance at Su Hanyan before following Nangong Yunqing away. As Su Hanyan stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Had she ever truly considered Chen Yang? It seemed so, but she could not recall any specifics. She had never even brought him to company banquets, merely believing he was suitable for the kitchen but not for the grand hall. In those 2 recent banquets, she realized her grievous misjudgment. Chen Yang's demeanor outshone Ji Yunhang, who had studied noble etiquette in Western Europe for years. His eloquence and composure were impeccable. She had never bothered to inquire about Chen Yang's family background. During their wedding, she had only mentioned his parents' absence, to which Chen Yang had replied they were unwell. She had not probed further, nor had she suggested visiting her in-laws, after over 6 years of being in love and 5 years of cohabitation. She now recognized how little she truly knew about Chen Yang. She could only blame herself, recalling how she had once rejected a physician he had invited over, insisting he not bring any random people into their home. And just moments ago, when Chen Yang had said they could discuss matters tomorrow, she had insisted on clarity today, oblivious to the fact that, as the earlier woman had said, Chen Yang had been trying to distance himself from that woman for her sake. How laughable! Su Hanyan laughed, coughing as she did so. Hanyan, are you all right? Jin Hang, disregarding the pain in his cheek, rushed over to support her. They're all a bunch of unreasonable people, savages. Do not take their words to heart. Yin Xing seems to have changed quite a bit, Chen Yang remarked as he emerged from the corner of the hall, exuding an even more commanding presence than before. Young master, I finally understand you. Li Wanpeng stated earnestly. Alas, it's not that I couldn't fight back. It's that I couldn't bring myself to do so. Chen Yang sighed. All right, let us leave. Chen Yang walked towards the elevator, not descending but heading upwards. Upon reaching the rooftop again, Nangong Yunqing had been waiting for quite some time, still preferring the heights. Good luck to you, Chen Ruolin murmured to Chen Yang before turning to leave, that if you run downstairs. I would rather not see you again, Nangong Yunqing remarked, gazing into the distance. She turned, reaching for Chen Yang's ear. He did not evade her grasp and was caught squarely. Yunqing, that hurts, but a grandmaster now. And yet you still know pain? Nangong Yunqing retorted, that I in your presence. I will always be a mere novice. He admitted, at least you were perceptive. Nangong Yunqing finally released her grip. Thank you. Yunqing, Chen Yang said earnestly. If it were anyone else facing a broken engagement, they would have stormed over for a confrontation. The Nangong family holds no fear of the Chen family. Even if they captured Chen Yang and hung him up to beat him, the Chen family would be too embarrassed to object. The marriage was proposed by the Chen family. If it is dissolved, the fault lies with you. Yet the Nangong family has not caused trouble for Chen Yang all these years. Not a single member has come to Hangzhou to target him or the Su family. All thanks to Nangong Yunqing's intervention. To be fair, this is not entirely your fault. Besides, you're younger than I am. I thought I had bullied you so badly that you would surely break off the engagement. I never expected you would actually do it. Chen Yang's expression darkened as he realized Nangong Yunqing had been intentional, rather than merely acting out of character. It seemed true that the more beautiful the woman, the more cunning her mind. Now that you know the truth, do you resent me? Not at all. Really not? I wouldn't dare. Chen Yang laughed. Nangong Yunqing chuckled in return, finally feeling a sense of relief after expressing herself. Why haven't you found someone, Yunqing? Don't you have someone you like? Chen Yang asked. What? Are you probing for information? Do you wish to rekindle something? I, a divorced man, am unworthy of Yunqing. You know why I came to Hangzhou. Nangong Yunqing changed the subject. No, I do not. I am to marry into the Qian family of Zhonghai on National Day. If you have the time, do remember to attend, she said, tossing him an invitation before turning to leave. Chen Yang gazed at the invitation, lost in thought. Chapter 65. Do you still seek answers? Have you both confirmed your divorce? Indeed. Then please sign here. Very well. Chen Yang signed first, then pushed the agreement towards Su Hanyan. Su Hanyan hesitated for a long moment after taking the pen, biting her lip before finally scrawling her signature. The Though regret gnawed at her, she had always been one to love fiercely and hate just as passionately. Having chosen to terminate the pregnancy and pursue a relationship with Chen Yang, she resolved to move forward. Even if Chen Yang hailed from a prestigious family, she no longer harbored any expectations. As long as Chen Yang treated her well and they managed the company together, that would suffice. She had chosen not to argue with Chen Yang, just as he had refrained from quarreling with her on the day he proposed a divorce. "This is your divorce certificate." The staff handed over the finalized document. Chen Yang accepted the divorce certificate, turning to Su A. Chen Yang. "Do you still seek answers?" "Indeed." Chen Yang nodded before preparing to depart. "Since you have become the vice president, return my bank card to me," Su Hanyan said with a serious expression. Su Hanyan felt a pang in her heart as Ji and Hang said, "Hanyan, shall we go register our marriage?" He was impatient. And this was also what they had previously discussed. After obtaining the divorce certificate, they would proceed to register their marriage. "If I am unable to bear children for the rest of my life, would you still be willing to marry me?" Su Hanyan inquired. "Hanyan, your health will improve," Ji and Hang reassured her. "Does that mean if it doesn't improve, you won't marry me?" "No, that's not it. Even if you cannot have children, I would still wish to marry you." Ji and Hang raised his hand and declared, "I am willing to accompany you for a lifetime." "Well, if that's acceptable," Ji and Hang pondered for a moment and agreed, "By the way, my mother said that National Day is an auspicious day. How about we schedule the wedding banquet for that day?" "That works. You can arrange it," Su Hanyan replied. "Great. I'll call my mother shortly." "All right. Young master, there is something I must report to you. Did Huang Zongxin and the others come looking for you?" Chen Yang inquired. "It seems nothing can be concealed from the young master," Li Wampeng remarked with admiration. "How much are they willing to offer?" "It's not about money. As long as I'm willing to betray you, they can provide the materials needed for a breakthrough to the master level." "Accept them. Perhaps they could be useful when I achieve my breakthrough." "Yes," Li Wampeng responded. "Just tell them you are concerned about retaliation from the Chen family and cannot act against me personally." "I want to see who they send and which families are involved," Chen Yang advised. "Understood." Upon arriving at the company, Chen Yang went to his office while Li Wampeng descended to the beverage shop downstairs for tea. Before long, Huang Zongxin entered and took a seat behind Li Wampeng. "Mr. Li, how have you considered things? I promised Shenrulan that I would not betray her. Otherwise, she will not spare me," Li Wampeng replied. "Troubled. Once you obtain the materials and reach the master level, what is there to fear from Shenrulan? I still lack many materials, which you cannot provide. Write us a list, and we will do our utmost to find them for you." "Can you really find them?" Li Wampeng hesitated. "Of course. You know we have many contacts, several families are influential. Otherwise, how could we short sell Huifeng?" "That may be true, but I still cannot betray Chen Ruolin or confront Chen Yang directly." Li Wampeng shook his head, saying, "I can only lure Chen Yang out. You will act, and I will pretend to be defeated while you eliminate him." "That works. Additionally, I have one more condition. I want to receive the materials first. After eliminating Chen Yang, we will give you the materials immediately. No, before we act, I must at least receive half of the materials. The remaining half will be given at the time of action. I will not lure Chen Yang out. I Wampeng spoke in a low voice. "You must know that Chen Ruolin has sent others to secretly protect Chen Yang, waiting for your retaliation." "Indeed, they are not foolish," Huang Zongxin said coldly. "Fine, as you wish. This is the list of materials." I Wampeng took a slip of paper from his pocket, which listed over 20 types of precious materials. Huang Zongxin took it, frowning slightly, but said nothing, placing the slip into his pocket. "Await our good news." I Wampeng turned to watch Huang Zongxin leave, sneering, "With so many materials, it seems they intend to eliminate me as well. There really this much. For what I know, some of these materials are not even used for breakthroughs to the master level. They must be at least 50 years old, right?" Is Li Wampeng attempting to extort? "Calculating, these materials are worth at least 30 million. Money is not the issue. Many materials are valuable, yet hard to come by. Which family would not want to collect them? Don't you wish to avenge the heads of the Song family and Mr. Tan? They were directly killed. Chen Yang must be eliminated to deter the higher-ups of Huifeng. Only then will they not dare to investigate further, and we can preserve our lives. Indeed, as long as Chen Yang remains. The heads of the Song family and Mr. Tian will not rest in peace, and we cannot face their families. They never revealed us, even until their deaths. You families should have reserves. Everyone should contribute temporarily to Li Wanpeng. This is merely a temporary provision. Without the complete set of materials, he cannot concoct or utilize them. Very well, it shall be so. Those with materials should provide them, and those without should contribute money. Agreed. Chen Yang opened each exquisitely crafted box made of sandalwood, indicating they had been preserved for quite some time. These are not invaluable. They are materials of little use for bone tempering. They worry you might use them prematurely. Chen Yang chuckled. After all, you have been searching for these materials for years, and may have found quite a few that if you use the materials first, they would be devastated. What is being provided now are herbs for regulating qi, opening meridians and nourishing channels, precisely what I will require at that time. Indeed, to find materials, one must seek out these families. Having taken so much money from Huifeng, it is imperative to return it all. Consider this a bit of interest. For wealthy and powerful families, such precious materials, once encountered, would be bought at a high price. Even if they are not used, they are kept. Who does not fall ill? They would never understand. I've already broken through to the master level. Wanpeng also smiled. To prevent me from using them, they have indeed sought out what you require. If they knew the truth, they would surely regret it. When do they plan to act? Chen Yang inquired. Naturally, they hope to do so as soon as possible, Li Wanpeng replied. As soon as I am prepared, they can act at any time. But they must find a reason to go out. Otherwise, they will be suspicious and not fall for it. Chen Yang frowned, saying, however, my schedule for the next 4 or 5 days is already arranged. I will be at the company every day. Then you go find Huang Zongxin and have them help me find an excuse to go out like my previous investment company encountering an issue or something. Understood. Chapter 66. Who is the prey, Mr. Chen? I have just received news that something has happened at Jinkon Company. The next morning at 10:30, Jiang Yani hurried into the office, speaking anxiously while signaling to Chen Yang. Everything seemed fine last month. What could have gone wrong? Chen Yang asked leisurely. Are you certain? Absolutely. Bring me their research report and call Li Wanpeng, asking him to wait for me downstairs. But there is another meeting to attend. Jiang Yani reminded. You will attend the meeting in my stead. Yes. Jiang Yani handed the research report to Chen Yang, who took it and hurriedly departed. Jiang Yani took out her phone and called Huang Zongxin. Mr. Huang, Chen Yang intends to personally inspect Jinkon Company. That's so? Excellent. Huang Zongxin sneered. You have done well. The conditions that Mr. Tian promised you before, I can also fulfill once Chen Yang is eliminated. Yes, thank you. Mr. Huang S. Chen Yang's Magotan left the building. It headed straight for Jinkon Company. About 40 to 50 meters behind the Magotan, a black SUV followed closely. For the past few days, whenever Chen Yang left the house or the company, that black SUV trailed him. However, they were not the people secretly sent by Chen Ruolin to protect Chen Yang. Rather, they were 2 hired thugs of the second rank that Chen Yang had Li Wanpeng employ outside. It was merely for show. After driving for over 20 minutes and getting onto the second ring expressway, a truck collided with a van, blocking the road completely. Although Chen Yang's vehicle was not obstructed, the black SUV behind him was trapped. Chen Yang glanced back without any sign of panic. This was merely part of the enemy's plan, by blocking those who protected him. They could either obstruct them or lure them away, even directly eliminate them. However, a direct kill might alert the main target, so it was better to create an accident to hinder them. The vehicle continued and arrived at Jinkon Company. Chen Yang had never been to this company, but had met their president, Du Kaicheng, during their last meal. Chen Yang had signed the financing application without even glancing at the research report from Jinkon Company, though Du Kaicheng and several other executives praised him and flattered him on the surface. They would undoubtedly speak ill of him behind his back. In truth, Jinkon Company's rating, even if it did not meet Huifeng standards, should not be too poor, as the introducer was Tian Song, the company manager. If he gave a haphazard introduction, he would also bear responsibility if something went wrong. As for the earlier mention of financial fraud, that was merely an excuse to have Chen Yang investigate. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Du Kaicheng personally welcomed him at the entrance. I heard your company is involved in financial fraud, and the tax authorities have come to investigate. Chen Yang inquired. Mr. Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Du Kaicheng, with a serious expression, stated, In truth, it was the finance manager of the company who erred, and I dismissed him. This individual, in a fit of rage, contacted the tax authorities to report the company. Is that really the case? Chen Yang squinted. Mr. Chen, please allow me to have my financial bodyguard examine the situation for you. I sincerely hope there are no issues. Chen Yang made his way to the general manager's office. Once seated, Duke Kaiching poured tea for Chen Yang while instructing his assistant to retrieve the financial reports. Mr. Chen, the tax department has indeed come to conduct an investigation, that we are fully cooperating with them. And there is absolutely no concealment that I believe we will receive news from them shortly. If I utter even a single falsehood, you may withdraw your funds immediately. Let us hope so. Chen Yang took a sip of his tea. Soon, the assistant brought in all the financial reports. Chen Yang pretended to scrutinize them until noon, when all the employees of Zhengkong Company had left for the day, before finally setting down the reports. Mr. Chen, if you have not finished reviewing, shall we go for a meal first and return to this in the afternoon? Du Kaiching inquired tentatively. Chen Yang remained silent, fixating his gaze on Du Kaiching. In a hurry, Du Kaiching produced a check. Mr. Chen, this is a small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Chen Yang did not even glance at the check, continuing to stare at Du Kaiching. Assuming Chen Yang found the amount insufficient, Du Kaiching added another million. Still, Chen Yang remained silent, causing Du Kaiching to feel increasingly uneasy under his scrutiny. He tentatively asked, Mr. Chen, what exactly does this mean? I don't understand what you are implying. If you are determined to court your own demise, so be it. Chen Yang rose and strode towards the door, but before he could exit, a loud crash rang out as the door shattered. Hurtling towards him, bang! Li Wanpeng had kicked the door open with force. Two individuals entered, exuding a strong presence, their energy seemingly restrained, a sign they had at least reached the late stages of the first rank. When one attains true mastery, their energy becomes entirely subdued. The greater the strength, the more one returns to simplicity. Clearly, considerable resources had been invested in dealing with Chen Yang. The Song family, with their vast assets, had only 3 late-stage first-rank masters within their ranks. The remaining bodyguards were relatively weaker, mostly of the second rank, with very few in the first rank. Now, 2 late-stage first-rank fighters had arrived, merely to contend with Chen Yang. It was likely that others were lying in wait to confront Li Wanpeng as well. Knowing that Li Wanpeng had reached the pinnacle of the first rank, they would need to send at least 2 peak first-rank experts to face him. For safety, 3 would be ideal, to prevent Li Wanpeng from escaping. All irrelevant individuals, be gone, commanded the leading man, whose square face bore authority. Mr. Chen, I too am compelled by circumstance. Should you perish, do not blame me. Du Kaiching hastily remarked before fleeing. Li Wanpeng, are you not leaving? The square-faced man coldly fixed his gaze on Li Wanpeng. You do not intend to back out, do you? Of course not, Li Wanpeng shrugged. Following Du Kaiching out and closing the door behind him, I in the office. Only Chen Yang remained to the 2 late-stage first-rank fighters regard me with disdain or esteem. Chen Yang mused with a hint of mockery. They regard you with sufficient esteem. The square-faced man retorted with a smirk. You betrayed Tian Song and colluded with Chen Ruolin. Did you not foresee this day? A band of shameless scoundrels who plunder the wealth of others. Dare speak of betrayal? Chen Yang laughed. Your words are quite venomous. I shall certainly tear him apart later. Act swiftly, do not waste words with him, a lean man interjected coldly. Very well, let us end this quickly. The square-faced man nodded and struck first, launching a punch aimed at Chen Yang's face. Chen Yang, dying at our hands is no injustice. Is that so? Chen Yang effortlessly deflected the punch and struck the man's chest with his palm. The square-faced man countered with his own hand. Humph. Simultaneously, the lean man attacked Chen Yang's shoulder. Oh, you truly regard me highly. To coordinate your efforts as 2 late-stage first-rank masters, yet alas, it is still too slow. Chen Yang spoke calmly, but suddenly accelerated, his right palm meeting the square-faced man's. Puffed. The square-faced man spat out blood and was sent flying out, crashing against the elevator doors, which buckled under the impact. The lean man missed his strike, but followed up with another palm aimed at Chen Yang's back. How did this possible? The lean man's face was filled with disbelief. An excellent hunter often appears as prey. Do you not understand? Chen Yang derided. You knew all along? Indeed, even Li Wanpeng feigned allegiance to you, solely to ensnare your resources. Chen Yang chuckled. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Li Wanpeng has already ascended to mastery. He will not betray me. He has broken through to mastery. This is bad. The lean man's expression changed drastically as he hastily reached for his pocket to retrieve his phone, intending to notify his companions. Yet his hands grew weaker, and he lacked the strength to even make a call. Chen Yang chuckled and walked toward the door, pondering whether the other party had brought any remaining resources. Chapter 67. The Monster in the Parking Lot of Zhongkong Company. As Li Wanpeng prepared to enter his vehicle, he was obstructed by three middle-aged men in their 50s or 60s. As expected, you would not let me go. Is this your credibility? Li Wanpeng sneered at the trio. From the moment you betrayed Tian Song, your fate was sealed. Do you not realize this? The leading man smirked. Hand over those resources, and we will grant you a swift death. Tian Song saved my life. I have repaid him over 20 years, Li Wanpeng replied coldly. He did not provide me with adequate compensation. Had he truly regarded me as one of his own, he would have sought your assistance in acquiring the refining materials long ago. Alas, he feared that once I broke through to mastery, I would abandon him and cease to assist with his nefarious deeds. You are no different. You routinely entrusted me with mundane tasks, treating me as little more than a beast of burden. In terms of betrayal, you have long since betrayed me. This is merely a consequence of your poor origins, the man opposite him derided. Your origins may be advantageous, but what will that avail you? To kill you. The three men launched their attacks simultaneously. What is there to fear from three of you? Li Wanpeng charged forward, exhilarated. Just days prior, the sight of three peak first-rank masters would have sent him fleeing without a second thought. Facing three opponents, he had no hope of victory. Against two, as long as he desperately attempted to escape, they would likely struggle to keep him. Arrogant, the trio scoffed. With a resounding crash, the four engaged in battle. Li Wanpeng holding his ground with remarkable confidence, his spirit overshadowing that of his opponents. Their strikes against him felt like blows against iron, failing to penetrate his defenses. However, any strike from Li Wanpeng sent his opponents reeling. Li Wanpeng remained vibrant, as if an inexhaustible well of inner strength resided within him. Observers noted that when a comrade struck Li Wanpeng's chest, it bulged outward, entirely absorbing the impact. He did not evade at all. This is bad. His inner strength has surged. He has already broken through to mastery. It was too late to realize this. Li Wanpeng laughed heartily. Had it not been for the young master instructing us to leave a survivor, you would all be dead. Li Wanpeng's speed surged once more, faster than before, as he relied on the bulging shield formed by his inner strength, refusing to dodge or evade, risking his life in combat. In less than 10 seconds, another opponent fell. The last elderly man, whose hair was graying at the temples, turned to flee, but caught a glimpse of Chen Yang emerging from the stairwell. How can this be? The old man's face was filled with disbelief. Two late-stage, first-rank fighters could not subdue a 25 or 26-year-old. Did Chen Yang have a powerful ally, or were the two late-stage, first-rank fighters utterly inept? Hearing Li Wanpeng's boisterous laughter behind him, the old man's expression hardened. He realized he could not outrun Li Wanpeng. His only chance of survival lay in capturing Chen Yang and using him as a hostage. Even if Li Wanpeng insisted on attacking, he could still drag Chen Yang down with him, thereby fulfilling his mission. With this thought, the old man charged toward Chen Yang. You truly know how to choose your opponents. Li Wanpeng remarked with an odd expression, halting his pursuit. Chen Yang sighed, amused. Had the old man not checked the calendar before leaving this morning? Die. The old man lunged, aiming to grasp Chen Yang by the throat. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Chen Yang reached out, gripping the old man's wrist and effortlessly tossing him aside. The old man attempted to leverage the throw to maneuver behind Chen Yang, but was met with overwhelming force. What? Before the old man could react, he found himself hurled away. Bang! He crashed into a vehicle several meters away, leaving a dent in the metal. Cough, cough, cough. Who are you? How can you possess such terrifying strength? The old man gazed at Chen Yang, his expression one of sheer disbelief that the peak first-ring master had been tossed aside like refuse. Unheard of. The Chen family of Yinjing, Chen Yang, the Grandmaster. Chen Yang approached step by step. Grandmaster? No, it was impossible. Achieving the status of a master was already an arduous endeavor, let alone refining inner strength in a true essence. The old man was utterly incredulous, believe it or not. Chen Yang grasped the old man's neck and lifted him up. I have spoken the truth. Now it is your turn. Which family do you hail from? If you dare, kill me. The old man showed no signs of fear. Kill you? I possess a method that will make your suffering far worse than death. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth as he jolted his right hand, sending streams of true essence into the old man's lower dantian, the reservoir of inner power. This true essence stirred the inner strength, agitating it at an increasingly rapid pace that the old man screamed in terror, realizing that if this force detonated within his dantian, decades of his inner power would be rendered void, leaving him utterly incapacitated. This was more unbearable than death. It's too late. Chen Yang smirked. Explode. With a pop, the old man's own inner power detonated in the lower dantian, causing him to spew blood and collapse to the ground. It seemed he had just seen Du Kaicheng, who appeared to have raised a few vicious dogs, and Chen Yang thought to throw this fellow into the dog pen. Indeed, Li Wanpeng stepped forward, grabbing the old man's legs and dragging him away like a dead dog towards the courtyard behind the office building. Chen Yang turned to the two other peak experts lying on the ground and inquired, Which family do you belong to? Li family, one of the men quickly replied. And the old man from earlier? Peng family. What about that one over there? Lu family. Very good. Chen Yang smiled with satisfaction. In the next moment, he swiftly twisted the neck of the opponent. I am willing to submit to you. The last man panicked and fell to his knees. Your talent is too lacking. I have no interest in you. Chen Yang struck with his palm, killing him instantly. For those who sought to kill him, he would never show mercy, unless they held some value for him. After eliminating the two, Chen Yang turned to a nearby black Mercedes. Hurry, drive. Du Kaicheng, hiding in the car to watch the spectacle, panicked and hastily instructed his bodyguards to start the vehicle and flee. Just as the car roared to life, he saw Chen Yang's figure rapidly approaching, almost appearing as a phantom. Faster, Du Kaicheng bellowed. The car had barely accelerated when Du Kaicheng saw Chen Yang's fist crashing down. Bang! The car window shattered, and in the next moment, a large hand reached in and seized Du Kaicheng by the neck. The car shot forward, but Du Kaicheng was yanked out and thrown to the ground. Monster, Du Kaicheng's face was filled with terror. Speak, how do you wish to die? Chen Yang asked from above. Chapter 68. How did such a killing god emerge? Du Kaicheng wet his pants, a puddle of yellow liquid forming on the ground as he trembled to speak. Mr. Chen, spare my life. Please spare me. Chen Yang frowned and took 2 steps back. That I gave you a chance earlier. But you failed to cherish it, that I was coerced. They are too powerful, but if I didn't comply, they would turn against me. Du Kaicheng bowed repeatedly. As long as you spare my life, I swear I won't say a word. Chen Yang looked down on this coward. If he didn't repay, then Li Wanpeng would certainly seek him out. Understood? I will repay. I will definitely repay. Oh, you know the addresses of the Li, Peng, and Lu families? I know. Send them to me on my phone later. Chen Yang turned and walked toward the car. Take their bodies. We need to collect the medicinal materials. Chen Yang smiled. Yes, Li Wanpeng chuckled as well. The car soon drove away, while Du Kaicheng remained on the ground, unable to rise, his legs weak and devoid of strength. At Du Zong. What should we do now? Call the police? A bodyguard inquired. Call the police? Nonsense, Du Kaicheng cursed. The deaths occur in our company. We are complicit that if we report it, we will also suffer. Then what should we do? This mess was caused by Huang Zongxin and his gang. Let them solve it themselves. Du Kaicheng replied irritably, those bastards nearly got me killed. What if they called to inquire? Just say we weren't at the company and know nothing about the situation inside. Understood. Hurry, help me to the office. And quickly send someone to clean this place up. Yes, at the Li family residence, the head of the family, Li Yunzheng, had just finished lunch and was preparing to take a short rest in a study. However, his phone kept ringing incessantly. To IT was their private group messaging about whether the mission had succeeded. 2 peak experts should easily handle Chen Yang, and 3 peak masters should be more than sufficient to deal with Li Wanpeng. There should be no mistakes. Stop messaging. Take a good rest that you're getting older. You need to nap a bit. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. He switched his phone to silent mode. Usually he would not silence this phone, as it was used for internal communications, and any message was likely of significant importance. Within half an hour, the chat records would be deleted, and if missed, they would truly be gone. Moreover, they didn't use real names, only code names, taking great care to remain cautious. Setting down his phone, Li Yunjung leaned back in his chair, preparing to doze off. This had been a habit of his for years. He would lean back for 15 minutes after lunch before resuming his duties. There was too much to handle. He had no choice. Master, something's wrong. The bodyguard burst through the door. You better have something important to report. Li Yunjung opened his eyes, fixing a piercing gaze on the bodyguard. His face darkening. Qing Shu is dead. What? Li Yunjing's sleepiness vanished in an instant as he stood up. How do you know? Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng had entered, dragging Qing Shu's corpse and tossing it into the hall. Have you called for help? The third one is going to call for assistance. I came to inform you. Let's go. Li Yunjung rushed after the bodyguard down the stairs to the hall, where the Li family bodyguards had already surrounded the area. Li Qing's corpse lay on the floor, long deceased. Chen Yang sat on the sofa, with the Li family bodyguard underfoot. Li Wanpeng stood behind him, as if treating the Li family as his own home. Chen Yang, you have killed our people and dare to come here to cause trouble. You truly think the Li family is easy to bully? Li Yunjung spoke coldly. You are allowed to kill me. But I'm not allowed to retaliate? Chen Yang chuckled. Humph, you brought this upon yourselves. Attack, kill them, avenge Li Qing. Li Yunjung waved his hand. Dozens of bodyguards brandished batons and knives, charging towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang remained motionless, but Li Wanpeng sprang into action. Faced with 20 or 30 bodyguards, Li Wanpeng showed no fear. With a single move, he dispatched one. It was mere slaughtered in just a few breaths. 7 or 8 bodyguards lay dead on the ground, some taken down in a single strike. Li Wanpeng did not defend himself, allowing the attacks to land on him without a care. He felt no pain. Master, Li Yunjung noticed the bulges forming on various parts of Li Wanpeng's body, realizing that was why he didn't defend himself. The bodyguard's knives struck the bulging areas on Li Wanpeng, bouncing off harmlessly. Unable to penetrate the head of the Li family, Li Yunjung recognized that this was a feat achievable only by a master, possessing skin as tough as iron. Li Wanpeng had broken through to the master realm. Li Yunjung panicked. Against a peak expert, perhaps a tactical advantage in numbers could wear Li Wanpeng down, but with a master, ordinary attacks were ineffective. The 30-plus bodyguards could not wear down a master. Stop! Cease fire! Li Yunjung suddenly shouted. If this continued, his family's bodyguards would be completely annihilated, not a single one left. The Li family's bodyguards retreated, but Li Wanpeng did not stop, as long as Chen Yang did not speak. He would continue his rampage. Chen Yang, you are committing such a massacre. The higher-ups will not let you off easily, Li Yunjung roared. Before they come to investigate me, I can wipe out your entire family first. Chen Yang sneered at you. Li Yunjung trembled with rage. Stop. I'm willing to disclose everything. No, I no longer wish to know. I only want to eliminate you one by one. Only by instilling terror in you can you refrain from continuing to conspire against Huifeng. Chen Yang smirked. I was too lenient with you before, which allowed you to grow bolder and stronger. In truth, it was not Chen's kindness. It was because Huifeng, as a colossal financial entity, needed to safeguard its reputation and required evidence before acting. Without evidence, the Chen family would not easily intervene, and those who came to investigate feared the repercussions. After capturing 1 or 2 individuals and failing to extract useful information, they would give up. Are you not afraid of provoking the boss behind Huifeng? Li Yunjung said coldly. Perhaps you are unaware, I have long been cast out of my family. Chen Yang chuckled. What I'm doing now has nothing to do with the boss behind Huifeng. It is solely my own undertaking. Therefore, you thieves of Huifeng's wealth should prepare to meet your end. What? Li Yunjing collapsed onto the ground. Watching as Li Wanpeng continued his ruthless rampage, he was genuinely terrified. How did such a killing machine suddenly emerge from Huifeng? Chapter 69. The unfamiliar copper plate. This moment, Li Yunjing finally understood why it was impossible to uncover Chen Yang's background. Why his parents were shrouded in mystery, and why his address information was elusive, that it turned out that Chen Yang had long been cast out from his family, with even his birth information intentionally concealed. The meticulousness of this concealment indicated that Chen Yang must originate from a prestigious family, likely one associated with Chen Ruo, and that a person expelled from their family could do nothing without their family's backing. With this thought, Li Yunxing shouted, "Chen Yang, we acknowledge our mistakes. Spare us, and I will give you my entire inheritance. Sometimes wealth can be a burden. I do not need it." Chen Yang shook his head. "What is it that you truly desire? First, take me to your vault. Second, you must pay with your life." Yunxing's expression fluctuated, and after a moment's contemplation, he asked, "If I pay with my life, will you spare the rest of the Li family?" "Naturally. All right, I agree. Stand down." Chen Yang raised his hand, and Li Wanpeng retreated to stand beside him. Out of the 2 or 3 dozen bodyguards, less than a third still stood. Yunxing watched his subordinates, his heart bleeding. He now fully comprehended the truth behind the saying that a master could uphold a family. The Li family still had 7 first-tier and over 20 second-tier experts, but before a master, they were utterly powerless. The qualitative leap in power could hardly be compensated for by mere numbers, unless they had hundreds of second-tier experts, which the Li family certainly could not afford to maintain. "What are you still hesitating for? Move." Chen Yang stood up, impatiently saying, "Do not delay me from visiting the Liu and Peng families." "This way, please." Li Yunxing quickly rose to lead the way, as they proceeded toward the Li family's vault. An elderly steward beside him continually gestured with his eyes. It appeared he was suggesting whether to call for reinforcements or to alert the authorities. Chen Yang noticed but did not expose it. Li Yunxing had grown significantly more compliant. He shook his head, signaling the steward not to act rashly. Upon arriving at the Li family's underground vault, they found it filled with numerous valuable items, paintings, antiques, porcelain, and more, all neatly arranged. The value of the contents alone exceeded 100 million. That Chen Yang was not interested in these paintings and antiques. Instead, he focused on several ancient sandalwood boxes, opening them one by one to find some aged Chinese medicinal herbs. However, they were not what he sought and did not pique his interest. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a glass cabinet at the innermost part of the vault, where ancient weapons were displayed, bows, spears, and among them, a curved copper plate measuring 2 fingers wide and 5 centimeters long. "Show me that copper plate," Chen Yang commanded. Li Yunxing hastily retrieved the key and respectfully handed the copper plate to Chen Yang. Upon holding it, he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Yet the inscriptions and patterns on its surface evoked an unusual sensation within him. He channeled a sliver of true essence into the copper plate, and a wave of chilling, murderous energy surged forth, penetrating his palm and racing up his arm, directly invading his sea of consciousness. The speed was astonishing. Before Chen Yang could react, the energy had already reached his sea of consciousness. He swiftly summoned his true essence, attempting to suppress this malevolent force, but found that his essence could not contain it. The chilling energy rampaged within his sea of consciousness, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Quickly, Chen Yang sat cross-legged, focusing his mind and spirit, relying on his willpower to subdue the murderous energy. His entire aura began to surge violently, forcing Li Yunxing and Li Wanpeng to retreat. They had no choice but to exit the underground vault. After a tense 10 minutes, Chen Yang let out a muffled groan and finally opened his eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was ashen, as if he had just endured a fierce battle and sustained grave injuries. What on earth was this? How could it be so tyrannical? Chen Yang was internally shaken. Although he had nearly lost control, he realized that after this encounter with a murderous energy, his previously murky sea of consciousness appeared to have become clearer. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. Though he did not know the provenance of the copper plate, it seemed to be an exceptional treasure for refining the sea of consciousness. Of course, this was contingent upon having a resolute mind. Had his will faltered even slightly, he would have surely succumbed to madness from this oppressive energy. Even now, he felt a lingering unease after resting for another 10 minutes, though still not fully recovered. Chen Yang rose and exited the vault, casting a glance at Li Yunxing. In light of your relative compliance, I shall spare your life this time." "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Li Yunxing quickly expressed his gratitude. From now on, the Li family is willing to become a vassal family to Mr. Chen, pledging our undying loyalty. While he did not understand the source of the terrifying aura that had erupted from Chen Yang, it was evident that Chen Yang's strength surpassed that of Li Wanpeng. The latter's rapid ascension to mastery was likely attributed to Chen Yang. Li Wanpeng would not betray Chen Yang, which was why he had dealt with Huang Zongxin and his associates so decisively. I said I do not require anything. Let us pretend nothing has transpired, and I do not need you to state any facts, Chen Yang replied coldly. Understood. Li Yunxing responded respectfully. Proceed to the Liu and Peng families. Eliminate their heads on the spot. Chen Yang instructed Li Wanpeng. Yes, I refuse to believe they would still dare to call the authorities. With that, Chen Yang turned and left. Mr. Li, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Yunxing produced a check and extended it to Li Wanpeng. Without even glancing at it, Li Wanpeng turned away. As Li Yunxing watched his retreating figure, he quickly instructed the elderly steward beside him. Pack your things swiftly. We must leave this place. A great upheaval is about to strike Hangshan. Master, should we notify the other families? Notify them? Are you tired of living? Li Yunxing replied coldly, but that Li Wanpeng is merely a master. The steward reminded him. Merely a master. Some families that never reveal themselves may have masters in their ranks or connections with them. However, to enlist the aid of a master is no simple task. The cost is substantial. They might be able to afford it collectively, but this is not just about dealing with Li Wanpeng. Chen Yang is the real hidden threat. He survived today, likely having gained some advantage from that copper plate. That plate was discovered by my great-grandfather's generation, and its purpose remains unknown to our family. Over generations, many experts have examined it, but none could uncover its secrets. This indicates that their strength was insufficient, while Chen Yang has discerned its value. With this in mind, Li Yunxing quickly ordered, follow my instructions, take what can be carried, and leave within half an hour. Yes. Also, publicly declare that I am dead. Otherwise, those behind me will think I have betrayed them. Understood. Chapter 70. Trouble for Ren Hanxiang's daughter. 3 hours later, the group where Li Yunxing resided erupted in chaos. The operatives previously dispatched to deal with Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng were all annihilated, while Old Li, Old Lu, and Old Peng had also perished. What? Is this true? Impossible. It is true. I just received news from Old Peng's family. Li Wanpeng single-handedly slaughtered through the Li, Lu, and Peng families, dozens of first and second-tier bodyguards. Facing Li Wanpeng alone, had not been able to retaliate at all. We were played by Li Wanpeng. He has already broken through to mastery. Mastery. Could it be that the materials we provided enabled his breakthrough? Unknown. All that is certain is that he has reached mastery. Now, the entire Li family was unaccounted for, and the Lu and Peng families suffered devastating losses among those who dared to resist. Li Wanpeng was too ruthless. What should we do? Should we call the authorities? Everyone fell silent at this suggestion. They believed that 2 late-stage first-tier and 3 peak first-tier experts should be more than sufficient to deal with Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng. They had never anticipated such a failure. The plan had been meticulously arranged but still collapsed. Even more shocking was the swiftness and brutality of Chen Yang's retaliation, which instilled fear in their hearts. We must report this to the authorities to capture Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng, one suggested. They had connections that could help apprehend Chen Yang and avenge the 3 families. However, they themselves had not reported to the authorities. This was the crux of the issue. They had sent people to kill Chen Yang first, only to be met with his counterattack. Reporting Chen Yang would implicate themselves. It seems we cannot alert the authorities. We must proceed according to our original plan. Yet they were aware that this would require significant sacrifices. Others fell silent once more, fully understanding what sacrifices entailed, to ally with and confront Li Wanpeng. They had invested money, provided materials, and summoned experts. The successful assassination, in truth, resulted in minimal losses for everyone involved. Thus, it was deemed acceptable. However, should it fail, those who contributed funds and medicinal materials would remain unscathed. But the 3 clans that dispatched their skilled practitioners would suffer devastating casualties, with dozens deceased and their core familial strength decimated. This would amount to a significant hemorrhage to eliminate a master. At the very least, 2 masters must be engaged, yet within their ranks, there are scant few masters. Even if any did exist, they would not act without considerable incentive to persuade the masters to intervene and eliminate Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng. Financial compensation alone would prove inadequate. I shall make inquiries to ascertain their needs. A figure codenamed to stated solemnly. Very well, as long as we can entice the masters to act, sacrificing some resources to eliminate Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng is acceptable. They strike ruthlessly and will not spare a single one of us. It is now a matter of either your life or mine. The tragic deaths of Tian Song and Song Kuo remain unresolved, their bodies yet unseen. With the Li, Lu, and Peng families suffering such considerable losses, genuine fear has begun to take root. Previously, they may have engaged in clandestine skirmishes, but now the conflict has erupted into the open, irrevocably tearing apart any semblance of civility. Young master, this is the medicinal material acquired by the Lu and Peng families. 2 of the items are precisely what you require. Li Wanpeng, standing respectfully behind Chen Yang, presented 4 boxes containing the medicinal materials. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Yang finally opened his eyes, his complexion still somewhat pale, yet not fully recovered from the oppressive aura of the copper piece. You have done well, he remarked, casting a glance at the materials and nodding approvingly. Have there been any movement from the 3 families? I dispatched someone to investigate. The Li family publicly declared the demise of their head, after which all direct descendants departed. Point 1 need not fear the consequences of their actions if they are not guilty. Chen Yang scoffed. From the head of the Peng family, I gleaned that there are 9 families collaborating with them, along with 7 professional managers. That my injuries are inconsequential. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. The adversary is aware of his strength. Next time they strike, they will undoubtedly send a master. If Chen Yang were seriously injured, his chances of victory would be slim. After all, he had only recently ascended to the rank of master, and the master sent against him could very well be at the mid-level of mastery. And not alone did I end such a scenario, defeat would be inevitable. So, who shall our next target be? Li Wanpeng inquired. There's no need to seek them out. They will come to us of their own accord. Understood. Li Wanpeng clasped his hands respectfully. I shall not intrude upon your training any longer. Chen Yang produced the copper piece once more, infusing it with a trace of true essence, releasing another wave of the oppressive aura. This time he exercised caution, allowing only a small portion of the aura to penetrate his palm. Yet, even this diminished amount caused his true essence to surge chaotically within him, rendering his aura volatile. This is indeed a form of self-destructive cultivation. It is no wonder he possesses such terrifying strength at such a young age. Mr. Li, there is someone named Yang Su requesting an audience, a security guard announced. Very well. A short while later, Yang Su entered the living room, tentatively inquiring, Mr. Li, what is Mr. Chen engaged in? That aura is truly terrifying. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Simply wait, was the brusque reply. Yang Su shrank back, settling obediently onto the sofa. After more than 40 minutes, Chen Yang finally entered the living room. Wanpeng and Yang Su rose simultaneously, respectfully addressing him. What is the matter? Chen Yang asked. That I have registered the company and acquired the projects severed from the Su Group for a sum of 55 million. Yang Su promptly produced a contract and reported the situation. Such a low price. Chen Yang expressed his astonishment. By's standard evaluation. The value of these projects should be around 130 million. Yang Su continued. However, Ji Yunpeng, in a bid to secure shares in our company, bundled several profitable projects and sold them to me as well. So, does this mean the new company holds his shares? Chen Yang smiled. Yes, he holds 30%. What does Su Hanyan intend to achieve? It appears that Su Hanyan is eager to elevate the company's rating swiftly, seeking financing from financial firms or foundations, hence her desire to eliminate those projects with excessive investment. Yang Su elucidated. Or perhaps, speak plainly, or perhaps it was Su Hanyan's own idea to sell off those projects, inflicting losses on the Su Group rather than on her personal finances. Yang Su continued. If the Su Group fails to secure financing and subsequently goes bankrupt, Su Hanyan will still retain a stake in my new company, allowing for a potential profit of 40 to 50 million without issue. She's not that kind of person. Chen Yang shook his head. Then it means Su Hanyin places too much trust in Ji Yunheng. Indeed, she harbors an idealistic view of her first love. What shall we do now? Should we expose Ji Yunheng? No need. Let her discover Ji Yunheng's malevolence in her own time. Lest she accuse us of orchestrating a scheme against him, Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Yang Su nodded. Oh, by the way, Ren Hanxiang's daughter encountered an incident in Western Europe. It seems Ji Yunheng's luck is truly unfortunate. Chapter 71. The situation is revealed. Sister, this is the good work of Ji Yunheng. In the boardroom of the Su Group. Su Wenyong placed an investigative report in front of Su Hanyin, his face a mask of fury. What is the matter? Su Hanyin inquired. What is the matter? Review the investigative report for those projects yourself. Su Wenyong replied gravely. Ji Yunheng had someone classify profitable projects as losses, bundling them for sale to Fengyang Company, from which he profited, holding 30% of shares in Fengyang Company. Is that true? Su Hanyin picked up the investigative report, comparing the details. Indeed, the two reports differ. The one Ji Yunheng submitted indicated that the projects sold were all loss-making, while the report from Su Wenyong's separate investigation revealed that 3 projects were of high quality, differing by 6 to 70 million in valuation. Su Hanyin picked up the desk phone and dialed. Come to my office. Approximately 3 minutes later, Ji Yunheng entered, carrying a folder. Upon seeing Su Wenyong, he remained unperturbed, greeting him politely. How fortunate to see you, brother-in-law. Silence. I'm not your brother-in-law, Su Wenyong snapped. I have long suspected your ulterior motives. I've been watching you you think you can conceal your actions from Hanyin, let alone from me. You must be referring to the projects, right? Ji Yunheng asked. Indeed, I intended to inform you of this yesterday, but I had other matters to attend to and did not have the opportunity. Then provide me with a reasonable explanation. Look at this, Ji Yunheng replied, opening the folder and extracting an agreement. A share transfer agreement? Su Wenyong glanced at it, perplexed. Correct, 20% of Fengyang Company's shares belong to you, brother-in-law. Only 10% are held by Hanyin and me. Ji Yunheng clarified. Su Wenyong fell silent, unsure whether Ji Yunheng had prepared this agreement upon his arrival or if it had been arranged beforehand. However, Su Hanyin's expression darkened ominously, and Ji Yunheng, oblivious, continued with righteous indignation. Brother-in-law, my actions are for the sake of providing you and Hanyin with a safety net. Over the years, Hanyin has borne the brunt of hardship. Following Chen Yang's retaliation, the company faces a funding crisis. If we fail to secure financing, all of Hanyin's efforts will be in vain, that we must consider our own interests as well. That is indeed a point to consider. Su Wenyong nodded. Enough. Su Hanyin suddenly stood, her voice raised in fury. Hanyin, one must look out for oneself in this world. Ji Yunheng rationalized. How can you justify this to the investors? Su Hanyin retorted angrily. Investors? They are merely Huifeng's money, and Huifeng is the investors' money. Are they not simply reaping profits from others? Ji Yunheng sneered. None of these financial firms are virtuous. That is a valid point. Su Wenyong surprisingly concurred with Ji Yunheng's stance. In truth, Su Wenyong had been contemplating acquiring some projects at a low price from the company for his own use, as this would alleviate the operational burden of such a large company. Significantly lowering costs, this was undoubtedly profitable, yet he had been sternly rebuffed by his sister Hanyin previously. The last time he had taken company liquid funds to lend, only to be discovered by Huifeng, resulting in a loss of funding sources. Have you learned nothing from that? Su Hanyin's voice turned cold. Engaging in such sordid activities now, if the outside world learns of this, not only will we be unable to secure a single penny in financing, but Huifeng will also withdraw their investment, that if we cannot produce funds, they will forcibly convert debt into equity, and we will lose the Su Group entirely. I have conducted this discreetly. No one will discover it. Ji Yunheng asserted earnestly. Then how did my brother find out? Su Hanyin's anger escalated. This the Ji Yunheng contemplated for a moment before retorting. Hanyin, to speak candidly, the current state of the company's development is indeed quite challenging. Given your health issues, perhaps this is an opportune moment for you to rest. Selling off some of the company's projects at a low price to Fengyang Company would be the wisest choice. I understand your reluctance to become a mere housewife. Thus, I, along with my brother-in-law, hold shares in Fengyang Company that I could easily sell my shares and walk away with funds, but since I opted for shares, the intention is to ensure that once you recover, you can manage Feng Yang Company. Oh, so in your eyes, the Su Group is beyond salvation. Su Hanyan slumped in her office chair, a visage of disappointment and bitter amusement etched on her face. Ji Yanhang lowered his head. You know why Hui Feng chose to invest in the Su Group? Su Hanyan inquired, her tone laden with complexity. Isn't it because of Ji Yunhong's uncle? Su Wenyong glanced at Ji Yanhang. Ji Yanhang bowed his head, rendered speechless, his face flushed crimson. It appeared Su Hanyan was already privy to this information. What remained a mystery was when she had discovered it, and the fact that she chose not to expose him. Sister, when did you realize he was lying? Su Wenyong asked, exasperated. I initially merely harbored doubts. Ren Hanxiang, a manager in the business department, simply did not possess the authority to secure 800 million for the Su Group. Su Hanyan stated coldly that I dispatched someone to investigate. Yet even the personnel from Huifeng's Hangchang branch were unaware of the money's origins. It was only a few days ago at the banquet when I encountered Chen Ruolin that I confirmed my suspicions were indeed correct. You can't be suggesting this is because of Chen Yang, can you? Su Wenyong speculated. Precisely, Chen Ruolin, the former general manager of Huifeng's Hangchang branch, is his sister. Su Hanyan emphasized. Chen Yang is undoubtedly a core member of the Chen family. It was through our marriage that Hui Feng continuously invested in us. For years, I have looked down upon him, convinced he could not assist me nor alleviate my burdens. Now, with the loss of Huifeng's investment, the Su Group teeters on the brink of collapse, and I find myself utterly useless. Yes, Su Hanyan spoke. Her complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor, overwhelmed by shame. Considering you made this discovery, why did you still agree to divorce Chen Yang and then marry Ji Yanhang? Su Wenyong questioned, further perplexed. The banquet was the night before last, and the divorce occurred the very next day. Of course, if Chen Yang truly wished to separate, he could have pursued a legal divorce, which could have been finalized on the same day. This time, Su Hanyan refrained from providing an explanation. Indeed, if she was aware, why proceed with the marriage? The answer lay solely within Su Hanyan. Hanyan, I apologize that I lied, but my intentions were merely to capture your attention. Ji Yunhang stated, his apology intertwined with a fervent declaration of affection. You know my feelings for you are genuine. How infuriating. You despicable, shameless scoundrel. Su Wenyong turned, delivering a punch to Ji Yunhong's cheek. You spew nothing but lies. I ought to beat you to a pulp. What enraged him further was this man's presence had cost him a brother-in-law from the illustrious family in Yanjing. The more he thought about it, the more his anger simmered, wishing he could strangle Ji Yunhang. Enough, Su Hanyan interjected sharply. Chapter 72. Is this truly the man I chose? Su Wenyong took 2 steps back, still seething, his nostrils flaring with ire, his gaze locked on Ji Yanhang, that he genuinely wished to obliterate this man, wishing he had never appeared at all, regardless of their previous conflicts after the child's birth. While Chen Yang remained unaccepted, the child would undoubtedly be embraced. Observing her brother's demeanor, Su Hanyan felt a twinge of regret. She had no desire to discuss this matter further or maintain any ties to Chen Yang. But Ji Yunhong's actions compelled her brother to inquire. In recent years, those who encountered her often labeled her a business prodigy, having exponentially increased the market value of the Su Group within a mere 5 years. From a company on the brink of bankruptcy, valued at merely 100 million, it had now surpassed several billion and was on the verge of going public. Although Huifeng's investment played a significant role, the ability to attract such investment was an accomplishment in itself that if one possesses the capability and the company has promising prospects, being recognized by Hui Feng is indeed commendable. Yet in the end, Su Hanyan realized it was not solely her prowess that facilitated this. How ironic. What was even more ironic was her earnest desire to restore the company to normalcy, while her brother and the man she fancied conspired to discreetly shift the company's profitable projects elsewhere. Su Hanyan cast a glance at her brother. She had long since lost hope in him, having been thoroughly disappointed. Turning her gaze to Ji Yanhang, she found herself bitterly smiling inside. Is this truly the man I chose? Is this the man who can assist me? Not only has he failed to help, but he is also an impediment. While Chen Yang may have seemed inadequate in her eyes, he never intruded nor spoke of abandonment. When she faced challenges, he would merely offer her comfort and encouragement. Reflecting on it now, she realized it was a series of missteps that had led to her current predicament. This Chen Yang fellow, with such a powerful background, has been living off our Su family for 5 years. Su Wenyong erupted. I have given him money, which he has not spent a single cent of. It's all right here. Su Hanyin declared, producing a bank card and tossing it on the table. Not a single cent spent. Su Wenyong paused in surprise. Hanyin, I have an idea to secure further investment from Huifeng for the Su Group. Ji Yanhang said, nursing his swollen cheek. Since Chen Yang is a scion of the wealthy Huifeng backers, their earlier financing of the Su Group was a violation. This constitutes the misappropriation of company funds. And if exposed, it would severely tarnish Huifeng's reputation. Get lost. Get out. Su Hanyin could no longer contain her wrath and pointed toward the door, unleashing her fury, as Hu Wenyong and Ji Yanhang fled the office. Fearful that Su Hanyin might suffer a heart attack on the spot. Outside, without a moment's hesitation, Su Wenyong snatched the contract transfer agreement from Ji Yunhang's hands, swiftly signing at 20% of the shares. Why not take them? Ji Yanhang felt a stroke of luck, having anticipated this outcome that he had frequented the Su family recently to discuss the wedding arrangements and sensed Su Wenyong's disapproving glances. Additionally, 2 members from the project handling team had also exhibited strange behavior. Ji Yanhang had prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would have been promptly rejected by Su Hanyin and expelled from the Su Group. While being exposed for lying to Su Hanyin left him feeling uneasy. At least he had not yet proposed divorce. Ji Yanhang, is what you just said truly effective? Su Wenyong ceased his aggression. This may be the only means to salvage the Su Group, Ji Yanhang asserted. Even if the Su Group has canceled numerous projects and met Huifeng's requirements, Chen Yang is now the vice president of Huifeng's Hangcheng branch. Will he invest in the Su Group? Furthermore, regarding the Hangcheng Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Fund, everyone claims Zhong Wenfei is fair and just, but she's clearly biased in favor of Chen Yang. It is said she has agreed with the Liao family to cease any dealings with Chen Yang. Yet at the last Huifeng welcome banquet, she was seen laughing and chatting with him. Then should we approach Chen Yang? Su Wenyong inquired. Very well. You go ahead. I shall not accompany you. Su Wenyong recoiled. Vividly recalling the last time he had been beaten by Chen Yang, his cheeks still throbbed with pain. For the Su Group, we should go together. Could Chen Yang truly harm us? Fine then, that moment. The office door swung open, revealing Su Hanyin with a stormy expression. Both men were startled, feigning innocence as they prepared to slip away once more. Did I warn you? If I find out you went to see Chen Yang, do not blame me for turning my back on you, Su Hanyin stated firmly. Upon entering the elevator, Su Wenyong hesitated. My sister will not consent. You know her temperament. If we do manage to secure the funds, she likely will refuse to accept them and may even turn against us. This is not theft. It is a loan. Ji Yanhang corrected him. To be specific, it involves obtaining financing from Huifeng. Once the Su Group regains its footing, we will not only repay the principal, but also share in the profits. All right, then we shall go to the company to find him. I refuse to believe he would dare to act violently within the company. Indeed, I in the vice president's office of Huifeng's Hangcheng branch. Chen Yang regarded Ji Yanhang and Su Wenyong with amusement as they explained their purpose. 2 worthless individuals come together. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. As the saying goes, is quite apartment you dare to Ji Yunhang's retort hung on his lips. Yet remembering they were there to seek a loan, he bit his tongue and refrained from cursing. Instead, he appealed to reason and emotion. This is not only for the benefit of the Su Group, but also for Huifeng. If the Su Group were to go bankrupt, the 800 million you previously invested would be lost as well. Do you believe I care about that 800 million? Chen Yang scoffed. Had I known that money would be mishandled in such a way, I would have gladly tossed it into the sea. You may not care for the 800 million, but what about Huifeng's reputation? Ji Yanhang pressed, intensifying his tone. Initially, the Su Group's rating did not meet Huifeng's investment criteria. You have been subject to the manipulation of research ratings and the embezzlement of public funds for personal gain. Should these 2 matters come to light, Huifeng's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, a reputation that cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Therefore, continuing to invest in the Su Group would result in a mutually beneficial arrangement. We do not require much, 300 million would suffice. Huh. Chen Yang erupted in laughter. Do you understand what it means to repay kindness with enmity? That is precisely what you are doing. One of you misappropriated company funds to issue loans, while the other recklessly sold company projects for personal benefit. How dare you come here, shamelessly demanding money? Have you lost your minds over money? Yet how do you know? Ji and Hang and Su Wenyong were taken aback. With such petty tricks, did you really think you were clever? Chen Yang shook his head in disdain. Leave now, for I truly do not wish to lay a hand on waste like you. Chen Yang, what does your knowledge matter? If you do not provide the funds now, we shall all perish together. Oh, you truly think I care about Hui Feng's reputation? Chen Yang laughed. I know you will claim not to care. But who can say what you truly think in your heart? Ji and Hang sneered. Go ahead and expose it. I would respect you as a man. Chen Yang teased. If you do not expose it, then you are nothing but a coward. You just wait. Did Ji and Hang turn to leave? Oh, you think my office is a place you can enter and exit at will? Do you dare to lay a hand on us here? Guards, throw them out. Yes, Li Wamping entered from outside, seizing Ji and Hang and Su Wenyong and dragging them out like refuse. Chen Yang, I will definitely file a complaint against you, and I will expose you. Ji Yunhong's resentful voice echoed from a distance. Chapter 73. Two great masters, Ji and Hang and Su Wenyong, were not only thrown in the elevator, but were also dragged down by Li Wanpeng and hurled out of the building's entrance. Scornful and gloating glances from onlookers only deepened their humiliation. Su Wenyong lowered his head, while Ji and Hang shouted loudly. Look closely. This is how Hui Feng treats its clients. Enough. Let us go to Su Wenyong hastily advised. We have been insulted. Why should I not voice my grievances? Ji and Hang pointed at his swollen face, the result of Su Wenyong's earlier blow. Behold, this is evidence of Hui Feng's brutality. Li Wanpeng, preparing to head towards the elevator, halted, turning to glare coldly at Ji and Hang. Move quickly. That man is a master. Su Wenyong forcefully pulled Ji and Hang away. What a master, Ji and Hang continued to mutter. For heaven's sake, if you wish to die, do not drag me down with you, Su Wenyong retorted. Are you truly going to expose this? Su Wenyong inquired. Ji and Hang regarded him as if he were a fool. His elder brother was indeed dim-witted. Speak up, then. Su Wenyong urged. Su Wenyong nodded. Ji and Hang continued. If that is the case, then with Hui Feng withdrawing its investment, what shall our Su group use to repay? With no money, we shall convert debt into equity, allowing them to take control of the company and subsequently sell it off at a loss to mitigate damages. At that point, can we still retain our stake in the Su group? Indeed, Su Wenyong suddenly understood. But since you are aware, why come here to threaten Chen Yang? Is that not a waste of time? I thought he would be more concerned about Hui Feng's reputation. Ji and Hang replied helplessly. Thought? You truly are unreliable. It is not merely a matter of assumption. The crux of the issue lies in the evidence, specifically the research ratings from that year, Ji and Hang stated earnestly. When Hui Feng initially invested in the Su group, they must have forged a satisfactory rating report. This explains why Chen Yang is unafraid of our exposure. We possess no evidence. Thus, what we must do now is to reassess the Su group situation from 5 years ago. When we compare it with Hui Feng's research ratings, the discrepancies will become evident, and Chen Yang will be alarmed, compelling him to provide us with further financing. Retrieving the situation from 5 years ago will not be an easy task. Su Wenyong frowned. The financial statements should still be on file. The company's condition at that time was surely poor, correct? We will need to search for them. They should still be accessible, Ji and Hang replied. However, Han Yin does not permit us to proceed in this manner, so we must exercise caution, taking advantage of her absence from the company. That I will devise a way to distract Han Yin this evening. You should search the finance room. Yes, that will do. Young master, if you do not deal with them, they will only grow more audacious. Shall I eliminate them? They are merely two foolish clowns, unworthy of being considered adversaries in my eyes. Let them flounder as they please. Chen Yang waved his hand. By the way, is there an auction in Hangsheng? Are you considering purchasing some ancient copper artifacts? Li Wanpeng inquired. Yes, then we should go to Mingxian Auction House. They have a branch in Hangsheng and hold auctions on the 15th of each month. Very well, we shall visit in a few days. By the way, Why do you not inquire with Li Yunxing about the origins of the copper artifacts? If he knew, he would have mentioned it by now. Indeed, upon returning to the villa, Chen Yang continued to enjoy his practice by the water's edge, primarily to probe the copper artifacts. He was not in a rush to convert his inner strength into true essence. Rather, he employed the chilling aura to temper his consciousness. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the crescent moon reflected upon the lake's surface, just as Chen Yang suppressed the last trace of his murderous aura. The first glimmer of light emerged within his previously murky consciousness. It was as if Pangu had cleaved through chaos with a colossal axe, finally creating a fissure that allowed a sliver of light to shine through. This illumination allowed Chen Yang's perception of the surroundings to sharpen dramatically. His senses heightened. He could almost visualize the flight paths of nearby mosquitoes in his mind, although the distance was still quite close. Less than a meter, Chen Yang felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was effective. In the next moment, his brow furrowed, and he swiftly turned his head to the side. Whoosh! A flying knife whizzed past his ear, embedding itself in the nearby wooden board. Sneakily, come out, Chen Yang called coldly. Who? From a grassy area a dozen meters behind Chen Yang, Li Wanpeng, who was guarding him, immediately stood alert, scanning the vicinity, contrary to the external rumors of their ineptitude. An elderly voice leaped down from a nearby tree and approached. Simultaneously, another elder emerged from the garden beside the villa. There were only two of them, both in their 60s and clad in black long robes. Their auras were completely reined in, without a hint of being revealed. Li Wanpeng was taken aback. The fact that he had not detected them from a distance of several meters indicated that these two old fellows surpassed him in strength. Nevertheless, he charged forward. He was tasked with protecting Chen Yang. Yet Chen Yang had nearly been ambushed. This was a failure on his part. Die! Li Wanpeng, filled with rage, struck out at the closest elder who had just descended from the tree. What does it matter if a newly advanced master faces off? The elder let out a cold laugh and met the attack with his palm. This encounter was purely a contest of inner strength, and Li Wanpeng suffered a significant setback. Upon contact, he was propelled backward, nearly falling into the lake. His right arm trembled, and his eyes remained fixed on the elder, who was at least at the mid-level of mastery. Oh, the elder appeared somewhat surprised. Your arm has not been rendered useless. It seems the medicinal materials used during your bone tempering were quite good. Li Wanpeng was well aware that the medicinal materials he had utilized were indeed superior, provided by the Chen family for Chen Yang. The age of those materials far surpassed anything he had previously gathered. However, it was important to note that the efficacy of medicinal materials did not solely depend on their age. An overly potent medicine could overwhelm the body and mind, leading to collapse. One must proceed according to their capabilities. Li Wanpeng had nearly succumbed several times. It was only with Chen Yang's assistance that he had steadied his mind and absorbed the medicinal power completely. This elevated his physical prowess to nearly that of a mid-level master. Otherwise, that earlier strike would have surely crippled his arm. Again, Li Wanpeng charged forward once more. Combat is indeed the quickest means to enhance strength. Even if he knew he was no match for this opponent, he was determined to fight. Will you not protect your master? The elder chuckled. Tend to your own affairs first, Li Wanpeng retorted coldly. Then I shall accompany you in this leisurely game. The elder showed no urgency. Allow me to let you witness your master's demise. Chapter 74. Can you escape? Boy, do you still have masters protecting you now? Another elder's sinister laughter echoed. Chen Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the hawkish elder before him. This time, the enemy had indeed dispatched two mid-level masters, a clear demonstration of their commitment. Though there were only two, the expense of hiring these mid-level masters far exceeded that of the previous encounter with two late-stage first-tier and three peak first-tier fighters, costing at least tenfold. It is likely that among 100 first-tier experts, only one can successfully break through to mastery. Achieving mastery requires more than just reaching a certain level of inner strength. Talent, effort, and finances, namely medicinal materials, are all essential. Ordinary martial artists, upon reaching the first tier, typically seek partnerships with prominent families. The martial artist provides the effort, while the family funds the purchase of medicinal materials for bone tempering that a common bone-quenching medicinal herb command a price of no less than 20 million. And at times, it is simply unattainable. One must pay a premium to acquire it, causing the price to double. Moreover, a single attempt at bone quenching may not guarantee success. It might require a second or even a third try. In essence, to cultivate a master, substantial financial resources are necessary. Resources that ordinary families cannot afford, compounded by the element of luck. After painstakingly nurturing dozens of first-tier experts, it is possible that not a single master emerges. The funds invested may thus be rendered futile. Many families lack masters, yet when they desire one to act, the cost is exorbitant. Within various clans, they are treated as revered offerings. Occasionally, they demand not money, but rather rare treasures from the heavens and earth. There are no masters left. Chen Yang shook his head. Yes, that's so. Have you ever contemplated this day? The elder scoffed, relying on the presence of a freshly ascended master by your side. You dare to oppose us, rampaging without restraint, believing there is no one left in Hang City. Youngster, let me enlighten you. There are always greater beings beyond our perception. You are still too young and reckless. Today marks your demise. Remember in your next life to temper your arrogance. As words fell, the elder suddenly struck out, reaching for Chen Yang with a single hand. This old fellow not only bore a sinister appearance, but also emitted a chilling aura. Chen Yang retaliated with a palm strike, yet the old man did not evade. Instead, he transformed his grasp into a binding maneuver, ensnaring Chen Yang's arm. Chen Yang's palm impacted the elder's chest, causing the area to swell unexpectedly. Boy, you cannot breach my defenses, the elder derided. I shall first sever one of your hands and relish in your slow torment until your last breath. Is that so? Chen Yang chuckled, and in the next moment his palm released a sudden surge. What sorcery is this? No, this is bad. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated in haste. Alas, it was too late. Chen Yang's true essence pierced through the swelling, striking directly at the elder's chest, impacting his vital organs. The elder spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground. True essence. You are a grandmaster. Now do you understand why I can act with impunity in Hang City? Chen Yang sneered. The elder coughed up another mouthful of blood, nearly choking on it. Indeed, there were no masters here, but there was a grandmaster, one merely 25 or 26 years of age, that I am willing to submit. As Chen Yang approached, the elder hastily knelt on the ground, proclaiming, I vow to follow you unto death. What manner of family could cultivate a grandmaster at such a young age, setting aside the implications of such a family background? Chen Yang as an individual was tremendously formidable. Very well, Chen Yang remarked, casting his gaze towards the distant battle between Li Wanpeng and another elder. Wanpeng found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Had it not been for his youth and the superior medicinal herbs employed during bone quenching, he would have already been defeated. The elder was not eager to eliminate Li Wanpeng, for he feared a counterattack in the event of his demise that could result in his own injury. At over 60 years of age, any wounds would require even longer to heal if he intended to wait for his companion to dispatch Chen Yang before joining forces to easily vanquish Li Wanpeng. However, upon witnessing his companion being struck and spitting blood in a single move, he too became alarmed. After repelling Li Wanpeng, he turned to flee. Moments ago, he had tested Chen Yang with a flying knife, believing it a stroke of luck when Chen Yang evaded. Yet now, it was clear that this was no mere fortune. The true weapon was Chen Yang, not more than 10 steps into his flight. He heard Chen Yang's voice echoing ominously behind him. You cannot escape. How swift! The elder's heart sank. He had already pushed his speed to the limit, yet in such a brief span, he had been caught up. After a few more strides, he felt a hand resting upon his shoulder, akin to the grip of a harbinger of death, instilling in him only fear. Devoid of any resistance, he hastily halted and knelt, raising both hands in surrender. I am willing to submit. Very perceptive, Chen Yang replied, refraining from further aggression as he turned to stride towards the hall. The two elderly men rose and exchanged glances before following suit. Li Wanpeng quickly sat cross-legged, suppressing the turbulent energy within him. Speak, which family do you hail from? Chen Yang inquired, seated upon the sofa, gazing at the two elders opposite him. Contact them and demand they pay the ransom for their release, 30 billion. Not a penny less. Chen Yang spoke with gravity. I accept your submission, but I do not require the allegiance of these two families' members. When they inquire, you shall tell them there are experts backing you. Indeed, we understand. Both men were astute, surmising that Chen Yang sought to conceal his strength or perhaps wished to play the role of a cunning deceiver. They were not blood relatives of the two families. For a family to cultivate a master, it would require no less than 50 years, contingent upon fortune. Only those with profound heritage could boast a master among their kin. Families like the Pan and Yang clans had developed over 3 to 4 decades. Indeed, they were wealthy, with family assets amounting to hundreds of millions. This included fixed assets, such as the value of their properties and businesses. Yet, even they lacked a master to guard them, possessing at most a late first-tier expert. Without even a pinnacle first-tier, should they be blood relatives, their loyalty would be significantly heightened. As for whether you will serve me in the future, that is your choice, of course, should you desire to elevate your strength further. I may possess methods to assist. Chapter 75. A hefty ransom. 2 mid-tier masters were unable to subdue Chen Yang, and instead found themselves captured. He demanded 30 billion for their release. What to do? Huang Zhongxin and his associates were rendered speechless, engulfed in a profound silence. No one dared to utter a word, their shock palpable and disbelief evident, to enlist the aid of these 2 mid-tier masters against Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng. They had laid bare their most treasured possessions. The herbs and antiquities were family heirlooms collected over decades, if not centuries. Yet now, all of that was for naught. More critically, their prize fighters were held captive. They would prefer these 2 mid-tier masters to perish, for in death they would not have to pay a ransom. Yet they were alive, capture alive. Chen Yang's demand for a lion's share, a staggering 30 billion, loomed over them. Should they refuse to pay, their alliance would shatter instantly, given that they knew these 2 masters hailed from the Yuan and Wu families, serving as their respective protectors. Previously, the Yuan and Wu families had been reluctant to dispatch their own masters, opting instead to pay for external assistance. No one wished for their own masters to encounter misfortune, having invested vast sums in their cultivation and support over the years, as long as the master remained within their family. Other clans dared not act against them. This was one reason. The second reason was that a master could establish their own sect, having reached an exalted understanding of martial arts. Their guidance would undoubtedly lead to a rapid advancement in the prowess of their family's descendants. The offspring of the Yuan and Wu families were clearly stronger than those of the other clans, a fact beyond dispute. For the sake of familial safety and continuity, it was best for masters to remain inactive. Yet, where could they find another master in such a short time? The remaining family heads and professional managers fervently implored the heads of the Yuan and Wu families to command their masters to act swiftly. They could choose any herbs or treasures they desired, and in return, the Yuan and Wu families would receive a larger share of the benefits. Only then did the heads of the Yuan and Wu families acquiesce, permitting their masters to intervene. But now, with 2 of them captured, would the others simply stand by? Could the rest hope to withstand these 2 mid-tier masters? Thus, they would rather see these masters perish at Chen Yang's hands. In death, they would be spared the cost. Huang Zhongxin was the first to send a message, making his stance clear. After all, this was no small sum. Thank you, everyone. He brought his laptop and promptly initiated a bank transfer to Chen Yang. Once the transaction was complete, Chen Yang waved his hand, summoning Li Wanpeng, Huang Xian, and Zhang Dong to the hall. Chen Yang gestured for the middle-aged man to escort them away. Huang Xian and Zhang Dong appeared as pale as death, resembling individuals gravely wounded. Upon returning home and meeting with the family head, they briefly recounted the events before retreating to their chambers for recuperation. They exhibited neither anger nor despair. Instead, their eyes sparkled with delight. After practicing alongside Chen Yang the previous night, they sensed a shift in their long stagnant realms, as if a breakthrough was imminent. This was due to their shared experience with the chilling aura, which had caused their internal energies to surge chaotically. While attempting to suppress their internal forces, they had inadvertently grasped a method for converting their internal energy into true essence. They had initially aimed to enhance their internal energy to reach the late master tier before gradually transforming it into true essence. As the denser their internal energy, the more true essence would result from the conversion. However, at their age, both nearing 70, their capacity to further increase internal energy had become exceedingly difficult. Their years weighed heavily upon them. With both having not seen significant advancement for many years, their hopes for elevation had waned. They had resigned themselves to the idea of teaching a few disciples and enjoying their twilight years. The previous night's encounter with the chilling aura had instilled a sense of breaking free from the old to establish the new. This was also Chen Yang's suggestion. They accepted it with enthusiasm. However, as long as there remained even a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough, they were willing to strive for it. Yet, they could only endure so much of the chilling aura, and it would likely take 10 days to half a month to fully recover before they could attempt further comprehension. They have been stuck in a mid-stage of master level for 7 or 8 years. What do 10 days or half a month matter? Close your eyes and immerse yourself completely in cultivation. Meanwhile, the group where Huang Zongxin and the others reside is currently bustling with activity. According to information provided by 2 master-level experts, it appears that Chen Ruolan's family has dispatched 3 late-stage masters to confront us. Coupled with Li Wanpeng, it is entirely reasonable that Huang Xian and Zhang Dong would be outmatched. This scoundrel Chen Yang is truly insidious. The last time we set a trap for him at Zhengkong Company, those late-stage masters never showed themselves. This deceived us into believing that only Li Wanpeng was by Chen Yang's side. Indeed, Chen Yang is cunning and deliberately conceals his strength, leading us into a pitfall. His objective is to repeatedly test our limits, drawing out all members of our alliance, and then ensnaring us all at once. He is undeniably ruthless. Now, we are left with only 2 paths to choose from. The first is to compromise with Chen Yang, but this would likely entail surrendering all the profits we've previously gained, as only then might he relent. The second is to continue seeking out even stronger experts. From the current information, we know that Chen Yang has at least 3 late-stage masters and 1 early-stage master by his side. Where else can we find such formidable experts? I do have a method. The head of the Yuan family suddenly interjected. What method? Are we to borrow a knife to kill someone? The Liao family, as a long-established lineage in Hangsheng, should possess the resources to confront the Chen family head-on. However, the Liao family is not so foolish as to provoke enemies without cause. What if the interests are substantial enough? Substantial interests. How much could we possibly offer? We currently lack the funds to present such a sum. In order to deal with Chen Yang, they have already invested a considerable amount in funds and medicinal materials. While they may appear affluent, each family's cash flow is, in truth, rather limited. Indeed, we cannot muster that much money at present. But if we collectively pledge allegiance to the Liao family and offer them a portion of our company's shares, they should be tempted. That everyone began to hesitate. In such a case, it might be better to compromise with Chen Yang instead. Chen Yang has already killed so many of our friends. The situation has become one of no turning back. Can we still negotiate? True, if he's not dealt with Liu, Peng, Li, and the 3 family heads, along with old Tian, will not rest in peace. Yet we are not particularly familiar with the Liao family. Song Kuo's son, Song Lian, is a junior to Liao Yuanming, the eldest son of the Liao family. We could send him as a negotiator. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. Chapter 76. Song Lian seeks assistance from the Liao family recently. Song Lian has not been faring well, as a single reckless and impulsive act led to the slaughter of his father and the entirety of his family as high-ranking members. Not only did his father perish, but he also bore the accusation of colluding with Tian Song to steal Hui Feng's business secrets. Fortunately, Chen Yang did not kill him, nor did he delve deeply into how much profit was garnered from the theft of business secrets by Zhu Ding Company. This matter seems to have come to a close. Song Lian has assumed the role of head of the Song family, mustering the banner of leadership while also bearing the responsibilities associated with his father's position at Zhu Ding Company. Previously, he had never faced such pressure, spending days indulging in leisure and returning home late at night. Now, he dares not continue this way, laboring until the late hours of the night and rising before 7 each morning. It is not that he wishes to forego sleep, but rather that even in slumber, nightmares plague him. The scenes of Chen Yang slaughtering the Song family's experts remain vivid in his memory. Does he harbor hatred for Chen Yang? Certainly. Yet, the situation was instigated by him, and from Chen Yang's perspective, he feels that Chen Yang bears no fault. If he were in Chen Yang's position, he would likely continue to investigate further. And at that point, Zhu Ding Company would face ruin. Now, he finally comprehends why that fellow Yi Yu was too afraid to join him in confronting Chen Yang at the villa. It is simply a matter of being terrified after having been beaten. Head of the family, manager Huang Zongxin of Huifeng seeks an audience, a security guard reported as he entered. What is he doing here? Song Lian inquired, perplexed. Unclear. Please let him in. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Huang Zongxin entered. Clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his face etched with apology. Young Master Song, I apologize for not being able to attend after your father's passing. And own need for concern. Song Lian waved his hand dismissively. This matter is quite complicated. It will be best for you to avoid involvement. As long as young master understands, that brings us comfort. Let us discuss the matter at hand, Song Lian said earnestly. Do you wish to avenge your father? Avenge? Song Lian narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he yearns for vengeance, but the thought of Chen Yang's terrifying prowess extinguishes that notion almost immediately that a master can uphold a first-rate family. While a grandmaster can sustain an aristocratic lineage, how many first-rate families exist in Hangzhou? At most, 30. And how many aristocratic families? One could count them on one hand. Grandmasters are exceedingly rare. The grandmasters of those aristocratic families are merely a group of elderly individuals. And Chen Yang, at the age of 26, who knows how far this fellow might advance in strength? Currently, dealing with Chen Yang seems nearly impossible. If he were to kill him, that would be one thing. That if he fails to do so and Chen Yang escapes, hiding and cultivating for 2 decades, when he eventually emerges, every person and family that had sought to confront him would be reduced to ashes. He had not contacted Huang Zongxin and the others, but instead diligently learned how to manage the company at Zhu Ding, no longer daring to entertain any dubious thoughts. Yet he did not expect Huang Zongxin to come seeking him. Indeed, in avenging your father, we have decided to collectively ally with the Liao family and seek their assistance, Huang Zongxin declared solemnly. As long as the Liao family is willing to act, Chen Yang will undoubtedly meet his demise. The Liao family is reluctant to act directly. That is why they sent me and Yi Yu to trouble Chen Yang. Song Lian retorted irritably. We are also aware that the Liao family does not wish to sever ties with the Zhong family over a mere Chen Yang. Huang Zongxin replied, however, should there be substantial interests at stake, the Liao family might reconsider. What interests? If our 9 families each relinquish a portion of their shares to the Liao family, are you suggesting we become vassals of the Liao family? One could say that. Then why involve me? Why not approach the Liao family directly? Isn't your relationship with Liao Yuanming rather good? I will consider it and provide you with a response before the end of the day. Very well. Huang Zongxin stood to take his leave. As an established lineage, the Liao family certainly possesses grandmasters. However, the exact number remains unknown. That if there is only one, it may not necessarily be a match for Chen Yang. Moreover, Chen Yang has backing as well. Judging from Huang Zongxin's earlier words, it seems they have suffered significant losses at Chen Yang's hands, leaving them no choice but to become vassals of the Liao family. Who would willingly relinquish such a large portion of their shares for nothing? This further underscores Chen Yang's strength. With this thought in mind, Song Lian retrieved his phone and called Chen Yang. Briefly recounting Huang Zongxin's words. Agree to it. Chen Yang replied without hesitation that, no problem. I understand. Song Lian hung up the phone. Since Chen Yang had given his approval, he would certainly act according to instructions. Regardless of the outcome, he would not be a loss. If Chen Yang triumphed and ascended to the pinnacle of Hangzhou, perhaps he would remember his honesty and assist the Song family in advancing further. If Chen Yang were defeated and killed by the Liao family, that would perfectly serve to avenge his father. As for whether it would succeed, that remained uncertain. Very well. After hanging up the phone, roughly 40 minutes passed before 8 contracts were delivered. Each family had contributed 15% of their shares, amounting to at least 8 billion. They were indeed spending heavily this time. Song Lian, upon receiving the contracts, made a beeline for the Liao family. Even if Liao Yuanming was not home at the moment, Song Lian found it easy to enter the Liao family estate. The elderly guard merely cast him a glance. The Liao family was having dinner, and they invited Song Lian to join them at the dinner table. Song Lian refrained from discussing business matters. Tea was only when they were in the study. Enjoying tea, that Song Lian suddenly broke down in tears, kneeling before Liao Hongpei. Uncle Liao, you must avenge my father. Your father was caught in a predicament, and your Song family did not pursue the matter. There is little I can do, Liao Hongpei replied helplessly. Uncle Liao, the other 8 families, along with our Song family, are willing to relinquish shares and loyalty to you. We only ask that you send someone to eliminate Chen Yang. Song Lian presented the contracts with great reverence. Liao Yuanqing, sitting nearby, took a glance but remained silent, passing the documents to his father. Liao Hongpei, if Uncle Liao does not agree, I will not rise, Song Lian insisted. Surely, you are aware that the Zhong family protects Chen Yang. If our Liao family were to take action and the Zhong family were to find out, not only would this marriage be ruined, but our relationship with the Zhong family would be irreparably damaged. Liao Hongpei shook his head. This small portion of shares pales in comparison to our friendship with the Zhong family. Uncle Liao, we can increase our shares, Song Lian asserted seriously. You should discuss this matter with Yuanqing. Liao Hongpei stood and exited. Younger brother Yuanqing, how much do you deem appropriate? Song Lian inquired of Liao Yuanqing. 40.40. Song Lian was taken aback. Directly relinquish 40% of the shares would effectively mean losing control of the company. Let me make a call. All right, Chapter 77. Mid-stage Grandmaster Father, why have you compelled me to make this decision? As Song Lian departed, Liao Yuanqing gazed at his father with a hint of confusion. You are no longer a child. You possess the ability to make certain decisions that, if you believe you can act, then do so. Your father will support you. Thank you, father, Liao Yuanqing expressed gratefully. However, it is astonishing that they are willing to part with 30% of their shares. It seems that Chen Yang is quite formidable. To my knowledge, among these families, the Yuan and Wu clans appear to have masters among them. After much negotiation, we settled on the 30%. Yet, 30% is no trivial matter, with these families holding shares in the company. Even if they consolidate their holdings, it would amount to at most 70%, perhaps even a mere 50-something. Losing 30% is akin to relinquishing nearly half of their stake in the company. If the Liao family were to acquire additional shares from other investors, we could eventually command absolute control over those companies. It is precisely because Chen Yang is not easy to deal with that they have sought us out. That is why I was hesitant to agree so readily, Liao Hongpei remarked. Chen Yang should be the one from Yanjing, the mastermind behind Huifeng. Your elder brother is no weakling, yet he stands no chance against Chen Yang. Surely, Chen Yang's background is not insignificant. The talents from the Chen family have engaged, and what are the masters from the Yuan and Wu families in comparison? However, if we confront Chen Yang, wouldn't that mean opposing the Chen family directly? Liao Yuanqing expressed his concerns, and there's also the Zhong family. They may very well assist the Chen family. The Chen family, after all, possesses only some influence in Yanjing. They have yet to establish themselves in Hangcheng. Liao Hongpei replied coldly. This time, they have wreaked havoc in Hangcheng. What does that leave for us, the venerable families here? The Chen family would not dare to clash with us over a single Chen Yang. If matters escalate, it will be detrimental for all parties involved. Understood, Liao Yuanqing stated with a solemn demeanor. So, who shall we send this time? You should seek out your third granduncle. You mean for third granduncle to intervene personally? Liao Yuanqing was taken aback. Indeed. That evening, by the lakeside, Chen Yang toyed with a copper piece, refraining from probing it with his true essence. As long as he did not employ true essence, the copper piece appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any radiance under the moonlight. However, the moment true essence was used to investigate its interior, an overwhelming aura of slaughter would erupt, seemingly designed to thwart any probing. It remained a mystery what secrets lay concealed within. After observing it for a moment, Chen Yang stowed the copper piece away. Tonight, he decided against utilizing that aura of slaughter to refine his consciousness, as formidable adversaries might be imminent. Time ticked by, and the night deepened. The night breeze rustled the distant bamboo groves, hinting at impending rain. After days of oppressive heat, a downpour was surely needed to cool the air. The moon overhead was gradually obscured by darkening clouds, which swelled ominously. Within half an hour, heavy rain began to fall. Chen Yang remained motionless, allowing the rain to cascade down his face and drench his body. Amidst the downpour, a shadow seemed to approach, its footsteps entirely masked by the sound of rain. Soon enough, he found himself at a pavilion, where he brushed off his soaked garments and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Were you waiting for me?" Before him stood an elderly man with a goatee, clad in a black long robe, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, yet his eyes remained sharp and his spirit vibrant. He showed no haste to act. "Bring them all out," the old man said indifferently. "There is no one else," Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. "Are you implying that you intend to face me alone?" The old man chuckled. "Why not?" "Huh." The old man's laughter resonated, overwhelming even the sound of the downpour, echoing for hundreds of meters. "Is it truly amusing?" Chen Yang inquired. "It is indeed. This is the best joke I have heard in the past 20 years. But if I were to slap you dead, you would still do well to summon them all, lest I waste my time searching for them. You broke through to the Grandmaster level 20 years ago?" Chen Yang laughed. "And in those 20 years, you have merely ascended to the mid-Grandmaster stage, a trivial advancement. How can you still find humor in this? If it were I would not be laughing, merely feeling embarrassed. You seek death." The old man's composure shattered in an instant, and he raised his hand to strike Chen Yang's head. There was no sound of impact. It was a light, airy strike. Yet, Chen Yang bore no intention of underestimating his opponent, and he raised his hand in kind to counter. Bang! Chen Yang shattered several planks of the wooden walkway, his final step landing in the lake. "You are also a Grandmaster?" The old man looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. "And no wonder you are so audacious. Thus, I maintain that you ought not to laugh. It is indeed a source of embarrassment, is it not?" Chen Yang retorted, flexing his numbed arm that a body that had not undergone bone tempering was indeed lacking. "That I can see that you possess great talent and strength. Yet let me remind you that age does confer its advantages. I am curious to see how much true essence you possess at your age." The old man accelerated once more. "The quantity of inner strength dictates the extent of true essence. Oftentimes, the older one becomes. The stronger their inner strength." The old man, being in his 80s, was 2 or 3 times Chen Yang's age, and he did not believe Chen Yang could surpass him in inner strength. "More than you." Chen Yang remained undaunted. The two exchanged no frivolous maneuvers. The volume of true essence was not his foremost concern. His inner strength was undoubtedly comparable to the old man's before he ascended to Grandmaster. However, of late, he had been preoccupied with expanding his consciousness using the copper piece, leaving him little time to convert his inner strength into true essence. Previously at the banquet, he had a moment of enlightenment that allowed him to transform 1/3 of his inner strength into true essence. Coupled with the past 2 years of conversion, he estimated that about 1/3 of his inner strength remained untransformed. Should he complete the conversion, his true essence would surpass that of the old man. What truly troubled him was that his body, not having undergone tempering, seemed on the verge of collapse with each clash. Fortunately, his recent insights into that aura of slaughter had inadvertently refined his body. As the turmoil within his true essence and inner strength acted as a form of tempering, his physical condition was indeed lacking. But this was still the case with the old man at 70 or 80 years of age. Had the old man been 30 years younger, Chen Yang would undoubtedly have been outmatched. He had underestimated his opponent's strength, while overestimating his OWN. In truth, he had not anticipated that the Liao family would dispatch a Grandmaster. He had assumed that a few peak masters would suffice. Not only was the adversary not a peak master, but he was also a mid-Grand Master. Chen Yang's expression hardened. This situation could not continue. For while his true essence had yet to be depleted, his body risked disintegration amidst the clashes of true essence. An idea struck him. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold smirk. Chapter 78. Swift escape. Liao Chongping had not expected Chen Yang to endure for so long. Each time their palms collided, he was left astonished. Logically, Chen Yang, being in his prime, would have less true essence, yet his body appeared stronger and more resilient. Yet, paradoxically, Chen Yang's true essence seemed to exceed his own. While his physical condition appeared weaker than that of this octogenarian, that IT was truly perplexing. Liao Chongping had lived for many years and had never encountered such a curious phenomenon. What alarmed him further was that Chen Yang's true essence seemed to carry an aura of slaughter. This aura was unlike ordinary murderous intent. It felt ancient, suffused with a sense of desolation and death. This aura surged toward his consciousness, unsettling his mind. No, this boy must be eliminated. The talent he possessed was limitless, and his peculiar nature posed a threat. If he were allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become a great calamity for the Liao family. Liao Chongping even sensed that the Liao family's centuries-old legacy might perish at Chen Yang's hands. Die. With this thought, Liao Chongping launched a more ferocious assault, abandoning all defenses in favor of pure aggression, disregarding his frail state. Even if it meant sustaining grave injuries today, he was determined to slay Chen Yang and eliminate this future threat to his clan. Chen Yang met the attack with a palm strike, but this time it was different. Within his palm lay the copper piece. Liao Chongping was taken aback, pondering why this fellow would place a copper piece in his palm. Did he intend to use it as a weapon? The copper piece appeared unremarkable and blunt, merely resting against his palm. Nonetheless, he still channeled his true essence into his palm, forming a defensive barrier. Masters could utilize inner strength to create a bulge on the surface of their bodies to deflect attacks from blades and spears. Grandmasters could achieve a similar feat with true essence. And at a much faster rate. Bang! Their palms collided once more, and Chen Yang was sent flying, crashing into the lake. That worthless copper piece won't save you. Liao Chongping began to declare that the broken copper piece could not rescue Chen Yang. But before he could finish, an overwhelming aura of slaughter erupted from the copper piece, instantly breaking through the defenses formed by his true essence. That defense was rendered utterly ineffective. The aura surged towards his mind, and Liao Chongping was taken aback. Previously, when he had clashed with Chen Yang, the aura had been minimal, leaving him largely unaffected. But now, it surged in intensity by dozens of times. His murky consciousness was thrown into disarray, and his true essence began to run rampant within him that it was impossible for him to launch another attack. His own internal state had devolved into chaos. Liao Chongping's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and refrained from suppressing the turmoil within. Instead, turning and fleeing into the torrential rain, Wanpeng emerged from the shadows, attempting to intercept Liao Chongping, but Chen Yang commanded loudly, "Let him go." Thus, Li Wanpeng refrained from attacking and instead rushed to the shore, pulling Chen Yang from the water and helping him toward the hall. "Young master, why did you not allow me to detain him?" Although his true energy was in disarray, he was not gravely injured. Chen Yang coldly declared, "If I truly let myself go, I could undoubtedly strike you dead with a single palm. Oh, that's how it is," Li Wanpeng replied, a look of trepidation and gratitude etched on his face. Rest assured, his true energy is in turmoil, and his vitality severely diminished, since he has not taken a moment to sit and suppress his true energy and the aura of slaughter. He will inevitably suffer a backlash. 3 months from now, once I have completely transformed my internal strength into true energy, he shall no longer be my opponent. But won't that expose your own strength? Li Wanpeng inquired, perplexed. Even if the Liao family becomes aware of my prowess, they would be too embarrassed to broadcast it widely, stating that their grandmaster was defeated by me. Chen Yang chuckled. Others would not believe it either. Huang Zongxin and the others would suspect that the Liao family had not exerted themselves and concocted a flimsy excuse to deceive them. The Liao family would certainly claim that our Chen family dispatched a grandmaster to deal with me, necessitating careful deliberation. Indeed, Li Wanpeng laughed lightly. I truly did not expect the Liao family to send a grandmaster to intervene. This indicates their caution. They do not engage in ventures without certainty. Having one is already commendable. It is improbable they would have two. Correct? Li Wanpeng expressed in astonishment. Whatever the case, I shall rest for now. Chen Yang, disregarding his drenched attire, promptly sat cross-legged to suppress the aura of slaughter within him. He had been sufficiently cautious. The moment his palms collided, he had utilized the force to retreat explosively. Yet he was still affected by the aura of slaughter. This was also the reason he had been cast into the lake. Third uncle, what has happened? Grandfather, are you all right? as they observed the driver assisting Liao Chongping into the hall. They hurriedly approached to help him to his seat. Both were taken aback, for Liao Chongping's face was ashen, devoid of any color. Chen Yang is a grandmaster. Liao Chongping coughed as he spoke. What? Liao Yuanxing nearly spilled the tea he had fetched. So unsettled was he. Liao Chongping gulped down a mouthful of tea, feeling slightly better. An 01 from the Chen family has come. The grandmasters from the Wu family and other clans were all slaughtered by Chen Yang alone. How could Chen Yang, at such a young age, possibly be a grandmaster? Liao Hongpei doubted. Would I deceive you? Liao Chongping continued. This aura of slaughter invaded my sea of consciousness, disturbing my mind and causing my true energy to run amok, resulting in a backlash. Had I not fled quickly, I would have likely perished in his villa. Liao Hongpei and his son fell into an immediate silence, at a loss for words. They momentarily could not process the information. Liao Chongping would certainly not lie to them, and his injuries could not be fabricated. Indeed, if they were in Liao Chongping's position, they too would hesitate to admit defeat at the hands of Chen Yang. An old man in his 70s or 80s lost to a mere 25 or 26-year-old youth. They could only seek the second ancestor's assistance. 3 years ago, your second ancestor mentioned he would enter seclusion to break through to the celestial realm, and no one was to disturb him, Liao Hongpei solemnly stated. Then what shall we do now? Liao Yuanxing queried. Chen Yang's strength is beneath mine, but his bronze piece is rather peculiar. Once I recover, I should be able to eliminate him. How long will it take for third uncle to recover? At least 3 months, but with the right medicinal herbs, I could be well in about a month. Third uncle, I will seek the finest herbs for your treatment. Liao Hongpei affirmed. Once you have recovered, I shall approach the Su family and have their ancestor intervene. That time, we must certainly eliminate Chen Yang, lest we face endless troubles. Yuanxing, inform Huang Zongxin and the others that our ancestor is in seclusion for the time being, and we will delay our actions against Chen Yang, that today's events must not be spoken of frivolously. Liao Hongpei cautioned. Father, I understand. Liao Yuanxing nodded. Such a disgraceful matter that tarnished the Liao family's dignity should indeed remain unspoken. Moreover, the Liao family did not lack enemies, should other adversaries learn of Liao Chongping's severe injuries. A sudden attack could result in significant losses for the Liao family. Chapter 79. Familiar auction items in the Hangzhou branch of Mingxian Auction House, located within a Western-style castle in the western suburbs. This building boasted a history of over a century. The castle was adorned with numerous ginkgo trees that could be embraced by 3 people, and lush greenery was abundant, with vines climbing up the walls. Even during the day, the ground received little sunlight, lending the place a somewhat chilly atmosphere. By nightfall, it took on an eerily ominous ambience. The fallen leaves on the ground seemed to have gone uncleaned for ages, producing a rustling sound beneath their feet. When Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng arrived, the auction was on the verge of commencing. The auction hall, situated within the castle, spanned 2 levels. The first floor featured ordinary seating, while the second floor consisted of separated private rooms with glass partitions, obscuring the view within. Even the ordinary seating on the first floor was separated by curtains to ensure utmost privacy for the guests. Membership cards were the only form of validation here. The identity of the cardholder was of no concern. Even if one wore a mask and concealed themselves entirely, they were disregarded. Li Wanpeng possessed a membership card, albeit a standard one. Thus the two could only access the ordinary area. After settling down, they found themselves in the center of the hall, a few meters away from the auction stage, illuminated by bright lights that clearly showcased the items for bidding. The auction had indeed begun some time ago, yet both Chen Yang and Li Wanpeng knew that the initial items up for bid were not particularly valuable. Chen Yang sat for over an hour without encountering anything that piqued his interest. The items on auction included various decorative artifacts, such as hairpins and necklaces worn by ancient royalty, as well as antiques, jade, and medicinal herbs. Prices ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions, yet thus far, nothing had exceeded 10 million. Following this, some peculiar items were presented. The auction house itself unsure of their origins, as many were consigned for sale by others. After another hour of observation, Chen Yang still found nothing appealing. Li Wanpeng appeared distinctly disappointed. Ah, yes, it truly so difficult to stumble upon a fine treasure. Chen Yang, however, was unfazed by disappointment. It is rare to encounter someone who is ignorant of value. Most are discerning. Indeed, an auctioneer announced the bidding for a pair of ear ornaments, purportedly worn by a noble princess during the Tang dynasty, with a starting bid of 15 million. Chen Yang, though initially uninterested in the ear ornaments, cast a glance and suddenly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "How could it possibly be here? Do you recognize it?" Li Wanpeng asked. Chen Yang fell silent, lost in thought for a while before he sighed and resumed his seat. "Instructing bid on it." "Understood," Li Wanpeng replied, raising his voice to call out, 20 million, 30 million. Someone from the upper floor countered 40 million. Li Wanpeng continued 80 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. The opposing bidder showed no hesitation. Li Wanpeng paused, casting a glance at Chen Yang, who signaled him to continue 500 million. Li Wanpeng asserted. The entire auction hall erupted in astonishment for a pair of ear ornaments once worn by a noble princess. It was estimated to be worth around 50 million, yet it had surged tenfold. "Brother, do you have a particular grudge against me?" The opposing bidder interjected. "And no matter how wealthy you are, money does not grow on trees. Let us see just how much you can afford." "I bid 1 billion, 1.1 billion. Li Wanpeng stood firm, 1.1 billion for a mere trinket. "Congratulations to you." The opposing bidder's tone was laced with mockery and frustration. Li Wanpeng chose not to engage further, and the others ceased their bidding. The auctioneer announced that the item had been purchased by the guest in seat 17, that shortly thereafter, a beautiful attendant approached. Carrying the ear ornaments, Li Wanpeng swiped his card, and Chen Yang took the box, opening it to reveal the ear ornaments, which he examined quietly in the palm of his hand. The ear ornaments, circular in shape, bore a small flaw. They were the size of a coin, translucent jade with no impurities. Chen Yang lost interest in continuing to observe, surmising that there were likely no more worthwhile items remaining. Yes, the two exited the auction hall and made their way to the castle's parking lot. Just as they drove away from the castle, they were confronted by a black Mercedes blocking their path. Two middle-aged men stepped out, one of whom threatened, "Hand over the ear ornaments, and we shall spare your lives." Seeking death, Li Wanpeng exited the vehicle and suddenly struck at them. Thud, thud, thud. Li Wanpeng was forced to retreat, blood trickling from his mouth. Having suffered a significant setback, the assailants were masters. Those who made a move seemed slightly weaker than those who refrained. They were merely two grandmasters. Li Wanpeng gazed incredulously at the two men before him. Who were they that they would have two grandmaster bodyguards accompanying them? "Oh, to think they are also grandmasters," the opposing party sneered. "And no wonder you dare to contend with our young master for the ear ornaments. It's a pity you have just broken through." "What of it?" Li Wanpeng intended to continue fighting, but Chen Yang interjected. "Old Li, cease the struggle. Hand over the ear ornaments." "Understood." Li Wanpeng did not question the reasoning. Accepting the box containing the ear ornaments from Chen Yang and presenting it to the other party. "You have shown wisdom." The Grandmaster smirked derisively as he accepted the box and placed it inside the Mercedes. Soon, the person inside handed out a check, and a master threw it towards Li Wanpeng. "Our young master does not wish to bully you, but we only brought 10 billion. Leave your address, and we shall send you the remaining 1 billion later in no need." Chen Yang replied coldly. The other party quickly departed. Li Wanpeng rubbed his numb arm and got into the car. "Young master, why did you give him the item?" He was aware that this ear ornament seemed to hold great significance for Chen Yang, and given that Chen Yang generally responded better to gentleness rather than force, he found it puzzling that he had actually given it away. "From where?" "The Qian family of Zhonghai," Chen Yang stated earnestly. "Back when I was in Yanjing, I visited the Nangong family and once saw the bodyguards of the Qian family sparring with those of the Nangong family. Their palm techniques were identical to those of the master from earlier. I wonder if the young master of the Qian family who was in the car just now is the one Yanqing is set to marry. If so, such forceful coercion reflects poorly on his character, and it may be best to avoid this marriage altogether." "Avoid it altogether," Li Wanpeng echoed, then shrank back his neck. "Are you planning to disrupt the wedding?" "This check," Li Wanpeng asked tentatively. "What purpose would it serve to keep it?" "Indeed." Li Wanpeng immediately tore the check in half. Chapter 80. You are truly despicable, Manager Huang. Tell me who was responsible for investing in the Su family group back then. And we're there now. The following morning, Chen Yang entered Huang Zongxin's office and got straight to the point. Are you anxious? Huang Zongxin smirked. Afraid for the reputation of Hui Feng? Want to drag out the person responsible for investing in the Su family group and silence them? Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, Huang Zongxin sneered. Neither professionally nor personally do I owe you any explanations. True, professionally you are not obligated, and you need not inform me as the deputy general manager. Chen Yang chuckled. But personally, do you not realize I'm offering you a chance to save your life? A chance to save my life? You have killed so many. Disaster is already upon you. We are the ones granting you a chance to survive. Huang Zongxin shot back, unable to contain his fury as he glared at Chen Yang. You must understand a fact. It is you who have pilfered Hui Feng's wealth. Just in the past 6 months, you have caused Hui Feng losses exceeding 130 billion. Chen Yang replied solemnly. All this time, I have actually hoped you would come forward voluntarily, that I have provided you with numerous opportunities. It is your failure to seize them and your attempts to counter me that leave me no choice but to employ other methods against you that IT has reached a point of no return. Do you not find it absurd to seek me out? Huang Zongxin derided. If you insist on courting death, do not blame me for being impolite. Chen Yang stood up and raised his hand to strike Huang Zongxin. Smack! Huang Zongxin received a resounding slap to the face, losing a front tooth and spitting blood. You dare to act here. I can hit or kill you at will. Chen Yang stepped forward, reaching for Huang Zongxin's neck. Anticipating this, Huang Zongxin knew he was no match for Chen Yang, so rather than resist, he pressed a button under the desk before being captured. Wail, 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 the alarm blared throughout the office, echoing across the company. Hui Feng had an alarm system, typically activated in the monitoring and data rooms, but Huang Zongxin had also installed one in his own office. Simultaneously, the curtains in the office opened automatically, exposing the interior to the outside. Huang Zongxin had feared Chen Yang would come to his office, prompting him to install the alarm system and the curtain mechanism as the alarm rang. All personnel in the outer office rushed over, gathering to witness the scene. Not only have I installed the alarm system, but anyone witnessing the assault outside will see it all. Even though he was being choked, Huang Zongxin remained cool, not showing an ounce of fear. Sacrificing myself to bring you down is not a loss at all. Yet, despite this bravado, the onlookers occasionally glanced in their direction. Soon, security personnel arrived, along with other department managers trailing behind. Upon seeing the deputy general manager, Chen Yang, attacking Huang Zongxin, the security did not intervene. Only the newly appointed general manager, Pang Bin, pushed open the office door and advised, Brother Chen, we are colleagues. Let us not escalate this. Everything can be discussed. Manager Pang, please step outside. Chen Yang commanded without room for dissent that I can step out, but please do not resort to violence. Everything can be negotiated. Pang Bin cautioned before turning to leave, closing the door behind him. Chen Yang then turned to Huang Zongxin, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Within Hui Feng, only the new manager Pang is willing to step in to mediate. The others would rather see you crushed in my grip, facilitating my imprisonment. Huang Zongxin's face darkened, feeling an icy chill within, yet he refused to back down. And what of it? Do you think you can force me into submission this way? Let me tell you if that is your intention. You are gravely mistaken. I have long prepared myself for death, and so have others. Should I perish, it would merely be my misfortune. In truth, I would find it far more unbearable to spare your life than to end it. Chen Yang suddenly released his grip and sat back down, taking out his phone to make a call. You may come in to apprehend someone now. Huang Zongxin slumped onto the floor, utterly baffled by Chen Yang's intentions. Once he regained his composure, he glanced outside, where plainclothes officers entered, but instead of arresting Huang Zongxin, they took another department manager into custody and led him away. Huang Zongxin finally grasped the meaning behind Chen Yang's words. Although he had said nothing in front of Chen Yang, the onlookers were oblivious to that. They only witnessed him being seized by Chen Yang and subsequently released. Then, an ally was taken away. What did this signify? Was it not Huang Zongxin who had leaked information? Chen Yang, you despicable. May you meet a miserable end. Huang Zongxin spat vehemently. I have heard that the punishment for informants is severe, and it may even extend to their families. Chen Yang remarked with a smirk. You are aware of our list. Indeed, I know all your participants that I merely wish to continue playing with you. Who is it? Who leaked the information? Was it the deceased Tian Song or the recently added Song Lian? You may ponder that at your leisure. In any case, they all believe it is you. You are truly despicable. Huang Zongxin collapsed in his chair. Now he found himself at a loss for words. After such a long period without arrests, it was ironic that after Chen Yang threatened him in his office, someone was taken into custody. Did that not imply he could no longer withstand Chen Yang's threats and had voluntarily confessed? Chen Yang's cunning was indeed profound. Knowing the list yet refraining from action, what did he intend? Did he truly wish to draw them all out and eliminate them one by one? However, the Liao family had promised to intervene. Why had they not yet acted? Chen Yang took out his phone again. Hello, you may come in to apprehend someone. Wait, Chen Yang. Huang Zongxin raised his head. I can tell you who is responsible for investing in the Su family group, but you must agree to one condition. Speak that IT was manager LV Jijun. He has since retired and immigrated to Maple Leaf Country. Huang Zongxin hurriedly declared, the specific address is 34 Greenland Street, North Wenhua District, now that I have spoken the truth. I am aware I deserve death, but I hope you can ensure the safety of my wife and children. Agreed. Chen Yang nodded. I also know that they have sent someone to deal with me. But they have failed. Chen Yang smirked. Failed? Then what are they saying about the ancestor in seclusion? That is merely an excuse to save face for the Liao family. It seems the Chen family is serious this time. He turned and leapt down. Chen Yang did not stop him. At this point, Huang Zongxin still wished to martyr himself. It remained uncertain whether the family members would believe Huang Zongxin. Chapter 81. Jin Hang still wants to stir trouble. Old Huang is dead. Driven to suicide by Chen Yang. Old Liang has been captured. It is uncertain if he has divulged the truth of the 16 participants. 7 have already perished. What shall we do next? If the Liao family continues to delay their intervention, we may soon follow in the footsteps of Old Huang and Old Liang. There are only 16 of us in total, comprising 9 families and 7 professional managers. 4 family heads have been killed. 2 professional managers are dead. 1 has been captured, and another is supposedly recuperating. That individual, believed to be convalescing, has likely also been apprehended. Recuperating is merely an excuse. Xie Xingrong has certainly fallen into Chen Yang's hands. Now we have lost half our ranks. Just how much does Chen Yang know? Will he continue to strike? The remaining members are increasingly anxious and fearful. The most distressing part is that it seems there is no avenue for retreat. What can we use to negotiate with Chen Yang? It is likely not old Huang who betrayed us, but rather that scoundrel Xie Xingrong has long since turned traitor. Chen Yang has long been aware of our existence. His delay in taking action is merely a ruse to lure us into making the first move, allowing him to deal with us one by one. Thus, should we consider hiding for a while? To avoid Chen Yang's sharp edge, until the Liao family takes action, we have no choice but to proceed cautiously. Moreover, this group may no longer be secure. Everyone should withdraw. It would be prudent to communicate via phone from now on. Until Chen Yang is dealt with, it is best to refrain from contacting him. Understood. The group has been disbanded, and their alliance has temporarily dissolved. However, each individual still harbors hope, as the Liao family has already accepted them as vassal families and promised to intervene. As a prestigious family with a legacy spanning centuries, the Zhong family has maintained its position atop the social hierarchy in Hangsheng through genuine strength, not merely through wealth. A master may invest decades, even centuries, into cultivation, with an estimated success rate of only 30 to 40%. In contrast, a grandmaster cannot be produced solely through financial means. It requires formidable innate talent. If a martial artist does not attain mastery until the age of 50, it is nearly impossible for them to reach the grandmaster level. Only those who achieve mastery before turning 40 stand a chance of aspiring to the grandmaster realm, yet the odds of success remain exceedingly slim. A grandmaster symbolizes absolute strength. Once the ancestor of the Liao family takes action, Chen Yang is undoubtedly doomed to perish. As for the Su family, Jin Hang has been visiting this area with increasing frequency, not only due to the impending wedding date, but also because he and Su Wenyong have their own agendas. Upon arriving at the garden, Jin Hang presented a meticulously organized report. 5 years ago, the Su group was in disarray. likely rated as an F according to Huifeng's evaluation standards. However, Huifeng's research team inexplicably adjusted the Su group's rating to A C. This discrepancy indicates significant foul play. Chen Yang must have exploited his position to coerce Huifeng's department manager into altering the evaluation for personal gain. What should we do now? Su Wenyong inquired. I've managed to uncover the name of the individual in charge back then. His name is LV Jijun. But he has since retired. Ji Yanhang sighed, stating, I sought information from his hometown, but the locals informed me that he has gone abroad, and I have no way of knowing which country he has gone to. So, after all our efforts, are we to have wasted our time? There's another method. What is it? We need to obtain the research evaluation report from 5 years ago regarding the Su group and compare it. How do we procure it? I visited the Huifeng branch once. The security is tight, and attempting to steal it would be tantamount to courting death. Su Wenyong replied irritably. Jianhang, recalling that his previous attempt to covertly copy files from Chen Yang's office ended in failure. Felt a shiver run down his spine. The archive room is even more heavily guarded. Stealing from there is simply unfeasible. I am not suggesting theft, but rather a purchase. That I heard that manager Huang Zongxin from Huifeng committed suicide. There must be a significant conspiracy at play. Perhaps Chen Yang clashed with them. What does that have to do with us? We should visit my cousin. He likely knows Huang Zongxin's allies. We can bribe one of them to procure the information for us. Though it will require some funds, Ji Yanhang proposed, glancing at Su Wenyong. How much do you estimate? Su Wenyong asked. That I am not certain. We will need to meet him together, agreed. The two resolved to act. And that afternoon, they visited Ren Hanxiang in prison. How has my family been arranged? Ren Hanxiang's primary concern was this. They're doing well in Western Europe. I have enrolled my cousin in the best high school and my cousin's sister in Birmingham University. Ji Yanhang replied with a smile. That is reassuring. Ren Hanxiang's anxieties eased. By the way, you came to see me. There must be some matter at hand, right? Uncle, what is the situation regarding Xie Xingrong and the others who have been captured or killed? A group within the company colluded with outsiders to short-sell Huifeng's products, resulting in severe losses for the company, Ren Hanxiang stated solemnly. This issue arose several years ago, but the losses were minor at that time. This year, however, the losses have been particularly staggering, exceeding 10 billion within just 6 months. The higher-ups must have sent someone to investigate. I was scapegoated during my previous incident. They truly have the audacity. Ji Yanhang exclaimed in shock. You should avoid getting entangled in this. Otherwise, you won't even know how you perished. Ren Hanxiang warned gravely. I merely wish to obtain the Su group's evaluation report from 5 years ago. I'm unsure if Uncle has any connections. Who else is on good terms with Huang Zongxin? Do you insist on getting involved? If it weren't for my pleading, you would have become a scapegoat as well. I genuinely only want the evaluation report. That I recall that one of the individuals close to Tiansong is named Luo Yuan. As for whether he is willing to assist you, I cannot guarantee that. Ren Hanxiang advised. Thank you, Uncle. Please remember to take good care of my family, Ren Hanxiang reiterated. Rest assured, your affairs are my affairs. I will certainly look after them, Ji Yanhang assured, thumping his chest. What of knowing certain people? Su Wenyong queried, puzzled. He frequently lends money and is on brotherly terms with 2 major figures in the underworld, whose subordinates have been known to get into trouble and end up incarcerated. That can be arranged. I will introduce you in a few days. Very well, Ji Yanhang smirked, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes that he thought he concealed it well, but Su Wenyong still caught a glimpse. Chapter 82. Threatening the wrong person. Chen Yang. The evidence is irrefutable. What do you have to say for yourself? In the office of the deputy general manager at the Huifeng Hangqing branch, Ji Yanhang tossed 2 research reports onto Chen Yang's desk, wearing a triumphant smile. You have evidence? Then go ahead and expose it. Why come here? Chen Yang leaned back in his chair, seemingly uninterested, and said, Are you hoping to be thrown out again? Today, only Li Wanpeng is absent. If he were here, I doubt these 2 would even be allowed into this office. Stop pretending to be calm. Ji Yanhang retorted coldly. You believe that we, the Su group, would be too afraid to go all out, which is why you feel so emboldened, don't you? Let me tell you, if the Su group fails to secure investment and inevitably goes bankrupt, you will certainly bear the consequences alongside us. Then go ahead, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head in resignation. You talk a good game, but you lack the resolve to act. Yu De Ji and Heng seized the research report from the desk and stormed out, declaring, if you don't care, someone in the company will. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, realizing that some individuals within the company were still up to no good, that he rose and entered another office, addressing manager Lu Zhenghua, who was seated. Will you jump, or should I assist you? Chen Yang, we haven't done anything lately. Don't push us too far. Lu Zhenghua retorted angrily, I could always resign, but before I do, I will ensure that all of the company's secrets are leaked. The research report from 5 years ago on the Su Group has been exposed. That does not concern us. I am only seeking you out. Chen Yang shrugged. You. Lu Zhenghua trembled with rage. When I come to work tomorrow morning, I expect you to have identified the real culprit. Otherwise, you will either jump or end up in prison. With that, Chen Yang turned and left. Chow chow. Lu Zhenghua began to hurl objects and curse within the office. Chen Yang's actions were undeniably oppressive, grasping a frog and demanding it urinate on command. Yet they were helpless, as Chen Yang held leverage over them, and they could not triumph over him, especially with the Liao family yet to make their move. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and called another colleague. Old Sure, did you leak the Su Group's research report from 5 years ago to outsiders? Not me. Could it have been Lao Yu? He left on a business trip 2 days ago. Damn it. Who could it be? Lu Zhenghua fumed, infuriated that Chen Yang had pinned the blame on him, insisting he provide an explanation by tomorrow morning or face imprisonment. Now, I understand. Chen Yang is deliberately keeping us around to slowly extract everything from us until we are driven mad or even to death. Old Sure remarked sourly. What should I do? What can be done? We must help him investigate. That it seems we have no choice. That I in the general manager's office at the Hangchang branch. Pang Bin reviewed the 2 reports and listened to Ji Yunhong's account. Remaining silent for an extended period. Pang, Chen Yang is using company funds to invest in a substandard Su Group. If this leaks, it will severely damage Huifeng's reputation, Ji Yunhong reiterated, although I am not fully aware of the specifics. There's a saying, a white-eyed wolf. Are you familiar with that? Pang Bin sneered. Ji Yunhong's expression remained unchanged, but Su Wenyon beside him felt his cheeks flush. His actions exemplified a white-eyed wolf, betraying those who have helped him. Pang, we had no choice but to act this way for the sake of the company's development. Ji Yunhong explained that if you continue to provide financing to the Su Group, this matter could be considered resolved. Resolved? Will it truly be over? Pang Bin shook his head. I may agree to your request and provide you with funds now, but once your Su Group squanders the money again, will you not come back to me, threatening me to invest in another inadequately rated company? Your company's current rating does not meet the requirements of Huifeng. Why giving you money now for the sake of Huifeng's reputation, I would also be engaging in a legal investment. Do you intend to use this method to endlessly fleece Huifeng? Ji Yunhong had not anticipated this issue and had no such intention. What is this? Do you take me, Pang Bin, for a fool? Pang Bin exclaimed angrily. Let me make it clear. Your actions now constitute a threat. Furthermore, Huifeng's research report is confidential, and you are suspected of stealing Huifeng's secrets. 2 charges are enough for you to spend a considerable time in prison. What happened 5 years ago has nothing to do with me. Pang Bin, are you threatening the wrong person? No, Mr. Pang, I truly am not. Ji Yunhong quickly clarified. Our Su Group has already eliminated many underperforming projects, and we should now meet Huifeng's investment requirements. Please bring the financing application. I will send someone to conduct a new investigation. Pang Bin stated unequivocally. Ji Yunhong promptly produced the financing application and respectfully handed it over before turning to leave. Upon exiting the office, he felt his clothes damp with sweat. Chen Yang was formidable, and Pang Bin was equally unyielding. He could only hope that the new financing application would be approved. That afternoon, Pang Bin dispatched individuals to conduct a new investigation at Su Group. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Chen Yang arrived at the entrance of Su Group with his team. Su Hanyin and Ji Yunhong had been waiting there for quite some time, as today was the day Huifeng's Hangchang branch would announce the results of the investigation. However, Su Hanyin and Ji Yunhong were taken aback to see Chen Yang had come in person. According to standard protocol, as the chairwoman, Su Hanyin should have been the first to extend her hand in greeting, yet she found herself rooted to the spot. Chen Yang stood at the entrance of the company. His expression complex. He had not anticipated entering the company in this manner. 5 years ago, After their marriage, he had visited the company once to deliver lunch to Su Hanyin. She had suggested eating there, but he had insisted on bringing it. However, the security guards had stopped him, claiming not to recognize the son-in-law of the Su family, barring him from entry. It was unclear whether she was genuinely looking out for him or not. Regardless, after that, Chen Yang never returned, meaning he had never set foot inside Su Group. "Welcome, Mr. Chen." Ji Yunhang stepped forward, awkwardly extending his hand. Chen Yang ignored Ji Yunhang entirely, striding into the company, leaving Ji Yunhang grasping at air, which only heightened his embarrassment. "Which floor is the chairman's office on?" Chen Yang inquired, glancing at Su Hanyin's secretary. "The 5th floor," came the reply. "Take me there." The secretary looked to Su Hanyin, who nodded in agreement. Su Hanyin realized that Chen Yang was utterly unfamiliar with the place, as if it were his first visit. How ironic. She remained silent, merely following him upstairs. The group arrived at the 5th floor chairman's office. And without hesitation, Chen Yang seated himself in the chairman's chair. "Chen Yang, that seat is not for you." "What do you mean by this?" Ji Yunhang rebuked. Seeing Chen Yang in her position, Su Hanyin's brows knitted together. Although Huifeng was the largest financial backer of Su Group, they were merely investors and had no right to interfere in the internal management of Su Group. Chen Yang's act of sitting in the chairman's seat was evidently intentional. Chen Yang dismissed any explanation with a wave of his hand, and Assistant Jiang Yani promptly opened her briefcase, retrieving a debt-to-equity conversion agreement and presenting it to Su Hanyin. Though Huifeng wielded considerable power, forcibly converting debt to equity to claim control of our company is inappropriate, is it not? If word gets out, who would dare to seek financing from Huifeng in the future? Ji Yunhang stated coldly. "Is this sufficient?" Jiang Yani handed Ji Yunhang another document. How is this possible? "How did you know?" Ji Yunhang's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the document. Su Hanyin took it and discovered it was a business registration form from the Industry and Commerce Department, clearly listing 3 shareholders of Fengyang Company, Yang Su, Su Wenyong, and Ji Yunhang. "Is that not enough?" Jiang Yani continued, producing several more documents. "According to our investigation, your Su Group fabricated research reports and sold off several profitable projects. The buyers were companies registered by your major shareholder, Su Wenyong, and others. Such under-the-table dealings have already raised suspicions of illegality. Now, you have 3 options. First, repay the money. Second, relinquish the position of chairman. Third, report to the authorities immediately. Choose for yourselves." Su Hanyin remained silent, merely glancing at Ji Yunhang and her elder brother Su Wenyong, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. What trouble had these two caused to provoke Chen Yang? The two had sold off projects long ago, and though Chen Yang had not sought the company until now, his sudden appearance surely meant these two had stirred the pot again. Could be they had truly used Huifeng's illegal investments to threaten Chen Yang? "Sister, we acted with the company's best interest in mind," Su Wenyong weakly explained. Su Hanyin sighed heavily. Taking the document from Jiang Yani, "I will take full responsibility. I am willing to convert the debt to equity and relinquish control of the company." Hanyin raised his head, attempting to dissuade Su Hanyin. If Su Hanyin relinquished management of the company to Chen Yang, he would undoubtedly be dismissed from his position. However, he could not find a suitable justification nor had the ability to alter the situation. Su Group had no funds to repay, and with such incriminating evidence against them, if Chen Yang reported them, not only would Ji Yunhang suffer, but even Su Hanyin, as chairwoman, would likely bear responsibility. "Hanyin, this is a premeditated scheme by Chen Yang. We cannot easily cede control to him." Ji Yunhang finally managed to utter these words after much contemplation. "A mere failing company, and you think I've been scheming?" Chen Yang scoffed. "A failing company?" Su Hanyin thought bitterly, not hesitating to sign the agreement before turning to leave the office. Chen Yang pointed at Ji Yunhang. "You are hereby dismissed. Now, get out of my company immediately." As expected, Ji Yunhang realized his fate, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Why you? What about you?" Chen Yang retorted, "I had no desire to engage with someone like you, yet you insisted on causing trouble." As Su Hanyin reached the door, she nearly collapsed. Others cast strange glances at Ji Yunhang, some whispering amongst themselves. So this is the kind of person he is. He always appeared virtuous, but one can never truly know a person's heart. How did the chairwoman come to have faith in him? All of you, be silent. Ji Yunhong's face drained of color as he roared at Chen Yang. You are slandering me. I will sue you for defamation. I can't be bothered to expose you further. Someone will come looking for you, and you will reap what you sow, Chen Yang scorned. Shut up. Get out. Chen Yang suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating in Ji Yunhong's mind, causing a ringing in his ears, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly dazed. Throw him out. Chen Yang waved his hand decisively. The security guards of Su Group did not hesitate, advancing to escort Ji Yunhong out. They had long been displeased with him, as he often acted as if he were the owner of the company, behaving superior to everyone else, an attitude that was quite irksome. Fearing for his own safety, Su Wenyong hastily fled. Inform everyone. In half an hour, there will be a meeting in the conference room. All team leaders and above must attend. Jiang Yani instructed Su Hanyan's secretary. Those working outside must also join the video conference. Understood. In the garden pavilion of the Su residence, Su Hanyan sat alone, staring blankly at the pond below the rockery, in the distance at the garden's entrance. The Su family and Ji Yunhong were in a flurry of anxiety. Hanyan had been sitting there for over 2 hours, motionless. Do you think something might happen? The old man inquired. That I'm truly worried Hanyan might jump, Su mother expressed. Surely she wouldn't, Su father shook his head. Though her complexion is not great, her emotions seem relatively stable. I still can't help but worry, Su mother sighed. Then you should go and check on her, Su father suggested, as Su mother pondered for a moment before approaching Hanyan. In fact, over the past 2 hours, she had contemplated going over several times, but had been deterred by her daughter's desire for solitude. Hanyan, it's time for lunch, Su mother tentatively reminded. That I know, Su Hanyan replied, standing up and turning toward the garden's entrance. Thud! Ji Yunhong knelt down. Hanyan, I was wrong. I should not have provoked Chen Yang again. Thud! Su Wenyong also knelt. Sister, we are the ones at fault, causing you to lose control of Su Group. However, Ji Yunhong and I saw Chen Yang out solely for the sake of the company's finances. That my health is poor anyway, so I need not manage the company, allowing me to rest and recuperate. That, Su Hanyan coldly remarked, all the responsibility lies with me. I am willing to convert the debt to equity and relinquish control of the company. Yes, daughter, no matter how much money you earn. It is of no consequence if your health fails, Su mother added. Su Mu quickly chimed in. Moreover, even if we were to lose control, we still possess a certain stake in the company. That if Chen Yang truly manages to develop the business, we can simply sit back and reap the dividends. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyan paused momentarily, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Let us not discuss this any further, she said. Su Mu, realizing her misstep, hastily changed the subject. I prepared your favorite dishes. That Su Wenyong and Ji Yunhong exchanged glances and rose to head towards the dining room. The atmosphere at the dinner table was fraught with tension and awkwardness. Su Hanyan picked at her food before breaking the silence. What did Chen Yang say in the meeting? The first step was to lay off a third of the staff, most of whom are senior members. Su Wenyong explained. Some of them even called Dad to complain. Are they planning to cause a ruckus? Su Hanyan inquired, puzzled. The Haven team made a scene, as Chen Yang compensated them with severance pay based on their years of service. They are merely outraged and feel that it's unjust for our Su family. Perhaps I should have done the same long ago, Su Hanyan mused aloud. However, after casting a glance at her father, she refrained from continuing. Those were the veterans who had stood by her father, some even having worked alongside her grandfather. She had previously let some go, but had not been thorough. This time, it would be decisive. And then what? Su Hanyan asked, intrigued. Chapter 84. Chen Yang restructures the Su Group. If this was merely a matter of financial compensation, what difference would it make to me? Chen Yang's second step involved categorizing all company projects into 3 tiers. Su Wenyong elaborated high-quality projects, medium-quality projects, and low-quality projects bundled together. Chen Yang plans to acquire partners to co-develop these projects, investing 60% in high-quality projects, 50% in medium-quality projects, and 40% in low-quality projects. That's so. Su Hanyan's eyes lit up. This fellow is quite astute. He intends to use the profits from high-quality projects to cover the losses from the low-quality ones. While he may relinquish a portion of the profits, he preserves all the projects. Su Wen-yong praised. Furthermore, the financial burden on the company is significantly reduced. This move effectively alleviates the organization's greatest financial challenge. Brilliant. But he has forfeiting many benefits. Anyone could do that, Ji Yunhang immediately countered. Given the current state of the company, securing financing is a daunting task. The most crucial aspect is survival, Su Wen-yong replied solemnly. If we can navigate through this difficulty and lessen the company's pressure, we can take measured steps forward. With a lighter load, we will undoubtedly attract renewed investment for financial firms. Initially, Yang Su was also willing to invest in new projects. Ji Yunhang interjected. He only wanted to invest in the most lucrative projects, Su Hanyan reminded him. But we could have thought of this approach. Have you suggested it during all this time? Anyone can play the hindsight game. Su Hanyan emphasized. Ji Yunhang fell silent. Enough of this argument. Let us eat. Su Wen-yong urged. Is there a third step? Su Hanyan inquired. The third step is to abandon the overseas expansion plan, Su Wen-yong stated. Glancing at Ji Yunhang, who had proposed that very plan, now summarily dismissed by Chen Yang. The fourth step is to hire professionals at high salaries, to diminish the board's authority. Su Hanyan was taken aback. Such a feat would not be easily accomplished, and Chen Yang's plans would not easily pass the board scrutiny. Thus, a general shareholders meeting will be convened tomorrow morning, Su Wen-yong declared with gravity. All shareholders must attend. Otherwise, it will be deemed as forfeiting their rights. Whether Chen Yang can effectively manage these matters will be determined at tomorrow's board meeting. Su Hanyan fell into thoughtful silence. The members of the board were formidable adversaries. And she too felt constrained. They were all esteemed veterans of the company. Sister, will the wedding banquet continue? Su Wen-yong redirected the topic. Yunhang's heart dropped suddenly, his hand trembling slightly as he held his chopsticks. He had made numerous mistakes, and his attempt to threaten Chen Yang had thoroughly incensed him. Had it not been for his suggestion, Chen Yang might not have come to the Su Group to seize control, and his position as vice president would not have been jeopardized. Most importantly, Su Hanyan had always been strong-willed, and now she had lost both her chairmanship and her managerial role, although she had just claimed that she would take the opportunity to recuperate. Everyone knew this was merely a fade born of her frustration. She was unwilling to accept this outcome. If Chen Yang were to fail, it would merely vindicate that he was not performing any better, proving that Su Hanyan was indeed powerless to avert this situation, that it was not her lack of ability, but rather that even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. Ji Yunhang was the root cause of all these troubles. Should Su Hanyan call off the engagement, none would dare to criticize her. Everything would remain unchanged. Ji Yunhang exhaled a long breath, while Su Wen-yong wore an expression of deep dissatisfaction. He genuinely wished to persuade his sister against going through with the marriage that Su Wen-yong had seen through Ji Yunhang, recognizing him as a mere pretender, ineffectual in every endeavor yet eager to put on airs. However, he found it challenging to voice such sentiments. Moreover, the investment from Hui Feng into the Su Group had been facilitated by Ji Yunhang's uncle, Ren Hanxiang, which Su Wen-yong had proactively communicated to Su Hanyan. Ji Yunhang was the type who performed good deeds, yet craved recognition without ever uttering a word, preferring others to acknowledge his contributions. This way, he could appear modest while basking in the glory. If questioned about his involvement, Ji Yunhang would feign ignorance and ask, "How did you know?" Now, Su Wen-yong found Ji Yunhang's behavior to be the epitome of hypocrisy, yet what could he do? They had already registered their marriage and obtained a marriage certificate. The fact that Ji Yunhang had committed so many missteps while Su Hanyan still agreed to marry him left Su Wen-yong perplexed. What was his sister truly thinking? "I am also full," he declared. Only Ji Yunhang and Su Wen-yong's parents remained at the table, the atmosphere equally uncomfortable. Sighing, Su Wen-yong and his parents exchanged glances, both letting out a deep sigh. The following day, at approximately 9:50 a.m., in the conference room of the Su Group, the number of shareholders was not large. It was not insignificant either, totaling 9. This included Su Hanyan and Su Wen-yong, who had both come to observe how Chen Yang intended to undermine the board's authority. Su Hanyan possessed the least shares among this group, as the $800 million in financing had all been converted into equity, resulting in her holdings amounting to less than 3%. The other shareholders' stakes had naturally been diluted, and after Hui Feng's debt conversion, they held 67%, thus commanding absolute control. The second largest shareholder was Su Wenyang, followed by the remaining shareholders. In truth, even if Su Hanyan was unwilling to relinquish her position as chairwoman, Hui Feng could still oust her through their absolute shareholding, albeit requiring additional time. The other 7 shareholders had no objections to Hui Feng's entry into the Su Group. However, Chen Yang's decision to lay off staff without prior board approval had incensed the remaining shareholders. Even more infuriating was the fact that Chen Yang's proposal explicitly stated his intention to diminish the board's authority. Now, each shareholder wore a grim expression, silence enveloping the room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Behind each of them stood 2 burly bodyguards. During the meeting, they were supposed to remain outside, but had now entered the conference room. Chapter 85. Coercive Transactions. Chen Yang entered the conference room precisely at 10 o'clock, flanked by Su Hanyan's secretary, Lin Yun, and his own secretary, Jiang Yani. Su Hanyan and Su Wenyang stood to show the minimal respect due to a company chairman. Yet the other 7 shareholders remained seated, some casually resting their legs on the table, while others scoffed loudly to express their discontent. They had conspired to give Chen Yang a harsh welcome. With everyone present, the meeting commenced. Chen Yang took his seat and waved his hand. Lin Yun promptly retrieved a contract from her folder and distributed it to the 9 shareholders. Upon receiving it, Su Hanyan's brow furrowed. This was no mere reduction of the board's authority. It was a proposal to abolish the board entirely, retaining only the shareholders' rights to supervise, while forbidding any interference in company affairs. Bang! The first middle-aged man on the right, around 50, slammed his hand on the table, rising to glare at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you're being excessively arrogant. Excessively arrogant. Chen Yang shook his head. I'm doing this for the good of the company and for all of you. You won't have to exert any effort and can still profit. That you're talking nonsense, the middle-aged man retorted. You aim to drive us out and seize power for yourself. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, suppressing his frustration, and continued, I have granted you oversight rights, so you can supervise me at any time. How can this be construed as a power grab? Regardless, we do not trust your capabilities. The man who has lived off others for 5 years has no right to impose on us. The middle-aged man derided. Indeed, we have inquired about you. You only rose to your position at Hui Feng's Hangzhou branch because of a woman. What competence do you possess? Even if Hui Feng were to send a mere dog to assume the role of chairman, we would have no grounds for complaint, for we owe them a substantial sum of money. However, from this point forward, all significant company matters must be executed only after a board vote, as this is in the best interest of the company. Yesterday, you unilaterally laid off a third of the staff without board approval. What does that leave us? It seems you're not acting for the benefit of the company, but rather in haste to liquidate its projects, gather funds, and ultimately sell the company to offset Hui Feng's losses. Chen Yang, your ambitions are glaringly apparent. How dare you profess to act in the interest of the company and us? Do you think us fools? All 7 shareholders rose, their expressions fierce, each vociferously denouncing Chen Yang. Their remarks escalated to personal attacks. Chen Yang stood, confronting the first middle-aged man on the right. What is your name, sir? Before Lin Yun could introduce him, the man declared, I am Xiang Lian. What? Do you wish to throw a punch? 2 bodyguards glared at Chen Yang, ready to take action at a moment's notice. So, you are Xiang Lian. Your son runs a materials decoration company that supplies materials to the Su Group. Correct? Chen Yang inquired. You are talking nonsense. This is a record of financial transfers, although that materials company is not registered under your son's name. He is the de facto controller. Chen Yang waved his hand, prompting Lin Yun to present a transfer record. Each month, that company transfers money into your son's account. That not true. So what of it? That is not illegal. The materials that company provides to the Su Group are of the same quality as those of its market competitors. Yet your son claims they are superior and charges a higher price. Chen Yang stated, I've already sent samples to a professional firm for appraisal, and the results are in. Lin Yun produced the document once more and handed it to Xiang Lian. Where did this ridiculous appraisal come from? Without even glancing at it, Xiang Lian tossed the appraisal result onto the floor. You may choose to disregard it, but the Su Group acknowledges it, and Hui Feng does as well. Effective immediately, the Su Group terminates its collaboration with your son's company. Chen Yang smirked. Furthermore, it was you who pushed for the collaboration with your son's company against the board's majority opinion. You have already engaged in self-serving conduct. Shall I report you to the authorities now? Humph. Xiang Liyun scoffed, sitting down in silence. And your name? Chen Yang turned to the shareholder beside Xiang Liyun. I am Yang Hanqi. You are Yang Hanqi? Your son serves as manager in the project department, colluding with Ji and Heng to sell off profitable company projects at loss, reaping 3 million in benefits. Chen Yang smirked. You dare slander me without evidence? I will sue you for defamation. Yang Hanqi retorted angrily. Here is the transfer record of 3 million from Yang Su to your son. Chen Yang slapped the record onto Yang Hanqi's face. Yang Hanqi's complexion shifted from red to white, and he fell silent. And your name? Chen Yang asked the third individual. The man's voice faltered, losing all the previous bravado. This gentleman is Mr. Qin Deli. Lin Yin introduced. You are that old lecher. I hear you take a liking to a new female employee, seducing her and then denying responsibility. Chen Yang smirked. After the uproar, you sent people to threaten her family, beating her father and only compensating with a mere 100,000. Did you not? You truly are Deli, in every sense of the word. Qin Deli's face flushed crimson, and he dared not utter a word. And this one. Chen Yang systematically laid bare the transgressions of all 7 shareholders, each now exposed to him. They stood there, speechless, and with heads bowed, lacking even the courage to meet Chen Yang's gaze. Is this still the useless good-for-nothing they once considered him? I will sign, and I will not interfere in any matters of the Su Group. Chen Yang approached Su Wenyong, who, without waiting for a word, hastily signed the agreement. Su Hanyan, indifferent, had already lost her position as chairman. Even if she retained voting rights, it was futile. The other shareholders had lost their voting privileges, and in a voting scenario, the majority would prevail. Su Hanyan's decisions would hold no weight, leaving only her and Chen Yang. In a deadlock. The chairman's resolution would still stand. Henceforth, the Su Group would be under Chen Yang's sole dominion. Realizing this, Su Hanyan promptly signed. We will sign as well. The other shareholders quickly produced pens. I am afraid your share is no longer needed. Chen Yang seized the agreement from the nearest shareholder and waved his hand. Lin Yin produced another set of documents from her folder and distributed them to the 7 shareholders. A share transfer agreement. Xiang Liyun and the others were taken aback. Chen Yang, this is coercive. Qin Deli retorted coldly. I will ask you just once. Will you sign? Chen Yang smirked. Chapter 86. Someone as a child. Selling or not selling is indeed a dilemma. The Su Group is currently in a downturn, having divested numerous projects, its market value diminished by at least 1/5 compared to last month. Selling now would be ill-timed. The root of the issue lies in Hui Feng halting financing. Had Hui Feng continued its investments, the Su Group, unburdened by financial strain, could have aspired to apply for an IPO if all projects were completed. They could indeed prepare for an IPO by tomorrow. Alas, due to Hui Feng's cessation of investment, all hopes have turned to dust. In just over a month, the market value has plummeted so drastically that selling shares now would incur greater losses. They would be better off waiting until the company stabilized, at which point they could earn an additional 10 to 20 million. Moreover, through their machinations, relatives they had arranged to work at the Su Group had largely been dismissed, leaving many without jobs. Naturally, they were reluctant to sell. However, if they did not, Chen Yang would exploit their vulnerabilities and drag them into court, making their lives unbearable. If we do not sell, we can always resort to litigation. Yang Wushi was the first to rise. United, we will not be cowed by you. Chen Yang. Xiang Lian echoed. We are not afraid of you. Indeed. Jiang Yani took out her phone, preparing to make a call. Wait. Qin Deli quickly interjected, looking at Chen Yang with a hint of pleading. Chairman Chen, could we perhaps discuss this amongst ourselves first? We will provide a definitive answer by tomorrow morning. Chen Yang departed first. In truth, this matter should not be postponed until tomorrow. It should have been resolved today. The longer it drags on, the more likely complications will arise. However, seeing Chen Yang's indifference, Su Hanyan felt no need to offer a reminder. Once Chen Yang left, Su-Han turned to leave as well as Xiang Liyun and the others exited the company building. They gathered at a nearby tea house, having dismissed their bodyguards. Only then did they turn to Chen Deli. What is it you wish to say? Are you truly considering yielding to Chen Yang? Our affairs are hardly pristine. If thoroughly investigated, it could lead to half of us serving time. Chen Deli explained, our connections are limited to the city. While Huifeng has reached at the provincial level, even in Yanjing, they have influenced that in a legal battle. Can we prevail? That is a valid point. The other 6 pondered this, nodding in agreement, but soon their brows furrowed in concern. So what do we do? Chen Yang's insistence on granting us a day to consider is a grave error. We should incapacitate him and deliver a stern warning. Let us see if he dares attempt to acquire our shares tomorrow. Chen Deli sneered. This must be done. Had we signed a contract and sold our shares, I would have ensured he would not have it easy afterward. He must be shown the consequences. That a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of Xiang Liyun and the others. They were not the type to be trifled with. Let us all contribute some funds to deal with Chen Yang. Chen Deli proposed, 100,000 from each should suffice. 100,000 each is more than enough to eliminate him. It was settled. Old Chen knows people in the underworld, right? We will transfer the money to you. You handle the arrangements. Done. Chen Deli agreed readily. Let us act swiftly, preferably tonight. Chairman Chen, here are the materials you requested. Around 8 in the evening, Lin Yun entered the chairman's office, placing the documents on the desk. She tentatively asked, it is rather late. Aren't you planning to leave? This is not an opportune moment to sell. It would lead to losses of 10 to 20 million for each of them. I am aware, Chen Yang replied. I am merely awaiting their move. I have afforded them numerous opportunities, yet they fail to appreciate them. Should they choose to confront me, so be it. That I will not need to expend so much to acquire their shares, and I may even reclaim the funds they have siphoned from the Su Group over the years. Lin Yun gazed at Chen Yang, who appeared remarkably self-assured, momentarily taken aback. You remind me, are you not afraid of their retaliation? Chen Yang deftly shifted the topic. Regardless, I will be departing soon. Departing? Why? Lin Yun inquired. With a change in leadership, as you have succeeded Miss Su as chairperson, it stands to reason that I, as your assistant, will be replaced. She elucidated, as of now. I have not replaced you solely due to your continued value. Your performance from yesterday to today has been exemplary, without any obfuscation. Why would I consider replacing you? Chen Yang countered with a shake of his head. This is merely my duty. Allow me to be frank. I find your capabilities impressive and your diligence commendable. Not only will I not dismiss you, but I shall also promote you. Promote me? Indeed, once I resolve the matters concerning Chen Deli and his associates tomorrow. I will elevate you to the position of Vice General Manager. Vice General Manager. Lin Yun stared at Chen Yang in disbelief. In truth, had the Su Group been flourishing, I would not have assumed control, as I intend to leave Hangchang shortly. Chen Yang rose and approached the window, gazing into the distant night. However, the internal chaos within the Su Group is palpable, and bankruptcy looms. That I am not here to assert superiority. I simply cannot stand idly by as Huifeng has invested so heavily in a company that may face ruin. Once I have addressed the issues here before I depart Hangchang, my position at Huifeng will be passed to Jiang Yani, and the Su Group shall be entrusted to you. Entrusted to me? Lin Yun was taken aback. What? Are you hesitant, or do you doubt your own abilities? Chen Yang turned to face Lin Yun. Then prepare yourself. He stated with gravity that, this moment, I understand you may not believe me, nor see me as a match for Chen Deli. If you are unafraid, join me for a late-night snack. Late night snack. Lin Yun blinked. Director Chen, I already have a child. Ahem. Chen Yang coughed awkwardly. When I mention a late-night snack, I meant it as an opportunity to strike against our adversaries. Oh, Lin Yun realized, her face suddenly flushed. I must return to work. There are numerous matters to attend to. Chapter 87. Mr. Shi, Director Chen, where is Assistant Jiang? In a bustling seafood porridge stall, Lin Yun turned to Chen Yang. Ignore her. Try the seafood porridge here, Chen Yang suggested. You don't appear overweight, Lin Yun remarked, observing Chen Yang with curiosity. Though in her mid-30s and a mother, her figure remained enviable, with ample curves in the right places and a slender waist. But I assure you, Indulging in his culinary delight will not lead to weight gain, she insisted. Chen Yang nonetheless ladled a bowl for her. Here, give it a taste. Thank you, Director Chen. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yun sampled the porridge. Pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. This unassuming stall serves such remarkable porridge at a modest price, she noted. Chen Yang savored his meal heartily. Have you frequented this place before? I learned from experience. He replied. You know, my ex-wife had health issues, particularly with her digestive system. She often consumed porridge to nurture her stomach. Did you make it yourself? Indeed. How old is your child? 13, that you married quite young. My husband and I wed during our graduate studies. Chen Yang mused. It is indeed rare to find a couple that endures through time. That I too have been divorced. Divorced? After completing my graduate studies. I joined the Sue Group, gaining the previous chairman's favor, and progressed from the design department to the role of assistant to the chairman, Lin Yun recounted. When rumors circulated regarding my relationship with the former chairman, my husband proposed divorce. It seems envy fueled those rumors, Chen Yang speculated. Indeed, it was later revealed that the former chairman dismissed the instigator, and my husband sought reconciliation, but I felt it unnecessary, so I remained single. Lin Yun chuckled self-deprecatingly. In truth, I find singlehood quite satisfying. My daughter has grown, making solitude less daunting. I share your sentiments. Chen Yang raised his drink, clinking it against Lin Yun's to commemorate our lost loves. Lin Yun was momentarily startled before smiling and responding. Cheers. After sipping her drink, she observed Chen Yang continue to enjoy his porridge, a wave of curiosity washing over her. Was Chen Yang genuinely focused on dealing with Qin Deli? Or was he merely using it as an excuse to invite her out for a late-night meal? Although Lin Yun possessed confidence in her appearance and physique, she wondered if Chen Yang truly found her attractive. What if he made an advance? Would she acquiesce? No, she could not. Despite Chen Yang's efficient handling of the Sue Group's affairs, showcasing an extraordinary aptitude, he had yet to reach a level of brilliance. Numerous challenges remained unresolved. Lin Yun still remembered the Chen Yang of old, who had lived off others for 5 years. Though his clean break earned her respect, she had heard whispers that his rapid rise of Huifeng was also aided by women. She could not be so easily deceived. Suddenly, as Lin Yun's thoughts wandered, the sharp sound of motorcycles pierced the air, and 7 or 8 motorcycles appeared outside the stall. A dozen individuals wielding baseball bats and steel pipes dismounted and charged inside without uttering a word, heading straight for Lin Yun and Chen Yang. Specifically, for Chen Yang to be careful. Lin Yun shouted as a bat swung toward Chen Yang's head, who continued to sip his porridge nonchalantly. Alas, how disappointing. Chen Yang finished the last spoonful of porridge, sighed, and then slowly made his move, effortlessly snatching the steel pipe from the assailant's grasp. The attackers continued to strike, but Chen Yang maneuvered skillfully in the confined space, evading their blows as if they were mere air. With each counter, he incapacitated their arms with a swift strike, their helmets shattering upon impact. The thugs fell to the ground, staring at their crushed helmets, fear seeping from their brows. Without the protection of their helmets, a solid hit from steel pipe would surely have left them severely injured. Retreat, one shouted, and the assailants turned to flee. Chen Yang, uninterested in pursuing them, approached the remaining 3 who were now incapacitated by his strikes. He pointed at a bald thug. I doubt you know the mastermind behind this. Tell me, who is your leader? His earlier disappointment stemmed from the fact that the opposing party had underestimated him, sending only a handful of thugs. The strongest among them barely reached the second tier of strength, yet they were certainly more formidable than ordinary street ruffians, that I'll tell you. You better let us go. My boss is Dong Gu. The thug shot Chen Yang a cold glare, unperturbed and even threatening. Dong Gu, Chen Yang chuckled. Never heard of him. Then you must know our boss, Mr. Shi, who commands the West District. Just a stomp from him can shake the ground. Still never heard of him. Chen Yang shook his head. I wonder if he truly has the power to cause an earthquake with a stomp. Let us go. Take me to him. Chen Yang seized the thug by the neck and began walking, only to recall Lin Yun had not followed. Secretary Lin, let us go. Oh. Lin Yun, realizing the situation, hurried to catch up. She was astonished by Chen Yang's strength, having effortlessly dealt with a dozen adversaries without breaking a sweat. The disparity between them was stark, akin to an adult effortlessly overpowering a group of children barely able to walk. It felt surreal. Lin Yun suspected this group had been summoned by Chen Yang, merely playing along in a staged act, yet she knew the truth would soon reveal itself. After getting into the car, guided by the thug, they arrived at a villa surrounded by tall walls in the western suburbs. Go in and report that the troublemakers have arrived. Tell them to be prepared, Chen Yang instructed. He exited the vehicle, tossing the thug toward the villa's entrance. The thug glanced back at Chen Yang, initially believing he was joking, but seeing the serious expression on Chen Yang's face, he hurried to the security booth at the entrance. As the gate swung open, the thug entered, turning back to call out, "Kid, if you have the guts, don't run." Chen Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, having no intention of fleeing. "Prepare for what? How audacious!" Lin Yun, feeling the tension, covered her forehead, contemplating escape, but ultimately chose to stay, cautioning, "Director Chen, I've heard of Mr. Shi. He has ruled the West District for decades, capable of anything, with a legion of ruthless followers. He is a true tyrant of the West District." Lin Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to leave. Chapter 88. Just call me Xiao Shi. "What did you say?" "A young man has stormed our doorstep." Within the villa, the voice of Master Shi resonated from the room. The bodyguard at the door quickly responded, "Yes, Master Shi. It's that fellow, Dong's underling. He's currently kneeling in the hall and shouldn't dare to lie." "This that is it." The bodyguard hastily turned to leave, fearful of incurring Master Shi's wrath. "Is everything all right, Master Shi?" A delicate voice inquired from within the room. What could possibly be wrong? The bodyguard in this villa are all of second-grade strength, and the captain is at the mid-stage of first grade. Master Shi replied, continuing to embrace a beautiful woman who was 2 decades his junior. "Darling, don't be afraid. Just sleep." He was indeed tired. Age had diminished his vigor. After having just engaged in a skirmish, he could no longer deny his age. Yet, not 2 minutes had passed when the bodyguard knocked frantically on the door, exclaiming, "Master Shi, it's bad. Over 20 of our underlings have been taken down by that guy. They've already breached the hall. Our men can't hold them back." "What?" Master Shi leaped to his feet, dressing hastily while cursing, "You are all utterly useless. It must be that the opponent is too formidable. Let us go." Master Shi hurriedly descended the stairs with the bodyguard. Before they reached the first floor, they were met with a chorus of wails from the entrance of the hall to its interior. Bodies lay scattered, and a young man sat casually on the sofa, flanked by a woman in her early 30s. "Young brother, we have no enmity. You come to my home causing a ruckus. Do you truly believe me to be easy prey?" Master Shi asked coldly. Chen Yang glanced at Master Shi, noting his 60-odd years, his gray and black crew cut giving him an imposing air. Yet his steps seemed somewhat unsteady, suggesting that he had been drained by indulgence. With a smile, he replied, "Indeed, we bear no grievances. It's merely that a Dong-s underling came after me, and upon capture, he threatened me, claiming your superior is his boss. He even asserted that if you stomp your foot, the West District would tremble. Thus so, I thought I'd come and witness you stomp. Now, go ahead and show me. Who wouldn't he know that a stomp is merely a metaphor? Kid, those who have been arrogant before me are nothing more than fodder for the earth." Master Shi retorted coldly, "That's so?" Chen Yang smirked, rising to his feet. "If you are as inept as your subordinates, then you may find yourself sorely disappointed. Today, I shall personally enlighten you." Master Shi was incensed. Stepping forward as his aura erupted, "Young man, have you ever encountered a master?" This aura, laced with ferocity and malice, indicated that Master Shi had endured numerous battles. Master. Lin Yun staggered back, muttering incessantly, "It's over. It's really over." Though not a martial artist herself, she had once served as an assistant to Su Hanyan's father, Su Chaoting, and had even visited a bodyguard company to hire protectors. She understood the hierarchy of martial prowess and their associated costs. 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and then masters. Su Chaoting had once sought to employ a late-stage 2nd grade master, with fees exceeding 80,000 monthly. 1st grade experts were rare in bodyguard firms, costing over 200,000 a month. As for masters, they were practically non-existent in such firms, as they typically established their own sects, rarely serving as mere bodyguards. Even if a master were available, families like the Su clan could not afford one. Su Chowding had remarked that a single master could elevate an ordinary family to a first-rate status. It was no wonder that master she could reign supreme in the West District. He was indeed a master. Lin Yun's heart raced. Had she known, she would never have come to this place with Chen Yang. She glanced at him, but he exhibited no hint of fear, remaining composed as he remarked, "Ah, a master! How rare for a thug to possess such prowess. It's been many years since I've fought, and you've truly angered me today." "Master," she stretched, declaring, to perish at the hands of a master is indeed a stroke of fortune. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than "master," she struck, his fist aimed squarely at Chen Yang's face. This was hunger, fierce and unyielding, a direct assault. Even before the punch arrived, the air crackled with the sound of its force. Lin Yun retreated hastily, too afraid to even open her eyes, dreading the sight of bloodshed. Although Chen Yang had displayed impressive strength against the formidable black-clad bodyguards earlier. Master, she was a master. Yet, she did not hear the anticipated cries of despair. Opening her eyes, she was astonished to find that Master Shi's full-force punch had been effortlessly caught by Chen Yang with a single hand. Die! Master Shi thrust his left fist again, but before it could reach Chen Yang, he felt a terrifying force twisting his right arm. This power was unfathomable, surpassing his comprehension. Damn it! Before he could regain his footing, Chen Yang twisted again, this time with even greater force. Master Shi's expression changed dramatically as he contorted his body. Just as he had nearly turned, Chen Yang delivered a kick to his side. Whoosh! Bang! Master Shi was sent flying, crashing into a sturdy armchair made of solid enamel wood, which splintered and shattered upon impact. A master truly so formidable. Chen Yang did not strike further, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, disdainfully proclaiming, "You are merely a frog in a well." Beside him, Lin Yun gaped, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg, her eyes wide in disbelief as she beheld Chen Yang. Was Master Shi too weak? Or was Chen Yang simply too powerful? She suddenly perceived Master Shi as less formidable. Aside from his imposing aura, his abilities seemed comparable to those of the bodyguards. No, they bore more resemblance to common thugs at a roadside stall. Utterly incapable of resistance. The disparity was stark, akin to an adult overpowering a child. Cough, cough, cough. Master Shi struggled to rise. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Chen Yang. In his heart, he cursed Adong's lineage profusely. Wondering how he had provoked such a terrifying entity, his strength was unfathomable, and even more distressingly, he was so young. "Stomp your foot for me to see." Chen Yang smirked. Master Shi's pallid complexion turned a shade of liver, and he quickly clasped his fists together, his face awash with contrition. "Esteemed senior, I was blind. I beseech you to overlook my transgressions and spare me this once." And stomping, Chen Yang inquired, "Shouldn't I also call you Master Shi?" No, esteemed senior, just call me Xiao Shi, a teachable child." Chen Yang grinned, instructing, "Bring that Dong fellow to the Su group tomorrow. I have matters to discuss with him." Yes, Master Shi nodded repeatedly, as if pecking at rice like a chick. Lin Yun was astonished. The once arrogant Master Shi was now so obedient. Am I truly not dreaming? "Secretary Lin, let us go." Chen Yang prompted. Oh. Lin Yun hurriedly followed, utterly astounded. Chapter 89. Anticipating the enemy returning home. Lin Yun took a shower, put her daughter to bed, and lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Thoughts of the day as events swirled in her mind, rendering them inconceivable. Initially, she had looked down upon Chen Yang, believing he had risen through the favor of a woman, and out of revenge against the Su family, had halted investments in the Su group. Subsequently, he had found reasons to seize control of the Su group. Even when Chen Yang assumed the position of chairman, she still dismissed him. However, regardless of her opinion of Chen Yang, Lin Yun was committed to performing her duties diligently, with Su Hanyan departing without any transition. Lin Yun understood that Su Hanyan was likely avoiding awkwardness, given that he was her ex-husband. Continuing to linger for a handover would indeed be inappropriate. It fell to Lin Yun to ensure this transition was smooth, although she intended to tender her resignation afterward. Nevertheless, Chen Yang's series of initiatives had genuinely astonished her. This might be the only way to break the deadlock without new capital investment. Lin Yun had not anticipated these measures herself. Yet she did not admire Chen Yang, suspecting that they might have been devised by someone more capable, with Chen Yang merely implementing their strategies. However, after witnessing Chen Yang's prowess today, Lin Yun realized his true capabilities. A single individual had single-handedly subdued the formidable Master Shi, who had dominated the West District for decades, rendering him powerless before Chen Yang. This was undoubtedly not a mere leech, but a hidden master, a top-tier expert. Given such strength, the measures taken to reorganize the Su group were likely conceived by Chen Yang himself, an embodiment of both courage and strategy. Miss Su, what have you truly missed? Lin Yun felt a pang of regret for Su Hanyin, who had forsaken such a powerful husband for a first love. Moreover, this husband had never owed Su Hanyin anything, consistently fulfilling the role of a devoted spouse. With such courage and strategy, he willingly remained in the shadows, supporting Su Hanyin. Lin Yun found herself envious. Yet, she genuinely did not comprehend why Chen Yang had brought her along, merely to showcase his strength. It was only when Lin Yun's phone rang, revealing a call from Qin Deli, that she began to grasp something. Rising, she answered the call while activating the recording function. Mr. Qin, hello, is there something I can assist you with? Chen Yang unexpectedly took you out for a late-night snack. He seems to hold you in high regard. Where did you go afterward? Qin Deli inquired. Does Chen Yang have ulterior motives toward you? I'm already married, a woman in her 30s. How could Chairman Chen possibly have any intentions toward me? You are not old either. Many admire your mature and voluptuous charm. Don't numerous colleagues pursue you? Surely not. Although Lin Yun retorted, she could not help but switch on the light and glance at her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, many were vying for her attention, predominantly young men in their early 20s. She had asked them why they were drawn to someone like her, and they responded that they appreciated the allure of an older sister figure, mature, charming, and considerate. Could it be that Chen Yang feels the same? Undoubtedly, Qin Deli asserted gravely, in that case. Arrange for him to meet you again at IT is quite late, and we have work tomorrow. Secretary Lin, assist us in this matter. As long as you can drive Chen Yang away, we will nominate you for the position of general manager. Nominate me as general manager. Lin Yun was taken aback. Mr. Qin must be joking. What merit do I possess to assume such a role? You have been with Su Chowding for 7 or 8 years, and then with Su Hanyin for 5. You are well-versed in all company affairs and are absolutely capable of being the general manager. Mr. Qin can arrange the meeting himself, that we are not merely asking to meet Chen Yang. Our true intention is to send him to prison, which requires your cooperation. How can I assist? Invite him to a hotel under the pretense of agreeing to his proposal. Then report him for assault, Qin Deli stated coldly. Lin Yun was taken aback. This was a criminal act. Secretary Lin, the position of general manager at the Su Group, along with 10 million. This. Lin Yun was stunned. Secretary Lin, our offer is quite generous. If you refuse, do not blame us for being ungracious. Qin Deli threatened in an icy tone. I hear your daughter attends West District No. 2 High School. Is that correct? Qin Deli, you are despicable. Lin Yun exclaimed angrily, if you accomplish our task, you will be unharmed, and your daughter will be safe as well. Qin Deli, I will not assist you with such matters, and I advise you to sell your shares honestly. That is your best option, Lin Yun retorted, hanging up the phone in frustration. Her admiration for Chen Yang grew. He seemed to foresee this situation even before the end of the workday. He had promised her the position of general manager and had taken her to confront IT was as if he were conveying that following Chen Yang was her wisest choice. Had Chen Yang not taken her to meet Xie, under Qin Deli's threats, she might have indeed made a grave mistake for the sake of her daughter's safety. Would Chen Yang forgive her or confront her? Even if he forgave her, she would no longer have a place at the Su Group, potentially leading to a tarnished reputation. Chen Yang's intention in taking her for late-night snacks and to deal with Xie was a proactive choice aimed at assisting her. Now that she recognized Chen Yang's capabilities, she no longer feared Qin Deli's threats. Chairman Chen's mind is remarkably astute. Lin Yun mused, filled with gratitude. Chen Yang's actions that evening had essentially salvaged her. Fortunately, during her recent days at work, she had been diligent, for even a hint of negligence could have jeopardized her future. The following morning, she did not accompany her daughter to school, but took a day off to stay home with her. Only when Chen Yang's car appeared at the community entrance did she dare to descend. Upon arriving at the company, as Chen Yang and his companions entered the lobby, a security guard approached. Chairman Chen, someone is looking for you in the lounge. Oh. Chen Yang smirked, glancing at Lin Yun and Jiang Yani beside him. You two go upstairs first. Yes. Jiang Yani and Lin Yun proceeded toward the elevator while Chen Yang headed to the lounge on the first floor. The security guard opened the door for Chen Yang, who stepped inside, and the guard promptly closed the door behind him. As Chen Yang surveyed the lounge, he noticed that Qin Deli and his associates were absent, leaving only their bodyguards. Present. 7 bodyguards were stationed there, each assigned to one of them. Their failure last night had driven Qin Deli and his group into a frenzy, leading them to resort to violence within the company. Chen Yang, sign these agreements to withdraw from the Su group, and we will let you go. 1 bodyguard produced a contract and handed it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and asked, what if I refuse to sign? Then we will kill you. The 7 bodyguards closed in on him, some even brandishing sharp daggers. Chapter 90. Try to lay a finger on her. Su group, conference room. Qin Deli and the others were fixated on Lin Yun, their glares lethal. Jiang Yani, however, surveyed the group with keen interest, feeling no panic whatsoever. Assistant Jiang, mingling with a man who lives off others leads to no future. Why not join me instead? I assure you a life filled with luxury. Qin Deli had long noticed Jiang Yani's long legs. He was quite fond of that type. Now, in front of others, he openly expressed his interest. Look at your pathetic appearance. Not only are you old and ugly, but you also seem to be the type who sleeps with someone and then denies it. Jiang Yani scoffed. Do you think you can win me over? Why not take a good look in the mirror first? You think too highly of yourself. Aren't you just a filthy woman who profits from selling her body? Qin Deli spat. I indeed am. And I make no denial of it. Jiang Yani shrugged. But whether I sell my body or not has nothing to do with your age or looks. Ha ha. The other 6 shareholders erupted in laughter. You what? Jiang Yani smirked. Do you need to take medication to perform? With that face of yours, soon even medication won't help. That I advise you to take care of your health. Otherwise, you'll be left weeping over what you can no longer attain. Puffed. Someone sipping tea sprayed it across the room upon hearing this. Lin Yun cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yani. This woman certainly had sharp tongue. I will make sure to tear that mouth of yours apart. Qin Deli gritted his teeth. Tear my mouth apart? How pitiful. Not even realizing you're at death's door. Jiang Yani retorted disdainfully. I could tea death's door? Ha ha. Qin Deli laughed heartily. Chen Yang had already been taken to the lounge, and at this moment, their bodyguards had captured him. Are you all still waiting for him to come up? Let me tell you. He won't be coming up. Come now, perform a pole dance for us to entertain us. Perhaps I'll be a bit gentler with you later. Have your mother dance instead. That would be far more entertaining. Jiang Yani replied coldly. Seeking death, I didn't initially plan to deal with you so harshly, but you brought it upon yourself. Qin Deli waved his hand, ordering, capture her. The bodyguard advanced toward Jiang Yani, but she did not rise to flee, nor did she scream for help. She merely stated coldly, if you dare lay a hand on me, Chairman Chen won't spare you. He is in no position to save you now. Qin Deli sneered. Yes, that's so. Lay a finger on her, and I'll break your hand. How could that be? Qin Deli and the others stood up, incredulous as they looked at Chen Yang. The thugs who failed to incapacitate Chen Yang last night were one thing. But today they were facing their own bodyguards hired for their high skill level. Each bodyguard was at least in the late stage of his second rank. 7 of them could not overpower one Chen Yang. What should we do now? The 7 exchanged glances, losing their resolve. The bodyguard who had been about to seize Jiang Yani halted, looking to Qin Deli for guidance on whether to proceed. Capture that woman. Qin Deli reiterated his command. The bodyguard decisively lunged at Jiang Yani. Whoosh! A ballpoint pen suddenly zipped through the air, piercing the bodyguard's sleeve and drawing blood from his hand, leaving a long streak of crimson. Ah! Jiang Yani dashed toward Chen Yang as the bodyguard stared at his injured hand, his expression darkening as he charged at Chen Yang, leaping high to throw a punch at his face. Chen Yang met the blow with a punch of his own. Bang! Crack! Their fists collided, and the bodyguard cried out in agony, his hand shattering, the fabric of his shirt tearing apart, blood splattering everywhere. With a thud, the bodyguard collapsed to the ground, staring in disbelief at his right arm, which had exploded from the impact, rendering it completely useless. You are ruthless. The bodyguard's eyes fixed on Chen Yang. "That I warned you. If anyone dared to lay a finger on her, I would break their hand. Do you think I jest?" Chen Yang asserted from his commanding position. "Have your men take action." Chen Deli urged the other shareholders. The other 6 hesitated. They had witnessed the bodyguard's gruesome fate. Chills ran down their arms, and unease settled in their hearts. Chen Yang's strength far exceeded their expectations. It was no wonder the 7 bodyguards had been unable to handle him earlier. Chen Deli's expression shifted unpredictably as he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yang, roaring, "Chen Yang, you assaulted someone in public, maiming my bodyguard. I will sue you. Distorting facts. You have no shame," Jiang Yani scolded. "I intend to report this to the authorities. You better wait for me," Chen Deli remarked, retreating toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he collided with someone. "Who the hell is blind enough to block my way?" Shi. Before he could finish his sentence, the moment he laid eyes on Shi, Chen Deli was rendered utterly speechless. He indeed recognized Shi, although Shi had withdrawn from the forefront in recent years. There was a time when he was quite active in the underworld, and Chen Deli had shared a drink with him on 2 occasions. That it was precisely because of those encounters that Chen Deli had boasted to others, claiming that he and Shi were old friends. Some had believed him, including Shi Ye's subordinate, Dong Gu, who had even assisted Chen Deli on several occasions. Yet, what could possibly bring Shi here? Moreover, Dong Gu was present too, albeit in a rather pitiful state, bruised and battered, exuding a sense of defeat. Furthermore, Chen Deli sensed a look of deep resentment and bitterness in Dong Ji's gaze directed at him. Could it be that Dong Gu had also been beaten to a pulp by Chen Yang and sought out Shi to deal with him? That must be the case. Shi. Dong Gu has been beaten by that Chen Yang. The one in black over there is Chen Yang, Chen Deli pointed out. However, to Chen Deli's astonishment, Shi not only disregarded his earlier reckless behavior, but also showed no interest in acknowledging him. Instead, he swiftly approached Chen Yang, bowed his head before him, and expressed remorse, saying, "Mr. Chen, Dong escaped, and it took me some time to catch him, but I apologize for my tardiness, and hope you will impose your judgment upon me." Shi was indeed not lying. He had planned to wait at the Su Corporation's entrance without Dong early in the morning, fearing to provoke Chen Yang. But when he sent someone to apprehend Dong last night, the latter had gotten wind of it and fled. It was only by mobilizing everyone that Shi managed to capture Dong by morning. Chen Yang remained silent as Shi kept his head down, bending at the waist, too afraid to breathe. What was happening? The once formidable Shi, who could command the winds in the Western District, was behaving like a subordinate in front of Chen Yang. Chen Deli and the others were left dumbfounded. "Chung Dong, hurry up and come kneel," Shi barked. Chung Dong, looking as though he had been beaten to a pulp, approached and fell to his knees before Chen Yang. "Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Please spare my life." As he knocked his head against the ground, he pleaded, "It was Chen Deli who instructed me to deal with you. This is not my fault. I was merely doing someone else's bidding." Without hesitation, he betrayed Chen Deli, knowing that had it not been for Chen Yang's interest in keeping him alive, she would have already disposed of him in the Western District. Who didn't he know that Shi was ruthless? He was merciless not only to himself, but even more so to his subordinates. Those who overstepped Shi's established rules faced dire consequences, ranging from dismemberment to being buried alive. Understanding Shi's brutality, Chung Dong had fled with his family upon hearing that Chen Yang had injured Shi. He had even abandoned his underlings and neglected to manage his assets. Unfortunately, he had not escaped, having been betrayed by his most trusted subordinate. Now, his only glimmer of hope lay in Chen Yang sparing his life. Upon hearing Chung Dong's accusation, Chen Deli plopped down on the ground, too frightened to flee. The other 6 shareholders frantically signaled to Chen Deli, indicating that they wanted him to take the blame alone. "Bring him over," Chen Yang waved his hand. Yes, she stepped forward, physically dragging Chen Deli over. "Kneel." Chen Deli half kneeled, half sat on the ground. His face ashen. It was over. He was utterly doomed. Hiring a hitman, capturing Jiang Yani in the conference room. These actions had already sealed his fate. "Chen Deli, what more can you say?" Chen Yang looked down at him, a mocking expression on his face. "The victor is king, the vanquished a criminal. All of this is solely my doing." Chen Deli spoke coldly, quite defiant. I admire that, Chen Yang replied, his smile widening as he turned his gaze to the kneeling Cheng Dong. That if you kill Qin Deli, you shall live. Really? Cheng Dong seemed to have grasped at his last straw. Out of course. Chen Yang nodded. Yes. Cheng Dong turned to glare at Qin Deli. You cannot blame me for this. No, as Qin Deli observed the malevolent glint in Cheng Dong's eyes, fear gripped him. He hastily pleaded with Shi. Shi, for the sake of the drinks we shared, please help me. Help you. You've gone around boasting that we are bosom friends just because we had a few drinks together. It would be your good fortune if I don't end your life right here. Shi's expression darkened. Why provoking, Mr. Chen? You are courting death. Qin Deli sensed the murderous intent radiating from Shi, recoiling slightly before desperately clinging to Chen Yang's leg. Chairman Chen, if you could let me off the hook, I am willing to sell my shares to you. I am willing to divulge everything. Still looking to sell? But I no longer wish to buy. Chen Yang chuckled. No, I don't want any money. I am willing to give my shares to Chairman Chen. You should have said so earlier. Chen Yang waved his hand, dismissing Cheng Dong, then turned to Lin Yun. However, upon seeing the contract, she froze momentarily. Chairman Chen, I did not prepare a transfer contract. She anticipated that it would not require a purchase. Had she known, she would have prepared a transfer agreement in advance. Then go prepare it. Yes. Lin Yun exited the conference room to prepare the contract. Who else contributed funds last night? Chen Yang inquired. They all contributed, 1 million each, Qin Deli replied honestly. The other 6 shareholders' faces instantly darkened. Cheng Dong was the first to erupt in anger. Damn, you black-hearted bastard, you only gave me 1 million. The intermediary had pocketed far too much. And Lu Wen and others' expressions turned even darker. Their eyes fixed on Qin Deli. On one hand, it was because he had predictably betrayed them. On the other, it was evident that Qin Deli had embezzled several million from them. Qin Deli lowered his head, not daring to breathe. Chairman Chen, we are all willing to gift our shares to you. Lu Wen spoke up first that we're willing to offer them to you as well. The others quickly chimed in. Huifeng Investment has provided you 800 million, resurrecting the near-bankrupt Su Corporation. Not only have your fortune soared, but each shareholder has also profited from the company. Huifeng hasn't seen a single penny in dividends. Yet you all have grown fat, but you show no gratitude, disregarding the company's development, and even plotting against me that I've offered to buy your shares, yet you still refuse, intending to conspire against me. Now you'll receive not a single cent. How does that feel? The 7 of them bowed their heads. Indeed, they felt quite comfortable, almost at the point of suffocation. Yet they had no choice if it were merely Chen Yang holding their secrets. They would rather go to prison than hand over their shares for free. They did not believe Chen Yang would dare to touch their families. However, with Shi now present, showing utmost deference to Chen Yang, they found themselves cornered. Shi was a notorious figure in the underworld, known for his ruthless actions, capable of anything, but if they failed to transfer their shares to Chen Yang, Shi would undoubtedly take action, ensuring their families would find no peace. But how did Chen Yang come to know Shi, and how could he make Shi act like a lackey? It truly felt like a nightmare. Chairman Chen, the contract is ready. Lin Yun hurried back in. Chairman Chen, it has been signed. Lin Yun reverently handed it to Chen Yang. You sign, Chen Yang reminded once more. I sign. Lin Yun was taken aback. Yes, but she hesitated, appearing somewhat fearful. Little she will send someone to protect your daughter. You need not worry, Chen Yang stated earnestly. Miss, if anything happens to your daughter, I will have all 7 of them killed. And their families will accompany your son to the grave, Shi assured, thumping his chest. The other 6 men's expressions changed drastically, their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. This. Lin Yun remained in shock, hesitant to sign. Once you possess shares, you will work even harder for the company, will you not? Chen Yang stated firmly. Oh, by the way, transfer Qin Deli's shares to Assistant Jiang as compensation for the mental distress he caused her earlier. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Jiang Yani quickly expressed her gratitude and reminded Lin Yun, hurry and sign. Our Chairman Chen is not concerned about such trifles. Yes, thank you, Chairman Chen. I will certainly work diligently from now on. Lin Yun said gratefully, trembling as she signed the 6 contracts. What are you still doing here? Chen Yang stood up, glaring at the 7 shareholders. Get out of my company. Thank you for your mercy. Chairman Chen, Thank you for your mercy. They not only had to run, but also express their gratitude before departing. Mr. Chen, how should we deal with this one? Shi Yi inquired, glancing at the kneeling Chen Dong. Spare him, Chen Yang replied coldly. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Dong repeatedly knocked his head against the ground. Send a top-tier expert to protect Lin Yun, Chen Yang instructed. Yes. Shi responded respectfully. Get lost, Mr. Chen. I shall take my leave for today. In the future, should there be any need for Chang, do not hesitate to command him. He shall willingly face 1,000 deaths in service. Shi Yi wore a face of ingratiation. Chen Yang, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, prompting Shi Yi to hasten his departure. From this moment onward, you shall assume the role of general manager, executing the plans I previously outlined. Chen Yang turned to Lin Yun, instructing her to call him should she encounter any difficulties. Lin Yun was still reeling from the shock. First the shares, and now the position of general manager. Was she truly being entrusted with everything? She was unprepared, and by the time she gathered her thoughts, Chen Yang had already left. Chapter 92. Are we selling company shares? Sister, something significant has occurred. Su Wenyong rushed into Su Hanyan's study, breathless. What happened? Su Hanyan inquired. They voluntarily relinquished their shares? Indeed, it is truly bizarre, Su Wenyong exclaimed incredulously. These shareholders, typically so arrogant due to their seniority, have never regarded us with any respect. They have been tyrannical within the company, disregarding you entirely, and those who provoked them suffered their clandestine retribution. Yet now, they willingly forfeit their shares without seeking a single penny. This Su Hanyan was equally astonished. Her sentiments toward these shareholders ran deep. As she was a director, often thwarted in her ambitions by their interference, she, too, wished to rectify the company's affairs, but felt utterly powerless. She could not resort to any underhanded tactics against these venerable figures. For not only would she be labeled as ungrateful, but they would also shamelessly retaliate against the Su family. Thus, she endured, biding her time until the company went public, anticipating that these short-sighted individuals would succumb to the allure of immense profits and sell their shares. Alternatively, she could wait until they retired. However, she did not reach the day of the company's listing, nor did she wait for their retirement. Just days ago, upon hearing that Chen Yang had curtailed the board's power, she had not held out much hope for him. These shareholders were notorious for their unscrupulousness, capable of anything. Yet, Chen Yang not only succeeded, but compelled these leeches to relinquish their shares without demanding a cent. How did he accomplish this? Su Hanyan asked with curiosity. It is said that Shi Yi from the west appeared. How does Chen Yang know Shi Yi? I have no idea, Su Wenyong shrugged, though I did not endorse his methods. There is truth in the saying that it takes a villain to combat a villain, Su Hanyan replied coldly. That is indeed the case. Su Wenyong felt a sense of relief. He had long harbored discontent toward those individuals. Su Hanyan stated earnestly, We owe it to grandfather. The company was founded by old master Su himself. In fact, 5 years ago, when Su Hanyan had yet to graduate, the company faced dire straits, and her father contemplated abandoning it. Yet, Su Hanyan wished to fight for its survival. Upon graduation, she immediately joined the company. Sister, do you know who the general manager is now? Su Wenyong's expression grew complex. Is it not Chen Yang? What do you mean? What? He gave everything away. Su Hanyan exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, not only did he give away the shares, but he also handed the general manager position to Lin Yun. Now all the power of the Su group lies solely in her hands. With a thud, the book in Su Hanyan's hands fell to the floor, and she laughed bitterly. Is he trying to humiliate me? Su Wenyong fell silent. Chen Yang's actions indeed carried the suspicion of targeting the Su family. When they divorced, Su Wenyong had sought trouble with Chen Yang, unwilling to allow him to take even a fraction of the Su group. Yet, Chen Yang left with nothing. Just days prior, when Chen Yang came to take over the Su group, Su Wenyong and the others accused him of being despicable, claiming he had long plotted to seize the Su group from the family. However, now that Chen Yang had given the shares away, it was abundantly clear that he truly did not care for the Su group shares. In his eyes, they were worthless, easily given away. Su Wenyong initially wanted to berate Chen Yang for being so contemptible, but upon seeing Su Hanyan's bitter smile, he realized he should not stoke the fire. Sister, It seems Chen Yang did not intend any ill. He merely wished to win over Lin Yun and Jiang Yani. Su Wenyong tentatively suggested. By the way, it seems Chen Yang may have a romantic involvement with both Lin Yun and Jiang Yani, enabling them to assist him in managing the Su group. By giving shares to Lin Yun and Jiang Yani, does this not effectively make them his personal property? He is not that kind of person. Su Hanyin shook her head. Before their marriage, they had been in a relationship for over a year, merely holding hands without even kissing. After marrying, due to Su Hanyin's busyness, their marital encounters were infrequent, sometimes going an entire month without one. However, Chen Yang never blamed her, nor did he seek other women. If Chen Yang were truly that kind of person, he would have likely strayed long ago. People can change, Su Wenyong remarked seriously, as Su Hanyin opened her mouth to retort but thought better of it, questioning why she was defending Chen Yang at all, and chose to remain silent. Furthermore, Su Hanyin's disdain for Chen Yang was not solely due to the shares being given away. It was the appointment of her assistant Lin Yun as general manager that truly stung. You, Su Hanyin, are often hailed as a business prodigy, are you not? Is it not said that the Su group flourished due to your capabilities? Now, I have placed an assistant in a high position. Let us see how that unfolds. This assistant lacks the vast financing of Hui Feng, yet if she successfully develops the Su group, where will that leave you? The so-called business prodigy. This was the true reason behind Su Hanyin's bitter smile. Had this been in the past, she would have certainly sought an explanation from Chen Yang, demanding why he would insult her in such a manner. However, now, Su Hanyin felt no desire to confront him. After all, this was of her own making. Brother-in-law, Hanyin, I need to discuss something with you. Ji Yanhang rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor. What has happened now? Su Hanyin asked. We should purchase the shares of Fengyang Company held by Yang Su, and then develop it ourselves, starting anew. Ji Yanhang stated. With Hanyin's talents, I am confident she can successfully grow the company. Where will we find 50 million? Su Hanyin replied curtly that we could sell shares of the Su group. That should yield several million, and with a little extra, it would suffice, Ji Yanhang suggested. In no way. Su Hanyin firmly rejected. I cannot possibly sell the shares of the Su group. What the hell, Ji Yanhang? Are you seriously considering my sister's shares? Are you looking for trouble? Su Wenyong's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Let me explain. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I will not hesitate to deal with you. Su Wenyong said coldly. Chapter 93. Another divorce? Ji Yanhang observed the furious Su Wenyong, but did not rush to speak. Instead, he poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Su Wenyong. Once seated, he continued. Hanyin, brother-in-law, I had initially considered enlisting those shareholders to oust Chen Yang, but they proved useless. Our shares in the Su group are not substantial, and we have signed agreements not to interfere in company affairs. Regaining control is now impossible. After Hui Feng's debt-to-equity conversion, the shares held by Su Wenyong and Su Hanyin have significantly diminished. Together, they now hold less than 20%. They have essentially become minor shareholders in Hui Feng, posing no threat to Chen Yang whatsoever. Now, should Chen Yang wish to rename the Su group, Su Hanyin finds herself powerless, as Su Hanyin has already lost the company that grandfather painstakingly built, since we can no longer control the company. Why not start anew? If either Uncle or Hanyin makes a request, they would likely remember old ties and join us at Fengyang Company. With Hanyin's abilities, coupled with my support and the efforts of those veteran employees, we could potentially recreate the Su group. Both Su Hanyin and Su Wenyong fell silent, present. This indeed seemed a viable path. Moreover, if they could acquire Fengyang Company, they would have complete authority, free from the constraints of other shareholders. This would allow Su Hanyin to fully demonstrate her capabilities, proving her worth. That I believe it is better to remain grounded. Su Wenyong expressed skepticism. Hanyin's health has never been robust. After finally finding some respite, does she really want to dive back into work? Furthermore, Chen Yang has already organized the Su group and established a plan. As soon as he finds a partner, the Su group will be back on track. In 2 or 3 years, the Su group will undoubtedly succeed in going public. Once listed, our fortunes will multiply tenfold. Why stir the pot unnecessarily? Ji Yanhang countered. He is currently not focusing on the company. Instead, he has appointed Hanyin as former assistant as general manager. What does that imply? What place does that leave Hanyin? Is he not dismissing Han Yin as 5 years of hard work? Upon hearing this, Su Hanyin lowered her head, but Ji Yunheng grew increasingly agitated. Chen Yang is clearly attempting to humiliate Han Yin. If she remains defeated by this, she will only earn further disdain from him. Our only recourse now is to develop Fengyang Company, allowing Chen Yang to witness Han Yin's capabilities. Su Wenyang found himself at a loss for words. Brother-in-law, Chen Yang has insulted the Su family. Even if he successfully develops the Su group and takes it public, will you feel at peace with the profits? Will you find solace in how the money is spent? Ji Yunheng spat on Su Wenyang's face with disdain. Su Wenyang longed to express his contentment with his lavish lifestyle, wishing to do nothing but luxuriate and spend money freely. However, despite his lack of ambition, his sister possessed it in abundance. Su Hanyin had always been proud and ambitious, having misjudged Chen Yang, and now she had suffered a tremendous blow, losing the company to someone she held and disdained. On the surface, Han Yin seemed untroubled, yet beneath, her heart was undoubtedly burdened and complex. If she continued to remain silent, she might escape immediate troubles, but over time, it could lead to illness. Han Yin, whatever you decide, your elder brother will support you, Su Wenyang thought, then turned to his sister. If you wish to develop Fengyang Company and find yourself short of funds, I could sell a portion of my shares. As the son of the Su family, he had enjoyed a carefree life these past few years, neglecting the company's affairs. Yet, with the weight of responsibility resting on Su Hanyin's shoulders, he felt compelled to take action, especially seeing her so heartbroken. Selling Hanyin shares would not suffice to acquire the remaining shares of Fengyang Company, and even if she did manage to buy them, further funding would be necessary for development. Simply acquiring shares would not guarantee profit. Su Hanyin looked up at her elder brother, visibly taken aback. This was the same brother who, for her sake, had once risked the company's liquidity for loans, and who had refused to part with even a dime when the company faced difficulties, treating it as if it belonged to someone else. She suddenly found this brother somewhat unfamiliar. Cough, cough. Han Yin, please don't look at me that way. Su Wenyang said awkwardly, we are family. When troubles arise, we ought to help one another. Forget it. I want to sell. Su Hanyin shook her head. Her brother and sister-in-law had no ambitions that if the shares were sold, surely there would be quarrels between them. If they insisted on selling and Fengyang Company thrived, it would be well. But if it faltered, they would find themselves with nothing, and the disputes would escalate beyond mere arguments. It was rare for her brother to show such magnanimity. She felt she ought to consider him, and also her sister-in-law. Han Yin, why have you changed your mind about selling? Do you not wish to prove yourself? Su Wenyang asked, bewildered. What is there to prove? And to whom? Su Hanyin replied with a self-deprecating smile. Always living in the eyes of others, seeking their approval. Does that still make me myself? I'm quite content, as I am now. The past few years have been too hectic. I haven't even read a few books. Perhaps it would be nice to rest, get married, and focus on homemaking and raising children. Su Wenyang observed his sister closely. Sensing she had truly come to terms with her situation, her tone lacking the usual bitterness, noticeably more open-minded. Just like me, I suppose. I have no ambitions and fewer worries. Su Hanyin picked up a book that had fallen to the ground, intending to continue reading. Yet, Ji Yunheng suddenly stood up, exclaiming, I disagree. This startled both siblings, with Su Wenyang frowning. Have you lost your mind? If you disagree, then simply do so. Why shout? What about me? One of you lacks ambition, while the other plans to be a homemaker. What of my aspirations? Ji Yunheng continued to raise his voice, disregarding Su Wenyang's displeasure. Am I to follow Chen Yang's example and remain at home, living off others? I cannot live such a life. I lack his audacity, and I must forge my own path. What do you mean by that? Su Wenyang asked in a low voice that, if you oppose my purchasing the Fengyang shares, then I will divorce you. Ji Yunheng declared, tossing the cup from his hand. What? Divorce? Su Wenyang and Su Hanyin exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 94. The choice he makes. Su Wenyang and his sister had never anticipated Ji Yunheng would so abruptly mention divorce. It was entirely unexpected. Enraged, Su Wenyang stepped forward and seized Ji Yunheng by the collar. Have you gained some courage? Not only do you dare to smash things, but you also dare to propose divorce? My sister sacrificed so much for you, ending her pregnancy, leaving Chen Yang, and jeopardizing the Su family business. Now, just because the shares Haven T been sold, you treat this marriage as a joke. What do you take my sister for? The principal instigator of the Su family's downfall was you. You covertly took the company's liquidity for loans, which led to Huifeng's withdrawal of investment, that Ji Yunhang retorted. And what kind of woman do you think your sister is? As her brother, are you truly unaware? She is strong-willed and obstinate, having had a child and been divorced. What makes you think she is a good woman? I'm the only one who doesn't mind her past. Just look at other men. Would they tolerate her as I have? Am I wrong? If I were to leave her again, she would be on her third marriage. Su Hanyan stared at Ji Yunhang, rendered utterly speechless. Perhaps she had long suspected Ji Yunhang held such views, but hearing them spoken aloud was still a bitter pill to swallow. His words pierced her heart like countless daggers. She felt she truly deserved this fate. Su Hanyan collapsed to the ground, nearly gasping for breath. Bang! Su Wenyong could no longer contain himself. He swung his fist and struck Ji Yunhang squarely in the face. I swear I'll kill you. Ji Yunhang, emboldened, fought back, and the two engaged in a scuffle, with Ji Yunhang clearly overmatched, quickly pinned to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Enough! Su Hanyan shouted loudly. Yet neither man heeded her. Their parents, Su Fu and Su Mu, rushed in, exclaiming that Hanyan was about to faint. Only then did they release each other, both panting heavily, unwilling to concede. What are you waiting for? Quickly take her to the hospital. In a flurry, they transported Su Hanyan to the hospital. After some emergency treatment and examination, it was determined that aside from being physically weak, she had no other ailments. The near-fainting episode was attributed to her frail state and a temporary inability to catch her breath. Now that she had recovered, her complexion remained poor. Where are my brother and Ji Yunhang? Su Hanyan sat up, inquiring. The share ownership agreement is in my drawer. Please give it to my brother, so he can sell the shares and purchase Fengyang Company. All right. Su Mu considered for a moment before agreeing that I'll help you with that. Mom, I'll stay in the hospital to recuperate for the next few days. Please bring me the books from my desk. Su Hanyan lay back down. Take care of yourself, and don't overthink things, Su Mu instructed before leaving. After finding the share agreement at the bottom of the drawer, Su Mu handed it to her son. Mom, are we really selling? How can we give those shares to that ungrateful Ji Yunhang? Su Wenyong questioned. Hanyan has had a child and divorced. Even if she were to marry again, there would be many men willing to marry her. You do not understand your sister's feelings, Su Mu sighed. With Hanyan's intelligence, after being with Ji Yunhang for so long, does she truly not know his character? After everything that has happened, she must have realized that Ji Yunhang is after the Su family business, that if she knows this, why then does she continue to agree to marry him? Su Wenyong pondered. Su Mu's tone was complex. Your sister has always been proud and does not wish to reveal her failures to others. Choosing Ji Yunhang and divorcing Chen Yang was a grave mistake, yet she will never acknowledge it. If she did, she would be denying herself, and that would only invite ridicule, she will just make the same mistake again. Su Wenyong asked, perplexed. You do not understand a woman's heart. Just follow my advice. Fine, I will sell a portion of my shares to buy Fengyang Company. I wish to see what Ji Yunhang can achieve, Su Wenyong replied coldly. Make sure to discuss this with your wife. I sigh. I'll keep it from her for now. Miss Lin, please come in. Accompanied by security, Lin Yun entered the number 3 villa at Westlake, surveying her surroundings with a thought that, and oh wonder, Chen Yang was indifferent to the shares of those few stakeholders. This villa alone could purchase the entire Su family business. Approaching the lakeside, she saw Chen Yang sitting cross-legged, seemingly in deep thought with his eyes closed. She dared not disturb him and stood at a distance. Come over, Chen Yang said, opening his eyes. Yes. Lin Yun approached, standing beside the pavilion. Chairman Chen, I have found a partner company willing to take over our projects and collaborate with us. In the future, you need not report such matters to me. Make your own decisions. That I am not just here to report this. Ji Wenyong visited me earlier and expressed a willingness to sell 10% of shares that I wanted to know if you were interested in purchasing them. The stone table was broken last time, and Li Wanpeng, having nothing to do, crafted a new one from bamboo. Understood, Lin Yun replied, stowing away her bank card. Is your daughter doing well these days? Thank you for your concern. Chairman Chen, my daughter is fine. Very well. You may leave. Lin Yan stole a few glances at Chen Yang. She deliberately walked slowly as she turned to leave. Yet, Chen Yang did not speak, and a sense of disappointment washed over her. It appears that General Chen has indeed recognized her work ethic and capabilities, rather than being swayed by her beauty. Today, she arrived here meticulously dressed in a form-fitting white professional dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, with slightly disheveled bangs that perfectly highlighted her mature and commanding aura. Unfortunately, Chen Yang seemed to have scarcely glanced at her, his attention entirely elsewhere. Her previous assessment of him was utterly misguided. Perhaps it is best to focus on managing the company diligently. Lin Yan cast aside her chaotic thoughts and quickened her pace to leave. Meanwhile, Chen Yang continued to meditate with his eyes closed, as he had little inclination to concern himself with company affairs, let alone ponder the intentions of the Su family. He was wholly engaged in converting his inner strength into true essence. Without touching the broken copper piece, perhaps a fierce battle looms ahead. Chapter 95. Manager Lu's instructions. Yang Ge, Su Wenyong, and Ji Yinhang wish to acquire shares in Fengyang Company. Should we proceed with the sale? The next morning, Chen Yang received a call from Yang Su. However, if Su Wenyong were to succeed, they would inevitably become competitors with the Su family conglomerate. That's inconsequential. Is that so? Then Ji Yinhang is in for some misfortune. Chen Yang chuckled. Let Ji Yinhang handle it himself. Understood. Accompanying Li Wanpeng was a man in his 60s, dressed in a suit and wearing thick glasses. Chen Yang then turned to Lu Jijun, Manager Lu. Please take a seat. Mr. Chen, you bear a striking resemblance to her. I should have guessed you were her son. Lu Jijun remarked with a smile that I had someone look into the Su family's affairs and discover that you just married Su Hanyan, which led me to suspect it was due to your connection. You are the one providing her with funds, correct? Indeed. Please elaborate. I do not know her personally, nor am I aware of her background. All I know is that she is exceptionally beautiful. Your features mirror hers remarkably. She approached me unexpectedly, provided me with some funds, and asked me to invest in the Su family conglomerate under the name of Huifeng. She promised me 10 million as compensation. However, when the Su family faced a funding shortfall, they sought further financing from me, compelling me to reach out to that unfamiliar lady. Subsequently, she gave me several pieces of jewelry, instructed me to pawn them and use the proceeds to continue financing the Su family conglomerate. You pawned them? Which pawn shop? Chen Yang inquired. The Yongren pawn shop on Zhenghe Street in Beicheng. Is the pawn ticket still in your possession? Yes. Lu Jijun carefully produced the pawn ticket from his pocket. I have been waiting for that lady to retrieve it, or for you to come looking for me. I never expected to wait so long. But I have preserved the ticket diligently. Thank you, Chen Yang expressed his gratitude. However, I have a condition. If General Chen does not agree to it, I shall tear up the pawn ticket. Lu Jijun made a tearing gesture with his hands, revealing a resolute expression. You are also involved in the embezzlement of Huifeng's wealth, and you wish for me to let you off the hook, correct? Yes, Lu Jijun replied solemnly. Chen Yang sighed. Is that why you relocated abroad? Lu Jijun remained silent. Let me pose you a question. After you acquire my mother's jewelry, did you line your own pockets? Absolutely not. That I am aware that lady is of considerable stature, and having received her 10 million commission, I dared not take more for myself. Are you certain? I swear. Yet, that pair of earrings has surfaced at the Mingxian auction house. Let us proceed. We shall ascertain the truth at the pawn shop, upon exiting the hall. The three men headed straight for the Yongren pawn shop on Zhenghe Street in Beicheng. Zhenghe Street, also known as Antique Street, is lined with antique shops. The Yongren pawn shop, nestled among these establishments, may appear modest and antiquated. Yet it conducts business worth several hundred million, demonstrating its strength. True to ancient shop designs, it features tall counters with heavy railings and robust iron doors, making forced entry exceedingly difficult. Please wait a moment. The shop assistant hurriedly took the pawn ticket and headed towards the back, climbing the stairs to find a shopkeeper, where he presented the ticket. The shopkeeper, upon taking the ticket, equipped himself with a key and proceeded to the underground storage room. At the entrance of this storage area stood an elderly guard. Only with 2 keys together could the large door be opened. Upon entering the storage room and searching for the relevant items, the shopkeeper discovered that 2 items were missing: Senior Kong, aside from me and the deputy manager, has anyone else entered recently? The shopkeeper inquired of the elderly guardian. It seems the second young master has come by. The old man replied. The second young master? The shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly as he quickly took out his phone, calling the second young master. Have you taken 2 pawned items from the storage room? Took them. Why? The second young master responded. Those pawn tickets are 5 years old. They probably won't come back to redeem them. The issue is they have now returned. The shopkeeper stated solemnly. They've come. What a coincidence. Second young master, where are those 2 items? How do we explain this to the clients? The shopkeeper lamented. Just come up with some excuse to dismiss it. Say they were broken, damaged, whatever, suggested the second young master. However, our Yongren pawn shop has always prided itself on integrity, which is why we have endured for over a century. Now to say they're broken or damaged, how can we expect anyone to accept that? The shopkeeper emphasized, if they stir up trouble, our Yongren pawn shop's reputation will be tarnished. How much are they pawned for back then? We will double it now. If that isn't enough, we'll triple it. I refuse to believe they won't accept it. The second young master replied coldly, if they still cause a ruckus after this, then we shall not be polite. Isn't Uncle Kong there? Make sure they are kept quiet. The shopkeeper paused, sighed, and conceded to the suggestion. After hanging up, the shopkeeper turned to the elder Kong Yunjia. Senior Kong, what should we do? Perhaps it would be wise to call the family head. Kong Yunjia proposed. Very well. The shopkeeper dialed the family head to report the situation. The family head scolded the second young master over the phone, but the resolution was similar to what the second young master had suggested. After ending the call, the shopkeeper felt reassured. Once the storage room was secured, he instructed the assistant, bring the clients to the reception room. Understood. Also, notify the senior members of the other stores to come and stand by outside. If negotiations falter, let them come in. Yes, the owner of Yongren Pawn Shop, Gujia, operates not only this pawn shop, but also other antique shops along the street, all of which are manned by skilled individuals. Chapter 96. I simply enjoy drinking punitive wine. Chen Yang and his companions waited in the reception room for 5 or 6 minutes before the shopkeeper finally entered. Looking apologetic. My apologies for the delay, gentlemen. I am Huang Wei, the shopkeeper of Yongren Pawn Shop. I was just inspecting the goods. Chen Yang gestured dismissively. Let's get straight to the point. Of course. Huang Wei understood that the core of this trio was Chen Yang. As the reception room was under surveillance, while waiting for the bodyguards to arrive, he scrutinized Chen Yang and his companions. Chen Yang, dressed simply, appeared as an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Huang Wei, seasoned and knowledgeable, recognized that many formidable individuals or true scions of prominent families often adopt such a demeanor, subtle yet imposing, requiring immense confidence and poise. Only Chen Yang sat casually, while the bespectacled elder occupied only half of his seat. The middle-aged man, exuding a powerful presence, stood respectfully behind the young man. Even Kong Yunjia could not discern the depths of this middle-aged man's capabilities. He might be an expert. This was why Huang Wei had hesitated to enter and continued to wait, feeling the necessity to summon more skilled individuals as a precaution. Yongren Pawn Shop's reputation could not afford to falter. Sir, it is as follows. I have just completed an inventory check and discovered that the hairpin and earrings have sustained damage. Huang Wei expressed with regret. I sincerely apologize. It was the fault of our shop assistant during the cleaning process. We are willing to offer the remaining pawned items to you without any redemption fee or interest. May I ask how you feel about this? Are you certain they are damaged? Chen Yang inquired with a smile. Indeed. May I see the fragments? Perhaps I could find a way to restore them. Well, we attempted repairs, but the more we tried, the worse they became, ultimately disintegrating into mere shards that had to be discarded. Is that so? Indeed, Huang Wei lied with a composed demeanor, presenting his story convincingly. Yongren Pawn Shop has established itself as a prestigious name in Hangzhou, with a history of over 100 years, correct? Chen Yang shifted the topic. 170 years, to be precise. The sign hanging at the entrance, proclaiming integrity as the foundation, can be taken down. What does this gentleman mean? Recently, I visited Mingxian Auction House and spent 1 billion to acquire a pair of ear ornaments, which were originally the ear ornaments my mother entrusted to Mr.Lv at Yongren Pawn Shop. Chen Yang lamented. The hearts of parents are indeed pitiful. In order to assist her son and daughter-in-law, she did not wish to trouble others, and thus had no choice but to pawn her own dowry. Perhaps this was, in essence, a meeting gift from my mother to my daughter-in-law, merely exchanged for money. Yet you took the pawned items to auction and now have the audacity to tell me they are broken. What purpose does your Yongren pawn shop's reputation serve now? So that was it. Huang Wei previously found it rather coincidental. It turns out the second young master sent the hairpin and ear ornaments to someone, who subsequently took these items to the auction. This is truly a case of intentional affection meeting in different waters. Moreover, he was caught red-handed by the rightful owner, spending 1 billion without even knowing if they were authentic. They were likely counterfeit. When he received the ear ornaments, they were valued at merely 30 million. Naturally, as a pawn shop, they would not offer a high price. Their true worth is approximately 50 million. 1 billion is a staggering multiple of that. This fellow attempting to extort Yongren pawn shop. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes. Sir, the ear ornaments and hairpin entrusted to us by your mother have indeed been broken. As for the ear ornaments at Mingxian auction house, they are likely merely the same model, but he need only deny it. And let us see how he proves that the ear ornaments from Mingxian auction house are the same pair as those at Yongren pawn shop. You mean to say I should find evidence proving that the ear ornaments at the auction house originated from your Yongren pawn shop? Correct? Chen Yang smiled. However, I did not come here today to prove anything. I simply desire the items noted on the pawn ticket. I shall pay the redemption fee and interest in full. Surely, that is not unreasonable. According to standard procedures, the pawn ticket is not expired, so this is indeed not excessive. Huang Wei shook his head. However, it is clearly stated that items may suffer damage during prolonged storage. Should there be any damage, Yongren pawn shop will compensate at 3 times the original price. This is explicitly stated. Very well. Let us proceed according to the protocol. Chen Yang nodded. Bring forth the items, Huang Wei instructed. Soon a shop assistant arrived with a tray, which contained various exquisite boxes. There were 7 items in total, but currently only 5 boxes remained. 2 items were absent. On the tray lay a check. This gentleman may inspect. The remaining items are here, and the compensation for the hairpin and ear ornaments is included. Huang Wei gestured invitingly. Reveal the whereabouts of the hairpin, and I shall hold no grudges. Simply take the items and leave. Chen Yang said solemnly, I have already stated that the hairpin is also broken. Huang Wei emphasized his words. Considering that the remaining 5 items are still intact, I have made a significant concession. Must we resort to violence? Chen Yang sighed. Do you think that the more I concede, the more you find me easy to bully? I said it was broken and have compensated you. If you do not believe me, then you are the one provoking trouble, are you not? Huang Wei smirked. In the next moment, he clapped his hands, and a dozen men in black rushed in, each exuding a formidable presence. Glaring at Chen Yang, I advise you to sign this contract. Huang Wei produced a contract, stating unequivocally, do not disrespect the offer. Our Gu family has operated a pawn shop for 100 to 200 years. And we are resolute in our dealings. Should anyone attempt to tarnish our reputation, we shall not comply. Chen Yang laughed heartily. Selling a client's pawned items without authorization, and you still have the audacity to speak of the Gu family's reputation. It is truly laughable that I shall gladly accept this punishment. Chen Yang's smile vanished, and in the next moment, his voice turned icy. Kill. Yes. Li Wanpeng could no longer contain the murderous intent within him. Had it been him, he would have already acted rather than engage in idle chatter. Kill. Li Wanpeng stepped forward, reaching for Huang Wei. You will not be allowed to act recklessly here. Kong Changjia, beside Huang Wei, slammed his hand on the table, leaping up and throwing a punch at Li Wanpeng's face. Die. Just you, a late-stage first grade? Li Wanpeng's palm gripped tightly, meeting Kong Changjia's fist. Puffed. The terrifying internal force crashed against Kong Changjia's arm, tearing his clothing apart, sending him flying through the window and crashing into the courtyard behind the reception room. What? How is this possible? Huang Wei's face was filled with shock. Go, all of you. Attack together. Eliminate him. Chapter 97. The monk may run, but the temple remains. A dozen black-clad bodyguards charged at Li Wanpeng. These individuals, while impressive in the outside world, were at least first grade. Kong Changjia was the strongest. A late-stage first grade, while the others varied from mid to late first grade. With one first grade guarding a shop, it indeed demonstrates the Gu family's substantial foundation. Yet against a master, they could not even breach Li Wanpeng's defenses. Any blow landed by Li Wanpeng would result in either death or serious injury. That Li Wanpeng was not only formidable, but also exceptionally ruthless. Damn it, he is a master. Huang Wei realized the situation was dire and turned to flee. Chen Yang did not pursue. Instead, he leisurely picked up his tea and took a sip. By the time he finished his cup, Li Wanpeng had already dealt with the dozen bodyguards. Young master, shall we pursue? Li Wanpeng inquired. Pursue what? Their shop remains here. The monk may run, but the temple remains. Chen Yang chuckled, rising to head downstairs. Let us explore what treasures their storage room holds. Li Wanpeng also revealed a wicked smile. We will take the pawned items of other customers. Let us see if Yongren Pawn Shop's reputation still shines beside them. LV Jijun was already sweating profusely. This tactic was indeed ruthless. The three arrived at the entrance of the storage room, which was secured by a heavy door. Li Wanpeng struck it with all his might, yet it did not budge. The steel plate was likely 20 to 30 centimeters thick. Stand back. Chen Yang waved his hand, and Li Wanpeng respectfully stepped aside. Bang! Chen Yang struck the side of the door, and with a tremor, the sound of the lock shattering echoed. With another strike, the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. My goodness, the true monster is Chen Yang. LV Jijun was taken aback. Entering the storage room, which was approximately 20 centimeters deep and specially designed to be moisture-proof, they found an array of peculiar items, some worth hundreds of thousands, others millions, or even tens of millions. Chen Yang browsed around but did not find anything to his satisfaction. Well then, Li Wanpeng was unceremonious, shedding his clothes and stuffing anything valuable into them. He even took off LV Jijun's clothes. And LV Jijun dared not say a word. After filling 2 pockets, the trio finally prepared to leave. Huang Wei had not fled far. After escaping, he had to call the Gu family. Upon seeing the 3 emerge, he did not dare to obstruct them, but instead hid at a distance. Once Chen Yang and the others drove away, he instructed, "You all, get in the car and follow them." Several subordinates jumped into vehicles and followed suit, while Huang Wei hurriedly ran toward the shop, arriving at the surface storage room. The lock had not been tampered with, and he was immediately alarmed. Earlier, he had seen the 3 leave with a large bundle, and Huang Wei sensed something was amiss. Yet he did not delve too deeply, thinking Yongren Pawn Shop had 2 storage rooms, one next to the reception room for items valued below 100,000, while items above that threshold were stored in the underground storage room. The underground storage room's door was specially constructed. Even a master could not open it, and even explosives would fail, as it was reinforced with steel plates several centimeters thick. 2 keys were required to unlock it. Though Kong Changjie was dead, Chen Yang could obtain 1 key, but the other was taken by Huang Wei. However, since the items from the upper storage room remained untouched, what exactly had those 3 taken? Huang Wei rushed to the lower storage room, witnessing the heavy door crash down, and he sat down abruptly, his face paler than one mourning a deceased mother. It's over. Compensation is a minor issue, but the reputation of Yongren Pawn Shop is ruined. Who would come here to pawn items in the future? He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed out, his face contorted in despair. Patriarch. Those 3 took away quite a number of items. The ones upstairs? No, the ones downstairs. You useless fool. How could you let them have the key? I did not give them the key. They somehow managed to destroy the door without my knowledge. Where are they? I have already sent someone to follow them. Do not lose track. If you do, I will hold you accountable. Yes. Over an hour later, Huang Wei and his men arrived at the intersection opposite Villa No. 3 on West Lake. Huang Wei slipped into a Maybach where the head of the Gu family and the 2nd young master were seated. Patriarch, 2nd young master, this is the place. Are you certain? Absolutely. My men witnessed their vehicle enter. Then this could pose some trouble. The head of the Gu family, Gu Zhenghong, frowned deeply. Only exceptional family signs could reside in such a villa. You acted rashly before, failing to regard the presence of others. Both I and Senior Kong have observed that the young man possesses remarkable qualities, yet I did not anticipate such extraordinary prowess. Huang Wei sighed in resignation, adding, moreover, he claimed those items belonged to his mother. I presumed he hailed from a fallen family, only to discover he is accompanied by a master. Yu Zhenghong pondered for a long moment before instructing. When we enter, show him the utmost respect.
If we can avoid conflict, let us do so and seek a peaceful resolution.
Yes, Huang Wei replied reverently.
And you, Gu Zhenghong glared at his son Gu Zhucheng.
Who permitted you to unilaterally bestow the items? You will apologize sincerely.
Father, I understand, Gu Zhucheng murmured softly.
Let us proceed.
Gu Zhenghong exited the vehicle first, followed by two elderly figures in black. The group approached the villa's entrance.
Please notify the owner of Yongren Pawn Shop, Gu Zhenghong, has come to pay his respects.
Gu Zhenghong courteously addressed the security guard at the door. The guard did not relay the message, but directly opened the gate.
You may enter.
Our young master awaits you in the pavilion. Gu Zhenghong exchanged a glance with Huang Wei, both surprised. It seemed the young man was already anticipating their arrival. Perhaps he had laid a trap, ready for the Gu family's intrusion. Nevertheless, Gu Zhenghong felt compelled to enter. His true concern lay in the fear of retaliation. Taking a deep breath, he led the group into the villa, heading straight for the lakeside pavilion. There, seated on the wooden corridor by the water's edge, was but a solitary figure to capture him.
Gu Zhenghong squinted his eyes.
Chapter 98. A precious find. Gu Zhenghong was indeed tempted. Seizing the young man could compel him to relinquish the items. This would also serve as an explanation to their other customers. Yet, Gu Zhenghong hesitated, for the fact that the young man awaited them alone, without the protection of a master, indicated one thing. He possessed absolute confidence in his own strength.
Gu Zhenghong narrowed his eyes, opting against rash actions.
Instead, he approached and clasped his fists in apology, saying, "Young master, I am Gu Zhenghong, head of the Gu family. My son acted without permission in gifting your items to another. And manager Huang Wei foolishly resorted to violence against you. I have brought them to offer our sincere apologies. Young master, it was my lack of discernment that led to this offense. I leave your judgment to you."
Huang Wei declared, bowing deeply. "It was my fault for gifting the items. Please punish me as you see fit."
Gu Zhucheng followed suit, merely cupping his fists and bowing slightly.
"Apologize for what? We are already even."
Chen Yang mocked. Gu Zhenghong stated solemnly.
"However, the items you took do not belong to our Gu family, nor are they of significant value. Should you return them, I would be willing to grant you access to our family's private treasury, allowing you to choose one item. Are you implying that the ear pendant I purchased for 11 billion is worthless?"
Chen Yang replied coldly.
"How could it possibly be valued at 11 billion?
Gu Zhucheng countered.
"Oh, do you believe I am deceiving you?"
Chen Yang scoffed.
"If it truly sold for 11 billion, I would not merely eat the ear pendant. I would gladly offer double the price in compensation."
Gu Zhucheng replied sternly, "No, whatever you paid, I will offer 5 times the amount."
"Very well, I hope you remember those words."
Chen Yang smirked, rising to his feet.
"Let us go to your Gu family. What about the items?"
Gu Zhenghong inquired tentatively.
"Oldly, let's go."
Chen Yang waved his hand.
Li Wamping approached, carrying a bag, and tossed it to Gu Zhenghong as if discarding garbage. Gu Zhenghong quickly received it, cautious not to damage its contents. Handing the bag to Huang Wei, he then politely said, "Young master, please."
Chen Yang swaggered out of the villa, followed by Gu Zhenghong and the others, boarding a luxurious Maybach.
Li Wamping trailed behind in a dilapidated car,
exuding an air of indifference.
"May I inquire your esteemed name, young master?"
Gu Zhenghong asked. Gu Zhenghong refrained from making a fool of himself, remaining silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the Gu family estate, he did not immediately escort Chen Yang to the treasury, but rather led him to the hall first.
"Young Master Chen, please wait a moment. The key to the treasury is with my second uncle."
Chen Yang waved his hand, signaling Gu Zhenghong to retrieve the key. In truth, he suspected Gu Zhenghong was stalling for time. If the Gu family harbored ulterior motives, it would suit Chen Yang's interests, allowing him to procure additional treasures from the Gu family's vault. Conversely, if they acted honorably, he would not plunder their treasury. In the Gu family's backyard, Gu Zhenghong summoned several elders and brothers to discuss their strategy.
"Kill him," an elderly man with white hair said coldly.
"Indeed, eliminate him. He dares to swagger into our Gu family with only a single master by his side, showing utter disregard for us," another voice chimed in.
"Kong Changjia has died. We must avenge him. Our family's 3 masters cannot possibly fear just one." Most present agreed to eliminate Chen Yang, yet the family head, Gu Zhenghong, shook his head, second uncle, esteemed uncles. Chen Yang resides in Villa Number 3 on West Lake. Anyone who can afford to live there must hail from a wealthy family. We were in the wrong first. I believe it is best not to escalate this matter. Shall we allow him to choose from the treasury? The second uncle said coldly. Some valuable items were obtained at the cost of lives. I will take him to treasury number 3. It contains merely some old artifacts that cannot be authenticated. He added, That is indeed a sound plan. The second uncle nodded. Let it be so. Others agreed. I shall take my leave, Gu Jinghong said. Rising, upon reaching the hall, he apologized. Young Master Chun, I apologize for the delay. Please follow me. Accompanied by Li Wanpeng, Chen Yang followed Gu Jinghong through the winding corridors of the Gu estate, ultimately entering the basement. After passing through several doors, they arrived at the outer entrance of the most inner treasury. As Gu Jinghong opened the door, a musty odor wafted out. Upon entering, they found thick layers of dust covering the shelves. This indicated that the Gu family seldom sent anyone to clean this particular room. Clearly not a valuable treasury, Wanpeng scoffed in dissatisfaction. It was evident they were being deceived. However, since Chen Yang remained silent, Li Wanpeng could only temporarily suppress his anger. In truth, Chen Yang was not upset. Rather, he felt elated, for he held little interest in ordinary items. It was precisely this unremarkable treasury that might conceal something worthwhile. He entered with keen interest, examining the items, many of which were rusted and some were broken. The patterns and engravings had faded, making it impossible to discern their era. Yet he meticulously inspected each piece, probing with his true essence. After examining dozens of items, he found no resonant response, and the sheer expenditure of true essence left him slightly pale. Standing at the doorway, Gu Jinghong inwardly smirked. This was precisely the outcome he desired, and no need to claim the Gu family denied him access. It was simply that he could find nothing of value. But in the next moment he was taken aback. The copper ball in Chen Yang's hand began to tremble, then suddenly erupted with an aura that surged outward in all directions. This aura felt akin to the crisp air of an autumn morning. Refreshing and invigorating, it seemed to wash away any troubles. A single breath of this essence would bring instant tranquility. Though its nature remained unknown, the aura indicated that the copper ball was far from ordinary. Chen Yang smiled, nearly grinning widely. In the next instant, he flicked his wrist, stowing the copper ball away, causing the aura to dissipate. Young Master Chun, that copper ball that Ji Jinghong grew anxious, contemplating retracting his words. What? The illustrious head of the Gu family lacks integrity. Chen Yang inquired. Let us leave, he declared, stepping towards the exit. Young Master Chun Ji Jinghong hurriedly pursued him, reaching the basement exit, only to find it obstructed. His second uncle, Gu Jianba, several uncles, and his cousin were all present. Had they also sensed the pure aura? Most likely, as the essence had surged from the copper ball, spreading hundreds of meters within mere moments. Surrender the treasure, and I shall spare your life. Chapter 99. You are worth only a fist. Chen Yang gazed at the Gu family members blocking the entrance. Smiling. Ji Jianba sneered. Laughing in the face of death? Chen Yang sighed. I initially intended to overlook the other matters today, considering my good mood, yet you insist on seeking your own demise. Alas, we seek our own demise. You, a mere parasite, how dare you speak so boldly? Gu Jianba retorted, infuriated. This is the Gu family, and you stand here with only a single master by your side, believing yourself invincible. What parasite? Gu Jinghong interjected, moving past Chen Yang to stand beside his second uncle. Father, I have just gathered information about Chen Yang. He previously lived off the Su family for 5 years, and after his divorce, joined the Huifeng Hangqing branch. Due to uncovering a traitor within Huifeng, he was promoted to vice president, and that villa was a reward. This young man possesses no significant background, save for the presence of a master by his side. It is laughable that he attempted to feign expertise while still at the villa. In reality, he was merely posturing. How naive of me to have nearly fallen for his ruse. When Gu Jinghong turned to face Chen Yang, his expression was ashen. Chen Yang, relinquish that copper ball. We shall not impose any difficulties upon you, for such a treasure is far beyond your rightful claim. You members of the Gu family truly lack shame. Chen Yang retorted disdainfully. You previously promised me the freedom to select at will, yet you led me to a cluttered room filled with scrap metal. That copper ball, lying amidst a heap of rusted junk, was covered in dust, neglected for decades. Now that I have uncovered it, you dare to call it a treasure. Do you not feel the slightest embarrassment? The faces of the Gu family members soured, realizing they could no longer afford to engage Chen Yang in a war of words. Enough chatter. Let us take action. Are you not curious why I was able to discern that the copper ball was a treasure? Chen Yang inquired. Once we capture you, the answer will become evident, Gu Jianba sneered. Lao Qi, you are responsible for restraining that master. Exhaust his strength while I handle matters personally. Understood, responded the two elders as they charged towards Li Wampa. Zheng, you go and subdue that brat Chen Yang, Gu Jianba commanded. Just as Gu Zheng was about to make his move, Gu Zhucheng dashed forward. Third uncle, there is no need for you to intervene. I'm more than capable of dealing with Chen Yang. Very well, but do not underestimate him, Gu Zheng cautioned. Third uncle, I am fully aware, Gu Zhucheng assured, though he wasted no time in launching a fierce elbow strike aimed at Chen Yang's face. You young man, without the protection of a master, I am curious to see what abilities you possess that a single punch should suffice to deal with you. Chen Yang casually raised a fist in response. Gu Zhucheng was at the pinnacle of the second rank, the strongest among the younger generation of the Gu family, and Chen Yang's nonchalance was bound to lead to his downfall. The Jiu Jianba chuckled coldly, certain that a single elbow strike from Zhucheng would incapacitate Chen Yang. The surrounding onlookers also laughed derisively. Bang! The fists and elbows collided, and a sickening crack echoed through the AI. Our Jiu Zhucheng was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, clutching his arm in agony. His right elbow had shattered, the stark white bone clearly visible. Zhucheng, my son, Gu Jianba and the others gritted their teeth in disbelief. The severity of the injury rendered it nearly impossible for him to regain his former strength. With a single punch, Chen Yang had effectively crippled the future of the Gu family. Regret washed over Gu Zheng. Had he known, he would have taken action himself, preventing his second nephew from engaging. Die! Gu Zheng charged forward, his fury manifesting in a powerful punch aimed at Chen Yang's face. One punch is all it takes to deal with you. Chen Yang responded with the same motion as before. This time, the two fists met, but Gu Zheng, despite being stronger than his nephew, was sent reeling just like Gu Zhucheng. His sleeves tore apart, tendons ruptured, and blood sprayed forth. Zheng, Gu Jianba, and the others were beside themselves with rage. Gu Zheng, the strongest among the younger generation, had reached the intermediate stage of the first rank, yet he too had his arm rendered useless by a single blow. You must die today, Gu Jianba roared as he charged in. Delivering a punch that sliced through the air with a deafening whoosh, his arm swelled with the force of his internal energy, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Initially, he had intended to conserve his strength, allowing his subordinates to deplete Li Wanping's energy before delivering a killing blow himself, thus minimizing their losses. But now, vengeance for his nephew and grandson took precedence. You that are worth no more than a single punch. Chen Yang's scornful